Chapter 1. The Hurricanes of the Atlantic. In the 20th century, on a certain day, above the northern expanse of the Atlantic, dark clouds loomed ominously, thunder rumbled ferociously, and streaks of lightning cleaved the sky time and again. The expedition vessel, numbered 619, was compelled to halt at the coordinates of 77 degrees 22 minutes north latitude in the Atlantic equator. On board, 5 female explorers braved the elements, among whom Yang Xiaomi was the youngest at merely 23 years of age. The tempest, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, bore down upon them with the ferocity of a mountain. The vessel bobbed upon the tumultuous waves like a mere leaf, violently tossed about, perilously close to capsizing. At the bow, armed with a camera, Yang Xiaomi was pushed back several steps by the gusting winds, tumbling across the deck. She swiftly grasped the railing and shouted, "Everyone, remain calm. Hold on to the rails. Do not panic." The other women on board, their faces drained of color, clutched desperately at anything within reach. Tsunamis surged forth like towering mountains, while relentless winds lashed at the surface of the sea with a devastating force. The expedition ship was akin to a small leaf adrift in boiling waters. This was the first time Yang Xiaomi had encountered such a hurricane at sea, and a sense of dread crept into her heart. To avoid being swept away by the waves, she hastily crawled into the cabin alongside her companions. The vessel was swept along by the furious currents, veering off its intended course, heading straight towards the monstrous, churning waves ahead of vast, mysterious whirlpool, akin to a cosmic black hole. Whirlpool! Black hole whirlpool! We must steer clear of the whirlpool. The cries of alarm echoed, as everyone yearned to find a glimmer of hope amidst the raging tempest, hoping to navigate around the black hole whirlpool, lest they be drawn into the abyss below. Amidst those huddled in the cabin, the 60-year-old captain urgently called to Yang Xiaomi, who was gripping the electronic control panel. "Xiaomi, to the left, evade the whirlpool." With trembling hands, now pale from the salt water, Yang Xiaomi frantically pressed the left button on the electronic controller, desperate to steer clear. The ship began to turn, spinning rapidly at the edge of the whirlpool. Yet another colossal wave crashed upon them, the vessel teetering on the brink of disaster, rolling violently amid the storm. Yang Xiaomi tensed, gripping the railing tightly while pressing the left turn button with all her might. "Oh heavens, am I to perish here?" One of the crew members cried out in a frenzy, tears streaming down her face. A towering wave, reminiscent of a mountain, surged towards them, yet the vessel, harnessing the power of this immense wave, miraculously navigated around the enormous whirlpool, surging forward. "Hooray! We've escaped the whirlpool!" Yang Xiaomi exclaimed with exhilaration, as seawater splashed aboard, its briny taste overwhelming her senses. She instinctively spat, yet the thrill coursed through her veins. But joy was fleeting. Suddenly, a massive black object emerged from the depths, colliding with the ship unceremoniously. The vessel lurched violently, spinning 90 degrees, as all aboard were thrown about. Those who had not clung desperately to the railing were cast into the sea. "We've run aground, it's over." A chorus of terrified screams, almost insignificant against the howling storm, echoed briefly before fading into silence. The immense black object struck by the ship suddenly rocketed skyward, a colossal column of dark water rising amidst the tempest, forming a towering wall, gleaming ominously. Was it a creature? Yang Xiaomi clung tightly to the railing, her soul shaken by the sight. The monster appeared overwhelmingly vast. She stared in awe and trepidation, momentarily paralyzed. The expedition vessel, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 individuals, seemed as insignificant as a mere caterpillar before this behemoth, pitifully small. Chapter 2. Drawn into the beast's realm. This is the legendary oceanic Xian snake. I cannot believe I am witnessing it before my demise. It is worth dying for. The captain, her hair a wild tangle of gray like disheveled seaweed, clutched the cabin railing tightly, trembling with excitement, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she gazed at the Xian snake. A snake? Is there truly a serpent of such magnitude? The other female crew members were pale with fear, their bodies quaking. Regardless, we are doomed. If someone finds this camera, they will see images of the Xian snake and understand the cause of our fate, thus confirming its existence. Inspired by the captain's words, Yang Xiaomi steeled her resolve, suppressing her fear. She bravely gripped the railing, stepped out of the cabin, and raised the camera that hung from her neck, aiming it at the colossal serpent. Zhi. The giant serpent flicked its blood-red tongue, long and vivid, like a massive piece of crimson silk, swiftly coiling around the ship. Once more, a tremendous wave crashed down as the howling hurricane swept over, lifting a gigantic water column that instantly engulfed Yang Xiaomi, who was filming on the deck. She was swept up like a tiny ant in the wind, completely at the mercy of the tempest, soaring through the air uncontrollably. In that moment, the expedition vessel vanished into the cavernous maw of the Xian snake, leaving no trace behind. The windstorm swept across the northern Atlantic, the trailing winds dissipating upon an island unknown to humankind. Having succumbed to unconsciousness, Yang Xiaomi plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string. After a painful thud, she awoke to find herself lying amidst a sea of dense underbrush. She lay there for a moment, feeling as if her body had been disassembled. Towering trees surrounded her, and the undergrowth was thick, devoid of any signs of civilization. Weakly, she grasped a nearby sapling and managed to rise. Her clothes were inexplicably dry, yet her stomach grumbled with hunger. Her gaze roamed, and in the distance, a radiant red glow caught her attention. The light emanated from a small tree, glowing with a soft green hue, adorned with fist-sized red fruits that resembled tomatoes, radiating faint rings of red light, rendering the delectable fruit even more enticing. Exhausted and ravenous, Yang Xiaomi had not eaten in quite some time. Her body felt weak and in dire need of sustenance. Without a second thought, she approached the tree, plucked a fruit, and sat upon a large, smooth stone beneath the verdant tree, devouring the fruit. Its taste was exquisite, sweet, and succulent, filling her mouth with delightful flavors. Though small, the fruit imbued her with warmth, flooding her body with boundless energy. Her fatigue dissipated entirely. "You have consumed my precious blood elixir." A voice, thick and ambiguous, akin to the sound of a heavy brick striking the ground, resonated in her ears, and the stone upon which she sat began to rise. Startled, she leaped down and quickly darted a few paces forward, turning to behold the animated stone. Amidst the rustling of leaves, the stone raised its head, and from the parted foliage emerged numerous hairy black legs, advancing towards her. Yang Xiaomi soon realized that it possessed not only sturdy limbs, but also a dense coat of glowing black fur, and its round, bulbous eyes sparkled like two small lanterns, brimming with intelligence. It resembled a massive water buffalo, with a singular, luminescent green horn atop its head. A sudden realization struck her: this horn was where the red fruits grew. Panic surged within her. Having consumed its blood elixir, would it now seek to devour her? Yang Xiaomi hastily retreated a few steps, shaking her head and waving her hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't know that was your treasure. Please don't hold it against me." Chapter 3. The first encounter with the orc. Vadan. Daler rushed forward, tearing at the white teeth of the tall, young male orc. Vadan, she has stolen the blood essence. We should slay her and drink her blood to fortify our bodies. Another elder female orc, Maya, her face lined with wrinkles, also approached, pushing Daler aside in protest. "We cannot kill her. She may prove useful." She then turned to the young male orc, Vadan, addressing him respectfully. "Vadan, her blood is precious. It will be better to keep it for future use." Daler, filled with indignation, retorted, "She is not of our kind. Her appearance is strange, devoid of fur on her face. She has stolen the blood essence and deserves execution." Maya immediately countered, "But she has already consumed the blood essence. If the Xieji did not kill her, we cannot take her life. She must be preserved for our esteemed leader, Vadan, to breed future offspring." Daler cast a resentful glance at her beloved Vadan, her eyes filled with unwillingness. "Every time I attempt to seize the blood essence, the Xieji drives me away. How could they allow a monster like her to consume it today?" Vadan was the leader of their tribe, and the decision of whether to execute Yang Xiaomi rested solely with him. Daler had long desired to pair with Vadan, and now, the sudden emergence of this creature, whom she regarded as a monster, who had not only consumed the invaluable blood essence but was also to be designated for Vadan, filled her with jealousy. Yang Xiaomi clumsily rose, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Their conversation had frightened her into a cold sweat. She shielded her chest with her hands, gazing anxiously at the orcs before her. The dialect they spoke resembled the local tongue of Shantou, where her grandparents hailed from, and she could comprehend their words. The looks the women cast upon her were mixed with envy and jealousy, especially from Daler, whose eyes were filled with animosity. She did not wish to marry a beast. Marrying an orc was simply out of the question, especially one who sought her blood. Fatten her up, and let her bear my offspring. Vadan had already seized her and was heading toward one of the largest caves. His strength was overwhelming, and Yang Xiaomi could not resist, finding herself tossed onto a wooden bed covered with a tiger skin. The bed was hard and unforgiving, causing her body to ache. In this world of orcs, there was no tenderness. They knew nothing of cherishing the delicate. She pitifully consoled herself, running her hands over her body, but was astonished to discover that the pain from her earlier injuries had vanished, and even the bleeding wounds on her hands appeared to heal at an incredible rate. Just moments ago, she had been beaten into unconsciousness, and under normal circumstances, she would have required months of recovery. Yet now, she felt revitalized. This miraculous recovery was undoubtedly due to the blood essence. It seemed to possess extraordinary powers. While she was lost in thought, Vadan had settled beside her, his furry hand pinching her delicate face. Your face lacks fur. It is indeed beautiful, but too pale, making it easily damaged. Alarmed, she pushed his furry hand away, retreating to maintain distance. Vadan, with his thick black fur, leaned closer, the coarse hair brushing against her face, causing her discomfort. She instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing?" His pale blue eyes, clear as spring water, glimmered with the primal hunger of a beast. "We will fatten you up. Your blood is valuable." Trembling in fear, Yang Xiaomi realized that this furry beast intended to fatten her for the purpose of drinking her blood and compelling her to bear offspring. She needed to find an opportunity to escape swiftly. Chapter 4. How to properly eat lamb with my magnificent looks? What is there to fear? Vadan observed her panic with confusion. He had yet to choose a mate. But many females had already hinted their interest. The female before him, appearing delicate and frightened, ignited a strong protective instinct within him. She dared not offend the orc before her, and could only shake her head in response, attempting a smile that morphed into a strange expression of half crying and half laughter. Vadan gently patted her head before stepping outside. Seizing the opportunity, she began to assess her surroundings, preparing for a potential escape. The cave was spacious, with several wooden racks on the left laden with various items, mostly animal pelts and dried meat, that on the right. There were numerous knives and clubs, their dark surfaces unidentifiable in material. In the center was a large wooden bed, where she now Saturday the cave had but one exit, where a fire was piled nearby, and orcs occasionally passed by. The elder female orc, Yama, beckoned from the entrance with a warm smile. "Female cub, come out and eat." Had she been reduced to a mere female cub? Perhaps it was akin to the term girl in modern vernacular. Her stomach growled insistently. Despite her anxiety, she could not resist the lure of food, a fundamental physiological need. Cautiously, she stood and made her way outside. Yama, with curiosity in her eyes, stood at the cave's entrance, her demeanor friendly. "Just call me Xiaomi," she offered with a smile. "Xiaomi, eat some meat," Yama said, tugging at her arm and gesturing toward the food. Now quite hungry, she yearned for a hearty meal to gather strength for her escape. Tea that moment. Vadan had slaughtered several wild goats, and a group of female and male orcs assisted in butchering the meat into sizable chunks. Young orc cubs gathered around, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they sliced the raw meat, devouring it immediately, seemingly unaware of hygiene. Vadan handed her a skewer of raw goat meat impaled on a sharpened stick. "Eat." Yang Xiaomi gazed at the raw meat. Although it was cleanly prepared, she simply could not bring herself to eat it, fearing it might lead to an upset stomach. Such fine goat meat was being wasted. It would be far more delicious when roasted. Seeing that the orcs bore her no ill will at the moment, she approached the fire pit, pulling a large log to sit on, placing the skewer over the flames to begin roasting. This fire pit was merely a deterrent for nearby beasts at night, not intended for cooking. The orcs, witnessing her roasting the meat, gathered curiously around her. Yama, being the elder, had always consumed food raw, and seeing her actions, kindly advised Xiaomi, eat directly. Do not roast it. It will spoil. Roasting it makes it taste better. You should try it, Yang Xiaomi insisted, occasionally turning the skewers over the flames. This is bad. It is wasteful and unhealthy. Yama countered, shaking her head. Clearly, eating it roasted is better for health. Consuming it raw can lead to illness. Yet have they all reversed their understanding? Yang Xiaomi firmly stood her ground against the raw goat meat, continuing to roast it. Soon, the enticing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. After a while, the meat turned golden brown, the fat sizzling and crackling in the fire, releasing a fragrant smoke. Chapter 5. The raw meat debate. Many orcs, previously feasting on raw meat, were drawn to the enticing scent, sniffing curiously with glimmering eyes. Yang Xiaomi savored the roasted goat meat, finding its taste pure and delectable, far superior to any she had previously tasted. Delicious, absolutely delicious. If only we had some dipping sauce, it would be perfect. Vadan remained silent, quietly eating his raw meat beside her, his gaze filled with curiosity as he observed her actions. What is dipping sauce? Yama inquired with intrigue. I'll prepare some for you later, Yang Xiaomi replied casually, finishing the meat from her skewer and proactively taking a goat leg to roast, suggesting to Vadan, you should try roasting it. It is incredibly flavorful. She hoped that by winning his favor and easing his wariness, she might find an opportunity to escape. A few young orc cubs found her actions amusing and began imitating her, roasting their own goat meat, though they struggled to turn the skewers, resulting in burnt offerings. Yours is burnt and surely unpalatable. Try mine, Yang Xiaomi said, tearing off a piece of well-roasted meat from the goat leg and offering it to one of the cubs named Azitzi. Azitzi took a bite. This is delicious. He glanced at the charred skewers he had roasted. What I made is bitter and awful. Do it like I do. Turn the skewer occasionally so it cooks evenly and lets the oil drip. Yang Xiaomi patiently instructed him on how to roast properly. Several other young orcs followed her lead, their innocent and eager minds quickly grasping the technique. Enjoying the roasted meat, the young orcs sparkled with delight, bouncing around as they exclaimed, this roasted goat meat is even better. However, several older orcs found this new method unacceptable and approached Vadan to voice their concerns. Vadan, this is not how we should eat. She will lead our Zitzi and Dong Dong astray. After all, Yang Xiaomi had consumed the blood essence, and her position as Vadan's intended mate was effectively secured. They dared not directly blame her, so they turned to Vadan for reprimand. Azitzi Dong Dong, what are you doing? We have always eaten raw. It is more nutritious, Vadan remarked, a hint of confusion furrowing his brow. He pushed Yang Xiaomi's arm, his eyes gleaming with authority as he asserted his leadership. You too, this method of cooking is not nutritious. From now on, follow my lead and consume it raw. Yang Xiaomi handed the roasted leg of lamb to him, saying, give it a try. This is truly delicious. She wished for them to follow her customs, so they wouldn't be forced to eat raw meat. Wadang sniffed it, shook his head, refusing to eat. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaomi shoved the lamb leg into his mouth, compelling him to take a bite. Wadang furrowed his thick brows tightly, snatched the leg from his mouth, and exclaimed, hot, hot, huh. Seeing Wadang's comical expression after being burned, Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but laugh, picking up the lamb leg and placing it back in the fire to roast until it was dripping with fat, before meticulously tearing off pieces of meat to continue eating. Having reluctantly tasted it earlier, Wadang found the flavor to be quite agreeable. Observing her relish the meal with evident delight, he too succumbed to the temptation, tearing at the meat from her hand with an insatiable appetite. This behavior astonished some other orcs who persisted in their raw meat diet, would have gotten into their usually stoic leader today. Chapter 6. Sheji only eats raw bones. An elderly male orc, his hair grizzled and back-hunched, spoke anxiously, Wadang, not eating raw meat will leave you weak. You are our leader. You must have strength. The notion that raw meat equated to greater strength baffled Yang Xiaomi. who had no inclination to debate the old orc, understanding that convincing him in one go was futile, so she chose silence. Wadang offered the roasted lamb leg to the old male orc. "Uncle, you should try this, it tastes wonderful." "Eating well gives you strength." "No, I only eat it raw," the uncle retorted, giving Yang Xiaomi a disapproving glare. Believing she had led Wadang astray, faced with such culinary delights, Yang Xiaomi, ever the optimist, dismissed the glare and continued to savor the roasted lamb, grease coating her mouth. The bones, once stripped of meat, were habitually tossed aside in front of Xieji. With a flick of its long tongue, swallowed them whole, as if it were a bone-consuming machine. Yang Xiaomi followed suit, tossing the bones over, only to find Xieji unwilling to eat the cooked remains, preferring the raw bones instead. Recalling that animals in the zoo consumed raw meat, she realized Xieji could not change its habits. The thought of it shedding its fur after consuming cooked food was utterly unappealing. In an attempt to win Xieji's favor, perhaps even to facilitate an escape later, she took a piece of lamb. Yang Xiaomi reminded Daler. She thought that once they reached the seaside, if a passing ship were to be spotted, her cries for help might attract someone from the outside world to rescue her. Daler responded with a faint HM, then swiftly dashed ahead into the dark, brooding forest. Being carried like this made Yang Xiaomi extremely uncomfortable, to the point where she nearly vomited. However, in her desperation to escape, she had no choice but to endure. After approximately half an hour of trekking, Daler brought her to a rather secluded spot, parting a dense thicket of vines to reveal a large cave. Upon entering, the sound of trickling water reached her ears, and she noticed several objects emitting a ghostly blue light, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Realizing she had entered a cave, which was not her intended destination, Yang Xiaomi anxiously asked, "I want to go to the seaside. How can I reach it from here?" In the eerie, melancholic glow of the cave, she saw Daler's expression suddenly shift to one of fierce hostility, her tone growing cold. "This place is far from the sea. I have never seen the ocean." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaomi's heart sank. If she could not find the sea, living alone in this forest would pose a constant threat to her life. Yet, remaining in the Wadang tribe was equally perilous, as she feared being fattened up for bloodletting and being coerced into breeding with the beast-man Wadang. Desperation consumed her, and she reasserted, "Daler, please take me to the seaside. I must leave this island." Daler's blue eyes gleamed with resentful malice as she suddenly lunged forward, seizing Yang Xiaomi by the shoulders and casting her onto the stony ground. The ground was littered with sharp rocks, and the impact caused Yang Xiaomi pain so intense that tears streamed down her face. "Why did you throw me?" she cried out. Daler's eyes blazed with jealousy and resentment as she retorted harshly, "If you don't come back, Wadang will be mine. You have stolen him from me. You have consumed the precious blood elixir of the Xieji, and Wadang still wants you as a mate. You deserve to die." Chapter 9. The lantern eyes of the beast. Yang Xiaomi struggled to her feet, hastily explaining, "I do not like him. You should go back and propose to him. I only wish to leave here and return to my world." Daler's jealous gaze remained unwavering. "Humph, you cannot escape. The Xieji will scent your presence and soon lead them to you to bring you back. What about you saving me?" Yang Xiaomi exclaimed in frustration. Bewildered by the beast man's intentions, Daler advanced step by step, threateningly declaring, "If you die, Wadang will belong to me." Regret gnawed at Yang Xiaomi, realizing how foolish she had been to trust this despicable creature. She was a beast, a savage. How could she have placed her faith in such a monster? In her haste, she had foolishly sought the help of a beast man. "Yang Xiaomi, regain your wits." Panic surged within her. Yet her mind raced as she retreated, feeling a loose stone embedded in the cave wall. Gripping it tightly, Yang Xiaomi suddenly feigned terror, shouting behind Daler, "A giant snake! There's a giant snake coming for you!" Daler, indeed, fell for the ruse, spinning around quickly. Seizing the moment, Yang Xiaomi lunged forward, striking Daler's head with all her might using the stone. Daler collapsed to the ground, and Yang Xiaomi swiftly mounted her, pinning her limbs down and delivering several blows to her head until she lay motionless. "You seek death? Very well. I shall grant it to you." Yang Xiaomi spat furiously at the incapacitated Daler. Having been overly tense and exerting herself too much, Yang Xiaomi's hands ached, and she felt utterly drained. Not wanting to linger in the sinister cave with the treacherous Daler, she steeled herself and exited. Outside, the cool mountain breeze enveloped her, thick with mist. Despite it being summer, she shivered uncontrollably. The whispering wind carried strange, eerie sounds that set her nerves on edge. Though she was brave, a sense of dread crept into her heart. She glanced at the moon's position, able to discern the cardinal directions, but was uncertain which way would lead her to the sea. She dared not linger, wandering aimlessly eastward through towering trees and dense underbrush, the path obscured and treacherous. Suddenly, she noticed two yellowish-white lights in the distant sky, resembling lanterns, shining brilliantly against the backdrop of night. Could that be the sea? A ship? Her heart raced with excitement as she hurriedly parted the undergrowth, crawling and scrambling toward the lights. As she approached, the lights drew nearer, resembling glowing lanterns suspended in midair. She felt a mix of delight and confusion. There were no sounds of the ocean, nor the presence of its vastness. Was it possible there were others like her from the 20th century who had crossed over? The lights grew closer, but under the silvery moonlight, she found no ocean. Only two lanterns affixed to a massive black pillar, which emitted a strange glow. What on earth was this? The pillar's glossy black sheen glimmered even in the darkness. As she scrutinized the scene, her heart nearly stopped in terror over shock. It was a colossal snake, flicking its crimson tongue, its lantern-like eyes fixed upon her, poised to strike. This sight evoked memories of the day the serpent had devoured the expedition ship. Although this creature was thinner than the previous one, it was still immense, capable of swallowing her whole in an instant. With no weapon at hand, Yang Xiaomi knew she had no chance. She turned and fled. The giant serpent, having spotted her, opened its gaping maw and lunged, unleashing a putrid gust of wind that sent nearby trees swaying violently. Desperate to survive, she ran for her life, but the beast's head bore down upon her like a mountain, its cavernous mouth ready to consume her whole. Chapter 10. Battling the giant snake, Yang Xiaomi thought her life was forfeit, yet she resolved not to die in vain. If she was to perish, she would take the serpent with her. Swiftly, she retrieved a small knife from her pocket, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight as she gripped it tightly, planning to slash the serpent's belly as she was swallowed. The roaring wind intensified, yet to her astonishment, the serpent did not devour her. It was engaged in a fierce struggle with something. She turned to see the Xieji clamped onto the giant snake's neck, while the massive serpent coiled around it, constricting tighter and tighter. The situation looked dire. The Xieji could very well be crushed by the immense serpent. Yang Xiaomi could not bear the thought of losing the Xieji, who had been so kind and adorable to her. She owed it a debt for the blood elixir, and it had come to rescue her. With a sense of urgency, she dashed forward, brandishing her knife to stab at the serpent's body. But the blade was too thin, and the serpent's skin too thick for it to have any effect. Frustrated, she discarded the knife and grabbed a hefty stone, aiming to strike the serpent's slippery neck. However, the blow felt as though she were hitting a pillow, the serpent's flesh yielding and springing back. In a flash, the enraged serpent lashed out with its mighty tail, coiling around her and lifting her into the air before throwing her aside like a leaf, hurling her toward a nearby cliff. The force of the impact would surely shatter her bones. Was this adventure? She had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Wadang, with remarkable agility, leapt into action once more, thrusting his dark-hued long sword towards the giant serpent's lantern-like eyes. Swift as lightning, faster than the naked eye could perceive, Wadang's blade pierced the serpent's left eye, erupting in an explosion of blood that gushed forth like a fountain. The serpent, in agony, thrashed its head violently, trembling all over, releasing the Xieji, its massive form sweeping through the surrounding trees with a force that left many broken and toppled. Yang Xiaomi, crouched in a puddle, was also knocked to the ground by the foul wind emitted by the giant serpent. Wadang, with the grace of a soaring rock, propelled himself into the air, deftly evading the serpent's onslaught. The freed Xieji, with a triumphant roar, soared upwards, re-engaging in combat. Its speed was so astonishing that Yang Xiaomi could scarcely discern how the Xieji lunged forward. All she could see was it sinking its teeth into the serpent's neck, its powerful limbs clinging desperately to the creature. Yet the serpent was simply too immense to be fully embraced. The serpent and Xieji became entwined once more, locked in a fierce struggle where it was a battle of life and death. Wadang, once again soaring with remarkable swiftness, thrust his long sword with agility, piercing the serpent's other eye, causing blood to spray forth, splattering Wadang's body and face. Chapter 11. Antidote of blood in excruciating pain, the serpent, now blinded, could not locate Wadang, and in its frenzy, it began to thrash its colossal body, uprooting nearby trees and stones. The Xieji clung tenaciously to the serpent's neck, while the serpent opened its maw, attempting to bite the Xieji, but to no avail. In a fit of madness, the serpent lashed out wildly, and Wadang seized the opportunity to deftly soar once more, his sword gliding effortlessly into the serpent's throat. With a swift motion, he withdrew the blade, and the serpent writhed in agony as a torrent of black venom erupted from its mouth, enveloping Wadang in a noxious cloud. The stench was unbearable. Wadang was unable to evade in time, succumbing to the poison, his vision dimming as he felt dizziness wash over him. His robust body swayed briefly before collapsing to the ground. In that moment, his azure eyes, clouded with confusion, turned towards the panicked and speechless Yang Xiaomi, who shouted desperately, "Xiaomi, don't run away. Come here." Esther does not harbor affection for Yang Xiaomi. She is still young and lacks a mate. Her heart has long been captivated by the illustrious figure of Wadang. Suddenly, an enigmatic Yang Xiaomi appears, seemingly usurping Wadang from her. Yet, Dwar conceals her jealousy and disdain, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Noticing the scant lamb meat in Yang Xiaomi's possession, she does not ponder further. The host has not sought the West family, and as she scans her surroundings, she discovers that the other orcs also possess little meat. It appears that food is rather scarce here, and to survive, one must devise means of self-sufficiency. Not far ahead of the tribe lies a lush thicket of low shrubs, accompanied by an expanse of wild grass, with a crystal-clear water source flowing from beyond the woods. Traversing before the tribe, where there is water, there is often an abundance of edible vegetables or river delicacies. As she contemplates this, her feet instinctively move towards the water source. The river is remarkably clear, with many smooth, uniquely shaped brown stones washed by the current, resembling a picturesque traditional Chinese painting, a scene of breathtaking beauty. She squats by the riverbank, cupping her hands to drink the pristine water, which carries a hint of sweetness, instantly soothing her throat, though her hunger remains unassuaged. Her gaze roams in search of yam, mushrooms, or wild vegetables to satiate her appetite. Through the trees before her, she sees a vast, low-lying meadow of grass, lush and green like a sea, drawing her deeper into the woods. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, Wadang appears at her side, his expression urgent. He takes her hand, his tone commanding as he warns, "Do not wander off. There are many wild beasts in the woods that might devour you." Unaccustomed to being led by his furry hand, Yang Xiaomi forcefully shakes it off, her expression revealing a melancholic disposition. "I am hungry and wish to find something to eat," Yang Xiaomi explains softly. "Stay here. I will go hunt in the woods," Wadang insists, his tone still authoritative. Subsequently, he strides swiftly into the depths of the forest. As an explorer, Yang Xiaomi has always relished the thrill of discovering the unknown, and her curiosity about this orc world compels her to follow Wadang into the woods. Not long after, she encounters a waterfall cascading down, its clear, clean water splashing against the large stones below, creating a magnificent spray that forms a small river, the destination of which remains a mystery. In the summer heat, the refreshing spray invigorates her, and she cannot resist approaching, sitting on a large stone by the riverbank and playing with the water. "Help! Help!" Suddenly, she hears a faint cry for help, a crisp voice drifting closer, neither distinctly male nor female, and lacking the Orcish accent. Panic wells up within her. What is happening? What is that? Chapter 14. Fateful encounter with the golden crow. The voice continues to echo in her ears, intermittent yet persistent. Though she sees nothing in motion, tension grips her as she attentively seeks the source of the sound, which seems to originate from across the river, parting the grass and trees before her. She nimbly steps across the large stones jutting from the water's surface. She has always been athletic, frequently engaging in physical exercise, and her health is commendable. After consuming the Xieji's blood pill, Her body feels lighter. And though she is hungry, she still walks with vigor. Finally, she locates the source of the voice, a magnificent bird with luxurious golden wings, reminiscent of a phoenix, yet distinctly unique, now lying on the ground. A slender wound on its golden foot oozing black blood. The bird's form is colossal, comparable to an adult goat, and it appears exceedingly weak, its golden eyes half-lidded beneath blue eyelids that a lover of animals. She feels a pang of sympathy upon seeing the beautiful creature injured, that I was poisoned while asleep. Help me, the bird pleads in human speech, its golden eyes now devoid of luster, that I will help you find some medicine. Yang Xiaomi responds, momentarily forgetting her hunger as she hastily searches for detoxifying herbs in the vicinity. In the past, she had delved deeply into herbal medicine, possessing considerable knowledge of its applications. That I need a drop of your blood. I know you have consumed the Xieji's blood. The bird gazes at her, its eyes pleading. Yang Xiaomi is taken aback. How could this creature be so astute? It must be a divine beast of sorts. She halts her departure, squatting beside the bird, gently stroking its beautiful golden wings. You want me to cut my hand to feed you my blood? Suddenly, the bird's uninjured foot rises, its sharp claws grasping her arm gently. A droplet of crimson blood, resembling a red pearl, falls from her arm as the bird opens its golden beak to receive it. A faint red light envelopes the creature, and she observes, with her own eyes, the wound on its foot healing at an astonishing rate. Having had her blood taken without consent, Yang Xiaomi feels a mix of exasperation and sorrow. You just stole my blood. You have consumed the Xieji blood pill. You will recover swiftly. The bird continues to speak, its spirit evidently revitalized. I shall repay you. Indeed, Yang Xiaomi notices that the wound on her arm has healed completely, returning to its original state. She refrains from holding a grudge against the bird, having no expectations of receiving anything in return. Gently caressing the bird's golden feathers, she says, now that you are well, we should each attend to our own affairs. I must go find food. The golden crow suddenly plucks a golden feather with green hues from beneath its neck and presents it to her. I am Huangwu, the king of birds. This is my resonating feather. Take it with you that if you need my assistance, simply blow this feather. Yang Xiaomi recalls from ancient texts, such as the classic of mountains and seas, that Huangwu is an ancient divine bird, feared even by primal beasts like the Xian snake, its sworn enemy. This feather could prove invaluable in her future adventures, perhaps aiding her companions. Feeling touched, she accepts the feather, unsure of the bird's other special abilities, yet certain of its formidable power. The feather is extraordinarily beautiful. She swiftly ties it around her neck with a red nylon cord. That I must take my leave. If you wish to summon me, simply blow the feather I have given you. The golden crow nods in farewell, a hint of reluctance in its demeanor. Golden, Huangwu suddenly soars into the sky, its massive golden wings unfurling like a vast moving cloud of gold. Chapter 15. The natural farm. While roasted meat is delicious, neglecting other fibrous vegetables and starchy carbohydrates is undoubtedly detrimental to one's health. As a modern individual from the 20th century, Yang Xiaomi places great importance on balanced nutrition, making it increasingly difficult to adapt to a diet consisting solely of roasted meat. After several meals of roasted meat, she feels overheated, small pimples appearing on her face, and constantly feels as though she might nosebleed. Upon closer inspection, she discovers a sprawling patch of sweet potato leaves, with taro and potato leaves not far off, and yam leaves as well. An absolute natural farm. Kneeling down, she examines the black soil, which is slightly moist and sandy. Such earth is ideal for cultivating these types of crops. Yang Xiaomi breaks a small tree nearby, fashioning a sharp stick, and vigorously clears the dense grass and leaves around her, ensuring no snakes lurk nearby before she begins to dig. Using her stick to loosen the soil near the plant roots, she pulls on the vine, and several medium-sized, red-skinned sweet potatoes emerge. Yay, this is fantastic! I can't believe there are actually sweet potatoes here, she exclaims, brushing the dirt off her hands, eager to eat one. You cannot eat that. Wadang snatches the sweet potatoes and tosses them aside by the riverbank. Yang Xiaomi, alarmed, rushes to retrieve the sweet potatoes. They are edible. Roasted sweet potatoes are delicious, and they can be eaten raw as well. Just try it. They're a staple food with plenty of nutrition. Wadang, not understanding the concept of nutrition, coldly approaches to snatch the sweet potatoes again, tossing them aside. Do not eat that nonsense. It is food for wild boars and rabbits. Don't throw them away. You don't understand. You have to listen to me, or I will run away. Yang Xiaomi, now furious, glares at Wadang and goes to pick up the sweet potatoes. Wadang, fearing her escape, refrains from further snatching the sweet potatoes. Though he watches her with concern, earnestly advising, do not eat recklessly. You cannot afford to die. Yang Xiaomi, clutching the sweet potatoes, strides toward the riverbank. I don't want to die. You said wild boars eat them. They're not dead and are still so strong. Washing the dirt off the sweet potatoes in the river, she retrieves a folding knife from her pocket, unfolds it, and begins to peel and eat. Crunch, 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 the sweet, crisp flavor of the raw sweet potato dances on her palate. Not bad, quite sweet. Wadang furrows his brow, watching her with a look of disbelief, as if she were a monster. You are eating everything indiscriminately. Be careful of poisoning yourself. Try it. It's delicious. Yang Xiaomi offers a piece of sweet potato to Wadang. Wadang shakes his head. No, I will not eat food meant for wild boars. You will regret it if you don't, Yang Xiaomi confidently asserts, retracting the sweet potato and moving on to pull out more sweet potatoes, as well as taro and potatoes. Before long, she has collected a substantial amount, but can't carry it all, so she reluctantly stops. Wadang, frowning, grabs her arm and hoists her onto his shoulder. You scoundrel, put me down. Yang Xiaomi feels embarrassed as she is carried, her hands full of sweet potatoes and taro. Unable to strike him back, that be good. Do not squirm. Wadang's large, furry hand gently patted her as he strode back towards the valley of the tribe. Ugh. He has once again taken advantage of her. Yang Xiaomi's cheeks flushed crimson and warm, an unusual sensation swelling within her. She found herself unable to truly dislike Wadang. Upon returning to the fire pit in the cave, Wadang carefully set her down, as if placing the most precious treasure in the world. Several female orcs gathered around Wadang upon seeing him return with food, swiftly taking the wild rabbit he brought back, using a thin stone knife to kill it and skin it. Preparing to eat it raw, Chapter 16. Quite absurd. Yang Xiaomi placed sweet potatoes, taro, and potatoes into the glowing embers of the fire, using a stick to bury the food within the fiery coals for roasting. The thought of soon indulging in delicious food made her stomach rumble. Wadang approached with a freshly killed rabbit, handing it to Yang Xiaomi with a sympathetic tone. Eat. You look so hungry, nibbling on pig food. Yang Xiaomi rolled her eyes. That is not pig food. Those are fine ingredients, which you fail to appreciate. This is delicious. Wadang tore off a piece of the rabbit meat and brought it to her mouth. The pungent scent of raw meat wafted into her nostrils, prompting Yang Xiaomi to quickly shield her mouth with her hand to block the approaching rabbit meat. Wadang looked at her with a hint of frustration. Other females typically sought to please him. This was his first time feeding a female, only to be rejected. This delicate, fair-skinned outsider was truly unique. Eating it raw is unhygienic and unpalatable. Yang Xiaomi picked up a small bamboo stick to skewer the whole rabbit Wadang held. She placed it over the fire, turning it to roast. She also tended to the sweet potatoes, taro, and potatoes cooking in the coals, ensuring they wouldn't burn, for charred food would be unappetizing after several meals of roasted meat. Yang Xiaomi's throat felt parched. Faced with the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit, she sensed something was missing. If only she had a pot of wild rabbit, yam, and potato soup, or a sweet stew of sweet potatoes and taro. That would be truly delightful. Here, take this, but be careful not to burn it. She handed the rabbit to Wadang, searching around for something to cook soup in. Unfortunately, after scouring the vicinity, she found only a thin stone shard. Her gaze drifted to the lush bamboo forest, its greenery resembling an ocean. The bamboo here was thick, at least as wide as a bowl. An idea struck her. Bamboo tubes can also be used for soup. However, lacking a sharp stainless steel knife, she had no choice but to pick up a large stone knife hanging from a tree branch and went to chop the bamboo to her surprise. The stone knife proved sturdy and sharp. Although it couldn't match the quality of iron or steel, it was still usable. After several powerful strikes, she nearly severed a bamboo pole as thick as a bowl. Wadang approached with a roasted rabbit, puzzled, and asked, Mate, what are you doing? I'm going to use it to make soup, Yang Xiaomi replied, giving him a sidelong glance at his incessant use of the term mate. She had grown accustomed to it, though it was still somewhat irksome. What on earth is soup? Wadang inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Seeing his innocent expression, Yang Xiaomi found Wadang's naivety endearing. Despite his imposing stature, he seemed as innocent as a young boy when he was with her. No, their mindset is rather primitive compared to the modern civilization of the 20th century, she thought. Help me cut the bamboo into segments, and then you'll understand what making soup means. Yang Xiaomi patted her slightly sore hand, demonstrating how she wanted Wadang to cut the bamboo into the desired lengths. With a helper at hand, why not make use of him? Wadang handed her the rabbit, which was nearly cooked through. Eat, this should suit your taste. I want to make soup. Help me cut the bamboo, Yang Xiaomi said, accepting the rabbit. Wadang, possessing extraordinary strength, effortlessly picked up a large bamboo and, without breaking a sweat, used the stone knife to cut it into several pieces. Impressive strength. Having spent several days with the imposing yet furry Wadang, Yang Xiaomi recognized his warm side and how well he treated her. Suddenly, she felt an urge to embark on a unique adventure of her own, even aspiring to transform this wild world, especially with the orcs, particularly this leader, at her disposal. Chapter 17. Leading the leader, she took the initiative to tug at Wadang's muscular arm, smiling gently. Help me cut more bamboo. There are many uses for it. Yang Xiaomi was quite beautiful, having been pursued by many suitors during her school days, yet she had yet to encounter someone who truly captivated her heart. In this world of orcs, the females were all furry and dark-skinned, with rough skin, while she possessed smooth, fair skin, delicate features, a tall figure, and an air of regal grace that contrasted with the dainty princess charm. Wadang was instantly taken with her. Especially when she smiled at him, she resembled a blooming, vibrant rose, igniting a spark in his eyes. Mate, you are truly beautiful, Wadang suddenly exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her waist and caressing her fair, delicate face with his furry hand. Stop. What are you doing? Let go of me, she gasped, startled, pushing away his mischievous hand, her heart racing at being so intimately touched by a man for the first time. Several orcs, witnessing their bamboo-cutting antics, looked on in confusion. Upon seeing such affectionate behavior, they began to cheer, shouting, "Have babies, have babies! Mate, they are saying you should help me have babies." Wadang's pale blue eyes sparkled with an unusual fervor, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wadang, you can smile? Several orcs exclaimed in astonishment. Their leader had never smiled before, leading them to believe he was acting quite unusually today. I only smile for my mate, Wadang replied, his gaze filled with tender affection as he looked at Yang Xiaomi. Wadang's demeanor was undeniably charming, exuding an otherworldly allure that made Yang Xiaomi blush profusely, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. Yang Xiaomi gathered the cut bamboo tubes and called out to the other orcs, "Everyone, come with me to fetch water. Once it's cooked, I'll share it with you." The orcs of the tribe were accustomed to following Wadang's lead, their eyes instinctively turning to him for direction. Although Wadang was unsure of Yang Xiaomi's approach, he nonetheless supported her without hesitation, instructing the orcs, "Go on, fetch the water." Yang Xiaomi had once heard that women rule over men, while men rule the world. In this tribe of orcs, the status of females was rather low. They were primarily responsible for bearing offspring and rarely ventured out to hunt. Currently, the orcs followed Wadang's orders. And while Yang Xiaomi had yet to reach the point of leading all the tribe, she had at least secured the leadership of the tribe's leader. The orcs, filled with curiosity and doubt, were compelled by Wadang's command and hurriedly set off, swiftly returning with over a dozen bamboo buckets of crystal-clear water. Yang Xiaomi placed a bamboo tube filled 7/10 with water atop the fire and began to peel the unroasted rabbit, breaking the meat into several pieces and tossing them into the bamboo tube. What is she doing? This is a waste of meat. Several older orc males, unable to contain their complaints, approached Wadang, frowning in discontent. Mate, can this meat be eaten after being boiled? Wadang asked gently, unable to scold her, his tone warm. Observing Yang Xiaomi's actions, Wadang was filled with confusion. This was the first time he had encountered such novel methods of preparation. Of course, it's particularly delicious and nutritious, Yang Xiaomi replied calmly, her attention fixed on the bubbling broth, occasionally stirring the sweet potatoes, taro, and potatoes roasting in the embers. Chapter 18. Crispy outside, tender inside. The orcs looked on with puzzled expressions. Debating amongst themselves, this looks like pig food, burnt and blackened. It might poison us. The eldest male orc, Uncle San, was the oldest in the tribe, and the others regarded him with a degree of respect. Uncle San, thin and hunched, with sparse gray fur and only a few teeth remaining, leaned heavily on a tree branch, struggling to maintain his balance. His face bore an expression of anger. This outsider female is causing a ruckus. Wadang, you are our esteemed leader. You must manage your mate. She should be focused on bearing offspring, not wasting meat. Wadang glanced at Yang Xiaomi. Noticing her serious demeanor, he gently patted Uncle San's shoulder. It's fine. If she says it's edible, it certainly is. Uncle San stared at Wadang with a penetrating gaze for a long moment. You have changed. You believe everything this strange female says. Don't forget the burden of protecting our entire tribe. I know how to handle it. Wadang responded calmly, choosing to trust Yang Xiaomi. The delicious aromas of sweet potatoes, taro, potatoes, and rabbit soup wafted through the valley, drawing the attention of young orcs who excitedly gathered to watch. Some of the older ones wrinkled their noses, casting doubtful glances toward Yang Xiaomi as she busily prepared the food. That it smells wonderful. Sister Xiaomi, can we eat it? Several young orcs eagerly inquired. Yang Xiaomi used a stick to prod the potatoes. Easily piercing through, the potatoes are cooked. You all can eat. Saying this, she picked up a large potato, cracked it open, revealing its pale yellow flesh and rich, earthy aroma. The taste was incredible, seeing Yang Xiaomi enjoy the food so much. Wadang couldn't help but swallow hard. Mate, you really know how to eat. Is this pig food indeed? It's not pig food. This is fit for human consumption. Yang Xiaomi suddenly placed a small piece of potato beside Wadang's nose and said, Take a whiff. Isn't it delightful? Wadang opened his mouth and directly devoured the potato from her hand, gently biting her hand in the process while looking at her with a broad smile. This pig food is quite tasty. Her surprise. He was so straightforward in snatching it away and even took the opportunity to tease her. The closeness between them was palpable, reminiscent of lovers or those with a deep bond. Yang Xiaomi withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she corrected him. This is potato, a staple food, not pig food. If you say it's potato, then it's potato. Wadang gazed at her affectionately, his fluffy hand reaching out to pinch her tender cheek. When will you help me bear offspring? Just eat and stop stuffing your mouth. Yang Xiaomi retorted in irritation, shoving half a potato, skin and all, into Wadang's mouth. You want me to eat this charred one too? Wadang replied, his mouth smeared with black ash, pulling the potato from his mouth with a disgruntled expression. Outer burnt, inner tender, peel it, you fool. Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Despite his mouth being covered in soot, his charm and handsomeness remained undiminished, causing a smile to flicker in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Xiaomi felt increasingly at ease communicating with Wadang, no longer intimidated by him. The once respected tribal leader, Wadang, observed Yang Xiaomi's disdainful expression without anger, his mood remarkably buoyant as he instructed the other orcs. Everyone, come over and grab some food. The orcs, upon hearing their leader's command, approached to take potatoes, taros, and sweet potatoes, following Yang Xiaomi's example by peeling and eating them. The soup in the bamboo tube continued to boil, the enticing aroma growing stronger. Yang Xiaomi estimated the time. The rabbit soup would soon be ready. Suddenly, she recalled that the soup was missing a crucial ingredient. Chapter 19. Beware of poison without the seasoning. The soup would lose much of its appeal. She patted her pants pocket and was delighted to find a small packet of salt still intact. Once taken for granted, salt now felt more precious than gold. Something money couldn't buy. Carefully, she poured a bit into the soup and tucked the packet away. What is this? The young orc Wadang asked curiously from the side, his head nearly resting on the bamboo tube. Be careful not to burn yourself. It could ruin your looks. Yang Xiaomi pulled Wadang away, genuinely worried he might dunk his head into the soup. The potatoes quickly disappeared, with several orcs lingering around, licking their lips, still wanting more. Some even picked up the charred potato skins, nibbling on them bit by bit. What are these? Can we eat them? A few young orcs inquired, eyeing the taros and sweet potatoes in the fire. Yang Xiaomi poked at the sweet potatoes and taros with a stick, discovering that the outer layer was burnt but soft and cooked inside. Sweet potatoes, taros. All right, these are edible, as she spoke. She fished out several sweet potatoes with a stick and grasped one, instantly feeling as if she were holding a piece of red-hot coal, the heat stinging her hand, prompting her to toss it back onto the ground. Be careful. Wadang anxiously grabbed her hand, his light blue eyes filled with concern as he looked at her slightly reddened palm, bending down to blow on her hand gently. Does it hurt? Silly pig, your skin is so delicate. Why didn't you call me for help? Yang Xiaomi gazed at his strikingly handsome features, his concern warming her heart, making her pain seem less severe. Oh, am I actually swooning over a furry orc? Yang Xiaomi's face flushed as she withdrew her hand, plunging it into a nearby bamboo tube filled with water. The cold sensation quickly soothed the redness on her palm. Are you still in pain? Wadang asked, observing her momentary daze, gently brushing her forehead with his furry hand. Teeth don't mask her infatuation. Yang Xiaomi lowered her gaze toward the sweet potatoes on the ground. I'm fine. I want to eat sweet potatoes. Wadang obediently helped her retrieve the sweet potatoes, splitting one in half to reveal the egg yolk-colored tender flesh, releasing a waft of steam and a rich, sweet aroma. The orcs looked at the charred sweet potatoes, exchanging glances, unsure how to approach them, but upon seeing Wadang take the lead, they followed suit. Yang Xiaomi, feeling ravenous, took a big bite, exclaiming, so sweet, so soft. Some of the previously hesitant orcs, upon catching the aroma and witnessing Yang Xiaomi's enjoyment, eagerly joined in. Everyone, don't eat. Uncle Sin couldn't help but intervene, his expression grim. Be cautious. This food might be poisonous, and this female's origins are questionable. Do not heed her. Uncle San, you're so thin. These sweet potatoes are nutritious. They can help you gain weight and improve your health that you're just lacking in nourishment, Yang Xiaomi said nonchalantly, thrusting the sweet potato closer to Uncle San's nose. Uncle San, pitifully thin and aging, felt tempted by the enticing aroma, swallowing hard but still refusing to eat. A few young orcs had already finished their sweet potatoes, excitedly chirping as they approached for more. Delicious. I want more. Soon, the sweet potato Yang Xiaomi had offered to Uncle San was snatched away. You little rascals! Uncle San scolded, his eyes bulging as he swallowed hard, now that he wanted to eat. There was nothing left, his gaze stealing glances at the pot of rabbit soup. Chapter 20. No monkeys for me. The rabbit meat soup was ready, and Yang Xiaomi grabbed a large handful of leaves from the nearby woods to protect her hands from the heat as she moved the bamboo tube aside. Can we eat this now? Wadang's lovely blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, having never seen such boiling food before. He attempted to grab it with his hands, but was at a loss, so he took a large leaf to scoop up some soup. No, it's too hot. You can't drink it now. Yang Xiaomi quickly cautioned, realizing that drinking it at this moment would surely scald his throat. Wadang was incredibly useful now, and she didn't want him to get hurt. Many orcs watched this unusual scene. Their curiosity piqued as they gathered around, sniffing the fragrant soup. Once the temperature had lowered slightly, Yang Xiaomi was the first to use the bamboo spoon to ladle some and taste it. Wow, I nearly swallowed my tongue. The rabbit meat here is truly organic and unadulterated. This soup is incredibly delicious. Yang Xiaomi picked up some rabbit meat with chopsticks and began to gnaw on it, savoring every bite. Other orcs began to snatch the bamboo tubes to drink the soup, while those who missed out followed Wadang's lead, using large leaves to scoop up the soup. However, the soup was still quite hot, causing several orcs to yelp in discomfort. Yet the flavor was so irresistible that they swallowed it down, pounding their chests in effort. The soup and meat were quickly consumed, and while one might expect a fight over food, it turned out that the orcs were quite united, each sharing a modest portion. However, there was simply too little soup. With so many orcs present, each only got a taste, yet it was more than enough to leave them wanting more. Some orcs even scrambled for the cooking bamboo tube, extending their tongues to lick the remnants of the broth, gnawing at the bamboo in their eagerness, seemingly wishing to consume the tube itself. Yang Xiaomi observed this scene with a sense of accomplishment. She planned to create oils, soy sauce, and various seasonings, but first needed to address the issue of material shortages. The rabbit meat was delightful, and the soup was exquisite, though it was somewhat scarce. Wadang looked at Yang Xiaomi, a smile gracing his handsome face, making him appear adorably childlike and innocent, like a gluttonous child, having finished the scant amount of soup he had. Wadang felt it was clearly insufficient. Next time, let us make more, and we can also try beef, pork, mutton. Any meat can be cooked, but we need to create larger pots for convenience, that Yang Xiaomi spoke. She retrieved a large taro from the fire, its surface charred. It was also perfectly cooked and delicious. Wadang immediately picked up the largest taro, blowing on it repeatedly to cool it down, tossing it playfully between his fluffy hands. His movements smooth and swift, reminiscent of a circus performance Yang Xiaomi had once seen. Huh? Well tossed. Monkeys used to do this. Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but laugh and praise him. Huh? If I were a monkey, you'd be my monkey mate, and we'd have a whole bunch of little monkeys running around. Wadang looked in her eyes, his expression slightly awkward as he chuckled. He didn't really like being compared to a monkey, but he couldn't be stern with Yang Xiaomi. Imagining a horde of furry monkeys scampering about sent a shiver down Yang Xiaomi's spine. No, I refuse to bear monkeys. If I must give birth, it shall be to humans. Yang Xiaomi immediately pouted her lovely lips in protest. All right, then let us have humans. Now eat well, get fat, and help me produce a brood, Wadang said, offering her the split taro. Chapter 21. Silence for now. Yang Xiaomi blushed at Wadang's teasing, realizing that conversing with him often led to her being at a disadvantage. Perhaps it was best to keep quiet for the time being. How can orcs be so eloquent? She thought, her preconceived notions of their supposed low intelligence utterly shattered. It seemed Wadang was a wise orc. With some refinement, he might turn out to be quite a talent. The rich and fragrant aroma of taro wafted into Yang Xiaomi's nostrils, causing her to swallow involuntarily. Generously accepting the offering, she took a bite of the delicious roasted taro and sipped the savory soup, reveling in what felt like a divine experience, a sheer delight. These taros were quite substantial, each weighing at least 2 to 3 jin. Unable to finish it herself, she split one in half and handed a portion to Wadang. I can't finish this. Please help me out, my dear. You're truly wonderful, Wadang replied, his pale blue eyes reflecting her image as he happily accepted the food, opening his mouth to indulge, his face radiating delight. Delicious. This is absolutely delightful, my dear. You are incredible for bringing such delectable offerings to our tribe. Of course, this young lady has plenty more up her sleeve. If you serve me well, there will be many more benefits to reap, Yang Xiaomi said confidently, patting her chest without a hint of modesty. What kind of service do you desire? I shall surely fulfill your wishes. Wadang leaned closer, whispering in her ear, his gaze intensely alluring. Initially, Yang Xiaomi was concerned about the musky scent typical of orcs like Wadang, but after a few encounters, she discovered that his presence was always accompanied by a subtly delightful fragrance. That moment. His voice was gentle, his eyes filled with affection, and his striking charm made her heart race, stars shimmering in her eyes. Oh dear, am I really fawning over this orc again? Is this acceptable? Wadang's fur brushed against her face, and Yang Xiaomi struggled to regain her composure, gently pushing his head away. Just be diligent and willing. I will lead you all to find more delicious, useful, and interesting things. Interesting can also be eaten? Wadang inquired, his curious gaze making it difficult for Yang Xiaomi to look away. Yes, I will uncover everything one by one, she assured him, her ambition ignited as she envisioned achieving great things in this world. That's splendid. From now on, our tribe need not worry about food scarcity. Wadang's eyes sparkled with joy, seeing Yang Xiaomi as his greatest treasure. Nearby, several other orcs listened in, their expressions a mix of curiosity and doubt, yet predominantly filled with joy. Food was of utmost importance to the tribe. With such provisions, they would no longer fear hunger from a lack of game, and these sweet potatoes, taros, and potatoes were truly delectable. This was the first time the tribe had encountered such a peculiar food-sharing scene. Observing Wadang savoring the meal with gusto, even the hesitant third uncle could no longer resist and joined in, taking a bite of taro. After just one taste, third uncle's frown transformed into a delighted grin, his mouth stretching wide as he exclaimed, "This is surprisingly delicious and fills me up easily." Now, even the oldest orc in the tribe, third uncle, was praising the food, and the others joined in merrily, though the supply quickly dwindled as it was devoured. Previously skeptical, Yama tasted a few bites and soon found himself addicted, licking his parched lips, his eyes shining with eagerness. "Xiaomi, I want more sweet potatoes and meat soup. Can you teach me how to cook?" "Certainly. This is called meat broth." Yang Xiaomi nearly chuckled, reminding him, "I want a drink." Yama handed her a large bamboo tube. Eager to assist, "I want to drink the meat broth," Yama said, glancing at the wild rabbit soup, licking his dry lips as he offered her the bamboo tube once more. Chapter 22. Food can bear young, although the broth was limited. Yama had treated her well before, and in gratitude, she readily poured some of the soup for him. Yama tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go, licking his tongue afterward, his face beaming with delight. "This is delicious, truly flavorful." Yama then inquired, his curiosity piqued, "Is there any pig food left that you brought back? I want to eat that too. It's all gone." Sweet potatoes, taros, and potatoes are 3 different kinds of food. "Not pig food," Yang Xiaomi corrected him with a smile. "Oh, it's all gone." Yama's furry face showed a hint of disappointment as he continued, "Where did you find them?" "I want to go to." Yang Xiaomi pointed towards the forest ahead. "There are plenty of green spaces by the river near the waterfall. You can dig them up, but remember not to discard the vines and leaves. I will teach you how to cultivate them later." "Plant? What does that mean?" Yama and several other orcs who overheard looked at each other, puzzled. Even Wadang's curious gaze reflected his confusion as he asked, "My dear, can you eat what you plant? What kind is it?" They had no understanding of what planting entailed. Yang Xiaomi found it amusing yet frustrating, realizing that an elaborate explanation would be lost on them. Instead, she opted for a straightforward analogy. Planting is a way for plants to reproduce. Akin to how you bear young. It essentially means that food can produce more delicious food. Once you plant sweet potato vines, you can yield many more sweet potatoes. The same goes for taros and potatoes. They will produce offspring for future meals. "That sounds great. We should plant more food." Wadang immediately supported her suggestion. "Food can also bear young." "Huh." Yama was the first to laugh heartily. "Is that truly possible?" Other orcs echoed their skepticism, their eyes fixed on the composed Yang Xiaomi. "Certainly. If you follow my instructions, it will surely work. Now, off you go," Yang Xiaomi commanded with the authority of a queen, having had her fill and feeling satisfied. She thought it was time for a brief rest before continuing her plans for development. Many orcs were genuinely interested in these new foods, and for the first time, they did not consult Wadang but fully trusted Yang Xiaomi's words, eagerly rushing towards the green spaces in search of food. However, a number of orcs lingered, casting expectant glances at Wadang, awaiting his direction. "You all should go dig for delicious food and plant it." Wadang commanded with a wave of his hand, his tone authoritative. Instantly, aside from those who were immobile, the rest set off. The orcs, accustomed to traversing the rugged mountains, moved swiftly, as if fearing that their bounty would be snatched away. The vicinity of the cave fell silent, and Yang Xiaomi settled comfortably beneath a towering banyan tree, resembling a giant umbrella. Drifting into in her drowsy state, she was suddenly lifted and carried. Jolting her awake, she opened her eyes to find a handsome, furry face before her. "What are you doing?" "Put me down." Yang Xiaomi struggled to escape, but Wadang's strength was overwhelming. Her efforts were in vain. He carried her straight to the wooden bed in the cave, laying her down before climbing in beside her, his arms still firmly wrapped around her waist as he gazed down at her. His pale blue eyes flickering with vibrant flames. "My dear, let us sleep here together." Chapter 23. Feigning vulnerability to delay, "I prefer to sleep alone. You should rest on the ground." Yang Xiaomi felt her cheeks flush, lowering her beautifully crafted lashes to avoid his smoldering gaze, attempting to push him away from the bed. However, she found it futile. "My dear, I want to have young ones with you soon." Wadang's breath quickened, his body temperature rising, his grip tea on my face, hands, and body. "There is no hair. Doesn't tea that look splendid?" Yang Xiaomi, lifting her delicate little face, blinked her large eyes and inquired. "Indeed, it is quite enchanting. More so than any female I have ever encountered," responded Wadang with unwavering certainty. Yang Xiaomi, noticing his adoring demeanor, felt a surge of happiness. "Well then, if you were like me, you would look splendid as well." Wadang raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward her growing somewhat complex. Yang Xiaomi had already hastened out of the cave's entrance. I'm heading to the riverbank. I still need to find more useful items. There are simply too many things to gather. Chapter 24. The confusion of a little admirer. As Yang Xiaomi walked, she shared her plans. White clay can be fired into bowls, basins, and plates, allowing us to enjoy meat soup daily, served in elegant dishes. Wadang, who had followed her out, looked bewildered at this newfound vocabulary. White clay. What else can this clay create? Yes, Yang Xiaomi nodded. What are dishes and plates? Wadang inquired with curiosity. They are for eating. You will understand when the time comes. They are artifacts of modern civilization. Yang Xiaomi realized that a brief explanation would not suffice. Modern civilization? Mate, I do not comprehend these terms. Wadang said, touching his hair, his eyes brimming with curiosity. You will gradually understand, Yang Xiaomi replied in a calm tone, having unconsciously grown accustomed to Wadang's address. All right, you must explain it to me later. Wadang, at that moment, appeared as obedient as a little admirer, following Yang Xiaomi with adoration and admiration in his gaze. Now, let's find the white clay, Yang Xiaomi affirmed, and seeing Wadang, who was usually fierce and imposing, now so docile, she couldn't help but smile gently. Mate, your smile is truly beautiful, Wadang remarked, his pale blue eyes sparkling anew as he playfully pinched her cheek. Yang Xiaomi's face flushed slightly as she pushed his hand away. Stop teasing. We must search for the white clay. Can we find it here? Wadang asked, his gaze filled with doubt. We should be able to. White clay is not difficult to locate, typically found near rivers, Yang Xiaomi assured him. However, for cooking, it is better to use an iron pot. What is iron? What is an iron pot? Wadang was filled with curiosity about Yang Xiaomi, eager to learn about her interests without pressuring her. His usual violent demeanor softened around her. Iron is a type of mineral that can be refined to create many useful tools such as knives and forks, with the iron pot being merely one of them. Yang Xiaomi's hope grew stronger as she spoke, wishing to find iron or swiftly so they could start cooking. Upon hearing this, Wadang immediately became intrigued. Where shall we seek iron? Finding iron is not easy. We must explore extensively and rely on some luck, Yang Xiaomi responded, her heart also filled with concern about locating the iron, or that Wadang's clear and bright blue eyes shone with determination. I will heed my mate's words and take her around to find a way to craft iron pots and utensils. By the river, vast stretches of greenery flourished, with many sweet potatoes, and taros growing abundantly. The tribe's people, now aware of their edibility and delightful taste, were eagerly digging them up, planning to carry them all back. Yang Xiaomi observed this scene and understood that if no new crops were planted, these resources would soon be exhausted. Xiaomi, is this a sweet potato? I hope I haven't made a mistake. Yama, who was digging for sweet potatoes, called out cheerfully upon seeing Yang Xiaomi. Other Or tribesfolk busy harvesting displayed their finds and asked eagerly, is this a potato? Is this a taro? Yes, Yang Xiaomi confirmed with the grace of an emperor on a procession, casually shaking a blade of dogtail grass as she moved among the orcs. Previously, the sweet potatoes, taros, and potatoes she had brought back were roasted over a charcoal fire, and many orcs had not seen their original forms before roasting. The few who had seen them shared this knowledge with their companions, yet these orcs were eager to verify with her once more to feel reassured. However, a few young female orcs in the distance, particularly a girl named Duo, gazed at her with jealousy and resentment, biting their lips fiercely. Chapter 25. Eyes that sparkle. The wild men, who had previously regarded her with confusion, softened their attitudes towards her due to the food. And Yang Xiaomi perceived this as a promising beginning. Wadang obediently followed her, pleased to see that his companions in the tribe treated Yang Xiaomi much more favorably than they did him, and he smiled broadly. The Orc tribesfolk were taken aback, jaws dropping in astonishment. Was this truly their previously aloof and unsmiling leader? They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Our cold leader is actually smiling. It feels quite strange. With more food, he must be pleased he is smiling at this outsider female. Previously, their leader had shunned females, yet now he was utterly compliant with this outsider, even smiling. Was their leader smitten? This female is indeed beautiful and has brought us food. Yang Xiaomi caught wind of some of the murmurs, feeling a peculiar sensation in her heart, That's so. It was only Wadang who was so accommodating towards her. She glanced sideways at the tall and handsome Wadang, who happened to look back at her. Their eyes met, and it felt as if sparks flew between them. Yang Xiaomi's heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze. Oh heavens! Wadang's eyes sparkled with electricity. A mere moment's glance could easily ensnare one's heart. Not forgetting her mission for this journey, Yang Xiaomi steeled her thoughts and immersed herself in the grand endeavor of transforming the orc world. Noticing that some orcs had disregarded her previous instructions and carelessly tossed the vines after digging up sweet potatoes, and taros, she felt a sense of urgency. Those vines were meant for future planting. Once the sweet potatoes were harvested, the vines would break into small sections and should be replanted in the soil, watered daily for 2 weeks until new shoots emerged. Some potatoes and taros should be retained for replanting later. Yang Xiaomi patiently instructed the orcs, hoping they would have a continuous food supply. Yet her efforts ignited jealousy among certain groups. One young female, named Duo, who had long harbored feelings for Wadang, felt a pang of jealousy seeing him follow Yang Xiaomi. With an expression of tenderness she had never received before, she seethed with envy, wishing for her demise. Humph, who does she think she is, coming from nowhere to dictate our actions? Duo complained bitterly to several other females. Exactly. Why should we heed her? How did our mighty and strong Wadang come to favor her? Several female orcs, accustomed to being ruled by Wadang, felt a sense of resentment towards the outsider who began to give orders. Duo even deliberately tossed the sweet potato vines on the ground, trampling them underfoot, and the others followed suit. Yang Xiaomi, witnessing this, called out anxiously, "Hey, don't step on the sweet potato vines. We need to save them for planting. There is plenty of land to cultivate. You are not the leader. Why should I listen to you?" Duo retorted defiantly, casting a somewhat aggrieved look at Wadang. That Wadang's expression darkened instantly, a glacial fury flickering in his eyes. He strode over, delivering a swift kick that sent Duo sprawling, along with a few others who had followed her lead. The orc females who had been cheering on Duo found themselves toppled. Yet they dared not retaliate, casting pitiful looks at Wadang. His icy demeanor could freeze them in place as he commanded, "Follow Xiaomi's instructions. From now on, her words are equivalent to mine." Chapter 26. A resounding pra. Wadang is far from modest. He is elated by Yang Xiaomi's praise, especially since it marks the first time she has addressed him so. His pale blue eyes, reminiscent of the sky, sparkle with joy, while Yang Xiaomi's fair complexion inexplicably flushes a shade of red. This fellow never misses an opportunity to tease her, leaving her no choice but to pout and roll her eyes in playful annoyance. So irresistibly charming, Wadang cannot help but stroke her silky hair and pinch her cheek. Yang Xiaomi possesses an abundance of knowledge, having gathered such a wealth of delectable foods for the tribe, and her striking beauty makes her truly a treasure. The Wadang's heart swells with excitement, and he suddenly sweeps her into his arms, twirling her around joyfully. "Ah!" Yang Xiaomi shrieks in surprise, her eyes widening in shock as she clings tightly to his tousled hair. "What are you doing? Put me down. I still need to look for more food." Seeing her genuine alarm, Wadang gently sets her down, handling her as if she were a precious gem, fearful of causing her any discomfort. His sky-blue eyes brim with delight as he declares, "Darling, whatever you say, I am eager to hear and believe that I am truly happy to be with you." His surprise, Wadang reveals this sweet, affectionate side, shattering her preconceived notions of the savage orcs of ancient times. "Remember this phrase," Yang Xiaomi remarks, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes as she glances at him. Wadang, with his fluffy hand, vigorously pats his sturdy chest, assuring her, "The words I speak to you, I shall remember even unto death." My goodness, he has sworn an oath. A flicker of indescribable joy fills Yang Xiaomi's heart, yet she worries that Wadang's enthusiastic pats might fracture his own ribs. "Stop that. Let's go find treasures," she suggests, tugging at his arm to move forward. There is an abundance of wonders in this place, and Yang Xiaomi hopes to uncover even more treasures. Her gaze flits about, taking in the lush, verdant plants thriving near the wide river and waterfall. Employing her modern 20th century wisdom, she carefully examines the nearby flora, identifying not only sweet potatoes, taro, and potatoes, but also yams, peanuts, red beans, and soybeans. Notably, the peanut sprouts appear to be aging, making it the perfect time to harvest them. However, the leaves of these peanuts bear an unusual light brown pattern, leaving her uncertain if they produce edible peanuts. Chapter 27. A fortuitous encounter with colorful peanuts. Yang Xiaomi pinches a peanut leaf and studies it for a moment, recalling from her memory that it is merely a different variety, one that is likely of good quality. This landscape resembles a naturally occurring and self-sustaining homestead, an astonishing sight indeed. These are called peanuts, and these are yams. Both are edible, she explains to Wadang. Peanuts? Yams? These worthless weeds have names too? They can be eaten? Really? Wadang's expression is one of utter confusion as he curiously examines the trees and grass, asking, "How do you eat this? Do you consume the leaves or the stems? Take a guess." Yang Xiaomi replies with a smile, folding her arms and playfully teasing him. The other orcs trailing behind them exchange puzzled glances, debating amongst themselves. Some have even taken to plucking leaves and tasting them, only to grimace in distaste. Wadang, too, curiously samples a peanut leaf, only to grimace as he spits it out. Yuck, how bitter and awful. Huh. Don't eat the leaves. Pull up the seedlings and eat the fruits at their roots. Yang Xiaomi chuckles, finding Wadang's comical reaction utterly adorable as she patiently explains that, in truth, she remains uncertain if these peanuts yield any fruit. Bending down, she selects a robust peanut plant and pulls it from the ground, revealing a generous cluster of peanuts. Initially worried that the absence of modern fertilizers would yield poor results, she is pleasantly surprised to discover the peanuts are long and plump. Upon breaking open one of the nuts, she finds 7 colorful peanuts inside, their skins exquisite and reminiscent of fine art. Could it be that these truly are colorful peanuts? She muses, excitement bubbling within her, as she pries open the vibrant shell to reveal the pearly white flesh within. Undoubtedly the most nutritious and delectable variety. Incredible. These colorful peanuts can be enjoyed raw, roasted, boiled, or pressed for oil, all top-notch methods of preparation. Her sparkling eyes brim with delight as she pops a peanut in her mouth, savoring its sweet and fragrant flavor, truly a cut above the rest. This is absolutely delicious. Everyone should harvest these and dry them for later use, whether for roasting or oil extraction. Roast? What does that mean? And what does it mean to press oil? Wadang's curiosity is piqued, his pale blue eyes wide with wonder as he observes her enthusiasm. The other orcs remain uncertain, hesitant to follow Wadang's lead. Undeterred, Wadang takes the initiative, uprooting a peanut plant that yields an impressive harvest, prompting the others to grumble about the bounty. With a clean peanut in hand, he tosses it into his mouth and begins to chew. Yang Xiaomi, relishing the flavorful peanuts, speaks in a mysterious tone. As for the uses and preparation of these peanuts, they are as long as a piece of cloth. I will tell you more when I have the time. Delicious. These peanuts are so fragrant. I will take your word for it, Wadang replies, savoring the nuts with a blissful expression. The oil from peanuts is even more fragrant. It has countless uses, particularly for ing. Yang Xiaomi enthuses, eager to experience dishes cooked with peanut oil. Wadang gazes at Yang Xiaomi with newfound admiration. You must surely be a celestial being sent to me, a goddess bestowing sustenance upon our tribe. Chapter 28. An awkward scene indeed. I am the goddess sister, Yang Xiaomi replies playfully, a proud smile gracing her lips as she tilts her eyes upward, exuding a charming aura. How wonderful. My partner is a goddess. Wadang beams, his handsome face radiating sunshine as he reveals a set of pearly white teeth. Wow, his teeth are remarkably well kept, and he hasn't even brushed them. Yang Xiaomi feels an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Though she feigns annoyance, correcting him, I am not your partner. Wadang's expression shifts instantly, a chill replacing his earlier warmth as he grips her shoulders, pulling her possessively into his embrace, encased in his robust, masculine presence. Yang Xiaomi's fair cheeks flush crimson. She glares at him, but from this angle, his features appear even more chiseled, exuding an irresistible allure. Dangerously so, as her heart races uncontrollably. In this intimate posture, they gaze into each other's eyes. Wadang's longing gaze igniting a fire within Yang Xiaomi, creating a scene that resembles a public display of affection. The other orcs watch with varying expressions, some discussing the spectacle. Are they planning to mate here? They seem to be in heat. They murmur amongst themselves, adding to Yang Xiaomi's embarrassment. She would never engage in such an act publicly. The thought is mortifying. Struggling to regain her composure, she raises her small fists and playfully thumps Wadang's firm chest. Let go of me. Release me. However, Wadang remains unfazed by their comments, holding her tighter, his grip only intensifying. His eyes flicker with irritation. Yang Xiaomi spoke as her light figure swiftly made its way towards the riverbank. Chapter 29. A Tooth Broken. The weeds by the river were uneven in height, some towering over Yang Xiaomi, while others barely reached her ankles. She navigated through the shorter grass until she reached the river. The water was shallow. She dipped her foot in, discovering that the shallow part reached her knees. The surface shimmered with light, occasionally dotted with floating petals and leaves. The water was crystal clear, revealing glimpses of fish swimming beneath. As an adventurer, Yang Xiaomi felt a profound interest in exploring this mysterious world, her gaze darting around in search of wonders. Suddenly, she caught sight of something glimmering with a golden hue that flashed before her eyes. What was happening? She rubbed her eyes and focused intently, realizing that there was an object in the riverbed sand, sparkling under the sunlight like a myriad of stars. With an excited heart, she approached the source of the golden light, anticipation bubbling within her. The golden glimmer flickered intermittently in the clear water as she bent down, carefully observing the spot. With gentle motions, she began to dig in the sand, retrieving a golden object the size of a soybean. What a delightful surprise! There is gold in this river. Perhaps it is a vast gold mine. Yang Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, gold! Gold! We've struck it rich! What gold? Can it be eaten?" At that moment, Wadang, closely following behind like a shadow, curiously took the golden nugget from Yang Xiaomi's hand and popped it into his mouth without hesitation. "You can't eat that," Yang Xiaomi shouted, but it was already too late. A loud crunch echoed. Wadang furrowed his attractive brows, his eyes reflecting pain as he rubbed his jaw. Yang Xiaomi, concerned, looked at him anxiously. "Your tooth isn't broken, is it?" "I'm fine. My teeth are strong enough to bite through wood and stone." Although Wadang's teeth ached, seeing Yang Xiaomi's worry made the pain dissipate quickly, and a smile crept into his eyes. "That's good." Yang Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief, puzzled by her sudden concern for Wadang. Perhaps it was because her survival now depended on him. She mused to herself. Yang Xiaomi understood that gold is soft and wouldn't have broken Wadang's teeth. Had it been iron, luck might not have been on their side. Wadang spat out the gold nugget. "This thing doesn't taste good, and it hurts my teeth." Yang Xiaomi picked up the nugget that had fallen into the river, rinsed it in the water, and carefully held it in her hands. "This is a precious item. We can use it to make bowls and chopsticks, create beautiful decorations, even various industrial goods that we could take it to the outside world and exchange it for a lot of money." Bowl, chopsticks, decorations, industrial goods, money. What are all these things? Can they be eaten? Wadang listened, bewildered, not understanding her words. "Heavens, can you not associate everything with food?" Yang Xiaomi stifled a laugh, knowing they were unfamiliar with 20th century concepts and that food was their primary concern. She explained to Wadang about currency exchange, alchemy, gold trading, and gold prices, sharing her knowledge with him. After listening, Wadang raised his brows a few times, appearing to understand only partially. He tousled his fluffy hair and agreed with her. "You handle this. I'll arrange for them to assist you." "Thank you." Seeing his unwavering support despite his confusion, Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but express her gratitude. "What is thank you? I often don't understand what you say," Wadang asked. His expression one of puzzlement. Chapter 30. Why is your face red? "You helped me, and I am grateful to you," Yang Xiaomi explained, her spirits lifted as she turned her attention back to searching the river for gold. "From now on, don't say thank you to me. You are my mate. I am meant to protect and assist you." Wadang spoke with a commanding tone, his hand reaching out to gently touch her fair cheek before patting her shoulder. Yang Xiaomi turned her head to evade, feeling a warmth in her heart. Wadang was indeed quite kind to her, but she wondered how long this attitude would last. Perhaps it would change by tomorrow. For now, however, Yang Xiaomi simply wished to diligently transform this world. ensuring she could live well and achieve great things. She focused intently on finding gold, planning to craft a personal golden bowl that it feels so cool and comfortable in the water. With this heat, mate, don't bother picking anymore. Let us have a bath together. Wadang, in a particularly good mood, suddenly resembled a child as he shed the vibrant bee skin around his waist, his strong, elongated body slipping into the deeper waters of the river with practiced ease. That moment. As Yang Xiaomi looked up, she was caught off guard and saw everything. Oh no! Wadang's male anatomy was impressively robust, causing Yang Xiaomi's face to flush crimson as she quickly covered her face, embarrassed to look, yet unable to resist sneaking glances through her fingers. Mate, come, let us wash together. Wadang, completely unashamed, stood up in the water, his body glistening, and reached out his furry hands towards her with enthusiasm. Though Wadang was covered in fur, he possessed a tall and magnificent physique. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees along the riverbank, illuminating his strong form and radiating an irresistible masculine charm. Yang Xiaomi's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her heart racing wildly. She shyly lowered her gaze, pretending to be interested in the riverbed. I'm only interested in collecting gold today. You should gather more for me. It will be of great use, and we'll become rich. What does become rich mean? Is it more interesting than bathing together? Wadang asked. Puzzled, swimming closer to her, a splash of crystalline water erupted, dousing Yang Xiaomi's face. Yang Xiaomi furrowed her delicate brows, wiping droplets from her face, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Wadang. He stood tall, his short, slightly curled fur failing to conceal his powerful physique. His V-shaped torso, defined abs, and long muscular legs were the epitome of the male form, complemented by his strikingly handsome features. That moment, he stood before Yang Xiaomi without any modesty, proudly showcasing his masculine essence. Whether by intention or chance, he even rubbed his body with his hands, exuding an irresistible allure. Yang Xiaomi's cheeks flamed, and she awkwardly looked down, feeling as though mischievous little monkeys were causing a ruckus inside her. Having grown up, this was her first time seeing a male body so intimately, especially one exuding such a strong masculine presence. Her nose felt warm, and she hurriedly touched it, fearing she might bleed from it. Mate, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Wadang asked with concern, reaching out to touch her flushed cheek, his eyes filled with affectionate worry. Chapter 31. Collecting Gold. The beastmen here were all covered in fur, making it difficult to notice when they blushed, and they were not easily embarrassed. Yang Xiaomi, with her fair skin, turned particularly cute and pitiful when she blushed, evoking a strong protective instinct in Wadang. Oh no, am I infatuated with the beastmen? What am I thinking? Calm down, calm down. The cool river water from Wadang's hand brought Yang Xiaomi back to her senses. She feigned a stern expression and pushed his hand away. Stop it. Put on your beast skin in front of you. It makes no difference whether I wear it or not. You will see it sooner or later. Wadang's light blue eyes sparkled like the clear sky, devoid of any sense of shyness. Oh dear. Teaching the beastmen civility is not a task that can be accomplished with mere words. Yang Xiaomi felt embarrassed and could only avert her gaze from his vital areas, focusing instead on his neck and above. Having read extensively about the lifestyles of ancient beastmen, Yang Xiaomi understood that they typically wore leaves or animal skins, or were completely unclothed in this world. Not wearing clothes was unremarkable. Dressing too modestly might even raise suspicion that it would be better to wear clothing in the future. It would protect the body and enhance one's appearance. Yang Xiaomi sighed, resting her forehead in frustration, and spoke in a tone meant to persuade him. Clothing is important. What is clothing? Wadang asked, bewildered, having never heard the term before. What I'm wearing is clothing. Yang Xiaomi pointed to her cotton long-sleeve shirt and jeans. They look nice, but I don't have such clothing. Wadang glanced at the beast skin skirt he had discarded on the shore, his expression a bit troubled. I wear this. Hearing this, a sense of frustration welled up in Yang Xiaomi. She only had this one outfit, unsure how long she could wear it. For her sake, and to make the beastmen feel more comfortable, she needed to find materials to make clothes. With hopeful eyes and a determined tone, Yang Xiaomi assured him, there will be clothing in the future. I will help you make some. Mate, you can make clothing? You truly are a treasure. You can do everything. Wadang exclaimed excitedly, leaning forward and lifting her up effortlessly, spinning her around. "Hey, put me down! We should find gold first. I need a golden bowl," Yang Xiaomi shouted out, suddenly being lifted by Wadang for another round of tofu, an act to which she had started to become somewhat accustomed. Not overly panicking, she reflected on the hassle of making bamboo rods to cook soup. Besides crafting a golden bowl, she also intended to create pottery bowls, basins, and pots. There was an abundance of creations to be made. Essentially starting from scratch, she fantasized about striking gold and rewarding herself with a golden bowl, making it far more convenient to enjoy soup and meat. Arriving in this ancient beast world, she was uncertain whether she had traversed time or been swept here by a hurricane. Now, with no way back, she could only seek to improve her life and perhaps find an opportunity to return to her previous world. Wadang finally set her down gently, as if he were placing the most precious treasure in the world. His gaze was filled with affectionate admiration, sparkling with warmth. Yang Xiaomi felt her heart leap at his gaze, quickly gathering her thoughts. "Help me collect gold," she said, bending down to sift through the sand in the river for gold. The water was exceptionally clear, with the riverbed's sand a milky white, clean and fine, making the golden nuggets easily noticeable. Suddenly recalling something, she looked up at the numerous beastmen nearby, wondering if they might come over to snatch her gold. Chapter 32. How refreshing! The gold in this river had never been collected before, and it was abundant. Yang Xiaomi had hardly begun when she amassed a hefty handful of golden sand. The beastmen on the shore were busy digging for sweet potatoes, taro, and potatoes, and planting sweet potato vines, oblivious to her treasure-hunting endeavors. In the 20th century, if word got out that there was gold to be found in the river, countless people would rush over to seize it, even resorting to violence for a chance at the gold. Here, it was eerily quiet. No beastmen were attempting to steal her gold, as they lacked understanding of its value, allowing her to indulge freely. The river was long and wide, undoubtedly rich in gold, and as the gold mine slowly developed, it would be hard not to strike it rich. Yang Xiaomi joyfully collected gold, relishing the exhilarating feeling of casually gathering it. In the 20th century, purchasing gold bars or golden bowls was a luxury reserved for the wealthy. Yet here she found herself owning a gold mine, a thought that made her smile uncontrollably. Wadang eagerly responded to Yang Xiaomi's call, bending down to sift through the sand for gold as well, his movements remarkably nimble and swift, even surpassing her own collection. "Mate, I've gathered so much gold," Wadang said, looking at her with a handful of golden nuggets spread open for her to see. In no time, their combined efforts had yielded enough for a golden bowl. "Let us take a break and collect these for now," Yang Xiaomi said, straightening her back. She picked several large leaves from the riverbank, gathering the gold from Wadang's hands and her own to place them on the leaves. Earlier, she had stuffed some gold in her pants pockets, but the weight was causing her trousers to sag dangerously low. Thankfully, they weren't elastic. She decided to empty her pockets as well, placing everything on the leaves by the shore, instantly feeling a sense of relief. In this sweltering heat, the back-and-forth movements had left Yang Xiaomi drenched in sweat. Since arriving in this world, she had yet to have a proper bath, and her clothes were nearly soaked through, clinging uncomfortably to her skin along with the sweat. "I should take a proper bath," she mused, already squatting in the river, splashing the crystal-clear water onto herself. It was summer, the sun blazing fiercely, and the heat was unbearable. The refreshing, cool water made every cell in her body dance with delight. As a 20th century explorer, intelligent, knowledgeable, and capable of sea adventures, Yang Xiaomi was also an excellent swimmer. She moved gracefully through the water, practicing various strokes, backstroke, breaststroke, and more, each movement a striking display of elegance. Instantly, she captured Wadang's gaze, who watched her in awe. "Mate, you swim beautifully." Yang Xiaomi was an extraordinary presence in this beast world. Her smooth skin and well-proportioned figure outshone the furry female beastmen. Now, with her clothes damp and clinging to her form, her swimming style only accentuated her beauty. Wadang's light blue eyes sparkled with a different kind of light, his heart racing as he swam closer to her, reaching out to pull her into a firm embrace. "What are you doing?" Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, startled, instinctively trying to push him away. Wadang's breath quickened, and she could even sense the primal energy emanating from him. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Wadang leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, "Mate, I want to have cubs with you right now." Chapter 33. With or without fur, Yang Xiaomi nearly spat out blood from shock, pushing against his solid chest with all her might, but he was unyielding. Instead, she resorted to pounding him in protest. "I don't want to marry you. Let go of me." "What is marriage anyway? Can you eat it?" Wadong looked utterly bewildered, unfamiliar with this 20th century term, yet his grip on Yang Xiaomi began to grow restless. "Only if you let go will I tell you," she said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she pushed against him, appearing quite vulnerable. Nawat Wadong was not particularly concerned about her striking other areas. Rather, he dreaded her pinching the tender flesh at his waist. Indeed, the pinch caused him sharp pain, observing her flushed face. Brimming with urgency and anger, he reluctantly released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Xiaomi escaped from his embrace, retreating a few steps to maintain her distance. I could see that moment. Wadong, feeling a surge of heat coursing through him, suddenly crouched down into the water, submerging his face to cool off and extinguish the fire within his heart. Seeing him with his face buried underwater for an extended period, Yang Xiaomi grew concerned he might drown. Unable to contain herself, she gently tapped his arm, saying, "Hey, don't stay submerged for too long." Only then did Wadong rise, his posture straightening as he cast a dim gaze in her direction. Having been repeatedly spurned in his romantic advances by this cherished female, he could not help but feel a pang of discomfort in his heart. With his azure eyes, as clear as the sky, Wadong looked at her, a hint of inexplicable grievance evident. "You worry I might drown, yet refuse to bear my offspring. What does that mean? How can those two be related?" Yang Xiaomi thought. Yet, seeing Wadong, a formidable beast man, in such a pitiful state akin to an endearing neighborhood boy, made it difficult for her to maintain her stern demeanor. "Let's not overthink it. We can work together to make bowls and prepare delicious food that I can assist you with many tasks. But I want to create offspring with you first," Wadong insisted, his focus solely on the prospect of procreation with Yang Xiaomi, seemingly eager to resolve it on the spot. Such casualness made Yang Xiaomi resolutely refuse. "No. If you continue to act like this, I will run away and never return to help you find food again." Yang Xiaomi, feeling desperate, revealed her trump card, "Don't run away." Wadong immediately interjected, his eyes reflecting anxiety. He was particularly sensitive to the notion of Yang Xiaomi fleeing, as he had nearly lost her once before. In a flurry, Wadong grasped her hand tightly, fearing she might vanish. His expression grew serious and earnest as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Do not leave, that I will be anxious, and it will sadden me." Witnessing his distress stirred a complex array of emotions in Yang Xiaomi. It was clear he feared her departure, a vulnerability she could exploit for her protection, yet it also moved her inexplicably. "I want to leave, but you must listen to me," she affirmed, nodding as she set forth her condition. Wadong, accustomed to commanding others and unaccustomed to being directed, felt compelled to comply, fearful of inciting Yang Xiaomi's anger. He nodded obediently. "I will listen to you." With her spirits lifted, Yang Xiaomi gracefully navigated through the river, searching for useful items, while Wadong followed closely behind, ever the dutiful protector. Suddenly, they came across a vast expanse of white clay along the riverbank, nestled between the lush grass and clear water, exuding an exquisite hue reminiscent of a lifelike Chinese painting. Chapter 35. White clay. Yang Xiaomi hurried over, scooping up a handful of the white clay. Testing its texture with her hands, it was sticky and thick, perfect for pottery, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, this is amazing!" White clay. Wadong too took a handful, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then gazing at it curiously. "Are you planning to eat this? Can it be consumed?" As he spoke, he playfully licked the white clay from his hand, smearing it across his nose, creating a comical sight that was utterly charming. "Ha ha! You have clay all over your nose. White nose." Yang Xiaomi laughed heartily, reminding him, "But this clay isn't for eating. That it can be used to make pottery, which will yield many delicious and useful items." "What is pottery?" Wadong inquired, his interest piqued by Yang Xiaomi's evident as he wiped his nose. The clay only smeared further, leaving his face a comical mess reminiscent of a peeking opera clown. "Ha! You should wash your face," Yang Xiaomi chuckled, bending over in mirth. You look wonderful when you smile, Wadang exclaimed. Unable to suppress his laughter, his gaze filled with admiration as he reached out to touch her face. Don't, quickly wash up. Yang Xiaomi retreated a few steps, her expression turning serious, feigning anger. Seeing her upset, Wadang immediately complied, bowing his head to wash the clay from his face in the river. Only then did Yang Xiaomi earnestly explain some steps involved in pottery making. This pottery is made from white clay. First, we need to dig it up, and then... Wadang listened intently, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, he leaped onto the riverbank, dramatically gesturing as if to the heavens, puffing out his cheeks and producing sharp whistling sounds 3 times. Phew! 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 His movements were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a scene from a sci-fi film, leaving Yang Xiaomi thoroughly entertained, lamenting the absence of a camera to capture this moment, as her phone had been lost long ago. She mused that one day, when time allowed, she would sketch this vivid scene, as she had a keen interest in art and had studied it diligently. The beastmen, who had been digging for sweet potatoes in the nearby fields, heard Wadang's distinctive whistle and, upon seeing his gesture, promptly dropped their work and rushed to the riverbank. Caught in a reverie while watching Wadang, Yang Xiaomi was startled by the sudden influx of beastmen, their approach resembling a battleground, prompting her to instinctively step back. The beastmen halted at the riverbank, their expressions a mix of curiosity and tension as they awaited their leader's command. The elder female beastman, Yama, with her somewhat murky eyes, inquired with a hint of apprehension, Wadang, is there an urgent matter? Wadang immediately scooped up a large handful of white clay, gesturing toward the clay deposit. We need to collect this white clay to create bowls and dishes for drinking soup and consuming food. It has numerous applications. Upon hearing this, several beastmen hurried to excavate some white clay, even tasting it to gauge its flavor and texture, engaging in animated discussions. Bowl and dishes? What are those? This clay is soft and unstable. How can it be used for soup and food? Is this clay edible? Chapter 36. A demonstration. Some beastmen even stuffed the white clay into their mouths, their faces contorting in disgust. Cough, cough, this is terrible. Those who had tasted it quickly spat it out, their faces and mouths smeared with white clay, while others stood bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Yang Xiaomi, witnessing this comical scene, nearly burst into laughter, urging them with a grin, "Everyone, please don't eat it. This is not food. After shaping and firing, this white clay will transform into sturdy pottery with many uses." Pottery. How does one use it? Yama's eyes brightened with curiosity as she gazed at Yang Xiaomi. With confidence, Yang Xiaomi elaborated, it has countless uses. Eating, cooking, making soups, holding items. There are simply too many to recount. Cooking soup? That sounds wonderful. How do we make it? Yama eagerly inquired, recalling the delicious wild rabbit soup, licking her parched lips with a look of anticipation on her weathered face. Yang Xiaomi's mind brimmed with knowledge. During her travels in the 20th century, she had dabbled in DIY pottery-making projects and had researched the craft. Her memory was sharp, allowing her to recall the process effortlessly. She swiftly dug up a handful of white clay and began to demonstrate, crafting bowls, plates, and pots with her nimble fingers, despite the lack of modern tools. You all should dig up the white clay and take it back to create these pottery molds. Then, make a large pit using stones and clay. Place the molds inside. Seal it up, and fire it. Some beastmen stared in bewilderment, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue, while others nodded thoughtfully, though skepticism lingered. A few began to voice their doubts. Will this actually work? Does the clay really need to be fired? Are we being deceived? Wadang, should we? Seeing Yang Xiaomi's explanation concluded, Wadang noticed the lingering skepticism among the beastmen, their expressions rife with uncertainty. Yang Xiaomi, feeling a tinge of exasperation, raised her hands in a gesture of reassurance, glancing at Wadang. It truly works. Trust me, I believe you. You are my partner and would not lead me astray. Wadang gazed at her with unwavering admiration, promptly raising his hand in agreement. Turning to the other beastmen, he adopted the authoritative demeanor of a leader, issuing commands. Let us proceed, as she said. You, and you will gather sweet potatoes. You, and you will excavate clay to make pottery. If you have questions, ask me. Wadang possesses remarkable intelligence and an extraordinary memory, flawlessly recalling the skills that Yang Xiaomi just imparted regarding the crafting of porcelain. He promptly organizes a contingent of orcs from his tribe to excavate clay and construct pottery, such as bowls, dishes, and basins. At this moment, Wadang exudes the commanding presence of a wise and authoritative king, and his obedient demeanor evokes an impression of a devoted husband following his wife's lead. Alas, she finds herself infatuated once more with the fur-clad Wadang, struggling to regain her composure. With so many powerful orcs at his command, he truly has formidable allies. Observing their industriousness gives her a sense of commanding an army. Seeing that she has no immediate tasks at hand, Yang Xiaomi's thoughts drift to the bag of gold dust she had left by the riverside, and she intends to retrieve it. The young male orc, Azitzi, has not accompanied the others but trails closely behind Yang Xiaomi. Of T14, he stands tall, even surpassing Yang Xiaomi in height, yet his face still carries the innocence of youth. His gaze toward her is filled with unwavering admiration and affection. At this moment, Azitzi closely follows Yang Xiaomi, embodying the role of a devoted protector, inciting a wave of jealousy in Wadang. Xiaomi, elder sister, you are truly remarkable. You understand everything, Azitzi exclaims with unabashed admiration. Indeed, I am capable of anything and everything, Yang Xiaomi replies, tilting her head slightly, her lips curving into a smile that radiates joy. Xiaomi, elder sister, your smile is enchanting, and with your prowess, you must surely be sent by the heavens to aid us, Azitzi exclaims excitedly, leaning against her and instinctively resting his hand on her shoulder. Not perceiving any ulterior motive from the youthful Azitzi, Yang Xiaomi affectionately ruffles his tousled hair, smiling gently. Yes, that is my purpose. I'm here to help transform your lives. While she cannot fully articulate her origins, whether swept away by a hurricane or having traversed time, she believes it to be a divine arrangement. If you were to become my mate, I would be immensely happy, Azitzi declares, his gaze brimming with admiration and respect, tinged with affection. Oh, this audacious young one speaks boldly. Exhibiting an innocent straightforwardness, their banter escalates, accompanied by playful antics. Wadang's jealousy intensifies, his eyes igniting with fury. He abruptly seizes Azitzi by the arm, lifting him as one might a small rabbit. Wadang's towering stature, standing nearly 2 meters tall, coupled with his immense strength and agility, leaves Azitzi momentarily stunned. With a swift motion, Azitzi is flung onto the bank, colliding with several branches before rolling onto the grass. Nearly falling apart in the process, in pain, Azitzi struggles to rise, his body racked with cramps. Though he refrains from retaliating against Wadang, he yearns to remain by Yang Xiaomi's side. Get away, Wadang coldly commands Azitzi, his voice imbued with an icy indifference that sends shivers down Yang Xiaomi's spine. Recognizing Azitzi's immaturity, Wadang refrains from more severe punishment, though his ire is palpable. Wadang, I wish to accompany Xiaomi, elder sister. Azitzi persists, undeterred, as he gingerly examines his injured arm and leaps back into the river, making his way toward Yang Xiaomi. Return to where you belong, or I shall take you. Wadang, sensing her reluctance, felt a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, yet he was loath to press her. Seizing the moment, Yang Xiaomi deftly pushed his hand away, spun around with agility, and hurried a few steps to retrieve the dazzling golden ingot. The gold felt heavy in her palm, a delightful windfall, and it appeared the river still harbored many more treasures. This was undoubtedly a gold mine, one that she vowed to exploit judiciously in the future. At this moment, her spirits soared, and she couldn't help but hum a catchy tune from the 20th century, her light steps meandering carefreely until she inadvertently stepped on a large crab that Wadang had discarded on the shore. The crab, still alive, glared at her with its large, transparent eyes that resembled glass beads and began to inch closer. She bent down, intending to pick up the creature. Wadang ascended the bank and immediately cautioned her. Be careful, do not touch that crab. There are many around here, and they often injure our kin. They breed rapidly, and once they start fighting, it feels endless. And no need to fight. We can eat it. It's excellent food. Quite expensive and packed with protein. Cooked, it's absolutely delicious, Yang Xiaomi replied, her eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at the crab. Images of rich, yellow crab roe and tender, succulent crab meat flooded her mind. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a delicacy, and she couldn't suppress a swallow as her stomach growled in hunger. This clawed beast can be consumed? What if it's toxic? Wadang exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. It can be eaten. When cooked, it transforms into an exquisite river delicacy, Yang Xiaomi cheerfully asserted, already picking up the disabled crab that Wadang had injured, intending to take it home for a feast. However, when she lifted it, she was astounded by its weight, at least 20 pounds. This time, a satisfying meal was guaranteed. Upon witnessing this, Wadang rushed over in a panic, snatching the crab and tossing it to the ground. Do not take it. This creature is poisonous and should not be consumed carelessly. He urged that it can be eaten, Yang Xiaomi insisted, her longing for the crab's flavor overwhelming her reluctance to abandon it. She bent down to retrieve it once more and began making her way back to the tribe. Trust me, do not eat it. Wadang followed closely, his concern palpable as he attempted to dissuade her. Relax, I've eaten plenty before, and it was incredibly delicious. Just let me cook it when we return. You needn't worry about me stealing your share, she assured him, brimming with confidence, seeing her unwavering determination. Wadang felt it futile to argue further. The fact that such a beautiful female would willingly consume such a peculiar creature baffled him. He furrowed his brow. Do not eat everything. This creature looks strange, and it may be toxic. I do not wish for you to come to harm. Yang Xiaomi was resolute about her desire to eat the crab. I have helped you find so many delicious foods without issue. What are you so worried about? There is no poison. Trust me. I would never harm myself. This is truly a delectable treat. As she spoke, she thrust the large crab into Wadang's hands. Here, hold this. I will gather some ingredients. Chapter 40. Anticipation. Wadang had no choice but to accept the hefty crab, glancing at it with disbelief. The idea of eating crab seemed utterly preposterous. His furrowed brow could have crushed an ant. While Yang Xiaomi had indeed helped the tribe discover plenty of food, it had all been plant-based. This was an animal, and a rather odd one at that a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Eating crab without accompaniments would be lacking. They needed at least some ginger or the like. That he scanned the surroundings, realizing that this place was devoid of resources, requiring far more effort and determination than starting from scratch. At this moment, Yang Xiaomi's clothing was still damp, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. She casually plucked some branches from nearby, patting her clothes as she walked, drying them quickly. Towering trees with dense foliage loomed around her, resembling immense green clouds that shielded her from the harsh sun, preventing her from being scorched. The gentle mountain breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound, and she felt a refreshing coolness as she ambled through the grove, her garments drying swiftly. After days of a meat-centered diet, Yang Xiaomi, accustomed to a balanced diet from the 20th century, found herself craving a wider variety of foods, although sweet potatoes and taro had become staples. She longed for an abundance of other delicacies. As she continued walking, her gaze fell upon a cluster of upright, slender trees slightly taller than her own height. She snapped one, peeling back the bark to reveal it was indeed hemp. A delightful discovery. She recalled how, in her childhood, her family cultivated hemp trees, stripping the bark to sell to textile factories. The white hemp stalks were often fashioned into toys, and she was pleasantly surprised to find them here as well. Now in need of a change of clothing, the hemp bark could serve as material. Though it was not of the finest quality, it was nonetheless a resource. Choosing not to harvest the hemp just yet, she marked the location in her mind and pressed on. This valley was relatively flat, with a nearby river and sparse trees, yet various weeds flourished abundantly. The sight filled her with excitement, as it resembled a natural farm, brimming with an array of vegetables: red beans, yellow beans, winter melons, cucumbers, wild mushrooms, reishi mushrooms, and pumpkins. These plants were impressively robust, and she recognized them all. Her heart racing with as an explorer, she possessed a keen instinct for survival and a solid understanding of various plants' properties. Faced with such an abundance of valuable food, she felt compelled not only to teach the orcs how to eat, but also to encourage them to eat healthily. Food could easily be depleted, so it was crucial to cultivate and plant more, even to graft superior varieties. This moment, she yearned for vinegar, soy sauce, and ginger to accompany the crab. That would be a heavenly feast. However, the soy sauce and vinegar were still unattainable, and she would need to wait until the clay pot was ready before proceeding. For now, she simply hoped to locate some ginger swiftly, her eyes scanning the area, spotting a patch of dense, low-growing shrubs with sharp, slender leaves. She immediately recognized them as sand ginger. Her heart raced with excitement as she dashed over. Yay! Finally, I found some ingredients. With the exuberance of a child, Yang Xiaomi skipped towards the ginger shoots, pulling one vigorously from the sandy soil, which made it easy to extract several rows of sand ginger. She crushed a bit of the ginger's skin, releasing a fragrant aroma. Though small, only the size of her thumb, it was undoubtedly a high-quality find. Yang Xiaomi was in high spirits. Crab paired with sand ginger promised to be an eagerly anticipated feast. However, she couldn't help but notice Wadang's troubled expression trailing behind her. Chapter 41. I am not poisonous. Wadang had been following closely, observing her excitement as she unearthed the edible plant. He took a piece of sand ginger, sniffed it, and looked at her with confusion. You don't want to live? This plant has a strange odor. It might be toxic. Do you not eat just anything? Humph. You're the one who has toxic. This sand ginger is harmless, Yang Xiaomi retorted with a playful pout, chuckling at his overreaction. Are you trying to die by eating these things? Wadang snapped, his expression turning angry. If you die, I will have no mate. Do not eat it. In a fit of frustration, he tossed the sand ginger to the ground. This moment, Wadang seemed incredibly childish. Yang Xiaomi sighed, exasperated by his sensitivity. She had merely made a flippant remark about toxicity, an unintentional comment. Yet, she was touched by his earnest concern. It was clear he cared for her deeply. Such a minor event stirred such fervor in him. But alas, she had no desire to marry a furry beast. She still needed to rely on Wadang and wished not to cause him distress. So she patiently reassured him. Rest assured, I have no intention of dying. I wish to thrive. Please do not discard it. Sand ginger is quite useful, especially for cooking and enhancing the flavor of crab. Wadang's expression softened somewhat as he regarded her seriously, then glanced at the sand ginger on the ground. His handsome mouth twitched as he clarified, I am not poisonous that I know. You are not poisonous. I merely made a casual remark, she replied, but sand ginger is indeed edible. Trust me on this. Wadang, behaving rather childishly, made Yang Xiaomi want to laugh, yet she restrained herself, speaking to him in a gentle tone. With a sigh of relief, Wadang smiled, his striking features, a strong nose, charming smile, and clear, elongated blue eyes, radiated warmth and purity, captivating Yang Xiaomi and leaving her momentarily mesmerized. Mate, is there something on my face? Wadang asked, noticing her gaze lingering on him as he brushed his hand across his cheek. Oh, am I having a moment of infatuation with this beast? Yang Xiaomi thought, quickly composing herself. T.O. mask her fluster. She reached out and playfully ruffled the fur on his cheek, casually remarking, a leaf has fallen on your face. My mate, you are truly wonderful, Wadang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped her hand firmly, his smile radiating brilliance that seemed to defy time. Yang Xiaomi felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks, her heart racing. Wadang, do you realize that your smile could make any woman's heart race uncontrollably? She thought, trying to regain her composure as she withdrew her hand. I'm hungry. Let us hasten back and prepare something to eat. Wadang, filled with concern for her apparent hunger, reluctantly released her grip, lowering her gaze to pick up the sand ginger, while clutching the large crab and following Yang Xiaomi back home. Upon their return to the tribe, those tasked with digging clay for pottery and constructing cellars were busily engaged in the open space beside the cave. Some orcs were relatively cooperative, yet others harbored resentment, particularly Duo and Azitzi, who were envious of Wadang's relationship with Yang Xiaomi. The two walked closely together, exchanging laughter and conversation, exuding a sense of intimacy that was strikingly evident. Wadang smiled at Yang Xiaomi, her demeanor obedient and submissive, a sight that was quite dazzling. Duo was the first to cease her work, looking at Wadang with a pout of protest, deliberately raising her voice to declare, this unidentified female has our chief at her beck and call. What gives her the right? Chapter 42. The third uncle causes trouble again if this female turns out to be a villain, and Wadang is bewitched by her. Our tribe will be doomed. An elderly female orc named Wadang remarked to the surrounding orcs. The elder male orc, third uncle, observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Casting a distant glance at Yang Xiaomi, could this female be deliberately sent by another tribe to sow discord among us, ultimately leading to our demise? That seems unlikely. The food she found is quite delicious. Yama quickly defended Yang Xiaomi, though she too felt a twinge of doubt. She looks different from us, her skin delicate and fair. If Wadang becomes infatuated with her, it would be easy for her to cause harm to our tribe. Wadang wore a worried expression, scanning the others with weary eyes. But I just ate sweet potatoes, and they were truly delectable. I'm fine now, protested the young Orcazitsi, displeased with the remarks against Yang Xiaomi. Xiaomi has brought back something strange. I wonder if it's edible. The elderly female orc Yama, upon seeing Yang Xiaomi return with the enormous crab in Wadang's hands, expressed her anticipation with a slight smirk. Yama, this is a big crab, incredibly delicious. Yang Xiaomi responded with a beaming smile, raising the sand ginger in her hand and taking the enormous crab from Wadang. This is a monster. It's not edible. Eating it would cause your stomach to rot, and you would die. The staunch representative, third uncle, interjected with alarm, shaking his head nervously at Yang Xiaomi, his disheveled white hair standing on end, revealing his anxiety. Seeing this, Wadang, concerned for Yang Xiaomi's safety, patted third uncle's shoulder reassuringly. Third uncle. Don't worry, Xiaomi says it's edible. Yang Xiaomi smiled gently, adding, and it's exceptionally delicious. I guarantee that after one taste, you'll be hooked. Third uncle appeared puzzled, yet with Wadang's endorsement, he fell silent. Unable to voice his concerns, the younger orcs, hearing of the delicious treat, bounded over excitedly. Sister Xiaomi, I want to eat too. However, they were quickly pulled back by several older female orcs, who scolded them while wielding small sticks. Don't eat recklessly. What if you die? Disregarding the peculiar gazes of the orcs, Yang Xiaomi directly placed a large crab over the fire to roast. Numerous wild orcs gathered around, their eyes sparkling as they chattered eagerly. Is this really okay? Can we eat this? It's turning red. Yang Xiaomi crouched beside the fire, calmly using long bamboo chopsticks to turn the large crab, her anticipation building as she observed the shell turning a vibrant red. Wadang placed a piece of wood under Yang Xiaomi. Sit while it roasts. Yang Xiaomi, unceremoniously, settled down to roast the crab, while Wadang watched with a mixture of curiosity and concern in his pale blue eyes. Is it really delicious? Yang Xiaomi turned to look at him, momentarily captivated by his handsome expression. Although she had seen Wadang many times, he still bore an astonishing allure. His fur, though fluffy, complemented a well-proportioned physique and striking features. Once he successfully shed his fur, he would undoubtedly be extraordinarily handsome. Ugh, Yang Xiaomi, what are you thinking? He is an orc. Yang Xiaomi gathered her thoughts and explained, I haven't tried roasting crab before. Boiling it in a pot would undoubtedly taste better, but since I haven't found a pot yet, roasting is the only option for now. Please hold this stick and turn it occasionally to avoid burning it, she instructed, placing the large crab in Wadang's hands. Yang Xiaomi surveyed her surroundings, determined to undertake a significant endeavor related to the delectable crab. Chapter 43. Roll. Although this place boasted picturesque mountains and clear waters with fresh air, there was not even a single broken tile to be found. Everything was new and yet to be crafted. Yang Xiaomi utilized a stone knife to peel the ginger skin, aspiring to create ginger paste. But without a juicer or even a cutting board, she was at a loss. Yet clever as I am, there is always a way. Yang Xiaomi encouraged herself, undeterred, her bright eyes scanning for a solution. Soon, a smile graced her lips as she picked up 2 clean stone slabs. Washed them and placed the ginger on a slightly concave stone. The 2 stones worked in tandem, swiftly transforming the sand ginger into ginger paste. The fragrant aroma of the ginger wafted through the air, both aromatic and mildly spicy. She retrieved a small pouch of salt from her pocket and added a pinch to the mixture. Finally, the ginger sauce was ready. Pleased with her accomplishment, Yang Xiaomi joyfully returned to Wadang's side. What is this? Azitzi had approached, her fluffy fingers unexpectedly scooping some ginger sauce to taste. Though Yang Xiaomi felt a twinge of disdain for Azitzi's unhygienic behavior, she knew the orcs were accustomed to such ways. So she reluctantly raised her eyebrows in warning. Next time, use chopsticks. We must prioritize hygiene. Hygiene? What is that? Is it delicious? Azitzi inquired, gazing at Yang Xiaomi with adoration while licking her fingers. Hygiene means being clean. It's good for your health. Remember to use chopsticks next time you eat. Yang Xiaomi patiently explained that if you have something delicious next time, you must let me taste it first, and I'll agree to your request. Azitzi innocently proposed a condition. Go away. I'm looking out for you. You're still making demands. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Yang Xiaomi rolled her eyes in playful defiance. Seeing Yang Xiaomi's displeasure, yet still finding her beautiful, Azitzi's eyes sparkled. Sister Xiaomi, you look great when you're fierce. The little rascal's flattery made Yang Xiaomi chuckle. Wadang, observing from the side, felt a surge of jealousy and kicked Azitzi, his tone icy. Stop staring at my mate. Go back to work. Azitzi stumbled back, getting kicked to the ground and rolling a few times in the mud before standing up. Looking pitifully at Yang Xiaomi, Sister Xiaomi, Wadang hit me. Chapter 44. Eating with delight. Why did you kick him? He's just a child. Yang Xiaomi scolded Wadang, displeased. After all, Azitzi was merely a child. And she believed Wadang should not resort to such violence against him. I'm the only one who can be by your side. He's a male, so he can't be close to you. Wadang clearly expressed, a hint of jealousy evident in his tone. All right then. Wadang is actually jealous of an underage little orc. How childish. Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but tease, finding it amusing that Wadang could feel jealousy. And such trivial jealousy at that. What childishness? I don't understand. With an anxious gaze, Wadang was rendered speechless, daring not to confront Yang Xiaomi, and thus had to rush over to kick Azitzi, upon seeing Wadang charge at him with an intimidating presence. Reminiscent of a millennia-old glacier, Azitzi hurriedly fled like the wind. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaomi, having cut several small bamboo stalks in the nearby bamboo grove, crafted a substantial pile of bamboo chopsticks and made her way to the campfire to wait for a meal. The pillow-sized crab, its shell charred to a reddish-yellow and black hue, appeared thoroughly cooked. She placed the crab on a clean large stone and utilized a smaller stone to crack it open. The onlookers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, gazed on in bewilderment as a crowd began to gather, their eyes wide with curiosity at a fragrant aroma of succulent crab meat wafted into the air, causing Yang Xiaomi's nose to twitch involuntarily. She picked up the tender, white crab meat with her chopsticks, dipped it lightly in some sand ginger paste, and brought it to her mouth. Wow, the flavor is absolutely divine, she exclaimed, nearly swallowing her tongue in delight. With a giggle, she realized the crab was perfectly cooked and she could indulge in a grand feast. Yang Xiaomi found it impossible to stop eating. Usually one to share, she now forgot her generosity, focusing solely on savoring the delectable crab meat. Wadang observed her with a mix of confusion and longing, the enticing aroma stirring his appetite, yet he remained still. The other beastmen watched Yang Xiaomi in astonishment, their mouths watering at the fragrant scent, yet they hesitated to partake. Uncle San, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, sat on a nearby stone, observing the scene with a peculiar expression, and exclaimed loudly, "If she eats recklessly, I cannot stop her. You all must not indulge, for this creature may bring misfortune." Not at all. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. This food is nutritious and delicious. You should try it too, Yang Xiaomi replied, unperturbed by Uncle San's caution. Understanding his old-fashioned mindset, she picked up some crab meat with another pair of chopsticks, dipped it in sand ginger sauce, and offered it to the onlooking beastmen, saying, "Here, everyone, let us enjoy the crab together." Several small beastmen could no longer contain themselves, snatching the crab meat from her chopsticks and devouring it eagerly, observing their instinctive return to using their hands. Discarding the chopsticks, Yang Xiaomi frowned and anxiously admonished, "That's unsanitary. You must eat with chopsticks. Otherwise, I want to share." Having tasted the exquisite crab meat, the small beastmen were unwilling to forego the opportunity. Eager to continue their feast, they promptly nodded in agreement, declaring, "All right, we will use chopsticks. We want to eat lots of crab." With that, they scrambled to pick up the chopsticks and clumsily began to grasp the crab meat. Though their technique was awkwardly unfamiliar, Yang Xiaomi watched as they flocked around the large crab, their eyes sparkling with delight, as though they would devour even the shell. initially intending to savor a hearty crab feast herself. She found herself only half-sated before her portion was snatched away. With a resigned shake of her head, she smiled and playfully scolded, "Oh dear, I've encountered a pack of hungry little gluttons." Holding the last remaining piece of crab leg, she intended to relish it slowly, but Wadang suddenly intervened, grasping her hand to stop her. Chapter 45. Uncle San and several other elder beastmen, witnessing the young one's reckless consumption, hurried over to intervene. "Do not eat carelessly. This creature is too peculiar. Be cautious of potential poisoning." A dong-dong, while dodging stuffed crab meat into his mouth, excitedly shouting, "Delicious! I want to eat a lot, even if it poisons me." "Wadang, you need to control them. You're the leader of our tribe. What if something goes wrong? You can't always heed Xiaomi's words." Uncle San urged, his voice filled with urgency. The beastmen of the tribe numbered fewer than 100, yet they all held Wadang in high esteem, obediently following his guidance. With differing opinions now swirling among them, all eyes turned to Wadang, awaiting his response that, in truth, Wadang shared their concerns about the crab's potential toxicity. While he chose to trust Yang Xiaomi, he still harbored his own doubts. Watching Yang Xiaomi relish the meal and noticing how much the little ones enjoyed it, he observed that after a considerable time of eating, no one appeared to suffer any ill effects, suggesting it was safe. Coupled with the fact that the food Yang Xiaomi had previously found had proven to be good, Wadang's doubts began to dissipate. And he too became curious, eager to taste it himself, having never tried it before. Extending his furry hand, he reached for the last remaining crab leg at her grasp, his gaze softening with affection. "My partner, let us share this meal together." Yet, Yang Xiaomi brushed his hand away and handed him the chopsticks. "Use them like I do. This is far more hygienic. Why all this fuss about hygiene? Is it truly that important?" Wadang raised a beautifully arched eyebrow, pausing mid-motion. "Maintaining hygiene ensures good health and prevents illness," Yang Xiaomi patiently explained, placing the chopsticks firmly in his hand. "Illness? What sort of illness?" Wadang queried, unable to comprehend the modern terminology, his curiosity piquing as he examined the bamboo chopsticks in his hand. Yang Xiaomi rolled her eyes, momentarily at a loss for a more detailed explanation. She casually replied, something like that, "If you don't use chopsticks, you might get sick and feel unwell." "You certainly know a lot, my partner," Wadang remarked cheerfully, giving her a thumbs up before picking up the crab meat with his chopsticks and savoring it, his pale blue eyes sparkling with delight. "Wadang, why are you eating too?" Uncle San coughed in panic, nearly expelling his lungs in the process. "Uncle San, worry not. Look, they've been eating for quite some time. And they're all perfectly fine, aren't they?" Yang Xiaomi, concerned for Uncle San's coughing fit, patiently reassured him. Uncle San continued to cough violently. "You must have a lung ailment. Consume some loquat and chuanbei, and you'll be cured as," she spoke. Yang Xiaomi scanned the surroundings and fortuitously spotted a loquat tree not far away, laden with golden yellow fruit. Wadang, bewildered, asked, "Loquat? For healing?" "Indeed, trust me, it's effective," Yang Xiaomi affirmed, moving closer to the tree. But it was too tall for her to reach the fruit. "A dong-dong, go pick some loquats for Uncle San," she instructed the young beast man following her. In an instant, a dong-dong transformed into a nimble little monkey, swiftly climbing the tree and quickly gathering a handful of golden loquats. When Yang Xiaomi handed the loquats to Uncle San, his face was already tinged with purple from coughing, yet he shook his head in refusal. "I want to eat this. I fear it will kill me." Chapter 46. Yang Xiaomi felt a surge of frustration, bluntly retorting to the ungrateful old man, "If you don't eat, you'll die quickly. Eating gives you a chance at longevity. If I can reach 50, I would be satisfied. Don't deceive me. No one lives to 100, Uncle Sam persisted, unwilling to eat, as beastmen in this tribe rarely lived long, and Uncle Sam himself was already in his 30s. Appearing quite worn out, "If you refuse to eat, I cannot help you," Yang Xiaomi said helplessly, tossing a loquat into her mouth and enjoying it. "Eat. If I say eat, then eat." Wadang, growing irritated, chastised Uncle San. Several wild beastmen, witnessing the scene, approached to persuade Uncle San as well. "Go on, eat. Look, Xiaomi is eating. The food is surely safe, and even if it's not, it is worth the try. Eat. Everyone eat. The loquats are deliciously sweet and refreshing. And they're good for your health, Yang Xiaomi called out, disregarding Uncle San's protests. Instantly, many beastmen began to grab loquats and devour them, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand feast, their satisfied munching echoing through the air. Seeing the loquats rapidly disappearing, Uncle San, unwilling to be left behind, stealthily grabbed one for himself and found instant relief from his throat irritation. "How is it?" "I sent it delicious. You're not coughing anymore," Yang Xiaomi teased. Noticing Uncle San sneaking a bite behind her back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Uncle San, now blushing profusely, struggled to respond, continuing to nibble on the loquat. They could see that moment. Wadang's handsome, furry face broke into a charming smile. "As delightful as the bloom of spring. You truly are a celestial being sent from above. Not only are you beautiful, but you also find such delightful food and possess the ability to heal." Wadang's gentle smile left Yang Xiaomi awestruck. Despite the short fur on his face, his features and the rugged masculinity he exuded were undeniably alluring. Yang Xiaomi found herself entranced, momentarily losing her composure, unable to suppress her infatuation for the handsome figure before her. Wadang, sensing her rapture, leaned forward, delicately caressing Yang Xiaomi's fair cheek. "I am indeed handsome. Wouldn't you be happy to be my partner?" "How vain! I would never become your partner." Yang Xiaomi snapped back to reality, pushing his hand away, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Wadang's spirits dampened, his sparkling eyes dimming momentarily, like stars obscured by clouds in the night sky. Yet he could not bring himself to press her further. Speaking with a tone laced with respect, "What would it take for you to agree? First, let us discuss the pots, pans, and the development and transformation of this world." Yang Xiaomi shifted the topic of conversation. Her current focus was on the grand vision of transforming the world of beasts. She contemplated the possibility of altering this foreign realm through her intellect. An invigorating surge of energy coursed through her, akin to the rush one feels from a shot of adrenaline. Observing that Wadang was also relishing the crabs, the other orcs rushed over to seize the remnants of the crab meat. Within moments, their faces radiated with a delightful excitement. "It truly is quite delectable." Soon, the scant crab meat was devoured, prompting several orcs to make their way toward the nearby stream, exclaiming, "There are more over there. Let us catch some to roast." Meanwhile, Yang Xiaomi had nearly finished her own share and decided to roast a few more taro roots, her belly now comfortably full. She marveled at the unexpected abundance of food and drink in this place. Suddenly yearning to study everything around her, wishing to linger for a while, it was time to prepare for her newfound life of comfort. Chapter 47. The fierce transformed into a gentle soul. Wadang did not join the other orcs in their quest for crabs in the river. Instead, he remained by Yang Xiaomi's side. She retrieved a small pile of glittering gold dust from her leaf-wrapped bundle, running her fingers over the cold yet opulent metal, her spirits soaring. This could be fashioned into a golden bowl. "A vessel for my dreams of dining and luxury," she thought, her face lighting up with an uncontainable smile. She then took the white clay brought back by the orcs and began to mold two bowl shapes. Having always enjoyed pottery and finding the process familiar, Wadang watched her with curiosity, enchanted by her charm, beauty, and intelligence, his eyes flickering with admiration. Crouching beside her, he spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. "You are truly a treasure." Yang Xiaomi responded with a smile, but Wadang's large, furry hand enveloped her delicate, clay-smeared fingers. Though her hands were muddied, they could not conceal her fair, slender fingers. The warmth and affection radiating from Wadang's hands sent her heart racing. "Stop it. Do your own thing." She blushed, somewhat flustered as she gently pushed his hand away. This formidable orc leader, known for his decisiveness in battle, transformed into a docile, attentive companion in Yang Xiaomi's presence. Almost unrecognizable in his gentleness, Wadang playfully kneaded a lump of clay, mirroring Yang Xiaomi's technique, his earnestness revealing an adorable innocence that starkly contrasted with his usual fierce demeanor. The other orcs, who were also shaping clay bowls, were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, their jaws dropping in astonishment. What has happened to our once dominant leader? He has become so compliant. They found themselves unaccustomed to this new side of him. Seeing Wadang so earnestly learning from her brought Yang Xiaomi a sense of satisfaction. This devoted companion was indeed a delight. Yang Xiaomi smiled naturally at Wadang, her radiant grin reminiscent of blossoming flowers in spring. Captivating and enchanting that in this world of orcs, the females were all furry and lacked her striking beauty, especially her skin, which was exceptionally fair and tender, immune to tanning. Even in the 20th century, she would have been considered a stunning beauty. Yet she chose to rely on her capabilities instead. Wadang was utterly mesmerized by Yang Xiaomi's smile, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Suddenly, he leaned closer, his clay-stained hand brushing against her face, his breath quickening. "My mate, you are truly beautiful." Startled, Yang Xiaomi found herself smeared with clay. "Stop it. Your hands are dirty," she said, stepping back and wiping her face with her arm, though her cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. "And why, mate? Let us marry." Wadang's warm breath tickled her ear, causing her heart to flutter. His eyes sparkled with intensity, as if he wished to ignite her very being. "Not yet. It's too soon. If you keep this up, I might just run away," Yang Xiaomi teased, taking a few steps back as if to depart. "No, please don't leave." Wadang's brows furrowed in concern as he blocked her path, his pale blue eyes reflecting shadows of disappointment and urgency. Yang Xiaomi knew she could not leave this place just yet, especially as it grew increasingly intriguing. Her earlier threat to scare Wadang had merely been playful. "All right then, let us continue crafting bowls." With Wadang no longer pressing her, Yang Xiaomi resumed her focus on creating models for golden bowls and chopsticks, a technique she had learned from observing a goldsmith in the 20th century. However, she was uncertain if it would succeed. Chapter 48. A close call. True gold is not afraid of the red furnace. She mused, aware that melting gold into a liquid form in this primitive world devoid of advanced tools was no simple task. The gold must transform into molten liquid for proper shaping. She placed the gold into a bamboo tube and tossed it into the orc-constructed kiln, igniting a fierce blaze, but the bamboo simply turned to ash while the gold remained unmelted. Disappointed, she retrieved the now solidified gold from the kiln, her earlier joy dissipating. "Can this even be used for dining?" Wadang inquired curiously, peering closely at her work. "I haven't perfected it yet," Yang Xiaomi replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Realizing that the bamboo method was ineffective in this ancient world, she longed for a versatile blowtorch, but knew she must devise another plan. "Humph, such minor setbacks shall not deter me," she encouraged herself, refusing to yield. Without a blowtorch or a proper fire pit, she resolved to concentrate the heat. Yang Xiaomi decided to pour all the gold into one of her model bowls, then pressed another model bowl atop it and positioned it in the upper chamber of the kiln. "Wadang, please help by adding firewood and sealing the kiln's opening. The fire below needs to burn fiercely." Wadang promptly instructed the nearby orcs to act, assisting in piling on more wood. In an instant, flames leap high into the air, creating a roaring inferno. The heat forced Yang Xiaomi to retreat several paces. Yet the thought of the gold slowly transforming into a bowl invigorated her spirits. What a delightful prospect it is to soon dine from a golden bowl. "Ha!" As she assessed the heat's intensity, she picked up a stone to break open the upper seal of the kiln, but as she did so, a sudden burst of red flames surged forth, startling her into a scream as she stumbled backward. Just as the flames threatened to engulf her, she felt a powerful embrace around her waist, swiftly spinning her away to safety. Nestled against Wadang's sturdy chest, she felt a mix of relief and excitement. Grateful for his quick reflexes, otherwise she could have been severely burned. "Let me handle it next time," Wadang said, his tone affectionate yet firm, concern etched upon his face. "Thank you," Yang Xiaomi replied, her gratitude tinged with shyness as she stepped away from his embrace. "What are you thanking me for? Don't say thank you to me again, or I might become upset," Wadang teased, pretending to be annoyed. Yang Xiaomi playfully blinked, then turned her attention back to the kiln. Although no flames erupted now, the fire remained strong, making it difficult to retrieve the bowls. She swiftly attempted to extract the model bowls with a bamboo pole, but the weight of several bowls caused them to tilt and crash to the ground with a resounding clatter. Observing her struggle, Wadang quickly reached out, determined to retrieve the model bowls from the blazing fire. "Careful, it's hot. Watch your hands." Yang Xiaomi exclaimed in alarm. Even as Wadang felt the burn, he did not release his grip, deftly maneuvering to place the bowls on the ground before blowing on his singed hands. Fortunately, he had only lost some hair and sustained no serious injury, though visible blisters began to form. "It hurts. You should soak your hand in cold water," Yang Xiaomi urged, quickly grabbing a bamboo tube filled with water, motioning for Wadang to submerge his hand to alleviate the pain. Despite the sweat beading on his forehead from the pain, Wadang bore it for Yang Xiaomi's sake, resisting any urge to lash out at the bowls. Now, she was eager to discover if her golden bowl would indeed succeed in the kiln. Chapter 49. Why Smash a Flower? Noticing Yang Xiaomi's concern for him, Wadang felt that even the pain was worthwhile. His gaze lit up with admiration as he looked at his beloved. "Don't just daze. Soak it. It will help," she reminded him. Seeing his eyes fixed on her, Yang Xiaomi gently pressed his hand into the cold water, hoping to ease his discomfort. The refreshing sensation quickly alleviated the burning pain, prompting Wadang to flash her a captivating smile. "My mate, you are truly kind. The pain is worth it." His smile sent a jolt through Yang Xiaomi's heart, causing her to blush and her pulse to quicken. To mask her infatuation, she cleared her throat and feigned indifference, coolly reminding him, "Call me Xiaomi. It sounds nice that I prefer calling you my mate," he replied. The tiles were quite adamant about this, refusing to change their stance. Yang Xiaomi pouted in silence, feeling an inexplicable sweetness stirring within her. She picked up a bamboo tube filled with clear water and splashed it onto the fiery red model bowl, producing a sizzling sound as a plume of white smoke ascended, accompanied by a peculiar odor that prompted her to hold her breath. Once she confirmed that the golden bowl was no longer too hot to handle, Yang Xiaomi carefully separated the two models and extracted the gold nugget wedged in between it. The shape resembled both a bowl and a basin, with a rim that was uneven, akin to an irregular golden flower. A bowl. It was rather unsatisfactory. "This is too strange. I need to make it more beautiful," she mused, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Spotting a smooth, round stone nearby, her eyes lit up, and she picked it up, bringing it down onto the golden bowl with a decisive smash. Wadang, observing in confusion, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Darling, this bowl resembles a flower, which is quite lovely. Why are you smashing it?" With a smile, Yang Xiaomi continued to rhythmically strike the golden bowl with the stone, saying, "Just watch and learn. You might find it useful later." Indeed, resourceful Yang Xiaomi had a knack for this. The heated gold became malleable under her strikes, slowly transforming the bowl until it resembled its intended form. She set the stone aside, wiped the fine beads of perspiration from her forehead, and gazed at the golden bowl, unable to suppress a joyous laugh. "Ha ha! Who would have thought I could actually use a golden bowl? This bowl must be worth several tens of thousands in the 20th century. Eating from a bowl valued at such a price would surely feel extraordinary." Yang Xiaomi, admiring the radiant bowl in her hands, felt satisfied despite its somewhat crude craftsmanship. The intrinsic opulence of gold lent it a unique character. Wadang, seeing the bowl for the first time, found it utterly fascinating, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Overwhelmed with emotion, he suddenly scooped Yang Xiaomi into his arms, exclaiming, "Darling, you are truly amazing." In that moment, Yang Xiaomi, caught up in her excitement, instinctively wrapped her arms around Wadang's neck. Standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his chin, her gesture ignited a fire within Wadang, causing him to tremble with intensity as he lifted her effortlessly and turned toward the cave. Suspended in his embrace, Yang Xiaomi clung tightly to Wadang's neck, fearful of falling. "Put me down. I want to walk myself," she urged, but Wadang, undeterred, strode forward with long strides. Soon, she found herself tossed onto the wooden bed draped with animal skins, its firmness causing her to wince in discomfort. Noticing the peculiar glint in Wadang's eyes as he leaned over her, she gasped in alarm. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 50. A different kind of encounter despite Yang Xiaomi's protests. Wadang's breath quickened, his pale blue eyes flickering with a fiery intensity as he pressed down on her hands and leaned his body over hers. Terrified, she struck at him. "Get off me. What are you trying to do?" "Darling, I want to have children with you. Children as beautiful and formidable as you." Wadang's voice was low and husky, imbued with an unusual fervor. Yang Xiaomi attempted to push him away, but Wadang's strength was overwhelming. Akin to trying to move a mountain at a T that moment. His primal instincts surged forth, and he seemed intent on tearing her clothes. In a panic, she bit down on his shoulder. Wadang winced in pain, momentarily regaining his composure. Seeing the flush of fear and vulnerability on her face, he softened, releasing her. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Xiaomi shoved him away and rolled off the bed. Wadang, you cannot force me like this, she asserted, running toward the exit. She was not yet mentally prepared to accept the intimate implications of their relationship. Wadang followed closely behind, disappointment evident in his gaze, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Why are you rejecting me? I'm strong. I will protect you for a lifetime. What's wrong with being my partner? You are wonderful, but the time is not right, Yang Xiaomi replied, trying to placate him, though deep down she was just as uncertain. When will it be the right time? Wadang pressed, his eyes filled with longing and anticipation as he reached out to embrace her again, fearing another surge of his primal instincts. Yang Xiaomi swiftly dodged to the side, her face flushed like a blooming peach blossom, breathtakingly beautiful. The beastmen who had previously watched them enter the cave now peeked in, their curiosity piqued by Yang Xiaomi's beauty. In that instant, several young male beastmen could no longer contain themselves, grinning widely at her, even approaching with various offerings. Xiaomi, is there anything I can help you with? Xiaomi, this flower is lovely. It's for you. Xiaomi, look at the bowl I made. Does it look right? As several male beastmen approached with gentle smiles, Wadang's irritation flared. He glared at them, his eyes icy enough to chill, and barked, "Scram! Go back to work." Wadang domineeringly snatched the beautiful flower from one of them, crushed it in his hand, and reprimanded, "That flower is only for me to give to you." Yang Xiaomi watched as Wadang dispatched one beastman after another, delivering a strong kick to the last one, who tumbled to the ground, warning, "From now on, if you want to ask about making bowls, you better come to me, or I'll break your hands." Yang Xiaomi observed Wadang's fierce demeanor towards others, contrasting sharply with his gentleness towards her. "Darling, let us continue our discussion. When will we have children?" Wadang took her hand and placed it against his chest, where his heart beat fiercely, his gaze filled with deep affection that threatened to engulf her. Yang Xiaomi felt his powerful heartbeat synchronize with her own, her heart racing in response. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Wadang's grip was too strong to escape. She found herself resigned to his hold, yet not entirely displeased, patiently explaining, "I want to help you all with many things, to find delicious food. Once we have children, I won't have time, and I'm still not accustomed to it, so please don't rush me." All right, Chapter 51. A dazzling heist. Wadang regarded her earnestly for several minutes, causing Yang Xiaomi to feel a surge of nervous anticipation. In that moment, it felt as if the world had come to a standstill. At that moment, most of the beastmen who had gone crabbing by the river returned, many of them proudly displaying several crabs, their faces brimming with excitement. With the influx of beastmen, the cave's entrance buzzed with activity, almost like a savior's arrival. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, "Look, they're all back. I need to go teach them how to roast crabs." Wadang finally nodded, rubbing her hand against his face before reluctantly releasing her, resembling an infatuated young boy. Yang Xiaomi's hand tingled from the bristles of his face, a peculiar warmth enveloping her heart. "Xiaomi, how do we roast these crabs? Teach us," several youthful beastmen called out, excitedly bouncing on their feet. Brandishing their crabs in the air, embracing her helpful spirit, Yang Xiaomi approached the fire, advising, "Don't burn them. Avoid tossing them directly into the flames. You can chop them into pieces and boil them in hot water for a bit." Yet, most preferred roasting, as they lacked pots and found using bamboo tubes cumbersome, especially since the crabs were too large to fit inside. Numerous beastmen began to mimic Yang Xiaomi's earlier actions, diligently roasting crabs. Observing several beastmen juggling 2 crabs each, she noted that these crabs were particularly plump, weighing between 10 to 20 pounds, with some even heavier. Yang Xiaomi understood the importance of moderation and quickly cautioned, "You shouldn't eat too many crabs at once. The protein content is too high, and overeating can upset your stomach." "What protein? What stomach?" They failed to comprehend, exchanging bewildered glances that a Dong voiced the first protest. "What do you mean? Just moments ago, you said they were delicious. And now you're saying we can't eat so many to Gigi, roasting 2 large crabs, scoffed. I felt fine after eating a lot earlier. I want to eat many more. With such delectable food available, they were determined to indulge. As the others chimed in, Yang Xiaomi realized they were resolute in their decision. She sighed and took the golden bowl she had just crafted, scooping some water from the spring hole at the cave's entrance, and sat on a stone by the fire, leisurely sipping. The radiant golden bowl was indeed a rarity, capturing everyone's attention and causing a stir among the beastmen. Several female beastmen approached, their curious eyes sparkling as they examined the exquisite bowl in her hands. What is this? The color is so beautiful, it can hold water. How wonderful. I want one to drink from. Little beastman Dong Dong, captivated by the luxurious gleam of the golden bowl, reached out to snatch it away. Give it to me, Sister Xiaomi. Yang Xiaomi swiftly moved aside, placing the bowl behind her. That's mine. You all have your ceramic bowls. They'll be ready tomorrow. Dong Dong, intrigued by this new treasure, grew impatient and insisted, Give it to me. If you don't, I'll bite you. As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, revealing a set of stark white teeth, which he bared at her menacingly. Yang Xiaomi was taken aback by his appearance. This little creature certainly had quite the temper, but Wadang's thoughts were consumed entirely by Yang Xiaomi. Anyone who dared to bully her would have to contend with him. Furious at Dong Dong's rudeness, he immediately kicked him, sending him tumbling to the ground with a thud, his mouth full of dirt. And the crab he was holding fell to the ground, making him roll his eyes in exasperation. Yang Xiaomi. Chapter 52. Wearing this? At that moment, Wadang's eyes radiated a chilling aura, akin to a towering snow-capped mountain. As he admonished in a tone of stern authority, If you wish to steal my partner's possessions, you might as well tell me you want to die. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Dong Dong's eyes widened in fear as he scrambled to his feet, adopting a submissive demeanor. I just wanted a bowl like that. Wadang, uninterested in explaining himself, brusquely retorted, Why don't you just go away? Are you waiting for me to take your life? Seeing Wadang's fury, Dong Dong dared not utter a sound, turning away in defeat, his gaze lingering greedily on Yang Xiaomi's golden bowl. Yang Xiaomi noticed that numerous beastmen exhibited an overwhelming desire to possess her golden bowl. Although some did not directly approach to snatch it away, their glances were filled with envy and greed, causing her to worry that this group might suddenly tear her apart to seize the bowl. Actually, there is gold sand in the river. You can collect it. I can teach you how to refine it, and then we can all have some. The helpful Yang Xiaomi did not conceal this from them. Believing in shared prosperity as a wise and magnanimous woman, Yang Xiaomi understood the philosophy of coexistence and mutual benefit in life. She had previously delved deeply into the ancient texts of Confucius, particularly the 16th chapter of the Analects, which stated, Do not be concerned about scarcity, but about inequality. Do not fear poverty, but instability. Once a person possesses wealth that incites envy and jealousy, owning treasures that others covet yet cannot attain, it is easy to attract misfortune. However, if such wealth is shared, it can placate the hearts of many and avert potential calamities. Gold, no matter how valuable, is worth less than life. Moreover, here, it cannot be sold for any money. The beastmen, who had been in a state of unrest, now regained their calm, returning to the lively task of roasting crabs. Some eager individuals, wishing to acquire a golden bowl sooner, had already headed to the river to collect gold sand. Yang Xiaomi leisurely sat on a large stone, enjoying the breeze while playing with the obedient Xieji beside her. However, her thoughts wandered far away. Currently, merely possessing a golden bowl was insufficient. There were still numerous necessities to create. Simply surviving well was far from enough. Glancing at her off-white clothing, which she had worn for several days and now appeared somewhat soiled, she wished for a decent outfit to change into. Yama, savoring a delicious crab leg, kindly tore off a piece and, with a benevolent gaze, offered it to Yang Xiaomi. Here, have this. No, you eat it, Yang Xiaomi replied, lacking enthusiasm. What troubles you? Yama inquired, eyes filled with curiosity. Yang Xiaomi glanced at her attire. There are no such clothes here. I want to change. I'm tired of wearing this. Yama understood, turned away, and soon returned with a vibrant piece of beast hide, sincerely presenting it to her. Xiaomi, this is the best beast hide I could find. Wear it. Yang Xiaomi examined the hide. While it was beautiful, It only covered half of her body and was unrefined, making it impractical to wear. Additionally, in this sweltering heat, wearing beast hide would be quite uncomfortable. Most females here merely donned beast hide on their lower bodies, leaving their upper bodies exposed or draped with a bit of hide or leaves, which often resulted in a rather revealing appearance that made her avert her gaze. At least these beast men, being furry all over, were not too conspicuous even if a sensitive area was exposed. However, if she were to dress similarly, her fair and smooth skin would be fully on display. And given her generally modest demeanor, she even wore a one-piece swimsuit when swimming. It left her frowning in dismay. Wear this. Is that even livable? Chapter 53, Provoking the Wrong Person. Yang Xiaomi had no desire to wear such an ill-fitting and revealing beast hide. You keep it for yourself, Yang Xiaomi resolutely stated, patting her own clothes. I want something like this to wear. Clothes? What are clothes? Yama asked with a puzzled expression. Earlier, she had been grateful to Yang Xiaomi for introducing her to so many delicious foods and, as Wadang's favored female, had taken the initiative to offer the beast hide, not expecting Yang Xiaomi to refuse. This is what I'm wearing. Yang Xiaomi touched her outfit, which consisted of blue jeans and a cream-colored long-sleeve cotton shirt. We don't have such clothing here. Yama shook her head in resignation. You might as well wear the beast hide. Don't think about things that don't exist that I can make clothes like this. Yang Xiaomi asserted confidently. She was well-read, had diverse interests, and was quite knowledgeable about various studies, including materials and garment creation. Wadang, quietly observing from the side, regarded her with newfound admiration, gently pinching her soft, white cheek with his furry hand. My partner is a treasure. She can do anything that I also want to wear your kind of clothes. Make one for me. Wadang's unconditional support made Yang Xiaomi happy, even if he was a furry beast man. Suddenly, she felt a strong desire to hear him call her name. It should sound affectionate and charming. Call me Yang Xiaomi, and I'll make you a piece of clothing. Yang Xiaomi blinked her large, sparkling eyes and said half-jokingly. Wadang disagreed, speaking in an authoritative tone. Partner sounds wonderful too. Having consumed an excess of barbecued food lately, Yang Xiaomi felt irritable for no particular reason. Seeing his stubbornness, she was left exasperated and, in a sudden burst of energy, slapped Wadang's head, exclaiming, You thick-headed fool. Xiaomi. I'm called Xiaomi. Call me Yang Xiaomi, understood? It was Wadang's first time being struck, especially by a female, and while he might have torn apart any other beast man who dared to do so, he found himself unable to retaliate against Yang Xiaomi. Yet his eyes held a hint of anger as he firmly grasped her hand, glaring at her with a gaze as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, causing her to shiver. You dare to hit me, Yang Xiaomi replied. Why did you strike our leader? Uncle San, witnessing the scene, rushed over with a furious expression to reprimand her. Instantly, several elder beastmen surrounded her, their eyes filled with a desire to devour her, their teeth bared, looking terrifyingly fierce. Wadang was their revered protector, the highest leader of the tribe, and could not be slighted in the least. To mistreat Wadang was to offend the entire tribe of beastmen. If it weren't for Yang Xiaomi having consumed Xieji's blood essence and being favored by Wadang, along with her assistance in gathering food, she would have been immediately attacked. The atmosphere grew tense, and the air seemed to freeze. Yang Xiaomi, startled, realized that a wise woman does not provoke trouble. She quickly retreated behind Wadang, softening her tone. I was just joking with Wadang. How could I possibly hit him? However, the beastmen were only interested in Wadang's words, their furious gazes now fixed on Yang Xiaomi, slowly advancing towards her, some even wielding stones ready to strike. To them, Wadang, the leader, was inviolable and sacred. He had once tamed the legendary creature Xieji, and throughout his life had demonstrated immense strength and protection for the tribe, earning their utmost respect and admiration as the elected leader. Yang Xiaomi felt uneasy. She had not anticipated that her inexplicable outburst would lead to such a significant problem. Chapter 54. I like being hit by her currently. Unarmed and lacking effective weapons, she was utterly unable to contend with so many beastmen. Only Wadang could assist her now. Yang Xiaomi tugged at Wadang's short fur at his waist, and he turned to her. She blinked her large, sparkling eyes and offered a charming smile. I didn't mean to hit you. This smile had a remarkable effect. Wadang's initially cold demeanor softened, his expression turning warm and affectionate I like being hit by her, Wadang suddenly declared to the assembled beastmen. All the beastmen stared in disbelief at their once mighty leader Wadang, their jaws dropping in shock. Previously, Wadang had disliked anyone getting too close. Anyone who dared strike him would face severe consequences, either losing a hand or facing a brutal beating from the tribe. At this moment, Yang Xiaomi clearly understood that in this ancient beastman world, Wadang was her shield. Offending Wadang meant offending every wild beast in the tribe. With Wadang as protection, no beastman dared to harm her. Wadang spoke up for her, helping to defuse the situation, allowing Yang Xiaomi to relax a little. If Wadang did not hold a grudge against her and even enjoyed her playful hits, then perhaps she could afford to do so a few more times. She realized she had struck gold. Playfully raising her delicate hand to pat Wadang's shoulder, "You should send someone to the river to gather mulberry trees, strip the bark, and soak it in the water for 2 or 3 days. Then, I'll teach everyone how to make clothing together." Mulberry trees? What are those? Where can we find them? Adam, intrigued by her well-founded assertions, was unsure of what a mulberry tree was, as none of the trees here had names. Suddenly, trees had gained identities, which Wadang found quite amusing. I'll tell you all shortly. Yang Xiaomi, brimming with vitality and sporting a radiant smile, cast a glance at the astonished orcs. "All right, I shall accompany you on your wanderings," she declared, responding to Wadang's enthusiastic invitation. "Indeed, I shall uncover many treasures to enhance your lives." Yang Xiaomi readily consented, her spirits soaring. Observing the jovial exchange between the two, Wadang felt no resentment towards Yang Xiaomi's earlier rudeness. Rather, he relished the moment. The bewildered orcs were left utterly speechless, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they witnessed their leader, struck by this mysterious and enchanting female, seemingly filled with joy rather than ire. Willingly accepting her presence, the orcs exchanged glances, and as Wadang's demeanor shifted back to normal, they too adopted a more amiable attitude, offering Yang Xiaomi faint smiles. "After you have eaten, some of you shall stay behind to prepare bowls, while others will harvest rami trees. The remainder will accompany me to hunt in the East Wind Forest," Wadang asserted with a serious countenance, exuding an undeniable air of authority. The orcs responded with respect, organizing themselves promptly. Though still youthful, Wadang's striking looks naturally imbued him with the charisma of a leader, his commanding presence eliciting obedience from the tribe. Yang Xiaomi found herself captivated by Wadang's aura. It was her first time witnessing him orchestrate his subordinates with such methodical precision, displaying both bravery and wisdom, a true talent, or rather, a beastly prodigy. Having harbored a lifelong passion for adventure, Yang Xiaomi had always yearned to hunt in an authentic primeval forest but had never had the opportunity. In the 20th century, the Greater Xing'an Range was considered a primeval forest, and she had previously sought out the legendary wild men, only to find none, not even fellow hunters. Now, embarking on a hunt in a genuine primeval forest alongside actual orcs filled her heart with excitement and curiosity. She wished to document this significant event, but felt something was amiss. Reaching in her pocket, she was pleasantly surprised to find a waterproof notebook and a pen, both compact and portable. In the past, such items would have seemed trivial to her, easily accessible. Yet now they were invaluable treasures. She began to chronicle her experiences since arriving in this world, meticulously noting each day's occurrences, including the amusing moments shared with Wadang. To conserve space, she wrote in a minuscule yet orderly script. Noticing her engrossed in her writing on a large stone, Wadang became curious about the unfamiliar symbol she was inscribing. He tilted his head from side to side, trying to decipher her actions. Even the young orc Azitzi, who was munching on crab meat, was drawn to her, his wide eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Sister Xiaomi, what is that? Can it be eaten?" he inquired. Yang Xiaomi continued to write swiftly, explaining casually, "This is a diary. I wish to record the events of each day. Can a diary be eaten?" A dong chimed in, joining the curiosity. It seemed that in this orc world, everything revolved around food. "Very well, I shall provide them with a culinary answer," she thought. Having completed her notes, she tucked the notebook and pen back in her pocket, smiling gently as she pointed to her head, saying, "This is food for thought. I also wish to have some of that." Several young orcs clamored, their eyes shining with interest. Yang Xiaomi gently patted their furry little heads, assuring them, "Patience, my friend, we shall gather the materials needed to create notebooks and pens. And I will teach you at length. I want it now," a Dong insisted, eagerly reaching for her pocket. "Not so fast. There's no need to rush," Yang Xiaomi replied, stepping aside. Wadang, observing the commotion, kicked the Dong aside, admonishing, "Get back." Yang Xiaomi understood that the first step was to locate graphite to fashion pencil leads, then grind specific trees into pulp to create paper. The concept of papermaking and pencil crafting sounded simple in theory. Yet the execution was anything but. Fortunately, her mind brimmed with extensive knowledge, and as long as she procured sufficient materials, she felt confident in her ability to succeed, though she longed to produce these items immediately for the orcs' use. She knew that gathering the necessary resources required a methodical approach. The orc tribe had already formed 3 teams. One remained behind to craft bowls, while the other 2 set off with Wadang. Armed with makeshift stone and wooden utensils, a lively spirit filled the air, particularly among the younger male orcs, who were animated by the presence of the strikingly beautiful Yang Xiaomi, creating a festive atmosphere unlike any they had experienced before. As they journeyed, the commotion startled nearby squirrels, foraging birds, and even some snakes hidden in the grass, all of whom scurried away in fright. Yang Xiaomi led them to the area where she had previously spotted the Rami trees. Their lush foliage blanketing the hillside, the gentle breeze stirred the greenery, resembling waves of a verdant sea, a sight to behold. Demonstrating, Yang Xiaomi uprooted a Rami plant, snapping off its top and peeling away the bark to reveal the white fibers within. "This can be used to make clothing," she explained. "How is that possible?" came the chorus of bewildered voices. "You shall form a team to harvest the Rami trees, peeling the bark as I have shown, and then submerging it in river water, weighed down by stones. After 3 days, we shall retrieve it to make thread for clothing." Clothing? From this? The orcs exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such small trees could yield garments. Yang Xiaomi recognized that these concepts were entirely foreign to them and patiently began to elucidate the process of extracting thread from Rami fibers before weaving them in a fabric, which would eventually require a loom. Hearing such novel terms, the orcs exchanged puzzled glances, their minds racing with questions, their eyes darting towards Wadang for guidance. "Simply follow her instructions," Wadang said, offering his unwavering support without questioning the rationale behind her plan. With the team organized to gather Rami for clothing, they prepared to embark on their next task. Life filled with challenges invariably ignites a fervor within, and at that moment, Yang Xiaomi felt invigorated. As if she had been injected with boundless energy, "We can commence our hunting expedition, and I shall assist you in uncovering more useful, delectable, and entertaining treasures," she announced, her face aglow with enthusiasm. "Indeed, splendid." They cheered, excitement bubbling over as they whistled and called out, some even using leaves to produce melodious sounds. Among them, Wadang produced the loudest notes from a leaf, glancing at the enchanting Yang Xiaomi, who was both intelligent and beautiful. Aiding their tribe in discovering countless treasures, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, as if he had reached the pinnacle of existence. The cacophony of jubilant sounds melded together, creating an exhilarating symphony that filled the air with mirth. Yang Xiaomi felt as though she were attending a unique concert, her heart racing with excitement, prompting her to hum an upbeat tune from the 20th century. "Your singing is truly delightful," Wadang remarked, unable to resist caressing her smooth hair, his gaze brimming with adoration, as if he wished to drown her in his affection. Yang Xiaomi's heart fluttered at the sight of Wadang, whose striking features, the straight nose, attractive lips, and the slight upward curve of his mouth, combined with his ocean blue eyes, captivated her. That Wadang's eyes shimmered with images of Yang Xiaomi, filled with boundless affection and tenderness. When their gazes locked, an electric spark coursed between them, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "Oh dear, I am once again infatuated with Wadang. How utterly lacking in self-restraint," she thought, chiding herself for her weakness. "It's all his fault for being so handsome. It's truly infuriating." Yang Xiaomi hastily collected her thoughts, playfully tugging at Wadang's fur and pinching his waist. Wadang, caught off guard by the sudden attack, winced in pain. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting and pinching me?" Because you are so bothersome. Bothersome in what way? I don't know. You just are. Yang Xiaomi laughed, evading his inquiries. That Wadang's expression darkened momentarily before a smile broke through, revealing his amusement. Chapter 57. How perfect it was. Although Wadang felt a tinge of discontent, the moment he beheld her smile, his heart melted instantly, and any anger dissipated. He reached out, intent on embracing her. Yang Xiaomi ducked her head and dashed a few steps forward. But Wadang, with his long strides, swiftly caught up to her. In an instant, Yang Xiaomi felt her feet leave the ground, her balance lost, and she let out a terrified scream. With a deft sweep of his long arm, Wadang lifted her effortlessly onto his shoulder. They unabashedly displayed their affection, igniting envy and jealousy among the onlooking beastmen. It was evident to all that Wadang had transformed. His demeanor softened, and smiles graced his face more often. That we shall now officially embark on our hunting expedition in the eastern woods. Wadang instructed the beastmen, who were watching them with keen interest, as he took the lead in setting off. The group followed in his wake, while Yang Xiaomi found herself perched upon Wadang's shoulder, her abdomen pressed against his solid frame, which was rather uncomfortable. I want to sit down, not be carried. My stomach feels uneasy, she protested, gently tapping his waist. Just as her words fell, her body was unexpectedly flipped in midair, and before she could fully comprehend what was happening, she was seated on Wadang's broad and sturdy right shoulder. Oh, it felt just like the childhood days of riding on her father's shoulders. Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but chuckle, while also fearing she might tumble off, so she instinctively wrapped her arms around his shoulders, gripping his not overly long but thick and lustrous hair. His hair was indeed robust and gleaming, yet it felt pleasantly warm and comforting in her grasp. The adorable Qiezhi accompanied them, behaving impeccably, occasionally rolling about and wagging its tail, playfully engaging both Yang Xiaomi and Wadang. Its round, glistening eyes resembled two small glass orbs, and its green horn emitted a gentle glow. Swaying its head and tail, exuding cuteness and eagerly awaiting their commands. Why don't you let Qiezhi carry us? Yang Xiaomi inquired, wishing for the comfort of riding on Qiezhi instead, as it would alleviate the awkwardness of being so closely nestled against Wadang in front of so many eyes. Master, would you like me to carry you? Qiezhi inquired, its tone perfectly accommodating. Ever eager to serve, that Wadang affectionately stroked Qiezhi's translucent, luminous green horn, exchanging feelings. Can't you see I'm courting my mate? Indeed, you both deserve your intimate moments. I shan't intrude. Qiezhi quickly understood, jumping back a few steps and making a playful face. Oh, this Qiezhi is remarkably perceptive. Yang Xiaomi felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, realizing that even Qiezhi understood the nuances of romance. The Wadang turned his head, his light blue eyes tenderly gazing at Yang Xiaomi perched on his shoulder. I relish the opportunity to personally escort you around. Yang Xiaomi felt a flush of embarrassment, resigned to the idea of sitting on his shoulder. From this angle, his profile was stunning. She had never realized just how breathtaking he truly was. His straight, delicate nose and elongated, spirited eyes sparkled as if two stars had fallen upon his face. The symmetry of his features was a perfect illustration of the golden ratio, with not a single flaw to be found in his profile. How utterly perfect! His physique was robust and well-proportioned. Were it not for the thick fur covering him, he could easily rival any idol in handsomeness, coupled with an innate air of regality that left her utterly entranced. Are you gazing at me in hopes of helping me bear offspring? Wadang, ever mindful of this prevailing topic, shot her a mischievous smile that could charm anyone. Yang Xiaomi as heart raced. His light blue eyes sparkled with her reflection, flickering with hints of desire. Chapter 58. It was scorching hot. Wadang, being a beast man, made her worry that in a moment of excitement, he might succumb to his primal instincts and engage in something that she would find unacceptable. Absolutely not, Yang Xiaomi denied, her fair and delicate face involuntarily flushing as she quickly averted her gaze, tried to regain her composure. Wadang withdrew his gaze, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Yet he tightened his grip around her waist and quickened his pace. Fearing a fall, Yang Xiaomi instinctively clutched at his hair, while her keen eyes scanned their surroundings for anything useful. Wadang carried her effortlessly, weighing at least 100 pounds, as if she were merely a feather, moving with remarkable speed akin to a swift breeze. Yang Xiaomi could only admire his extraordinary stamina. Though Wadang lacked Xieji's ethereal speed, capable of soaring through the air, he traversed the ground with an impressive swiftness that could rival the high-speed trains of the 20th century. The wind whistled past her ears, swiftly leaving the other beastmen behind. The breeze tousled her hair, giving her the exhilarating sensation akin to riding a speeding motorcycle. What a thrill! With Wadang's hand securely on her waist, she felt a blend of embarrassment and safety as the world around her became a delightful adventure. Observing the lagging beastmen, she realized that Wadang's leadership was not mere flattery. He was undoubtedly the mightiest warrior in their tribe. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, its fierce rays casting golden light that burned the skin and made it difficult to keep her eyes open. It's so hot. Let me down. I want to make a flower crown, Yang Xiaomi suggested, squinting against the brightness and tugging at Wadang's hair. You stay put. I'll make it for you, Wadang promptly agreed, gently lowering her to the ground before swiftly gathering vibrant flowers and vines from the side, crafting a colorful floral crown in no time. Quite impressive. Yang Xiaomi marveled at his unexpected talent, her eyes sparkling as she reached out to take it. Don't move. Let me do it, Wadang insisted, placing the flower crown upon her head. My dear, you look truly beautiful. He gazed at her with awe as she adorned the crown. Yang Xiaomi longed to see her reflection. But alas, there were no mirrors. Noticing a nearby clear pool of water, she approached to catch a glimpse of herself. In the reflection, she saw a fair-skinned woman, radiant as a peach blossom, adorned with a vibrant flower crown that enhanced her beauty. Yang Xiaomi was captivated by her own appearance, unable to resist crouching down to touch the water, but as her fingers grazed the surface, the image shattered. Suddenly, small, luminous creatures, resembling black fish or turtles, darted out from the depths. Whoa, are those fish or turtles? Yang Xiaomi gasped, retracting her hand, but quickly regained her composure, scrutinizing the sizable aquatic creatures. Wow, these could make a fantastic meal. My dear, what is the matter? Wadang approached, concerned by her sudden stillness. Look, these are edible delicacies. We could catch some for soup later. Yang Xiaomi pointed to the swimming creatures in the pool. Splash, a shadow darted past her, causing Yang Xiaomi to leap back in fright. It was Xieji, who had leapt into action, its long tail curling around hefty fish, its crimson tongue flicking out, swallowing the creature in one swift motion. The efficiency of its actions was breathtaking, reminiscent of a scene from science fiction film. Wow, that was astonishingly quick. We could leave some for Xieji, she mused. Absolutely not, Wadang asserted firmly, his expression serious and his tone commanding. Chapter 59. Yang Xiaomi could hardly believe how much Xieji adored these delicacies. Not wishing to compete with the adorable creature for food, she generously declared, Xieji, don't eat everything. Leave some for my mate. Wadang approached Xieji, patting its horn with an authoritative tone. Make sure to leave some for Yang Xiaomi. He wished to provide Yang Xiaomi with anything she desired, eager to offer her the very best of the world. Master, I will heed your words, Xieji nodded, having already seized another fish, swallowing a whole in an instant. Thank you. Yang Xiaomi felt a surge of gratitude. Why thank me? Never utter that word again. It displeases me. Wadang's expression darkened, his commanding gaze fixed upon her. His eyes bore a weight akin to a mountain, radiating an undeniable aura of authority that was hard to resist. Understood. Respecting your wishes, Yang Xiaomi blinked her sparkling eyes. As Wadang's gaze regained warmth, he effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder, securing her in place. The trio, two beings and one creature, continued their journey, traversing several mountain peaks. This was an untouched forest, markedly different from the mountains Yang Xiaomi had previously encountered. Jagged peaks emerged, resembling lions, horses, clouds, bamboo shoots, and rain. The trees varied in size and color, presenting an exquisite tapestry of nature's artistry. Even the rocks bore captivating shapes, each resembling a work of art. In the 20th century, they could have easily been transported to a craft garden for sale. The scenery atop the mountains was breathtaking. Yet regrettably, her phone had vanished, and her camera was nearly out of battery. She could only appreciate the view with her eyes and commit it to memory, reluctant to waste even a fraction of her limited recording capacity on anything less than monumental. Time slipped away unnoticed as they approached a vast plain, a sprawling carpet of verdant grass. Habitually, she yearned to know the time, but with no watch or phone at her disposal, she resorted to measuring the sun's shadow. Observing the faint arc beneath her, she surmised it was likely around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. The summer sun blazed fiercely, but fortunately, towering trees provided shade, and a gentle mountain breeze occasionally swept through, preventing her from succumbing to heat exhaustion. Having spent a considerable duration outdoors and profusely sweating under the relentless sun, Yang Xiaomi felt an intense thirst, her throat parched as if it were about to emit smoke. Suddenly, she craved a sweet beverage to replenish her energy. How delightful it would be to have a large bottle of cola, Sprite, or any carbonated drink, preferably chilled. But then she realized how unrealistic her desires were. This was the ancient world of beastmen, devoid of 20th century refreshments. With a dry lick of her lips, she resigned herself to reality, acknowledging that finding clean mineral water to drink would be a remarkable blessing. "Where can I find water?" she murmured, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings like a probing device in search of a spring or water source. Oh my, what is that? Ahead, she spotted a cluster of coconut trees, laden with large, green coconuts. "Wow, fresh coconut water!" Yang Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly, patting Wadang's head, pointing towards the coconut grove. "Take me there. Let me down. I have found something delicious." "Darling, be patient. The spring is not in that direction," Wadang gently reminded her, continuing to walk in another direction without releasing her. Chapter 60. "Please, don't make it difficult for me to enjoy coconuts. Trust me, there are coconut trees over there, young coconuts, and the water is delightful." Yang Xiaomi protested, squirming to jump down. "What are you doing?" Wadang placed her down, looking at her with confusion. "I'm quite familiar with this area." As soon as she touched the ground, Yang Xiaomi dashed towards the coconut grove, bouncing with the exuberance of a child who had just received candy. Wadang followed, casting a wary glance at the coconut trees, his voice laced with concern. "Those are beast fruit. They are inedible and very hard. Avoid them, or you may get hurt. Trust me, they are delicious and nutritious. I've had them many times before." Yang Xiaomi persisted, not slowing her pace. She turned back, beckoning him with her finger. "I'm thirsty. Let us go pick coconuts and drink coconut water together." Seeing her flushed face and glistening skin, Wadang couldn't help but admire her beauty. He was utterly captivated by her. Wadang was powerless against Yang Xiaomi's gentle beckoning. He followed her without a second thought. Arriving at the base of the towering coconut tree, Yang Xiaomi jumped several times, but still couldn't reach the coconuts. "I need to stand on your shoulders to pick the coconuts," she declared as she spoke. She pressed against Wadang's shoulders, attempting to climb up, but he was quite tall, at least 1.9 meters. If he didn't cooperate, she wouldn't be able to ascend. "Crouch down and help me up." Just as she finished her request, Wadang swiftly lifted her, placing her securely on his shoulders. Yet, she still wasn't high enough. Yang Xiaomi clung to Wadang's head as she stood upright on his shoulders, wobbling precariously. But for the sake of coconut water, she was determined to maintain her balance. Raising her arms, she finally managed to reach a large coconut, which was so big she couldn't grasp it with both hands. Wadang held her delicate ankle, his gaze filled with concern as he watched her struggle to pick the coconut, wanting to keep her safe while not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm. Yang Xiaomi, teetering on Wadang's shoulders, found it challenging to maintain her balance. The coconut tree loomed high above, and only by standing on her tiptoes could she finally grasp one of the coconuts. She gripped a large coconut tightly, twisting it vigorously. However, the fibrous husk was too tough and resilient, refusing to yield. After much effort, the coconut remained firmly attached to its perch. Frustrated, she rummaged through her pocket for a small knife to saw through the husk. But it was futile. The husk was too sturdy, and her knife too flimsy. She perspired profusely, yet not a single coconut cooperated. Having never picked coconuts before, she anticipated it would be so difficult. "Oh dear, please don't make it hard for me. I'm parched," Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, swallowing hard, her mind only on coconut water. She stood on her tiptoes once more, stretching her foot to its fullest extent. Pulling with all her might, in an instant, she lost her balance and fell. Yang Xiaomi had intended to perform a graceful roll, but found herself unable to exert force. As she tumbled towards the ground. She braced for impact, fearing the worst. What if I die before achieving my dreams? Oh no. But Wadang, quick as lightning, caught her slender waist, safely preventing her from crashing to the ground. At that moment, her head faced downward. And instinctively, she clung to Wadang, only to realize she was grasping his strong, furry legs as she dangled precariously. Chapter 61. Calm as I am. That was a close call. A cold sweat broke out as beads of perspiration formed on her pristine forehead, glistening like dew or pearls. Once she felt secure, her reflexes kicked in, and she quickly regained her composure, assessing her rather embarrassing position. Oh dear, how awkward, she thought, blushing. Hey, flip me over, will you? I want to stand upright. Wadang turned her 180 degrees, placing her facing him. In her nervousness, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Yang Xiaomi found herself pressed tightly against him, her head resting against his solid chest. She could feel his powerful heartbeat beneath her cheek. This was the first time she had embraced Wadang so intimately, and he was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing as he felt her warmth against him. Wadang looked down into her eyes, his azure gaze ignited with fervent passion. His breath quickened, and his lips drew near, radiating an irresistible allure. Amidst her initial panic, Yang Xiaomi regained her composure. However, as Wadang's lips approached, she was unprepared for a kiss, especially in such a situation. She was parched and couldn't focus on anything else. She quickly raised her hand to shield her lips, inadvertently redirecting Wadang's warm lips to her hand. The sensation was tingling, ticklish, and warm, like a current surging through her heart, causing her cheeks to flush. Turning slightly, she caught sight of the nearby mythical creature, Xieji, gazing at them with its colorful, crystal-like eyes, a smirk of amusement gracing its lips. Please don't, Xieji is watching, Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, her embarrassment peaking, pushing Wadang's head away with her other hand. I can't see anything. Continue, she insisted, as Xieji, who had been silently admiring the pair, promptly turned and scampered away to avoid the awkward scene. Oh, that Xieji is quite perceptive and charming. How embarrassing, she thought, feeling flustered. Did you hear that? Xieji can't see us. Let us carry on. Wadang's eyes sparkled with amusement as he leaned down, eager to kiss her again. Yang Xiaomi's face turned crimson. They were sharing the same breath. After all, faced with his rising passion, she could only protest with her hand pressed against his lips. Stop teasing. I'm thirsty. I need coconut water. Wadang, unwilling to release her, felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, his eyes ablaze with desire. His voice turned husky. Shall we have a little one now? Wait, this is the mountain. Wadang, being a beast man, likely viewed such matters with nonchalance, accustomed to the idea of procreation wherever and whenever. However, coming from civilized 20th century society, she found it utterly unacceptable. Moreover, her mind was not yet prepared. She aspired to achieve great things and was not ready for such commitments. Stop it. If you keep this up, I'll be angry and leave you. Yang Xiaomi feigned irritation. You're not even concerned about my thirst. You're treating me poorly that I don't want to help you, a child. If I pick coconuts for you, will you promise to help me with that? Wadang, though reluctant to pressure her, found himself unwilling to yield, coaxing and deceivingly inquiring, this moment. Yang Xiaomi's heart fluttered, yet being a woman of intellect and self-control from the 20th century, she understood that this was hardly the time for sweet nothings. Remain composed like I do, she softly replied. First, let's drink the coconut water before anything else, all right? Chapter 62. The special straw. When Yang Xiaomi softened her tone, her voice became sweet and melodious, captivatingly pure. Wadang's resolute heart melted in an instant, compelling him to cherish her. Reluctantly, he released his embrace around her waist, turned, and leaped, his body moving with the agility of a nimble monkey. Swiftly climbing the coconut tree, with effortless ease, Wadang reached the top, his movements as graceful as flowing water, a sight to behold, akin to a performance of acrobatics. Simply remarkable. He drew a stone knife from his back, exerting strength to cut, twist, and yank at the coconut vines, quickly gathering several coconuts and tossing them onto the ground. This enough? That should suffice. Come down first, and we'll drink before picking more. Yang Xiaomi gazed at the heap of coconuts, each plump and as large as a basketball, envisioning the sweet coconut water, and discreetly swallowed. Wadang, using the stone knife, methodically severed the coconut vines. He casually picked up a large coconut and bit down hard, only to grimace in pain as he furrowed his beautifully sculpted brows. That I can't eat this. It's far too tough that I feel like my teeth might break. Seeing him bite down so forcefully, Yang Xiaomi genuinely worried for his dental health. Don T-bite. That's not how you eat it. You have to open it first to drink. Without the proper tools, breaking open the hard coconut proved to be quite a challenge. After a while of effort with a stone knife, Wadang had reduced the coconut shells to shreds, but the hard inner coconuts remained unyielding. He kicked them a few times, expressing disappointment. This is too hard. It's ineatable. Let us do it one at a time. First, peel off the outer skin, and you'll find a hole here, Yang Xiaomi instructed, picking up a coconut, prying open the damaged skin to reveal the coconut hole. With the tip of her small knife, she poked at the hole until it penetrated. Shaking it slightly, she heard the sound of coconut water, tilted her head back, and poured the coconut hole directly in her mouth, a rush of fragrant coconut water flooding her senses. Wow, this is incredibly sweet, truly pure and natural, without any additives. After savoring a few delightful gulps, she noticed Wadang watching her with curiosity, licking his slightly dry lips. That my dear, is this how you drink it? This is coconut water. It clears heat and detoxifies, quenching thirst and boosting immunity. Yang Xiaomi swiftly explained the benefits of coconut water before resuming her drinking. The key was tilting her head back to drink from the hole, which felt overly extravagant. She preferred a straw for a more refined experience. In the 20th century, straws were not a rarity and were quite affordable, available for purchase everywhere. However, here, straws were non-existent, necessitating her to devise a solution. Yang Xiaomi's keen gaze scanned her surroundings, spotting clusters of vibrant green heartleaf vines. Perfect! She hurriedly snapped one off, leaving the middle section for a makeshift straw, and washed it at the nearby spring. Soon, she had fashioned a natural straw. With a little ingenuity, there is always a way. As clever as I am, nothing is beyond my capabilities. Ha ha ha! In high spirits, Yang Xiaomi inserted the heartleaf vine into the coconut hole and relished the drink. Feeling utterly delighted, Wadang, holding a coconut, trailed closely behind her, looking puzzled. What is going on? Do you have to pair this with a piece of grass to drink? Ha ha ha! Yang Xiaomi couldn't contain her laughter, her mood uplifted by the sweet coconut water. You should make one too. It makes drinking much more comfortable than a straw. Yes. Wadang also fashioned a piece of heartleaf vine and inserted it into the coconut hole, drinking from it. However, he didn't grasp the usage of straw, chewing on the heartleaf while attempting to drink, resulting in a soggy mess instead of sipping the coconut water. Chapter 63. It suck. Not bite. This straw is unfit for drinking and tastes horrible. Wadang frowned, expelling the chewed remnants of the heartleaf, casting a disgruntled glance at Yang Xiaomi and the ruined straw. No. Do not bite the straw. This heartleaf is meant to be inserted into the coconut for sipping the juice. Watch how I do it. Yang Xiaomi facepalmed, amused yet exasperated. Wadang truly did not comprehend the concept of straw. Perplexed by the mangled heartleaf he had chewed, Yang Xiaomi had no choice but to demonstrate earnestly. Inhale, swallow. Do not bite. This time, Wadang finally mastered the use of the straw, and as the coconut juice graced his palate, surprise glimmered in his pale blue eyes. This tastes incredible, so sweet. He quickly drained one coconut, feeling unsatisfied, and opened several more, tilting his head back to drink directly from the coconut hole, disregarding the straw altogether. Yang Xiaomi observed his crude manner of drinking, but refrained from insisting he use the straw. She understood. After all, Wadang was a beast man, and habits take time to change. Transforming one's lifestyle requires patience. Rejuvenated by the nourishing coconut water, Yang Xiaomi's spirits soared, and her keen eyes began to scrutinize the breathtaking scenery around her. The landscape was utterly stunning. At the edge of the vast grassland stood majestic peaks, shrouded in mist from afar, creating a breathtaking view. She retrieved the camera hanging from her neck, opening it to find a sliver of battery left. Without hesitation, she captured a photo of the coconut tree alongside Wadang, quickly shutting it off to conserve power. These photographs, should she ever return to the 20th century, would surely create a sensation online, potentially going viral overnight. As Yang Xiaomi reveled in her joy, the rest of the group arrived. Noticing Wadang engrossed in drinking coconut water, his face radiating satisfaction, drawing them curiously around. Yama squatted down, tapping on a coconut shell that had been discarded on the ground. Can this be eaten? Indeed, the water inside is drinkable, and the flesh can be used for soup, delicious and beneficial for the body. Yang Xiaomi generously shared, eager to spread the bounty. Traditionally, women held a low status in the tribe, as they could not hunt as effectively as men. However, with Yang Xiaomi discovering such delectable items and receiving Wadang's affection, her standing in the tribe became notably unique, garnering increased trust from several beastmen. Some beastmen commenced their actions, nimble as monkeys, swiftly scaling the coconut trees to gather coconuts. Azzy, impatient, bit into a coconut, only to grimace as he felt his baby teeth loosen. Spitting out a few teeth bloodied, he exclaimed, "Sister Xiaomi, this is too hard to eat. It took my teeth. Don't bite. This is not how you eat it." Yang Xiaomi comforted him, gently patting his furry head while instructing them on how to procure food and drink. "Fool, just watch me," Wadang interjected coolly, pulling Azzy aside, not wanting him too close to Yang Xiaomi. The beastmen, tasting the sweet coconut juice for the first time, were ecstatic, shouting in delight. "Ah, this is delicious, so very delicious." Those still observing, hesitant to partake, quickly sprang into action upon witnessing the excitement. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Xiaomi watched in awe as the beastmen swiftly climbed the trees, eagerly gathering coconuts, their agility honed from years of mountain living, resembling monkeys in their movements. The ground soon overflowed with coconuts, and the trees were alive with beastmen, creating a spectacular scene. Seeing them gather too many, Vadan approached, kicking a few beastmen playfully. "Don't take too many. Leave some for the others to gather and drink. If you harvest too much, there won't be any left for next time. It's a waste." Azzy, wishing to hoard all the coconuts for himself, grumbled at the other wildlings. Some beastmen, having already enjoyed their fill of coconut water, gazed at the mound of coconuts before them, feeling a pang of regret. Those who had drunk to their satisfaction rubbed their bellies, lamenting, "We really did take too much. There's no way we can finish all this. What should we do? You lot should be reprimanded. Harvesting so much and not being able to drink at all," as he complained, his brows furrowed in concern. Yang Xiaomi approached, reassuring Azzy with a gentle pat on his head. Tugging on Wadang's arm, "Let us just accept what we've gathered. It won't go to waste. We can carry some back for others to enjoy, and the remaining coconuts can last quite a while." "That sounds wonderful." The beastmen, who had just been worried about wasting the sweet coconut juice, instantly felt relieved. And you three carry the coconuts back." Wadang pointed to a trio of male beastmen, efficiently delegating tasks. "You all go catch wild boars." Wadang organized another group of beastmen with authority. Sated with coconut juice, the beastmen happily returned to the tribe, some still drinking as they walked, painting a picture of bountiful harvest. A few mischievous young beastmen lingered, reluctant to leave, frolicking beneath the coconut tree. Wadang approached, playfully kicking each of their behinds. "Go, it's time to work." These mischievous little ones have finally risen, bouncing and frolicking about, each engaged in their own pursuits, each seeking their own treasures. Oh my, it resembles a living oil painting of a bountiful coconut harvest. Yang Xiaomi leisurely sits upon a large rock, sipping coconut juice. And upon witnessing this amusing scene, a smile naturally dances in her eyes. However, after consuming so much coconut juice, her appetite has been stirred, prompting a desire for some snacks to tantalize her taste buds. She strolls about the vicinity, her keen eyes scanning for any edible delights. If she could find some apples, pears, gardenias, oranges, ripe papayas, or passion fruits, it would be splendid. Even a handful of sour berries would suffice. Disappointment washes over her as she finds none of the fruits she envisioned, yet her spirit remains undeterred. The cliffs are adorned with pine trees, each with unique postures, resembling clouds or umbrellas, truly a sight to behold. She never neglects the beauty of her surroundings. Unable to find fruits, she decides to appreciate the majestic trees, which offer a feast for the eyes. Approaching a grand pine tree at the cliff's edge, she gently caresses its weathered bark, noting how the pine needles flourish like clouds above, and the pine cones are impressively large and artistically shaped. She contemplates plucking a few pine cones to take home as decorative pieces. Her interest piqued as she examines them closely, only to her delight discovering that they are densely filled with plump pine nuts. From a distance, the pine nuts appear extraordinarily full, filling the crevices of the pine cones to the brim. Pine nuts have always been one of her favorite snacks. Aromatic and sweet, they are beneficial for the body, nourishing the skin and offering beauty benefits. Indeed, they are the perfect delicacy for a woman. However, the towering pine tree, perched precariously at the cliff's edge, poses a challenge. Can she really pluck them? Chapter 65. Not the right time. Overcome with excitement, she momentarily forgets the dangers and leaps up, eager to reach them. But the tree's height proves formidable. Although standing at 168 cm, she cannot quite grasp the distant treasures, frustrated at the thought of gazing upon such delectable treats without the ability to savor them. She picks up a few stones and tosses them upward, resulting in a cacophony as a flurry of green needles rain down upon her. Alas, she only manages to dislodge a multitude of pine needles, showering her from head to toe, without a single pine cone tumbling down. Brushing the needles from her hair, she exhales in disappointment. It seems the only way to satisfy her craving is to climb the tree. Yang Xiaomi wraps her arms around the sturdy trunk, using both hands and feet to ascend. The pine tree is immense, and she cannot fully embrace it. Instead, she grips the smaller branches and begins her climb. She yearns to be as agile as the orc-like beings she has observed, nimble as monkeys or gorillas, but her lofty aspirations are met with reality. After only a few attempts, her hands slip, and she tumbles down. The pain. The rough bark has left her palms red and sore. Yet giving up so easily is not in her nature. She refuses to be disheartened. Blowing gently on her aching hands, she resumes her ascent. You can do it, she encourages herself, mustering all her strength. After a considerable effort, she finally climbs 3 or 4 meters high. For the first time scaling such a height, a surge of pride fills her, and she excitedly glances at Wadang, who watches her intently, raising her hand in a victorious gesture. Yay! Yay, yay! Just as her triumphant cheer echoes, the branch she clutches snaps unexpectedly. She gasps, her delicate brows knitting together as she loses her balance. Swiftly sliding down the trunk, instinctively, she reaches out to grasp the tree, but she continues to slide downwards. The coarse pine bark scratches her palms even more, drawing blood and leaving several crimson marks. Although she had consumed the blood elixir of the Xieji, which enables her wounds to heal automatically and rapidly, the pain from this injury is still quite acute. Overwhelmed by discomfort, she cannot help but release her grip, plummeting towards the ground. Wadang, save me! Yang Xiaomi cries out in terror, instinctively calling his name in her moment of peril. Wadang, having witnessed her precarious climbing antics, leaps into action, arms outstretched, and catches her with remarkable precision, cradling her soft form in his embrace. Having observed her struggle to scale the tree with such endearingly clumsy determination, Wadang is both amused and concerned as he holds her. A pang of sympathy washes over him. You can't even climb a tree. Let me assist you, he says, gently squeezing her pale cheek. That hurts my hand. Yang Xiaomi offers her injured palm for his inspection. Wadang takes her hand, studying it with a pained expression, then leans down to blow gently upon it. His warm breath envelopes her heart, instantly filling her with warmth, and the pain in her palm dissipates. The wound visibly begins to heal before her eyes. Wadang holds her tightly, reluctant to release her. Yang Xiaomi feels a strong heartbeat against her, a wave of safety washing over her. Meanwhile, Wadang, cradling the soft and faintly fragrant Yang Xiaomi, finds his thoughts wandering as he leans closer. Softly nibbling on her earlobe, Yang Xiaomi shivers at the sensation, a tingling warmth spreading through her. Calm down, this is not the time. Chapter 66. Finding food is enough, she struggles to compose herself. Her cheeks flushed, gently pushing his hand away. No, help me gather the pine nuts. I want to eat them, They're delicious and can even be traded. Finally loosening his grip on her earlobe, Wadang leans in to whisper, "Are these edible? You seem to find delectable treats everywhere. It's quite impressive." "Yes," Yang Xiaomi nods, emerging from his embrace. "Help me to gather the pine nuts." Wadang glances at the towering pine tree, a bemused smile gracing his lips. "My dear, the food you seek is quite high up. Are you certain it is truly edible?" "Absolutely. I know a great deal. If you listen to me, I guarantee you'll have hearty meals every day, filled with delightful foods, drinks, and entertainment." Yang Xiaomi's confidence swells, her beautiful eyes gleaming. "Hearty meals. What is this meal you speak of? Is it tasty?" Wadang's curiosity is piqued at the unfamiliar term. "Not only can you eat it, but it's also delicious. It is rich in carbohydrates, providing energy and nutrition to the body that if you eat meals daily, you'll have the strength to work." She speaks of the fragrant white rice. A longing fills her heart, and she cannot help but swallow at the thought. "That's wonderful. I also long to eat meals. How can we find them?" Wadang is entranced by her description, eagerly awaiting the answer. "We will find them, but we mustn't rush. Rice needs to be cooked, and it must be grown from seeds, which are not easily acquired." Yang Xiaomi explains, her eyes sparkling as she blinks that, in truth, she too wishes to discover rice soon. "Then there's no need to hurry." "Indeed, my dear, you are remarkable." Wadang's eyes shimmer with admiration and affection. "I possess knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Locating food is a trivial matter. I can also create many things you have never seen, but are incredibly useful." Yang Xiaomi feels a surge of pride, raising her chin. After all, she's a 20th century adventurer and a PhD student in physics, well-versed in a multitude of topics. Moreover, in the 20th century, information was abundant and diverse, far surpassing the limited knowledge of these primitive orcs. Her insatiable thirst for learning has equipped her with a wealth of knowledge, making her akin to a living encyclopedia. Wadang's admiration for Yang Xiaomi deepens, his spirits soaring that if we can eat meals every day, our tribe will grow strong, far surpassing our current state of sporadic feasts and famines, that we can expand our territory and hunting grounds. Yay, let's strive for it. Yang Xiaomi cheers for herself, yet the uncertainty of whether they will truly find rice lingers in her heart, causing a flutter of unease. "My dear, if you find meals, you will be the greatest deity." Wadang's light blue eyes sparkle with expectation that in the tribe. Inclement weather and changing seasons often hinder their ability to catch food, leaving the orc inhabitants to face hunger. Each member of the tribe yearns for the security of a full belly. Yang Xiaomi, having enjoyed abundant meat since her arrival, had initially assumed the tribe feasted daily, only to discover their struggles with hunger. Observing Wadang's robust physique and handsome visage, she can't help but feel sympathy for the plight of the hungry. Her large, expressive eyes brim with compassion as she reaches out to him. Chapter 67. A mouthful of sweetness, feeling an inexplicable ache for Wadang. Yang Xiaomi instinctively reaches out to stroke the dense fur on his arm. "From now on, I will help you find plenty of delicious food so that you can eat well every day. My dear, you are truly wonderful." Wadang's exquisite blue eyes shimmer with boundless gratitude as his large, furry hand envelopes her delicate one, holding it tightly for a moment. Yang Xiaomi's pale cheeks flush slightly as she allows him to clasp her hand, a warm wave of happiness washing over her. I'm being foolish again. Calm down, calm down. This is not the time." She gathered her thoughts, forcefully withdrew her hand, and glanced at the coveted super snack, pine nuts, with her bright, agile eyes surveying the tree laden with pine cones. A subtle drool escaped her lips. Although she had consumed a fair amount of food that morning, her active lifestyle often left her feeling ravenous. As a devoted foodie, she certainly could not resist the allure of high-quality snacks like pine nuts. They were her absolute delight. Pointing at the pine cones, she exclaimed, "These pine nuts are incredibly delicious, not only beneficial for health, but also great for enhancing beauty and moisturizing the skin. Please help me pluck the cones. I yearn to taste the pine nuts. You are already so beautiful. It's unnecessary to enhance your beauty further." Wadang gazed upon her fair and exquisite visage. Sweet words flowed effortlessly from his lips, even surprising himself with his eloquence when speaking to Yang Xiaomi. The more beautiful, the better, being praised. especially by a man she had feelings for, was undeniably delightful, and a natural smile graced Yang Xiaomi's face. Although her desire to eat was growing insatiable, "I want to eat pine nuts. Hurry and help me pick some." With a playful glance, she urged Wadang, who was momentarily captivated by her beauty, to take action. Wadang snapped back to reality, and without a second thought, he dashed towards the pine tree, transforming into a nimble and agile monkey in a flurry. Before Yang Xiaomi could fully comprehend the situation, Wadang had already climbed into the dense foliage of the pine tree, swiftly plucking numerous pine cones and tossing them down beside her. He then casually perched on a branch, watching curiously as Yang Xiaomi examined the pine cones. They were incredibly fresh, exuding a delightful pine aroma that invigorated her senses. Picking up a large pine cone, the size of a medium bowl from the 20th century, she pried it open to reveal an abundance of pale golden pine nuts, plump and uniformly sized. With the shells still intact, her cravings overwhelmed her, and she popped a nut in her mouth, biting down to release a burst of rich pine flavor that filled her palate, slowly savoring the tender, aromatic nut meat. She exclaimed, "Wow, simply exquisite. The flavor is divine." She indulged in several more, her mouth filled with sweetness, the lingering taste perfuming her breath. "Is it delicious?" Wadong inquired, noticing her blissful expression that he also picked a pine cone, pried it open, and prepared to taste. "Absolutely delightful. You must try it." Yang Xiaomi nodded eagerly, tossing a shelled nut into her mouth. Observing his furrowed brow, she asked with curiosity, "How is it? Are you accustomed to it?" "The shell is rather tough," Wadong replied, struggling with the nut's shell, revealing that his method was flawed and the taste was significantly diminished. "Don't eat the shell," Yang Xiaomi chuckled at his comical struggle, reminding him it's not easy to crack. The shells are connected. Wadong, slightly frustrated, attempted once more but failed to separate the nut from the shell, resulting in a messy bite. "Really? Is this how you do it?" Yang Xiaomi frowned. If roasted properly, the shells would crack easily, allowing for the delicious nut inside to be savored. Yang Xiaomi, recalling the culinary knowledge from the 20th century, patiently explained, "Food enthusiasts have long discovered the best ways to enjoy pine nuts. I've experienced such delights and know the proper techniques. This shell is quite troublesome," Wadong muttered, spitting out the chewed remains, revealing a charming yet bittersweet smile. "That it would be best to roast them in an iron pan. Then enjoying the nut meat would be much easier." Yang Xiaomi looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with amusement, increasingly finding Wadong to be a fascinating and endearing companion. "How do we roast them? Where can we find an iron pan?" Wadong, embodying a devoted admirer, hung on her every word, finding her suggestions utterly enchanting. Yang Xiaomi, having savored roasted pine nuts before, knew the process but realized that finding an iron pan here would be a challenge. Leaving her to wait until one could be fashioned, "We'll figure it out when we have a pan," she casually assured him, though the location of such an item remained uncertain. "My partner. You are remarkable," Wadan declared, giving her a grand thumbs up. "Of course, I will always find a way," Yang Xiaomi said with a cheerful disposition, continuing to enjoy the pine nuts. Wadong promptly tossed down several more clusters of pine cones, creating a small mountain of them. "That's enough. We can save the rest for next time." Yang Xiaomi, her face alight with joy, began gathering the pine cones, calling up to Wadong, who was still agilely picking more from the tree. "Wadong, you are so obedient. You stopped right when I said so." Barely finishing her sentence, Wadong gracefully leapt down, standing before her like a majestic tower, holding a large cluster of pine cones. "My partner, enjoy as many as you like. I'm always at your service." Wadong's tall, striking figure exuded an aura of strength. Yet before her, he transformed into a charming and caring presence, resembling a devoted husband. His handsome face, coupled with his delighted and affectionate gaze, bore a hint of endearing charm. Yang Xiaomi felt her heart flutter as she thought, if only he weren't a furry beast man, he would be even more perfect. Crack open the shell and try the flavor. "They are a nutritious snack that can be enjoyed in abundance," she suggested, offering him a few pine nuts. Receiving them, Wadong, this time avoiding his teeth, simply squeezed the nut with his fingers, effortlessly breaking the shell that Yang Xiaomi had struggled to open. She could only marvel at his strength. Quickly, Wadong devoured a few nut meats with grace, Yet his expression did not reflect the expected delight. Instead, he appeared quite pained, furrowing his brow. "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" Yang Xiaomi asked, puzzled by his discomfort. It seemed illogical for such delicious pine nuts to elicit such a reaction. Wadang nodded, his striking brows knitted in a way that could crush a bee. Clearly in distress. "Well, if you're not used to it, perhaps you shouldn't eat it," Yang Xiaomi suggested, feeling a bit awkward that her good intentions had caused him discomfort. It might be that beastmen had different taste preferences. As she reached to take the remaining pine nuts from him, it appeared that the flavor was not agreeable to him. "I still want to eat them." Wadong swiftly avoided her grasp. He had merely been teasing her earlier, but seeing her so concerned, he couldn't help but smile, revealing a captivatingly charming grin, his pale blue eyes shimmering with mirth. "Hey, were you just playing with me? Watch how I deal with you." Yang Xiaomi huffed playfully, tossing a few pine cones at his knees. "Ugh, how annoying. You frighten me. I want to let you eat any now." Yang Xiaomi feigned anger, attempting to snatch the pine cones and nuts from his hands. However, Wadong's long legs and agile hands allowed him to effortlessly evade her attempts. After several futile jumps, she could only watch him with wide eyes. "How infuriating. I'll ignore you from now on." Yang Xiaomi's face flushed with embarrassment as her efforts proved fruitless, and she finally sat down in resignation, grabbing a few blades of grass to playfully swat at Wadong's feet. Yet, with his dense fur, her playful antics had no effect. "You're tricking me. Next time, I want to tell you about any delicious food," she pouted, tossing the grass aside. "Ha ha, delicious, delicious. The food my partner recommends is always the best. The flavor is a bit unique, but I absolutely adore it." Wadong chuckled, reaching over to pinch her tender cheek. Yang Xiaomi forcefully swatted his mischievous hand away, turning her face away from him, intentionally exhaling through her nose in a huff. How annoying. I want to talk to you anymore." In an instant, Wadong swept her into his embrace, lowering his head to plant several affectionate kisses upon her pristine forehead. His warm, soft lips carried a hint of pine nut flavor. Causing her heart to race, she realized she had begun to develop a fondness for this unique scent. "Annoying. I'll punish you by making you kneel on pine cones." Yang Xiaomi playfully swatted at him, pushing him away. "Hey, as long as you're happy, I'd kneel on anything," Wadong replied without hesitation, his towering frame bending halfway, his iron-like knees landing with a thud atop a pile of pine cones. The rough, jagged edges of the cones were likely to pierce his skin, causing him pain, yet Wadong showed no sign of discomfort as the sharp corners embedded into his knee. Yang Xiaomi, witnessing his unwavering demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reached out to pull him away. "Enough. Don't kneel any longer. My partner is concerned for me," he remarked, his expression softening. Wadong immediately stood obediently, his pale blue eyes filled with affection, effortlessly pulling Yang Xiaomi into his embrace. This time, Yang Xiaomi quietly leaned against his solid and warm chest, refraining from hitting him, as a wave of sweetness surged within her heart. Noticing Yang Xiaomi's compliance, Wadong tightened his hold, as if he wished to meld her body into his own, that he gazed down at her with tender eyes, his chin lightly brushing against her silky hair, the flicker of ardent love dancing in his pale blue gaze. Yang Xiaomi found herself nearly breathless in his embrace, genuinely concerned that her bones might be crushed. Furthermore, in such intimate closeness, she worried about Wadang's primal instincts. In this moment of emotional turmoil, she still managed to retain a semblance of rationality. "Stay composed, stay calm," she thought, blushing as she pushed him away. "You're squeezing me too hard. Let go. I can't breathe." At this moment, her eyes sparkled with the essence of spring, her cheeks blooming with a beautiful shade reminiscent of peach blossoms. Wadong yearned to consume her whole, but, upon hearing her pitiful plea, he hesitated, fearing he might have truly hurt her. Reluctantly, he released her, yet his pale blue eyes continued to shimmer with an overwhelming affection. Like the relentless waves of the sea, Yang Xiaomi dared not meet his gaze, which was as captivating as a vast whirlpool, fearing she might lose herself within it and succumb to irrationality. Chapter 70. Kicking him over. Intent on ignoring his starry-eyed gaze, Yang Xiaomi lowered her elegant eyes and shifted the topic, If we roast these pine nuts in an iron pot, they will be delicious. We can take them back to share with our tribe. Indeed, I agree. Wadang immediately concurred, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated adoration for her. Yang Xiaomi felt an inexplicable rush of sweetness fill her heart, accompanied by a sense of happiness she had never experienced before. Speaking of roasting pine nuts, she eagerly anticipated discovering iron or soon to forge a pot for roasting and to create many useful items. Roast in an iron pot. How do we do that? Where do we find an iron pot? Wadang inquired, bewildered yet intrigued by the notion to make an iron pot. We need to extract iron from substances like iron ore, which we must find and refine to create many useful items. With iron, we can also forge sharp knives and forks, Yang Xiaomi explained in broad strokes, aware that the subject was quite intricate, requiring both theory and practice. That sounds splendid. We must locate iron ore as soon as possible. Wadang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As the leader of the tribe, he undoubtedly wished to provide his people with better tools for hunting or defending against intruders. But we must not rush. Let us first gather these pine nuts, Yang Xiaomi suggested, bending down to collect the cones scattered on the ground. Can these pine nuts still be eaten? Wadang squatted to assist her, regarding the sizable pile before them. Yes, we can reserve them for later. They're merely snacks, Yang Xiaomi replied, casually popping a few pine nuts in her mouth. Wadang, meanwhile, picked up a round leaf and began to blow into it, producing a sharp whistle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The loud sound drew the attention of a male orc named Wu Wu Ah, who approached with a respectful bow, addressing Wadang. Leader, is there something you require? In an instant, Wadang transformed, his demeanor shifting dramatically from the warmth he had shown to Yang Xiaomi to a cold and authoritative tone. Take these pine cones back to the tribe. Instruct those who did not ascend the mountain to collect the pine nuts for roasting when we have a pot. Wu Wu Ah, puzzled by the concepts of roasting in iron pots, furrowed his brow and scratched his furry head, asking, Leader, what is a pot? What does it mean to roast? Wadang cast a commanding gaze at Wu Wu Ah. Just make sure to bring back the pine nuts, and remember, they can be enjoyed as snacks in the future. Snacks? Wu Wu Ah grew increasingly confused as he glanced between Wadang and Yang Xiaomi, realizing the lovely woman had likely concocted this idea. Xiaomi, you are so beautiful. The snacks you find must be exquisite. Wu Wu Ah grinned at Yang Xiaomi, revealing a set of long, yellowed teeth with some grime at the corners of his eyes. Startling her, he stepped closer, his greedy eyes fixated on her, emanating an unpleasant odor. Among orcs, Wadang was undeniably the most handsome, while Wu Wu appeared rather disheveled, reminiscent of the ugliest monkey imaginable, almost resembling a peculiar creature. Undoubtedly, Wadang was the epitome of masculinity and charm within the tribe, as if the heavens had bestowed upon him all the finest and most delicate attributes. Yang Xiaomi felt a wave of nausea and instinctively took a few steps back. You should leave. I want to stay with you, Wu Wu Ah protested, reluctant to part ways. Still not departing? Wadang, noticing Wu Wu Ah's lingering gaze upon Yang Xiaomi, felt a surge of anger and swiftly kicked him over. Chapter 71. Raising a Wu Wu Ah was sent sprawling, writhing in pain as he rolled on the ground, a glint of malice flashing his eyes. Yet he dared not retaliate, quickly scrambling to his feet. Wu Wu Ah shot a glare at Yang Xiaomi before sulking over to collect the pine cones, binding them with vines before hoisting them onto his shoulder as he trudged back to the tribe. Glancing back at Yang Xiaomi with a mix of reluctance and something more sinister, Wadang exuded an air of regal authority, cold and imposing, yet he effortlessly organized the tasks at hand. Yang Xiaomi admired his formidable presence. Wow, how manly, companion. Let us continue our search for valuable items, Wadang said, turning to Yang Xiaomi, his demeanor softening as he regarded her with the gentlest of expressions. Indeed, with Wadang by her side, Yang Xiaomi felt an unexpected sense of security, her confidence in searching for other items flourishing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The wild boar's raucous cries echoed, filled with a sense of desperation, sending chills down Yang Xiaomi's spine and raising goosebumps on her skin. She recalled her childhood visits to her ancestral village, where she witnessed a neighbor slaughtering pigs. The shrill cries had struck her as cruel and heart-wrenching, similar to what she was hearing now. Though Yang Xiaomi was unafraid of many things, the memory of such scenes still haunted her. While she enjoyed pork, she disliked witnessing the act of slaughter. Her love for animals was profound. She preferred not to eat them if possible and would raise them instead. She abhorred witnessing killings firsthand, yet understood the harsh realities of nature's law of survival of the fittest. At times, she felt her beliefs were inherently contradictory. Her gaze naturally wandered toward the source of the boar's cries, where she was met with the sight of a group of orcs approaching, their faces adorned with victorious smiles. It turned out to be the other 10 orcs who had come along earlier, now returning with several robust wild boars in tow. The boars were tightly bound by thick vines, struggling valiantly, yet unable to move, their long tusks protruding menacingly from their mouths. The orcs tossed the captured boars at Wadang's feet, presenting them as a report of their successful hunt. The boars rolled on the ground, attempting to rise, but failing, their dark, transparent eyes filled with boundless terror as they stared at Yang Xiaomi. Startled, Yang Xiaomi stepped back several paces, examining the boars closely. They appeared somewhat different from those she had seen before. Coated in coarse black fur, their elongated snouts and protruding teeth strikingly prominent. She could discern their genders. 2 were large males, while 1 was a medium-sized female. Among them was a particularly large sow, her belly swollen like a balloon, looking ready to give birth at any moment. The orcs excitedly kicked the boars, saliva flying as they exclaimed, "Wadang, we caught several large ones today. We can enjoy some hearty meals." Wadang approached, patting the shoulders of each orc in encouragement. "Well done. Today's harvest is commendable. You always finish the food so quickly and then go hunting again?" Yang Xiaomi inquired curiously. "Absolutely. If we cannot catch anything, we simply go hungry until we do to— Oh, that sounds rather unstable. So, the sweet potatoes, taro, and these coconut pine nuts you found will greatly assist our tribe in sustaining our food supply." "You truly are wonderful." Yang Xiaomi mused. "Wait, am I somehow an unsought hero?" Chapter 72. Attitude towards the sow. Wadang typically spoke little to others, but showed boundless patience toward Yang Xiaomi, often seeking her company even in trivial matters. Yay. I hope I can help you find even more valuable items, and then you shall truly understand what constitutes a good life and prosperous days." Yang Xiaomi felt an overwhelming sense of pride in the knowledge she possessed. As a woman of intellect in the 20th century, she aspired to utilize her abilities to save not only herself, but also the world in the past. Although she entertained such thoughts, they seemed elusive and impractical. She believed she could only change herself, striving to improve her own character and broaden her horizons. However, upon arriving in this ancient world of beasts, she discovered that she could indeed become a catalyst for change. The sense of achievement surged through her, infusing her with strength and pride. This moment, she felt no inclination towards humility. Her wisdom was undeniably advanced compared to these beasts, overflowing with boundless knowledge. "My partner, you are exceptional." Wadang praised her without restraint, reaching out to smooth her wind-tousled hair. The gentle light in his eyes was enough to leave one utterly spellbound. Such tenderness in tone, such warmth in gaze, and such high praise were qualities of Wadang that the other members of the tribe had never witnessed before, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar to them. The group of beasts observed with complex expressions, astonished at the transformation of their once stern leader into a gentle and amiable figure. Their attention turned towards Yang Xiaomi, the enigmatic female who had captivated Wadang. Under the sunlight, Yang Xiaomi's fair skin appeared even more radiant, adorned with a healthy, youthful blush that exuded vitality. Her beauty was enough to stir the hearts of the male beasts. Had she not been Wadang's chosen partner, they would have boldly pursued her and brought her back for their own. Wadang, assuming a commanding demeanor, cautioned the beasts. "This is a sow. It is about to give birth. Not harm it." Yang Xiaomi interjected. "Not kill? Why?" Wadang, puzzled, inquired further, while the other beasts exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the situation. "Instead, we should take the sow back and create an enclosed space with stones or wood for it to reside in. Feed it sweet potato leaves 2 to 3 times a day to nurture it for the purpose of breeding piglets." She suggested. "Nurture? Why?" Wadang remained perplexed. That can give birth to several piglets at once, which you can raise and eventually consume. The number of pigs will increase, allowing you to slaughter them whenever you desire meat, ensuring you will never go hungry, Yang Xiaomi explained. thinking of the tribe's long-term sustenance while also considering the impending birth of the sow, wishing to fulfill its maternal instinct. She crouched down, gently stroking the trapped sow, noticing the pleading look in its eyes as it cried out to her. Even shedding tears, kill it would be a tragic waste, especially when the piglets had yet to see the world. The sow seemed to be begging for mercy. Wadang hesitated. He had never attempted such an approach, but found it hard to dismiss Yang Xiaomi's suggestion, but a few males disagreed, engaging in perplexed discussions. We have always captured and slaughtered them. Why nurture? Can it even survive? This sounds absurd. The beasts continued to voice their reluctance, dismissing the idea. Yang Xiaomi persisted. When the piglets are born, raising them will yield several adult pigs that, in times of scarcity or harsh weather, when hunting is unfeasible, you will still have meat to eat. This will provide stability and ensure you are never hungry. What my partner says is quite reasonable. With a grimace, caressed her belly and spoke, surrounded by a throng of orcs, particularly some envious females who were jealous of her closeness to Wadang. Their hungry gazes fixated on her, mouths agape, revealing white teeth as they advanced step by step. Upon hearing this unsettling news, Wadang's mood soured. As the leader, he could not sit idly by. His good intentions had inadvertently led to trouble. The crabs are indeed non-toxic. You have simply overindulged. Do not fret. I possess a remedy to assist you. Yang Xiaomi retreated a few steps, yet remained unflinching, responding with calmness that he is deceiving you. Do not believe him again, lest we all fall victim to his poison. Duo, already filled with jealousy over Yang Xiaomi's relationship with Adam, instigated further chaos. If we could take this opportunity to drive Yang Xiaomi away or even eliminate her, that would be ideal. We can no longer trust his words. We are on the verge of death. Additionally, the females suffering from stomach pains joined in the uproar, lamenting, "My stomach hurts so badly. You wicked person. I shall end your life." Duo surged forward, threateningly approaching Yang Xiaomi with a raised hand. Calm down. Everyone, remain composed, Yang Xiaomi urged while dodging backward. Resolving conflicts through violence is the most foolish and barbaric means, unless absolutely necessary. I wish to avoid confrontation. Engaging in a fight with Duo would only exacerbate the situation. It is utterly irrational. We must not heed her. She wishes to bring about our demise. Duo, undeterred, continued to incite the crowd, drawing closer. Wadang swiftly positioned himself in front of Yang Xiaomi, forcefully pushing Duo aside. His authoritative voice laced with coldness. Have you lost your senses? I command you to calm down. Do you comprehend? At this moment, Yang Xiaomi felt somewhat vexed but recognized that confronting them head-on would be unwise. Although Wadang was aiding her, survival required a different approach. Now was the time to resolve the issue, not to engage in a battle of wills. Thrive in this environment. Harmony was paramount. She understood that their excessive consumption of crab meat, high in protein and inherently cold in nature, had likely led to their digestive distress, compounded by a lack of ginger in their diet. You, quickly fetch some ginger, chop it finely, boil it with water, and those with stomach pains should drink plenty of it. That will remedy the discomfort. Yang Xiaomi instructed the unaffected orcs, who were more inclined to trust her words, that I do not believe this will help. Duo retorted defiantly, still eager to stir trouble, that in truth, her stomach was not pained. She merely sought to exploit the situation to eliminate Yang Xiaomi. Instantly, numerous orcs cast doubtful glances her way, murmuring among themselves. Will this truly work? Could it be fatal? Trust me. I stake my life on it. I am only looking out for your well-being. Yang Xiaomi raised her hand in a vow. However, those afflicted with stomach aches remained skeptical. Their bodies weak, yet their gazes fixed on her with intensity. Yang Xiaomi sighed, urging, stay calm. Everyone, those suffering should step aside and await the ginger tea. Wadang immediately confronted Duo, his demeanor as frigid as ice. You are biased. Why do you treat me with such hostility? What have I done wrong? I could be your mate. Duo, witnessing Wadang's unwavering support for Yang Xiaomi, became overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Ignoring her distress, Wadang seized her arm, pulling her aside to sit on a nearby stone. Not waste your breath. Remain here and wait for the ginger tea. Now, all eyes were on Yang Xiaomi. filled with a myriad of thoughts and emotions, awaiting the outcome. Before long, the ginger had been retrieved, and Yang Xiaomi instructed them on how to prepare the ginger tea, advising everyone in pain to drink a bowl. Duo, who had not truly been suffering, naturally refused to partake, dramatically exclaiming, "Do not drink this. It is poisonous. Do not consume it." Yang Xiaomi's anger flared. She recognized Duo's antics as unreasonable. While typically a person of reason, she found herself resorting to less rational methods when faced with such irrationality. Wadang, oh Wadang, please help restrain Duo so I can feed her the ginger tea. Yang Xiaomi pleaded with the orcs standing beside her. The other orcs exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with hesitation. However, Wadang, without a moment's thought, swiftly approached Duo, adeptly tying her hands and feet in no time. Duo, though not a match for Wadang's strength, struggled against her restraints. "Do not hold me, Wadang. Why do you heed this outsider? You are our leader. She should listen to you. You have changed. This is not how it should be. You should be capturing her." Yang Xiaomi disregarded her vitriol, striding over to her and delivering several firm slaps to her face before taking a bowl of ginger tea and pinching Duo's nose, with her limbs bound and unable to move. Duo gasped for breath as her mouth opened wide. Yang Xiaomi seized the opportunity to pour the ginger concoction into her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Duo choked for a considerable time, struggling to expel the liquid, but ultimately swallowed a significant amount of ginger tea, nearly choking in the process. Finally, Yang Xiaomi released her grip, and while Duo attempted to retaliate, she was helplessly restrained by Wadang, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Wicked woman, do not believe her. Kill her." In response, Wadang scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth. "Dare to insult my mate. You seek death." Yang Xiaomi had already distanced herself, washing her hands in a nearby spring while awaiting the results. The ginger tea took effect swiftly, and the orcs who had been suffering from diarrhea found relief, their pain gradually subsiding, observing their relaxed expressions. Yang Xiaomi felt her spirits lift. "Xiaomi, I have wronged you. This ginger tea is miraculous. My stomach no longer hurts." Yama approached, her gaze filled with gratitude. The other orcs who had experienced relief from their ailments regarded Yang Xiaomi with newfound respect, their expressions shifting toward admiration. Though the crabs are delectable, they are quite cold in nature and high in protein. Overindulgence is detrimental to health. Next time, do not consume them in excess, and always pair them with ginger tea. Yang Xiaomi reiterated her advice to those around her. The tribe's orcs, having just witnessed Yang Xiaomi's remedy for their stomach troubles, instantly restored their trust in her, nodding in agreement. "Mate, you are incredible," Wadang exclaimed joyfully, lifting her in his arms and spinning her around. Duo, who had feigned discomfort to cause trouble, was now seething with frustration, her envy of Yang Xiaomi intensifying as she observed Wadang's affection toward her. The fury in her gaze could almost kill. Dizzy from the spinning, Yang Xiaomi pleaded, "Put me down. I feel faint." Only then did Wadang gently set her down, his movements as tender as if he were placing the most precious of treasures. At that moment, a dong rushed over, a coconut in one hand and a handful of pine nuts in the other, exclaiming excitedly, "Sister Xiaomi, you have found me another delicious treat. Yes, enjoy as much as you like." Yang Xiaomi replied, affectionately ruffling his furry head. For the first time, she felt warmth in this tribe, her resistance to everything here beginning to wane. "Wadang, Xiaomi, we have gathered a considerable amount of rami and submerged it in the river to weigh it down," reported the orcs responsible for harvesting the rami. "Good. Be sure to check on it daily. After 3 days, retrieve it, dry it, and bring it back to the tribe," Yang Xiaomi calmly instructed. Next, she ventured to examine the new earthen kiln to assess the quality of the bowls and basins being fired. Constructed from mud and stone, the kiln was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, but was functional enough for their needs. Grasping a sturdy stick, she dug into the earth at the kiln's entrance, eager to inspect the wares. The kiln was filled with products, and she found them satisfactory. Although the shapes were somewhat crude, many bowls and basins had been successfully fired and were usable. Yang Xiaomi felt a surge of joy. It appeared these orcs were capable of education and improvement. Well done. If you could refine the shapes and add some decorative patterns, they would be even more perfect, She offered appropriate praise while reminding them to do better next time. What kind of flowers and patterns are we talking about? I wish to make them more beautiful. Suddenly, a plump female orc named Dahua approached, eager to contribute. Indeed, if we use different color clay along with white clay to mold some patterns, it will undoubtedly enhance their beauty, Yang Xiaomi mused, inspired by the white ceramics before her. In the 20th century, painting decorative patterns on ceramics had become commonplace. She scanned her surroundings, spotting some vibrant green leaves, which she promptly plucked and crushed on a stone, applying the green juice to create tiny grass-like patterns on the unfired bowls. How lovely! This looks truly beautiful. Wadang, following closely behind, was the first to express his approval. You can also grind some red minerals into powder to create pigments, applying them as designs on the bowls and plates. Yang Xiaomi picked up a piece of red stone to demonstrate. Dahua, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly picked up a piece of ochre-colored mineral and began grinding it on a large stone. How beautiful! I enjoy painting these bowls and plates. Well, if you enjoy it, then by all means, Yang Xiaomi encouraged, hopeful to have someone dedicated to painting the dishes. Can I draw whatever I like? Dahua asked, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Certainly, just paint whatever you desire, as long as it is healthy and aesthetically pleasing, Yang Xiaomi replied. Yang Xiaomi, with her forthright support for originality and a natural flow of inspiration, noticed a sow, on the verge of giving birth, still tied up and abandoned to the side, bleeding pitifully. She approached the distressed creature, which gazed at her with sorrowful eyes, its enormous belly occasionally writhing. Wadang, realizing the urgency of the situation, exclaimed that they needed to construct a pen for the pig without delay. For leaving the sow tied up too long might result in the suffocation of the piglets within, a loss they could ill afford. Wadang instantly assumed an authoritative demeanor, instructing those around him. You, immediately gather stones and chop wood to build a spacious enclosure for the sow, that we must act swiftly. The tribe members coordinated their efforts seamlessly. Some ventured into the forest to gather timber and bamboo, while others collected stones. Before long, a sizable pen was erected, and the sow was placed inside. Yang Xiaomi tossed in some ginger sprouts and leftover sweet potato leaves, and the sow eagerly rushed over to devour the offerings. This scene was unprecedented in the tribe, drawing curious onlookers among the beastmen. Why bother feeding it? Just kill it for food, some bewildered onlookers remarked. We shall raise it to produce piglets, and when the time comes that we lack provisions, we can harvest them. Yang Xiaomi patiently elaborated once more. Yama, observing the fenced-in sow, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Your idea is splendid. We had never considered this approach before. From now on, when we capture animals, we shall rear the young ones we cannot consume. Our tribe will never face food shortages again." Wadang, in high spirits, proclaimed to all the beastmen, once the sow breeds, it will continue to reproduce, providing ample sustenance for everyone. Yang Xiaomi's cheeks flushed with delight at such praise. This method is truly remarkable. Our tribe will thrive daily, and we shall no longer fear incursions from outsiders, allowing us to expand our territory, Yama declared, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Wadang was hailed as their great leader for devising such an ingenious plan, garnering even greater respect from the beastmen, who began to discuss amongst themselves. This idea came from my mate, Xiaomi. You must treat her with the same respect you afford me. She is simply extraordinary. Wadang, displaying no desire for accolades, gazed at Yang Xiaomi with a starry-eyed fondness. Chapter 78. Deliberate, haha. This is all trivial, Yang Xiaomi responded, basking in the compliments yet remaining grounded, her lips curving into a casual smile. Wadang gently caressed her silky hair, his eyes filled with a tenderness that could intoxicate, and soon he joined her laughter. Duo. A young female who had never mated, harbored feelings for Wadang and aspired to be his mate. However, she found herself thwarted by the unexpected emergence of Yang Xiaomi. Observing Wadang's affectionate treatment of Yang Xiaomi over the past days, she felt a pang of jealousy as she longed for the same gentleness he had bestowed upon her. At that moment, Wadang elevated Yang Xiaomi's status even further, inciting Duo's discontent. Having just recovered from scolding by Wadang, she momentarily forgot her humiliation. Upon seeing Wadang's magnificent and handsome visage, her heart raced. and she could not resist vying for his attention. With a playful flick of her fluffy fingers through her intricately braided hair, she revealed her most delicate and alluring smile, inching closer to Wadang. However, Wadang, entranced by Yang Xiaomi, failed to notice her at all. Duo, undeterred, danced in front of Wadang, but when he exhibited no reaction, she cunningly feigned a stumble, tumbling toward him as she approached Wadang's robust frame. Her heart surged with joy, and she let out a deliberately melodramatic gasp. Wadang instinctively sidestepped, leaving Duo to lose her balance and crash to the ground, crying out in dismay. This cry, tinged with panic and sorrow, drew Wadang's attention as she extended her hands toward him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wadang, it hurts. Please help me up. Yang Xiaomi, witnessing this spectacle, felt utterly bewildered, stammering, Wadang, assist me. Pull me up. Duo, seeing Wadang's lack of response, called out again, her voice laced with a faux sweetness and underlying grievance. Despite her somewhat dark complexion, her striking features and well-proportioned body made her a beauty in her own right. Before Yang Xiaomi's arrival, she had been regarded as the most attractive female in the tribe, but now she felt overshadowed by the fair and graceful Yang Xiaomi, who had captured the heart of the man she desired. Yet in Wadang's eyes, only Yang Xiaomi existed. He ignored Duo's pleas, instead clasping Yang Xiaomi's hand, his gaze filled with profound affection. But a tall young male named Dan approached, bending down to offer his hand to Duo. You needn't assist me. I want Wadang to help, she retorted, dismissing a Dan's offer and casting a pitiful glance at Wadang. Wadang only assists Yang Xiaomi. Allow me to help you, a Dan insisted, his voice tinged with reluctance. Nonsense. That's not the case. Duo shot back, her jealousy flaring as she slapped a Dan across the face with a resounding crack that drew the attention of many beastmen. Their expressions varied. Yang Xiaomi observed the unfolding drama, her heart heavy with disdain for Duo's infatuation, lamenting that she had misplaced her affections. Feelings cannot be forced. What is wrong with me? I like you and want you as my mate, a Dan implored, nursing his sore cheek as he confronted Duo. Dan is quite decent. Why did you strike him? Yama interjected, attempting to mediate. I love Wadang, and I wish to be his mate, Duo boldly declared. Chapter 79. Entrusting a Dan Duo's open challenge stirred the air with tension, and Yang Xiaomi cast a sidelong glance at Wadang, gauging his response as her heart wrestled with tumultuous emotions. Duo, cease your antics. I already have a mate, Wadang declared without hesitation, pulling Yang Xiaomi closer. Duo's eyes brimmed with tears. No, you don't have a mate. I do not recognize this outsider. Duo, I desire you as my mate, a Dan interjected, his voice thick with emotion as he reached for her arm, only for her to forcefully shove him away. Wadang's expression turned icy, his voice commanding, a Dan, Duo is now your responsibility. A Dan bowed gratefully, acknowledging Wadang's decree. Yes, I will take good care of her. Despite a Dan's protests, he swept Duo into his arms, hoisting her onto his shoulder as he strode toward his cave. Let go of me, she fumed, cursing as she leaped down from his shoulder, running away in tears. Duo, do not cry, a Dan called after her, pursuing her in earnest. Yang Xiaomi could hardly believe the spectacle she had just witnessed. A bemused smile gracing her lips like tea that moment. Dehua approached, observing the sow in the enclosure and hearing the accolades bestowed upon Yang Xiaomi, particularly from Wadang. With a hint of resentment, she remarked, Actually, I had thought of raising pigs before. I just never mentioned it. Not voicing it renders it non-existent, Wadang retorted coldly. Look at how clever my mate is. She thought of it and immediately informed me. Dehua's elongated eyes sparkled with a different light, and she reluctantly turned her gaze to Yang Xiaomi. Leader, do you truly wish for Xiaomi to be your mate? The question caught Yang Xiaomi off guard, stirring an odd sensation within her. Yet she did not dwell on it, assuming the beastmen were simply direct in their speech. Yes, Wadang affirmed without reservation. Dehua leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially into Wadang's ear. She is intelligent, but her origins are unknown. She lacks fur on her face and body. I fear she may be a monster. Her words were spoken softly, intended solely for Wadang's ears, hoping to sow seeds of discontent in his heart regarding Yang Xiaomi. Wadang's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Dahua with a gaze that could pierce through flesh. She is beautiful, and she has aided me, do not speak ill of her, lest I cast you out of the tribe. Yang Xiaomi, unaware of Dahua's insinuations, had noted her artistic inclinations and had developed a fondness for her. Hearing Wadang's fierce defense, she assumed it was related to Dahua and feigned ignorance. Approaching her with a smile, "Wadang, why would you expel her? Dahua is quite intelligent. She could benefit our tribe immensely." Dahua, initially envious of Yang Xiaomi's favorable treatment, felt a shift in her perspective upon receiving Yang Xiaomi's support. Gratitude flickering in her eyes. "Dahua, should you have any good suggestions in the future, let us discuss them together," Yang Xiaomi offered, patting her shoulder. "Very well," Dahua replied, returning the gesture with a smile. Meanwhile, a group of mischievous young beastmen had taken to poking the sow's nostrils with sticks, causing it to squeal and flee in alarm. The young ones giggled as they chased after the frightened creature. Continuing their antics, the sow, having endured the commotion for some time, suddenly collapsed, groaning loudly, its eyes half closed in evident distress. The sow was in peril, but a dong-dong shouted loudly, and several young orcs followed suit, dropping the branches in their hands and swiftly stepping aside. Chapter 80. Don't waste good things. "Hey, you little rascals have scared the sow to death." Yama rushed over, witnessing the sow in agony, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, appearing to be on the brink of death. Yama had never seen a sow give birth before and feared it was truly dying, which was concerning since they intended to use her for breeding. Panic set in as she shouted, "The sow is dying! Everyone, come quickly! The sow is dying!" Her voice reverberated through the air, alarming Yang Xiaomi nearby, who hurried over to see what was happening. Upon seeing the scene, she was indeed startled, but recalling her childhood experiences at home, where she had seen a sow giving birth, she quickly regained her composure. In a calm tone, she reassured, "It's all right, we need not fear. The sow is about to give birth." "Give birth to piglets?" Yama inquired. "Yes, Yama. Take some companions and gather sweet potato leaves, and potatoes from the riverside. Once the sow has given birth, we will need to provide her with food to ensure she has enough milk to nurture the piglets." Initially flustered, Yama, upon hearing Yang Xiaomi's composed words, felt somewhat reassured despite her lingering doubts. She decided to trust her instincts and hurriedly gathered a few companions to rush towards the natural vegetable patch by the river. Meanwhile, many orcs who had previously gathered to watch also dispersed to attend to their various tasks. A group of strong male orcs, under the guidance of Wadang, had already begun slaughtering the other pigs they had caught that day, in the 20th century, with advanced technology in a civilized society. The slaughtering of pigs had become quite humane, often done with electric stunning to ensure they did not emit sounds or feel pain. Although Yang Xiaomi had never been to a slaughterhouse, she was aware of these practices in this ancient era. However, the concept of humane slaughter was non-existent, and the gruesome scene she had witnessed in her childhood home replayed in her mind. Yang Xiaomi dreaded the sight of such bloody slaughter. The agonizing cries of the pigs pierced the air, sending chills through her soul. Frowning, she covered her ears. She suddenly wished for a day when electricity could be harnessed here, knowing that wind and water could generate power to improve their lives and enable humane pure. Yang Xiaomi found herself in the clutches of an orc, who handed her a clay basin. She proceeded to scoop some pristine water from the river, extracting a packet of salt from her pocket and sprinkling a few grains into the water, mixing it evenly. Wadang, following closely behind her, watched in utter bewilderment at this peculiar procedure. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "I'm preparing a saltwater solution. This will cause the pig's blood to coagulate, rendering it remarkably tender and smooth," Yang Xiaomi explained, effortlessly snapping a clean bamboo stick to stir the mixture. "You should place the pig's blood in the basin containing the salt water, while the fatty pork goes into another empty basin." She continued to give meticulous instructions to the orcs, observing her with curious expressions, their faces a portrait of confusion as they glanced at Wadang for approval, asking silently, "Is this acceptable?" Wadang's gaze was resolute, and he replied without hesitation, "We shall proceed as my mate suggests." Feeling supported was a delightful sensation for Yang Xiaomi. She instinctively patted his shoulder and raised her finger to give him a grand thumbs up, exclaiming, "Okay, soon you shall discover just how delectable this will be." "Delicious. Everything you make is exquisite," Wadang remarked, his excitement palpable. With that, he scooped her up effortlessly, lifting her off the ground. Startled, Yang Xiaomi lost her balance, instinctively grasping the thick fur on his arm and shoulder. "What are you doing?" she shrieked in fright. "Ha ha!" Wadang chuckled merrily, twirling her in midair. She felt as though the world was spinning, her body rotating 360 degrees. Before he hoisted her onto his sturdy shoulder, her abdomen pressing against the bone. "Are you carrying firewood?" she mused. Having seen romantic scenes in movies where couples enjoyed such moments, she had imagined it would be delightful. Yet, now that she was the one being carried, she realized it was not as comfortable as it seemed. With her stomach compressed, she felt constrained and uncomfortable. "Put me down. This is rather uncomfortable." Upon hearing her discomfort, Wadang gently set her down, his gaze filled with concern as he scanned her from head to toe. "Where does it hurt?" he asked. "I'm fine now. Let go gather some greens," Yang Xiaomi replied, her delicate fingers as slender as spring onions, smoothing her wind-tousled hair. Wadang felt relieved and affectionately tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "What kind of greens?" he asked. "Well, sweet potato leaves count as greens, and they taste delightful when stir-fried in lard," she explained, setting off toward the natural vegetable market she had previously discovered. Yang Xiaomi's bright, agile eyes darted around, and she quickly spotted an abundance of sweet potato leaves, as well as many other lush, plump plants in the vicinity. Upon closer inspection, she gasped in delight. It was her favorite, large mustard greens. Nearby, she also recognized the delicate shoots of carrots and, with a swift tug, pulled out a sizable carrot from the ground. "Wow," she exclaimed, washing it in the river before taking a bite. "Crunch, crunch, so sweet, so fresh, so delightful. Is it delicious?" Wadang observed her relish the taste, swallowing hard as he watched the carrot in her hand. "Absolutely. It's incredibly sweet and crisp," she replied, her cheeks puffed with the treat. Wadang, unable to resist, quickly yanked out a carrot for himself, washing it in the river before joining her in the delightful crunching. "This is fantastic," he exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the experience. As he devoured one carrot after another, Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but laugh at his exuberance. "Huh, you're like a big white rabbit gnawing on carrots," she teased, inadvertently spitting out a piece of carrot. "What's this about a big white rabbit?" Wadang inquired, cheeks full of carrot. Yet he couldn't help but smile at her playful demeanor. "You're the big white rabbit," she quipped, pinching his fair cheek, her smile radiant with joy. "Wait a minute, I was just joking about you being the big white rabbit, and now I find myself being called one," she exclaimed, suddenly realizing the irony. "I'm not a big white rabbit. I simply enjoy my greens," Wadang chuckled, and Yang Xiaomi continued her exploration, initially intending to gather some plump sweet potato leaves, with eyes keenly scanning for more edible treasures. She soon discovered an array of vegetables: cabbage, water spinach, green beans, pea shoots, eggplant, and pumpkin, all looking remarkably robust. With such a bounty at her disposal, she envisioned savoring these vegetables at her leisure, relishing the thought of having access to any green she desired in the future. "Yay, this is simply exhilarating," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Before long, she had amassed a substantial bundle of sweet potato leaves and cabbage, making her way to the riverbank to wash them. Suddenly, her eyes widened with awe as she stumbled upon a delightful surprise. The river water was crystal clear, revealing the fine sand flowing beneath. In the tranquil water, she noticed some faintly blue shrimp darting about. Though not particularly large, they were indeed freshwater crayfish, which she had tasted before and found to be exquisite. With a crisp shell and tender flesh, Yang Xiaomi was beside herself with excitement. Tonight, she could enjoy yet another river delicacy. She set down the greens and reached out eagerly, attempting to catch the quick little shrimp. But they proved elusive. After several futile attempts, she sighed, realizing that without proper tools, it was quite the challenge. "They're so fast. I really need a net or a tightly woven bamboo basket to catch these shrimp," she mused. Wadang, having noticed her playful leaps and splashes as she tried to catch the shrimp, found it amusing, her beauty illuminated by the splashes of water. After watching her struggle for a while, he decided not to let her spirits dampen. He set down the greens and joined her in the pursuit, hoping to elicit a smile from his beloved. With hands quicker than the average person's, he managed to catch a few, presenting them to her. "Look, my mate, I've caught a few," he declared triumphantly. "Let them go. Next time, I'll devise some tools for catching shrimp. It will be much easier to gather a good haul," Yang Xiaomi suggested, gently releasing the little crayfish back into the water. "What kind of tools?" Wadang asked, puzzled by her plan. "I'll tell you how to make them later," she replied confidently. As the sun began to set, she realized that patience was key. She didn't want to waste too much time catching shrimp. She could allow them to grow a little longer, hopefully yielding more offspring in the process. The river was wide, the water shallow, with fine, soft sand beneath, and sometimes beautiful stones peeking above the surface. After a while of fishing, Yang Xiaomi felt a bit fatigued, so she perched on a nearby stone to rest while continuing to wash the vegetables. Noticing some small black pebbles on the stone, she bent down to inspect them. "There are quite a few of these little stones," she remarked. As she dug her fingers into the surface, she found that these small stones were surprisingly sticky and uniquely shaped. Upon closer examination, she realized they were mountain snail shells. These mountain snails could only thrive in pristine, unpolluted waters, and their taste was exceptional. Moreover, they were known for their ability to clear heat and detoxify, making them a rare delicacy. Excitedly, she scanned the other stones and found an abundance of mountain snails. "There are so many delicious treasures here. To call this place a natural market would not be an exaggeration," she exclaimed, her heart soaring with the thrill of discovery. "Mate, have you found something special?" Wadang asked, noticing her joy and mirroring her smile. "Curious about her latest find, I want to save the mountain snails for later." "Let's not gather them tonight," she replied, her excitement still palpable. Initially worried about whether she would find enough to eat and rest well here, Yang Xiaomi now realized that this place was brimming with delightful treasures. And with Wadang at her side as her devoted protector, she felt incredibly fortunate. From despair to rebirth, to become someone who can change the world is indeed a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. She mused. Suddenly, Yang Xiaomi burst into song, her voice ringing out with enthusiasm. "I am going to achieve great things." Chapter 85. Heavy labor is my responsibility. Yang Xiaomi was in exceptionally high spirits, cheerfully humming a popular song from the 20th century as she joyfully washed the cabbage and sweet potato leaves on the fields of hope. "Ah, ah, ah, the world is so vast, yet I still encountered you." Her voice, clear and melodious, resonated beautifully, filling the dusky forest with enchanting echoes that prompted many small birds to chirp along in harmony. The little grove was suddenly alive with a soul-stirring symphony. Wadang, captivated by the melodious serenade, swayed to the rhythm, his fluffy fur tousled by the gentle evening breeze, his gaze fixed on the charming and delightful sight before him. Yang Xiaomi sang, with increasing enthusiasm. Memories of her university days as an active member of the arts community flooded back to her, where she had once won first place in a singing competition. It was Wadang's first encounter with such songs, and he was irresistibly drawn in, his light blue eyes sparkling with joy, his ears twitching in rhythm, lips parting and closing as he joined in the melody. The song ascended into the heavens, drifting toward the tribe, where the beastmen fell silent, captivated by the music, some even joining in with soft hums. The scene was a first for Sanshu and Yama, the oldest beastmen in the area, who quietly observed, nodding along to the enchanting performance. Yang Xiaomi carefully placed the freshly washed sweet potato leaves and cabbage into a clean earthen basin and turned to head back. "I'll take care of the heavy labor," Wadang declared, taking all the items from her hands. A sweet sensation blossomed in Yang Xiaomi's heart, and she gladly relinquished everything to him. As Wadang looked over the green plants, he mused aloud. "Mate, can these actually be consumed?" "Indeed, they are quite edible and delicious. If sautéed with some pork, they are delightful. Stir-fried with oil is equally tasty, packed with fiber and beneficial for digestion," Yang Xiaomi explained, a vivid image of a prepared dish flashing in her mind as her stomach rumbled in response. The communication between Wadang and Yang Xiaomi grew increasingly fluid, effortlessly guiding them back to the tribe and to the fire pit in front of Wadang's cave. Duo, who was busy gathering firewood, trailed after the strong and handsome leader like a shadow. The two chatted and laughed, inseparable in their return. Yet, Yang Xiaomi returned empty-handed, while Wadang's arms were filled with an abundance of items. Clearly reluctant to let her carry anything, that Wadang's tender affection for Yang Xiaomi was a novel experience for her, one she had never enjoyed before. Yet, she had harbored feelings for him for quite some time. Why was it that she was not the one receiving such affection? This unfamiliar female, so different in appearance, with smooth skin devoid of fur, seemed to have taken Wadang from her. Wadang's heart swelled with resentment, her eyes betraying jealousy and hatred as she forcefully struck the fire pit with her stick, sending sparks flying. "Hey, stop that! You're making a mess with dust and sparks," Yama exclaimed, snatching the stick from her and handing her a freshly heated basin. "Go fetch some water from the river. We needed to make meat soup. I want to go. If you want to, you can go. What is this basin nonsense? You all have fallen under that strange female spell. You do whatever she says." "I detest her," Duo huffed, angrily pushing the basin away. Previously, Duo had been obedient to Yama, who had a close relationship with her mother. Yet after her mother tragically died during childbirth, Yama had taken her under her wing, raising her with care. Wadang's defiance now left Yama with mixed emotions. Yama, with her somewhat clouded eyes, fixed an intense gaze on Duo, suddenly raising her hand to firmly pat her shoulder, gesturing toward Yang Xiaomi. Chapter 86. What is 20 minutes? What you see is that Wadang likes Xiaomi, and you cannot change that. Stop causing a ruckus. Yama sighed deeply, her wrinkled face resembling a withered chrysanthemum, her voice heavy with concern. "Without Xiaomi, Wadang would like me. I wish her dead," Duo retorted vehemently, her eyes ablaze with hatred as she forcefully shoved Yama's hand away. "You are being foolish. If Wadang wanted to like you, he would have done so long ago. Don't speak carelessly. If Wadang hears, it won't end well. Xiaomi is the one he has his eyes on. You're talking nonsense. Without Xiaomi, it's clear Wadang would choose me." Duo's face flushed with anger, her gaze filled with bitterness as she looked at the tall and handsome Wadang, then to Yang Xiaomi, consumed by jealousy. The male she had long admired was lavishing affection on another female right before her eyes. How could she not feel envious? "Xiaomi has brought us so many delicious and useful things. Just be patient, in time. The leader will seek more mates, and you will still have a chance." Yama gently stroked Duo's hand, soothing her while handing her a basin. "Go on. Fetch water for the meat soup. I tasted it last time, and it was exquisite." "Humph. Ridiculous. You've fallen for her too." Duo fumed, throwing the basin aside in frustration. With a loud crash, the basin shattered upon hitting the stone. Yama's eyes widened in shock. Duo, have you lost your mind? That basin was valuable. Why did you break it?" "I don't care for anything she makes." Duo pouted, sulking while occasionally glancing toward Wadang's direction. Meanwhile, several beastmen, following Yang Xiaomi's suggestions, had gathered pork fat and blood in a basin, carefully placing it before her, their expressions fraught with uncertainty as they discussed among themselves. "Is this pork blood and fat truly edible? We had companions who fell ill after eating it. Some even died from it." With confident poise, Yang Xiaomi lifted her charming eyes. "That was due to your improper cooking methods. It must be thoroughly cooked to be safe. If prepared correctly, it is highly nutritious." "How do we prepare it correctly?" the beastmen queried, their eyes wide with anticipation, Wadang raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Watch closely," Yang Xiaomi instructed, retrieving the basin of pork blood that had been mixed with salt water, causing it to solidify into a large mass. She deftly sliced the coagulated blood into smaller pieces before gently placing them into water heated to around 80 degrees Celsius. The water should be hot, but not boiling. Allow the blood to simmer slowly for about 20 minutes, then transfer it to cold water for a brief rest before cooking it again when ready to serve. "What does 20 minutes mean?" several beastmen queried, with Wadang also scratching his head in bewilderment. "Oh, I just remembered, there are no clocks here, and they cannot see precise time or comprehend the concept of minutes." Yang Xiaomi realized it would be a challenge to explain the concept of 20 minutes to them. Seeing their confused faces, she pondered briefly, recalling the ancient texts and films she had encountered that described the use of hourglasses for measuring time. Now, devoid of clocks and the internet, she resolved to create one. Chapter 87. The hourglass. Yang Xiaomi retrieved a piece of wild sheepskin from a nearby shelf, crafting a small pouch using vines. She filled it with dry, fine sand from the riverbank and hung it from a tree branch, allowing the sand to trickle down slowly. This is a rudimentary hourglass I've made, under the bright sunlight. Shadows danced around them, and she used the sunlight cast upon her to measure the time the sand would take to flow through. Fill half a sheepskin bag with sand, similar in size to mine, leaving a small hole at the bottom. When the sand has completely drained, that will signify 20 minutes. Wow, this is incredible. The beastmen watched in awe, with Wadang leaning forward, intrigued. Is this what 20 minutes means? Yang Xiaomi, satisfied with her first attempt at creating an hourglass, felt a sense of accomplishment. With a slight smile, she affirmed, yes, this is called an hourglass, a method for measuring time. Hourglass, quite an excellent idea. In the future, we can use this to tell time, Wadang emphasized, clearly fascinated by the concept. Hourglass, the beastmen echoed, nodding their heads in agreement as they observed the pouch with keen interest. Yang Xiaomi returned to the task at hand, instructing, boil the pork blood in simmering water until the sand has drained completely. Then remove it and rinse it in cold water for a few minutes before adding ginger and fresh water to prepare the soup. How long must we continue to boil it? Several beastmen inquired eagerly. Once the water reaches a boil, you can cook it until half of the sand has drained away. The pork blood will be tender and delicious. Overcooking will make it tough and unpalatable. Yang Xiaomi retained nothing, sharing all the knowledge she possessed. While discussing the preparation of pig's blood, some hungry orcs nearby instinctively began to consume raw pork. Observing their unappetizing and beast-like manner of eating was quite revolting to Yang Xiaomi. She found it unsanitary and detrimental to their health, considering how unpalatable raw pork could be. It was a disgrace to waste such fine meat. Wadang advised them against consuming raw pork, warning that it could lead to diarrhea and parasitic infections. Yang Xiaomi frowned, glancing at the uncooked meat, which appeared to be free of parasites. Azitzi, eyeing the fresh pork, inquired about the presence of parasites and bacteria, which are microscopic and invisible to the naked eye, requiring magnification to detect. High temperatures are necessary for disinfection, and consuming it raw could result in the growth of worms in their stomachs. Yang Xiaomi elaborated, magnifying glass? Can you show me one? Wadang, curious, reached out to her, but realized he had inadvertently dug his own grave. He had no magnifying glass, while he understood the principle behind making one. It required glass to create. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Xiaomi remarked, we don't have one now, but we will in the future. Some orcs, skeptical about the existence of parasites in seemingly healthy meat, voiced their doubts. Yang Xiaomi then questioned Wadang, when your tribe defecates, do you often find worms? Do you sometimes experience inexplicable stomach pains? Wadang was aware that many orcs in their tribe suffered from worm infestations. Hearing Yang Xiaomi's words, he began to suspect that the issue might stem from consuming raw meat and issued an urgent gathering command. Chapter 88. Clearly delicious, unlike the others, Wadang possessed a sharper intellect and trusted Yang Xiaomi. Upon blowing his whistle, the orcs immediately set aside their tasks and hurried over, recognizing this as a special signal for important and urgent announcements. Wadang, with his striking brows and commanding presence, spoke with authority. Everyone listen. Do not eat raw pork from now on. It will lead to parasitic infections, stomach pains, and even death. The severity of his warning was alarming. He explained the previous cases of stomach-related fatalities. So, it was the raw meat that caused the deaths? Some murmured, but I've consumed it before without issue. How should we eat instead? They began to discuss. Some orcs, in good health, felt fine at the moment, but Wadang asserted that long-term consumption would surely lead to problems. What should I do if I often experience stomach pains and worms? Yama asked seriously. Cook it thoroughly, either by roasting or boiling. Come and watch how Xiaomi does it. Wadang instructed, hoping to ensure the health of his tribe to avoid unnecessary troubles and maintain their strength in numbers. Most orcs automatically followed Yang Xiaomi's prior teachings, opting to eat only cooked meat. However, a stubborn few, driven by jealousy towards Yang Xiaomi, Continue to eat it, or Wadang issued his command. The dissenters muttered discontentedly. Duo, in a sour tone, remarked, "Why should we listen to her? We've always eaten it raw, and I'm just fine." In truth, the cooked meat was indeed quite delicious. Dao, savoring the freshly roasted meat, looked thoroughly pleased. "Ugh, even you have fallen for that foreign female's trick," Duo scoffed, rolling her eyes at Dao. Yama offered Duo a piece of roasted meat, but she refused, displaying a disdainful expression. Yama held the meat to her nose. Duo, take a whiff. Doesn't the cooked meat smell delightful? Get it away. I don't want to eat. Duo remained obstinate, though she couldn't suppress her salivation at the enticing aroma. Just take a bite. It is truly delicious, Yama urged, bringing the roasted meat closer to her mouth. Move it away. Duo pushed Yama's hand aside, her expression sour. If it were me, I'd definitely try it. It smells so good. You're missing out on this exquisite flavor. Dahu teased, waving a skewer of roasted meat in front of her, the delectable aroma wafting into Duoduo's nostrils. Unable to resist, Duo suddenly bit into Dahu's roasted meat. A wave of rich flavor flooded her palate, and she exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing." She promptly snatched all the roasted meat from Da's hands, stuffing it into her mouth. "Hey, why did you eat all my roasted meat?" "You owe me." Da had intended to tease her, but was taken aback when Duo devoured the freshly roasted meat, almost brought to tears. Duo feigned a grimace, pretending it was terrible. "This is awful. Absolutely dreadful. Everyone, don't trust that monster. Raw meat is still better," she shouted, eliciting curious glances from the orcs towards her and then at Yang Xiaomi, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Chapter 89. Painful Mouthfuls. How absurd. "You claim it's dreadful yet steal my meat?" Daho lamented, watching the roasted meat in Duoduo's mouth with a pained heart. Cough. "It's truly terrible." Duo feigned suffering, dramatically exaggerating her reaction. "Nonsense. If you feel unwell. Why are you still eating?" "Ugh, silly girl. Stop eating," Daho retorted, unimpressed. However, Yama, seeing Duoduo's behavior, assumed she genuinely disliked the cooked meat and ceased to press her. Duo rolled her eyes, ignoring Daho, and continued to devour more. "Hey, if it's bad, just spit it out," Yama urged, patting her back with concern. "How can I spit it out after swallowing? Go away and roast some meat." Duo pushed Yama's hand aside, irritated. "You have such a foul temper." Yama sighed, resigning to accompany Duo quietly. Duo, go roast some meat. "I want more," she commanded, addressing Daho, who was scoffing at her. "You glutton! You just want to steal my meat," Daho huffed, stomping off to find more raw meat to roast. After savoring the roasted meat, Duo found the rich flavor addictive, and when she attempted to eat raw meat again, it tasted foul and tough. Witnessing Duo struggle with the raw meat, grimacing from the unpleasantness, she eventually spat it out, looking miserable. Yama, concerned, asked, "What is wrong with you? You dislike cooked meat, and now raw meat too. Are you feeling unwell? Quit your rambling. Your nagging gives me a headache. You're so annoying." Duo snapped, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. The taste of cooked meat had spoiled Duo, making raw meat intolerable. Unable to resist, she rolled up the raw meat with a stick and placed it over the coals to roast. "You claim to love raw meat, yet now you're roasting it?" Yama questioned, her eyes reflecting a hint of relief. "What I enjoy has nothing to do with you. Go worry about that monster." "Yang Xiaomi," Duo retorted, still resentful over Yama, defending Yang Xiaomi. "Look at you, spouting nonsense again," Yama sighed, shaking her head, a complex smile tugging at her lips. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Yang Xiaomi was lively. Sanshu approached her, pouting while eating roasted meat, pointing to the painful blisters in his mouth. "This roasted meat is delicious, but I got these painful blisters. Is this meat toxic? You wouldn't harm me, would you?" Sanshu grimaced, torn between enjoyment and discomfort. "Sanshu, what are you babbling about? This roasted meat is certainly not toxic," Wadang interjected, dissatisfied with Sanshu's words, not wanting to see Yang Xiaomi unjustly accused. "If it's not toxic, why is my mouth sore and blistered?" Sanshu shot back, irritation evident in his eyes. "As an elder in the community, Wadang maintained his politeness towards him, but his concern for Yang Xiaomi made him tense. Wadang's expression darkened as he coldly replied, I eat it every day without issue. It's your age and frail health that are the problem. In my prime, I could slay a tiger, San Shu retorted. Uncle San, refusing to acknowledge his age, had a flushed face and an increasingly agitated tone. The elder and the leader, both esteemed orcs within the tribe, were on the verge of a confrontation, a serious matter indeed for the community. Chapter 90. You eat first. Yang Xiaomi wished to prevent any discord arising from this issue, as it would serve no one's interests. She was aware that excessive consumption of roast meat could be detrimental to one's health, leading to internal heat and potential harm. Moreover, overindulgence could result in a feeling of greasiness and irritability. After contemplating, she realized that while Western medicine was unavailable, one could typically find herbal remedies to clear heat in any area where plants thrived. With a quick mental search, she recalled some herbs that could alleviate the condition. Uncle San, please fetch some Bamlanjan roots to brew a tea. It can dispel heat and detoxify, alleviating the pain from the blisters in your mouth. Yang Xiaomi suggested gently. What is Bamlanjan? Where can it be found? What does it look like? Uncle San asked anxiously, clutching his aching mouth. Currently, this was indeed a challenge. Yang Xiaomi was unfamiliar with the local terrain and the whereabouts of various plants. In her haste, she had no idea where to find the Bamlanjan roots. With darkness already enveloping the sky and lacking any flashlight or illuminating device, the prospect of locating the roots and returning with them seemed an unrealistic aspiration. With a hint of helplessness, Yang Xiaomi remarked, given the darkness and slippery paths, it's not advisable to search now. I will let you know when I find the Bamlanjan roots. Uncle San looked at her with wide, troubled eyes, his brow furrowed in frustration. Yang Xiaomi reminded him, roasting meat can generate internal heat and cause mouth sores, so it's best for you to refrain from eating it for now. Stick to boiled meat. Otherwise, your condition will worsen. This roast is delectable, Uncle Sam lamented, gazing longingly at the remnants of the meat in his hand, reluctant to discard it, yet suffering from the pain in his mouth and grimacing. But it hurts to eat. Tonight, have some pig's blood soup and plenty of cabbage soup. Both are excellent for clearing heat and moistening dryness, which will greatly help your situation, Yang Xiaomi advised as she set about preparing the pig's blood soup and cabbage soup. This cabbage is also good for clearing heat. Make sure you eat plenty, she added, chopping the cabbage with a stone knife and adding a generous amount to several large pots of soup. A few female orcs joined in to assist, and before long, several large bowls of fragrant pig's blood and cabbage soup were ready, their aroma wafting through the air above the tribe. Many orcs caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance, their stomachs rumbling in response, and some mischievous youngsters had already begun to sneak tastes. Everyone, please serve yourselves, Yang Xiaomi called out, recognizing their hunger. Instantly, they swarmed around the bowls, eager to feast. While others indulged, Yang Xiaomi remained busy. Wadang followed closely at her side, noticing her neglect of food as she bustled about. He filled a bowl with pig's blood soup and offered it to her. My dear, eat something before you continue working. You eat first. I'll have mine later, Yang Xiaomi replied, placing a pot filled with pig fat over the coals to boil. What are you doing? Why aren't you eating? Wadang asked, watching her with concern as she busied herself in a manner he had never witnessed before. This is to extract oil. I need to saute some vegetables for everyone, Yang Xiaomi explained, occasionally using her long chopsticks to stir the fat, worried it might scorch. Wadang held the bowl to her lips. Then just take a few sips. Seeing his persistence, she relented and drank a couple of spoonfuls of the soup. Wow, this is delicious. I did quite well with this soup, she thought to herself, feeling proud. You should eat too, she urged at last. Wadang began to eat. The pig's blood soup slid down his throat, and he savored the silky, rich flavor, his eyebrows dancing in delight. Is it good? Yang Xiaomi asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Chapter 91. Drinking soup with reckless abandon. Wadang took several more hearty sips, reveling in the exquisite taste of the pig's blood soup, a sensation he had never encountered before. His expression lit up as he wiped his mouth and exclaimed, This is fantastic. The pig's blood soup is truly delectable. Yang Xiaomi sighed in relief. I'm glad you like it. Make sure to eat more. It will help cleanse your body of toxins and impurities. Wadang gently caressed her hair, his eyes filled with admiration and tenderness. "My dear, I wish you had come earlier. We wasted so much pig's blood before. Besides pig's blood, other animal blood can also be used to create delicious soups." Yang Xiaomi said, feeling a sense of accomplishment from his praise, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Hurry and eat before it gets cold," she reminded him. Noticing Wadang lost in thought, in a cheerful mood, Wadang lifted the large bowl of pig's blood soup and gulped it down in one go. Licking his lips in satisfaction, his beautiful light blue eyes sparkled with warmth, reflecting the image of Yang Xiaomi. "My dear, you are incredible. You could do everything so well." "Haha, I am a versatile woman," Yang Xiaomi replied, unreservedly basking in her self-adoration, her eyes gleaming with triumph. As she spoke, she filled another pot with half a bowl of water and placed it over the fire to boil, then added the chopped pig meat. Stirring with chopsticks, soon, the savory aroma of meat broth wafted through the air once more. "A new meat broth. How delightful." Yama, who had caught the scent from afar, hurried over, holding a freshly made large bowl and eager to scoop some soup and meat. Yama gazed at the meat in the pot, licking her dry lips, her eyes reflecting her hunger, wishing she could consume the entire pot. "Xiaomi, I want to eat," she said with a bright smile, shifting her body shyly. "Yama, make sure to drink plenty. The meat broth is good for your health," Yang Xiaomi replied generously, scooping a large portion into Yama's bowl. Yama instantly opened her mouth and drank, the piping hot soup entering her mouth, both scalding and fragrant, causing her to wince in pain as she almost dropped the bowl. "I'm genuinely worried about her burning her mouth," Yang Xiaomi exclaimed anxiously. "Quickly spit it out. Wait for it to cool before drinking." However, the soup was too delicious for Yama to part with. Shaking her head, she stubbornly swallowed it down, immediately feeling a sharp pain in her chest as she jumped up and down. "Oh my goodness. Is she really drinking soup at the risk of her health? It's so delicious. I can't spit it out," Yama remarked, her tongue hanging out, feeling the pain but also the bliss of the flavor. "All right," Yang Xiaomi sighed, resigned. "Just remember to blow on it next time and let it cool before drinking. Otherwise, esophageal cancer will be troubling." "You're so kind," Yama replied, not fully understanding what esophageal cancer meant, but sensing Yang Xiaomi's good intentions. She began to blow on the soup, relishing it slowly. Yama remained enthusiastically nearby. Noticing Yang Xiaomi still busy at the stove, she squatted down, sipping her soup while occasionally adding firewood to keep the flames alive. "This thing is quite useful. What is it called?" Yama inquired, curiously observing the stove Yang Xiaomi had instructed some orcs to quickly construct with stones and clay. The orcs had no idea what Yang Xiaomi intended to do. They merely followed her instructions to build it and only realized its purpose when they saw her using it to cook. Though rudimentary, the stove was effective. The pot sat steadily atop it, with firewood burning below and airflow circulating, far superior to placing the pot directly over an open fire. Suddenly, a loud popping sound erupted. Chapter 92. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! What was that noise?" Yama shrieked, clutching her chest and shrinking her neck. Cold sweat beading on her brow as her cloudy old eyes darted around. Tea turned out to be a bamboo stick in the fire below the stove that had exploded. "You scared me to death." "Will it ruin the pot? We'll have no meat to eat." "Don't worry," Yang Xiaomi reassured calmly. In the 20th century, during her childhood, she had accompanied adults to chop bamboo, using the dry leftover bamboo for firewood, which often popped and crackled. "Wow, you're quite brave," Yama commented, sticking out her tongue as she examined the novel stove, touching the stones and clay. "This thing burns well, and the pot sits securely. You must have used it before, right?" "This is called a stove, specifically for cooking. I have used it," Yang Xiaomi replied with a gentle smile, secretly reflecting on how the orcs here seemed to lack ingenuity, not even possessing a proper stove. "Excellent, I want one too." Many orcs gathered around, captivated by the functionality of the stove, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they discussed its merits. "Hey, there's this method. We don't need to hold the pot over the fire. It looks great. I'm not worried about burning my hands, and I want to build one too." Seeing the enthusiasm from the others, Yang Xiaomi felt a swell of pride. "I'm a woman of the 20th century. This is a piece of cake." Before long, the pork fat in the pot began to bubble and emit a fragrant aroma. Yang Xiaomi, hearing the sizzling sound, stirred with chopsticks to prevent it from burning. "Delicious, so fragrant," Yama exclaimed, leaning closer to the pot, her nose wrinkling like a garlic bulb. "Ugh. Pain, pain, pain." A cry of agony escaped as the pork lard in the earthen pot suddenly erupted, splattering a few droplets onto Yama's face, causing her to scream and retreat in a frantic tumble. Yang Xiaomi immediately leaped aside, well aware that contact with the scalding lard would be excruciating and, if not treated properly, could lead to inflammation, leaving behind unsightly and terrifying scars. Observing Yama clutching her face and wailing, she hastily advised, "Yama, quickly immerse your face in cold water and refrain from touching the wound." Without hesitation, Yama dashed to the riverbank, submerging her entire face in the cool water. From a distance, Yang Xiaomi watched in worry, fearing that she might drown. As Yama's face soaked in the refreshing current, the pain from the lard burns diminished significantly, providing her with a sense of relief. It wasn't until she could hardly breathe that she raised her head, spitting out a mouthful of river water. Returning to the cooking area near Yang Xiaomi, she dared not approach too closely this time, pouting and gingerly touching the swollen spots on her face. "This stuff can really hurt," she remarked. "Do not touch the wound with your hands. Inflammation will leave scars." Yang Xiaomi cautioned, turning her attention to the observing orcs. "Everyone, please be cautious when frying. Watch out for the hot oil splattering." With that, Yang Xiaomi resumed manipulating the fatty pork with her chopsticks. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed, and more lard splattered. Yang Xiaomi felt a sharp sting on the back of her hand and quickly retreated, yet she still ended up with a swollen spot. Yama hurried back as well, exclaiming, "Oh no, it exploded again. Quick, soak it in water." Yang Xiaomi swiftly grabbed a clay basin filled with cool water, plunging her hand into it, the pain swiftly replaced by soothing relief. Wadang was discussing the cooking method with other orcs when he heard Yang Xiaomi's startled cry and dashed over. "What happened?" His eyes filled with concern as he scanned her up and down. Startled by Wadang's sudden appearance, Yang Xiaomi felt a warm flutter in her heart. He was quite considerate. "It's just a minor burn from the lard," she replied lightly. Wadang, pained by the sight of the swollen spot on her delicate hand, took her hand and gently blew on it. His warm breath eased the pain, and the sensation was truly comforting, warming Yang Xiaomi's heart. With glistening eyes filled with concern, Wadang softly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine," Yang Xiaomi replied, tilting her head slightly and retracting her hand. "Let me take over. You should rest," Wadang insisted, snatching the chopsticks from her grasp. That moment, Yang Xiaomi's hand no longer hurt, and with her natural healing ability, the wound began to close rapidly. Approaching the cooking area, she watched Wadang diligently working with the bubbling lard. "Be careful of the oil splattering. Don't get too close," she warned. "I have tough skin. It doesn't bother me," Wadang replied with a slight grin, continuing to stir the sizzling bits. Noticing the flames had weakened, Yama crouched down to help add firewood. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as the oil exploded again, splattering onto Wadang's thigh. Grimacing in pain, he promptly retreated, exclaiming, "Yikes! This hot oil really stings." The sight of their formidable leader expressing pain caused the surrounding orcs to step back in alarm. "Soak it in cold water. I'll handle this," Yang Xiaomi offered, attempting to take the chopsticks from Wadang's hand. "This minor injury is nothing. Continue to rest," he replied, exuding the bravado of a hero unafraid of pain. Having been burned once, Yama was now cautious as well, tucking her head down, but seeing the two of them unafraid gave her the courage to help with the fire. Yang Xiaomi, understanding Wadang's determination, knew she couldn't force him and was touched by his concern, but she wished to prevent him from getting hurt again. "We're running low on firewood," she remarked, glancing at the dwindling pile, subtly urging him to step aside. "I'll go fetch some," Wadang said, turning to leave and casually handing the chopsticks to Dondan, who was watching curiously. "Go help with the work." Dondan, holding the chopsticks gingerly, approached the bubbling lard, uncertain of how to proceed, fearful of getting burned. "You should help Wadang gather firewood. He got hurt," Yang Xiaomi instructed Dondan. She then picked up another pair of long chopsticks, carefully flipping the fatty pork while maintaining a safe distance. After a moment of hesitation, Dondan glanced between Yang Xiaomi and Wadang before heading over to assist Wadang in fetching branches. Why are you here instead of handling the lard? If you hurt Xiaomi, I'll break your neck. Wadang kicked Adandan lightly, his tone icy and laced with anger. She sent me to help you because you were hurt, Adandan explained weakly, rubbing his reddened thigh, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he often held a mixture of respect and fear towards Wadang, who now seemed like a mere ball being kicked around. Take this, Yang Xiaomi said, her concern for Wadang lightening his mood, causing his expression to soften as he tossed a bundle of branches to Adandan. Xiaomi, is the fire sufficient? Yama asked, still assisting with the flames, her attentiveness making her an exceptional helper. It's good, Yang Xiaomi replied, continuing to stir the bubbling lard and meat to tea that moment. Wadang and Adandan returned with several bundles of firewood, tossing them aside as they approached her. Let me handle it. You go rest, Wadang declared, seizing the chopsticks from Yang Xiaomi's hands. She felt a mix of emotions, almost on the verge of tears, realizing that she was being treated as if she were a precious artifact to be protected. Yama observed Wadang's considerate behavior with a hint of envy, remarking, Wadang, you really understand how to care for others. Xiaomi, you are truly fortunate. In the past, Wadang had always assigned tasks to others, never allowing anyone to dictate his actions, maintaining an aloof demeanor. But now his tenderness towards Yang Xiaomi was almost overwhelming, resembling that of a devoted servant to Oyama. Wadang's current behavior appeared decidedly unusual, bordering on the bizarre. She glanced at Duo, who was glaring at Yang Xiaomi with a complex expression. Many of the orcs who had gathered to witness the scene were taken aback by Wadang's uncharacteristically gentle demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual authoritative presence. Whispers began circulating among the onlookers. Our leader has changed. He used to be so focused while eating. Now he revolves around her. He was once so cold. Who knew he could be so warm and considerate? It seems the leader is transformed for this outsider. The murmurs reached Yang Xiaomi's ears, stirring a peculiar sensation within her. She cast a sideways glance at Wadang, who happened to be looking back at her. Their gazes collided like electric currents, sending ripples through Yang Xiaomi's heart. A wave of warmth coursing through her. Her fair complexion inexplicably flushed, she lowered her beautifully translucent eyelids, unable to meet Wadang's captivating gaze. Wadang took her hand, leaning down to kiss her, but she retreated a few steps, deliberately exclaiming, "The lard, be careful." With so many witnesses, she didn't want to indulge in any romantic displays at such an inopportune moment. Stay composed, stay composed. Yang Xiaomi mentally chastised herself, taking a deep breath before adopting a composed tone. Everyone, please take note of the method for preparing this meat soup. First, boil water in a clay pot, then add the clean meat and let it cook for half an hour. Half an hour? How long is that? Wadang asked with a smile, his confusion apparent. The orcs here truly have no concept of time. Yang Xiaomi thought, explaining calmly, it will take about the duration of 2 hourglasses. This boiled meat is incredibly fragrant, and the broth is delightful. Yama chimed in, occasionally licking her dry, wrinkled lips. Yang Xiaomi raised her finger, giving Yama a big thumbs up. Exactly right. It's also very nutritious and beneficial for the body. Yama beamed widely, her toothless grin resembling a wilted chrysanthemum. Meanwhile, the lard in the clay pot gradually transformed into a golden hue, with plenty of oil extracted, filling the basin to at least half. Yang Xiaomi intermittently used the long bamboo chopsticks to stir, extracting the crispy bits of fried lard and placing them aside. The enticing aroma of the pork cracklings wafted through the air, enticing many orcs to salivate. How delightful! I must have some. Azitzi approached, eagerly grabbing a piece of crackling and shoving it into his mouth. Wait, is your throat ready for that? Yang Xiaomi thought to intervene, but it was too late. The freshly fried pork cracklings were irresistibly fragrant and crispy, and Azitzi savored the rich flavor, thoroughly enjoying himself, wolfing down the morsels in a few bites, almost swallowing his tongue in the process. The taste was simply heavenly, and Azitzi couldn't stop eating, wishing he could devour every last piece of crackling. Don't eat so fast. It's still hot. Yang Xiaomi hurriedly cautioned, it's too delicious. I have to eat it, he exclaimed. Gigi, enticed by the delectable aroma, could hardly contain herself as she rushed forward, seizing a handful of crispy pork cracklings and stuffing them directly into her mouth. Wow, how fragrant and crunchy. She exclaimed, "Oh my, you have to let this sit for a few days before eating. Consuming it now will cause a fiery sensation and a sore throat." Yang Xiaomi frowned, unable to suppress her astonishment. "What fiery sensation? It's so delicious that I fear no pain." Gigi, her mouth full of the delightful morsels, could scarcely hear Yang Xiaomi's words, shaking her head in bliss as she licked the grease from her fingers and the corners of her mouth. Observing Gigi's enthusiastic praise for the poor cracklings, many other beastmen were drawn in, clamoring to snatch some for themselves, causing a bit of chaos. "Please, don't fight. Eating the poor cracklings now will lead to a sore throat." Yang Xiaomi shouted, her urgency palpable, but her words fell on deaf ears. "Is there any left? Save some for me." Those who failed to secure the cracklings began to grumble and squabble. "The sizzling oil smells divine." One beastman named Air, frustrated by his inability to grab any poor cracklings, attempted to scoop some hot oil from the basin into his bowl. "No, drinking that will ruin your throat." Yang Xiaomi quickly intervened, pulling him back. "The freshly fried lard is scalding hot. Consuming it will burn your throat and stomach, and could even be fatal." She did not dare to be negligent, sternly and swiftly blocking him. "I don't believe you. You're just unwilling to share." Air glared at her in anger, even shoving her aside. Other beastmen joined in, intent on consuming the scorching oil. "Are you all so desperate for a fleeting pleasure that you're willing to harm yourselves?" How barbaric and ignorant. Seeing that she could not prevent them, Yang Xiaomi grew frantic, exclaiming, "Don't drink the hot oil. It could be lethal." As the situation escalated, she instinctively called for Wadang to intervene. "You scoundrels. Don't drink that. Step aside." Wadang, who had been nearby, sprang into action at her command, swiftly tossing aside the disobedient figures with his powerful hands. It was a close call. The beastmen nearly had the scalding oil at their lips. But at the critical moment, it was snatched away, splattering some on themselves, causing them to yelp in pain. With a commanding presence, Wadang reprimanded them, effectively dispersing the crowd. The pain from the hot oil prompted the greedy beastmen to cease their actions. Though they were forced to stop, those who had not tasted the poor cracklings were still unwilling to relent, waiting for another chance. Who narrowly avoided being burned, remained blissfully ignorant of the perils of hot oil. Seizing the opportunity while Wadang turned to Yang Xiaomi, he stealthily maneuvered around Wadang's back, rushing to scoop the boiling oil into his bowl, raising it to his lips. "Don't drink that," Yang Xiaomi shouted in horror. Realizing she could not reach him in time, her heart racing. "Are you mad? Do you wish to die?" Wadang's anger flared, the veins in his neck bulging. With swift reflexes, he snatched the bowl from Wu-Wu-Ah's hands. "Don't take my share. I want a drink." Wu-Wu-Ah protested stubbornly, attempting to pour the scalding oil into his mouth. Chapter 96. "Now listen up, Wu-Wu-Ah. Truly a fool who won't learn until it's too late." Yang Xiaomi gasped, her nostrils flaring in fear. As the two beastmen tugged at each other, the boiling oil spilled onto Wu-Wu-Ah's lips and face, causing him to leap about as if set alight. "Ouch! It hurts!" he cried out, jumping around like a madman, as if tormented by a demon. In an instant, blisters formed on his discolored mouth and face, swelling to the size of large sausages, as he clutched his mouth and hopped in agony. "Why is this happening? This is dreadful." Many beastmen gasped in shock at the sight of Wu-Wu-Ah's transformation, unsure of how to respond. "That I warned you not to drink that oil immediately. It's meant for cooking. Now do you understand the pain?" Yang Xiaomi scolded, her frustration evident. "If it had entered your stomach, it would have caused far worse damage. You should consider yourself lucky." She grumbled a few more complaints, lamenting that if Wu-Wu-Ah had only heeded her warning, he would not be in this predicament. "Those who ignore my advice suffer the consequences." Seeing Wu-Wu-Ah's plight, Yama rushed over, panic evident in her voice. "Xiaomi, is there any way to treat this?" Reflecting on her experiences in the 20th century, where she was a model citizen who often helped the elderly and returned lost belongings, she felt a sense of duty to assist Wu-Wu-Ah. Good deeds lead to good fortune, and perhaps one day I shall marry a wonderful husband, she thought with a chuckle, with a calm smile. She quickly devised a plan. "I have a method, but you must follow my instructions precisely." She spoke. Yang Xiaomi produced a small packet of salt from her pocket, pouring a little into a clean basin to prepare a saline solution. She then handed it to the sobbing Wu-Wu-Ah. whose face was twisted in pain. Wash the wound with this salt water while I fetch some medicine. Wu, recognizing the urgency, obediently accepted the saline solution and began to cleanse his injury. Why didn't you do this sooner? Will you ever dare to drink hot oil again? I shall make sure you do not. Wadang glared at him, disapproving of his reckless behavior that had caused Yang Xiaomi so much trouble. I want to drink it again, Wu replied, his face contorting in embarrassment. With a face that resembled a mix between a Buddha and a gorilla, he nervously wrinkled his brows. Yang Xiaomi hurried off to gather herbs. Her knowledge of their uses and benefits stemming from her grandfather, who was well-versed in traditional medicine. There was an abundance of lush greenery nearby, and she was confident she could find many useful herbs. Wadang, eager to stay close to Yang Xiaomi, followed her closely, concerned about her safety, observing her as she examined various plants, sometimes tasting leaves or crushing them to smell. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "I'm testing the herbs. Some look similar, but their flavors and scents differ, so I must discern them carefully to avoid mistakes," she explained, glancing at Wadang. "My partner, you truly are remarkable." Wadang admired her, his affection for her deepening as he imitated her actions, testing various herbs with his mouth. "Wow, this herb is quite bitter," he exclaimed, chewing a handful of grass until it was mushy, his tongue stained green from the herb's juice, the bitterness causing him to grimace. Chapter 97. What use is this rotten grass? Yang Xiaomi wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, holding a blade of dogtail grass, reminding him, "Don't eat it, just touch it with your tongue to taste, and then spit it out. Some herbs are toxic and shouldn't be swallowed. It can be dangerous." Wadang quickly spat out the grass, still left with a green tongue. "Huh, your tongue has turned green," Yang Xiaomi laughed, finding his antics amusing. "Oh." Wadang rolled his eyes in embarrassment and rushed to the river, submerging his head in the water and gulping it down, attempting to cleanse his mouth of the taste and color. Yang Xiaomi, who detested uncleanliness, discovered through their interactions that Wadang was quite fastidious. She smiled gently, offering him an approving glance. In front of them, a patch of vibrant green grass with round, slender leaves caught her eye. "I found sticky rice grass. This is perfect," Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, gathering several stalks renowned for their heat-clearing and anti-inflammatory properties. The soil was moist, and the fragrant earth clung to the roots. She planned to wash them thoroughly and headed toward the riverbank. "Do we need to taste this?" Wadang inquired eagerly, eyeing the grass in her hands. "This grass is quite distinctive. There's no need to taste it, that I'm very familiar with it," Yang Xiaomi reassured him as she washed the grass clean. Engrossed in her task, Yang Xiaomi's labor brought a sheen of sweat to her brow, resembling dew on peach blossoms, her skin radiating a healthy glow. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, making her stunningly beautiful. Wadang was captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. "My partner, you are so beautiful. Everything you say must be true." "Indeed," Yang Xiaomi smirked, a hint of self-admiration creeping in as she savored the sweetness of the moment. Though Wadang still harbored doubts about the healing properties of the grass, he remained unwaveringly supportive of Yang Xiaomi's actions. The two returned to the tribe, drawing the attention of onlookers. As people observed Yang Xiaomi returning with a handful of vibrant grass. Curiosity filled the air regarding her intentions. She picked up a clean stone and methodically placed the sticky rice grass on another stone. With a rhythmic pounding, she crushed the grass, releasing a greenish juice that formed a sticky, muddy paste. This sticky rice grass should be applied to the wound, secured with leaves. Do not wash it off or touch the wound for 5 days, and it will heal. Yang Xiaomi turned to Wu, who was watching with concern, and casually tossed aside the stone in her hand, clapping her palms together. "Is this truly effective?" Wu questioned, filled with boundless doubt, while others in the tribe gazed at her in astonishment, whispering among themselves, "Can this wretched grass really heal wounds? Is this for real? How absurd!" Unsure, Wu decided to wait and observe. She glanced at the clump of green grass and then at Yang Xiaomi. Hesitating, uncertain whether to proceed, "That if you do not follow my instructions, there is no hope for you. Your mouth will surely become inflamed and rot away," Yang Xiaomi stated, her gaze calm yet ominously significant. "Do not heed her. That grass must be poisonous. Duo Air interjected, having arrived at some point to stir trouble. Seeing the interaction between Yang Xiaomi and the returning Wadang, jealousy ignited within Duo Air, who longed to consume Yang Xiaomi out of spite. Now, witnessing Yang Xiaomi claiming that the grass could treat wounds with an air of superiority, her bitterness intensified, and she seized the opportunity to incite chaos. Typically, Yang Xiaomi found it a waste of energy to be angry with such a petty individual. Yet with so many orcs observing, remaining silent would only breed further suspicion and envy. You might as well try this remedy, Yang Xiaomi said coldly, her eyes glinting with a peculiar smile. Am I afraid of you? Humph, there's no need to try. It will certainly fail. Duo Air had no intention of testing it. She merely sought to drive Yang Xiaomi away. You claim it won't work, so why not give it a shot? Mischievous a Dong chimed in, suddenly pouring a spoonful of sizzling pig fat on a Duo Air's instep. The boiling fat, scalding hot, caught Duo Air completely off guard, instantly raising painful blisters on her foot. Ah, damn it, that hurts, she cried, clutching her leg, jumping about in agony. My foot, it hurts so much. A Dong, I'm gonna kill you. Uh-huh, why don't you see if those herbs actually work? A Dong laughed, skipping away. I'll kill you, you little mongrel. Duo Air's face turned a shade of green with fury as she charged at a Dong, her fists raised. Yet the Dong was quick on his feet, and as he noticed her pursuit, he deliberately splashed the remaining hot fat onto her face. Again, her visage was met with burning oil, causing several blisters to form instantly, sending shockwaves of pain through her. Ah, a Dong, I will have your head. Without a second thought, Duo Air lunged forward, striking a Dong across the face. Why are you hitting me? A Dong retorted angrily, leaping up and forcefully shoving Duo Air away. With all the pent-up rage spilling forth, Duo Air grasped at Dong's fur, tugging fiercely and pulling out tufts of hair. I'll bite you to death. A Dong opened his mouth wide, aiming to sink his teeth into Duo Air's fingered. Ah, let go. She screamed in pain, jamming her toe into a Dong's nostril with great force. The two orcs, equally matched, soon found themselves entangled in a fierce scuffle, neither willing to yield. Enough for Dong. Do not quarrel with a female, Yang Xiaomi interjected gently, her tone soothing and her gaze warm. Secretly, a Dong harbored feelings for Yang Xiaomi, enchanted by her beauty and wisdom. Unable to resist her gentle counsel, he reluctantly released his grip, hopping away and crossing his arms. Humph, I won't stoop to your level, you foolish female. Duo Air rose, dusting herself off with indignation. You are nothing but a vicious mongrel, only able to bite indiscriminately. Let us not bicker, for we are all companions of the tribe, and we should love one another, Yang Xiaomi urged with a calm demeanor. Humph, spare me your hypocrisy, Duo Air scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Yang Xiaomi. Ha! Why are you so riled up? You only inflict discomfort upon yourself. I'm perfectly fine, Yang Xiaomi replied with a light laugh. You humph! Duo Air stomped her foot in frustration. Her once yellowish furry face now flushed red with suppressed rage. A Dong, casting a sidelong glance, teased, Sister Xiaomi, pay her no mind. Her head is filled with grass, making her foolish. We are all tribe members. You should refrain from further provocation, Yang Xiaomi quickly interjected, fearing another altercation. Duo Air was taken aback by Yang Xiaomi's unexpected defense, feeling a mix of disbelief and resentment. Tend to your wounds quickly, or they might become inflamed and leave unsightly scars, Yang Xiaomi admonished, gesturing at the inflamed injury on Duo Air's foot. The thought of becoming disfigured set Duo Air's heart racing as she examined the angry redness of her injury. Reluctant to approach Yang Xiaomi for help, she longed for a remedy but could not bring herself to plead. Yama approached, glancing at her injury and sighing softly, looking at Yang Xiaomi with a pleading expression. Xiaomi, please let Duo Air try the antidote. Very well, Yang Xiaomi responded generously. Wash it, then apply the medicine quickly. Yang Xiaomi prepared a basin of saline water for Yama, who cautiously assisted Duo Air in cleansing her wound. Mortified, Duo Air seethed with envy, wondering why Yang Xiaomi excelled in every aspect. Why does Wadang favor her? Yang Xiaomi noted Doduo Air's fluctuating expression, her eyes practically seething with animosity directed at her. This world is filled with inexplicable individuals. Let her harbor her hatred, for no one can please everyone, not even Yang Xiaomi. Putting on a facade of indifference, she continued to smile confidently, unfazed by Duoduo Air's jealousy and malicious gossip. Yama applied the crushed, sticky rice grass to Duoduo Air's wound, enveloping it in a refreshing essence that alleviated much of her pain. This infuriating female, this remedy truly works. Duoduo Air thought that it feeling better now. Does it still hurt? Yama asked with genuine concern, cradling Duoduo Air's ankle. Caught off guard, Duoduo Air's eyes flickered as she opened her mouth, ultimately shaking her head in defeat. Yama let out a sigh of relief, tenderly smoothing Duoduo Air's disheveled hair, as long as it doesn't hurt. Xiaomi, your medicine is effective. Duoduo Air's wound no longer pains her. Yama turned to Yang Xiaomi with gratitude in her eyes. Everyone, bear witness. My partner's remedy is remarkable. The wound has ceased to ache. Wadang exclaimed, visibly ecstatic. His mood lifted as he offered his approval to Wu who had hesitated to try the remedy earlier due to Duoduo Air's comments. Now saw the effectiveness of the treatment and felt a tinge of envy. You tried it first, yet I am not allowed to? Humph. Wu glared at Duoduo Air. You humph, Duoduo Air retorted, rolling her eyes in frustration, rendered speechless and snorting disdainfully. Xiaomi, I have some of those herbs for my wound. Wu approached Yang Xiaomi, awkwardly requesting a remedy, her mouth still red and swollen from pain. This sticky rice grass. Remember, if you ever suffer a burn, clean the wound and apply it to relieve pain and inflammation. The crowd gathered around, treating the sticky rice grass as if it were a precious treasure. Yang Xiaomi held out the remaining herbs, presenting them to all with responsibility, reiterating, crush this grass, apply it, and ensure the wound stays dry for several days. It will heal swiftly. Having witnessed the previous scene, Wu no longer hesitated and gratefully accepted the sticky rice grass, eager to treat her wound as she applied it. A soothing sensation enveloped her injury, instantly relieving her discomfort. Divine, truly divine. My savior. With an excited cry, the gaze directed at Yang Xiaomi was tinged not only with the admiration of before, but also with a newfound respect. Yang Xiaomi refocused her attention on the lard, which had now been fully rendered, with the cracklings lifted and placed into another earthen basin. This moment, the air above the entire tribe was thick with the rich aroma of lard, attracting all the orcs from neighboring caves to come and watch. They were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they sniffed the enticing scent. Although Yang Xiaomi had previously warned that consuming freshly fried cracklings might lead to internal heat and suggested waiting a few days before indulging, a dong, having savored the deliciousness of the fried lard, was already salivating and stealthily approached to snatch some. The other companions, who had long been drooling, rushed over to seize their share, and soon the cracklings were quickly devoured by a horde of hungry orcs. What a ravenous bunch! Yang Xiaomi observed the lively scene before her with a faint smile, gently shaking her head, saying nothing further. As long as they did not drink the lard directly, it was a minor issue. She recalled her childhood, when she had also sneaked bites of her grandmother's fried cracklings. Although it had led to a sore throat for a few days, she still craved them afterward. However, now grown, she was aware that consuming lard cracklings was not particularly beneficial for health, being excessively greasy. According to 20th century standards, fried foods are generally deemed junk food, lacking in nutrition and potentially detrimental to health. Yet, these orcs were simply content to fill their bellies, oblivious to the concept of nutrition. The flavor of the cracklings was undeniably exquisite, and their first encounter with such fried delicacies surely felt like a treasure to them. As the dark red sun set, a luminous crescent moon rose, casting a delicate silver sheen over the land, with night gradually deepening. The tribe was nestled against 3 mountains, with a vast forest stretching ahead, a crystal-clear river flowing nearby, and an expanse of lush green grassland. The environment was splendid, filled with negative ions, and despite Yang Xiaomi's hair being unwashed for days, she detected no hint of sweat. Instead, Her hair felt smooth and silky, as if treated with a negative ion hair mask. Suddenly, a few wild orcs brought over an assortment of repulsive items that were difficult to behold, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Yet a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Chapter 101. A breath of fresh air. They had actually fished out a pile of discarded pig skin and hair, which, having not been separated, cleaned, or processed, appeared rather unsightly. "Can this be cooked?" the male orc Didal asked, his eyes gleaming with hope. Earlier, Yang Xiaomi had transformed waste into treasure, turning pig blood and fat into coveted delicacies, which he had tasted and found delightful. He hurried to the riverside to gather the pig offal, hoping Yang Xiaomi could conjure up something delicious once more. Many other orcs, noticing this, exchanged glances filled with intrigue, engaging in spirited discussions. "If this can be eaten, that would be splendid. That looks disgusting. It surely can't be." Pig blood is also off-putting, yet it turned out fragrant, but Yang Xiaomi was well aware of the treasures that lay in every part of the pig. With a graceful arch of her brow, Yang Xiaomi exuded an air of confidence as she began to organize her plans. The pig skin would be cleaned and set aside to dry, later to be used for making leather garments covered with ash for a few days. The pig hair would also be cleaned and dried, intended for crafting toothbrushes. Leather garments? Toothbrushes? What on earth are those? Wadang, listening intently, appeared utterly perplexed, raising an elegant brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. "What are they? Can they be eaten?" Didal blinked, licking his wide, thin lips at "Oh, are we back to the topic of food?" Yang Xiaomi nearly chuckled. Understanding their ignorance, and with a hint of exasperation, she replied, "They are not for eating. Leather garments are worn for warmth and style. Toothbrushes are for cleaning teeth, preventing bad breath, and ensuring a bright and beautiful smile." The other orcs exchanged glances, marveling at Yang Xiaomi's extraordinary knowledge, as she consistently unveiled wonders they had never encountered before. Strangely, all these inventions seemed to bring them benefits. Some of the male orcs continued to gaze at the enchanting and intelligent Yang Xiaomi, utterly captivated by her beauty. "Get to work and clean this up," Vadan commanded, his voice cold yet authoritative, carrying an innate sense of dignity. Anything beneficial for the tribe, especially items recommended by Yang Xiaomi, piqued Wadang's interest, and he offered unwavering support. As the orcs looked towards Yang Xiaomi with smiles, they reluctantly departed, casting glances back as if entranced. However, Yang Xiaomi paid no heed to their lingering gazes, instead turning her attention to the lush mountains and the vibrant greenery across the tribe, alongside the captivatingly clear river. This tribe was indeed blessed with picturesque scenery, situated amidst mountains and water. An ideal spot for summer retreats, boasting a serene yet lively environment. Aside from the lack of advanced living amenities and the conveniences of 20th century daily items, the landscape was beyond reproach. "Isn't this refreshing?" Wadang inquired, his eyes filled with boundless affection, a smile gracing his lips as he eagerly addressed Yang Xiaomi. "Just a little more," she replied softly, having worked up a sweat from frying the lard and foraging for herbs. She longed for the gentle breeze to whisk away her fatigue. The night breeze caressed her like the softest, kindest hands of a celestial being, soothing every cell in her body into a delightful dance. Standing against the direction of the wind, her flowing hair lifted gracefully behind her, enhancing her ethereal beauty like that of a fairy. Wadang silently stood by her side, his eyes brimming with adoration. As the waves of his heart were stirred by her captivating presence, without warning, Wadang swept her into his embrace. Chapter 102. "What are you laughing at?" Beneath the moonlight, Wadang's robust physique appeared even more imposing. His chiseled features reminiscent of a favored prince of the divine. He drew close to her, wrapping his arms tightly around her shoulders, his eyes filled with adoration sparkling like stars, illuminating every inch of her being. With such a handsome, manly, yet gentle companion by her side, and the breathtaking scenery before her, her heart brimmed with joy. She did not push Wadang away, instead resting gently against his sturdy shoulder, reveling in the comfort and care he provided. Wadang's strong hands grew restless, tenderly caressing her silky hair and soft cheeks, occasionally squeezing her arms gently. Yang Xiaomi grasped his wandering hand, and when Wadang attempted to withdraw, she exerted her strength, causing him to clasp her delicate hand in a firm embrace. Their hands held tightly together. A warm current flowed from their connection, enveloping Yang Xiaomi's heart like the sun's warmest rays. Her heart raced, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his affectionate gaze, her breathing becoming slightly labored, Wadang's hand stilled, silently holding her close as they both savored the sweet, romantic atmosphere. The two remained side by side, basking in the beauty of the night. And Yang Xiaomi suddenly felt that this sensation was truly wonderful. The bonfires blazed brightly in front of each cave, with piles of firewood stacked high, the red flames dancing gracefully, illuminating the night sky and casting light upon every orc's face. Everyone was busy with their tasks. Some male orcs sharpened stone knives, others roasted pig meat, while some frolicked about playfully. However, the majority of female orcs followed Yang Xiaomi's lead, brewing pig soup, creating a joyful atmosphere within the tribe. Filled with laughter and discussion. Xiaomi is simply amazing. She knows everything. I wonder where she came from. She is unlike us. She must have descended from the heavens. Observing the couple cuddling, some female orcs remarked, "Are they beginning to mate tonight?" A few female orcs, seeing Wadang embrace Yang Xiaomi, were filled with envy and jealousy. Duo felt a pang of jealousy, wishing she were the one nestled in Wadang's arms. But alas, it was another female, Duo, feeling sour, mockingly quipped, "She's just a weirdo with no fur. She definitely can't bear offspring." One male orc, enamored by Yang Xiaomi's fair, delicate skin, striking features, and sparkling eyes, immediately retorted, "Xiaomi is so beautiful. Any offspring she bears will surely be stunning." His mouth was still slightly swollen, adorned with herbal poultice, making his speech all the more comical as the green paste wobbled with every word. "You look utterly ridiculous, with that herbal poultice on your mouth. Yet you speak. You resemble a lump of mud," Duo scoffed, her annoyance bubbling over. You. Nonsense," the male orc exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger, making his expression even more peculiar. Duo, hands on her hips, tilted her head back, continuing her ridicule. "Honestly, you're just ugly enough to make me cry out. If you're ugly, don't frighten people. Even my farts look better than you." Fuming, the male orc rolled his eyes. "You read nothing but a pile of urine. Foul and unbearable." Laughter erupted from the surrounding orcs as they witnessed the exchange. "What are you laughing at? Who dares to laugh? I shall strike." Duo's face flushed crimson from the laughter directed at her as she chased after the orcs. Suddenly darting towards Yang Xiaomi, in Chapter 103, she kicked Yang Xiaomi, who had no desire to engage with her. Even if she emerged victorious, it would hold no value. With her agile form, she swiftly maneuvered behind the throng of beastmen. Wadang stood beside her, glaring at Duo with a warning glint in his eyes. Duo moved too quickly, colliding with several orcs at the forefront, who, while evading, laughed even harder. Embarrassed, Duo stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "You bunch of lunatics!" Only Wu remained unfazed, merely furrowing her brow as she silently observed Duo, a mixture of compassion and helplessness in her expression. Wu chuckled, "You are a bundle of nonsense." "Ha ha! Ugly freak, you foul mouth, I shall seal it shut." Enraged, Duo retorted, grabbing a handful of dirt to stuff into Wu's mouth. "I smell nice, don't I?" Wu laughed, but her mouth still pained her. She quickly covered it with her hand, lest it split open further. Duo, now furious, shouted, "Where's a dong?" Wu turned to evade, with Duo in hot pursuit, incensed by a dong's remarks and chasing after him to retaliate. The scene descended into chaos, with several orcs laughing heartily at their antics, their raucous voices echoing far and wide, reaching Yang Xiaomi's ears. The uproar drew the attention of both individuals, pulling them from their tranquil reverie back into reality. Yang Xiaomi glanced over, realizing that the tribal orcs were engaged in their customary banter, but she couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. After enjoying a refreshing breeze for a moment, she recalled her unfinished task. Gently pushing aside Wadang's tender grasp, and returned to prepare the pig's blood soup. Upon seeing the two return to the fire pit alongside the stove, Yang Xiaomi picked up a pair of long chopsticks resting in the pig lard and grabbed an empty earthenware basin. washing it with clean water that a number of orcs quickly gathered around, intrigued by her actions, eager to discover what new culinary wonders she was concocting. They had witnessed her preparing the pig's blood soup, boiling pork and cabbage, and frying pig lard, all of which seemed quite extraordinary to them. Now that the lard was fried to perfection, a large basin filled with shimmering liquid lay before them, something they had never encountered before, leaving them with many questions about the use of pig lard at a dong-dong. Drawn by the enticing aroma, desired to scoop some lard into a bowl to taste, yet hesitated, recalling the earlier incident with Woo-Woo. Fearing a burn, he swallowed hard, leaning closer to inhale the fragrant lard, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, and asked, "Sister Xiaomi, this pig lard smells so good, but we can't drink it. What is it for?" "This oil is excellent for stir-frying. It makes dishes incredibly delicious," Yang Xiaomi replied with a gentle smile, busily wielding her bamboo chopsticks. "Oh, I want to eat. I want to see how you stir-fry," Ajiji exclaimed, biting her finger in eager anticipation. "Fool, it must be delicious," a dong-dong replied without a second thought, his eyes filled with hopeful longing as he gulped again and licked his lips. He inched closer, nearly leaning into the lard, obstructing Yang Xiaomi's movements. "Get away, just watch from the side. No more chatter," Wadang interjected, unable to tolerate the distraction, and with a swift kick, sent a dong-dong sprawling away. Though Wadang exerted minimal effort, his inherent strength sent a dong-dong flying several paces back. In Chapter 104, a dong-dong tumbled through the air, colliding with a nearby pile of flames, causing a flurry of fiery sparks to scatter. A chorus of shrieks erupted from the female orcs near the fire as they darted aside. Those quick enough escaped unscathed, while others yelped from the burns. A dong-dong quickly wrapped his arms around his head and rolled away like a ball, evading the flames, extinguishing the sparks that had landed on him. That a flying leg? Quite thrilling. Yang Xiaomi's heart raced at the spectacle, akin to witnessing a daring circus performance. This little rascal attempted to sneak a taste, becoming a nuisance, and she had long wished to shoo him away. Wadang's timely intervention was unexpected, yet the near mishap had merely resulted in a few stray sparks. Yang Xiaomi's eyes widened in surprise as she couldn't help but glance back, stifling a laugh while casting a sidelong glance at Wadang. A dong-dong, accustomed to being kicked, nimbly sprang up, brushing off the dirt and rubbing his sore behind. Fixated on the delectable stir-fry, a dong-dong noticed Wadang's stern demeanor as he stood guard beside Yang Xiaomi, and wisely kept his distance this time. Yet, unwilling to relent, he craned his neck, his legs moving of their own accord as he inched closer, his eyes fixed on Yang Xiaomi's hands at work, his neck stretching like a giraffe's, yearning to glimpse the pot. The fragrant aroma wafting from the basin of pig lard was irresistible, and a dong-dong's stomach growled audibly. Wiping his mouth, he couldn't help but chatter. "Sister Xiaomi, what are you cooking? I want to eat." "Hurry up. What's a rush? You'll get your share once it's ready," Yang Xiaomi replied, her focus unwavering as she continued her preparations. In truth, even Wadang was puzzled, standing off to the side with an intrigued expression, unsure of what stir-frying entailed. Yang Xiaomi placed a clean earthenware basin atop the stove, igniting the fire to heat it before ladling in half a bowl of freshly fried oil. Sizzle! The basin instantly filled with a rich, savory aroma. She deftly added a few slices of prepared ginger, which upon contact with the oil, crackled and released a tantalizing fragrance that filled the air. The surrounding orcs eagerly inhaled the scent, their eyes glued to the basin. With her delicate and graceful hands, Yang Xiaomi skillfully tossed in a large handful of washed sweet potato leaves into the basin. Sizzle! Another sound erupted, and a delightful cloud of fragrant smoke wafted upward. She expertly stirred the vibrant green leaves with her chopsticks, and the orcs watched in synchronized rhythm, their heads bobbing in unison. Wadang, too, observed with keen interest, chewing on a raw sweet potato leaf, his azure eyes reflecting Yang Xiaomi's form. "Why are you flipping the sweet potato leaves?" a dong-dong queried, perplexed. "So they don't burn," Yang Xiaomi replied, her focus unwavering, continuing to flip the verdant leaves with precision. What began as firm leaves soon wilted, filling the basin with a deep green hue, glistening enticingly due to the lard. Yama sat attentively by the stove, diligently adding firewood and occasionally peering into the basin to witness the transformation of the stir-fry. Don't block my view. Some orcs shouted, annoyed at Yama's head obstructing their line of sight. Suddenly, Yang Xiaomi tossed a basin. In Chapter 105, Yama's head swayed back and forth as he watched. Old man, stop swaying. A dong-dong grumbled, rushing over to ruffle Yama's hair, further tangling his already disheveled locks. Yang Xiaomi's cooking prowess was likely more captivating to them than watching a film in the 20th century. Her hands danced gracefully as she poured oil, flipped the ingredients, and tossed the contents of the basin, mimicking the motions of her father, a chef, as the ingredients swirled rhythmically within. Her movements were exquisite. With a subtle tilt of her wrist, the oil clung to the flying sparks. Boom! A bright flame erupted, and Yang Xiaomi swiftly tossed the ingredients again, extinguishing the fire with a quick motion. The sweet potato leaves were perfectly cooked. She added a touch more oil and some salt, tossing the mixture once more, and soon a fragrant, vibrant dish was ready, leaving the surrounding orcs gaping in astonishment. Yang Xiaomi's movements flowed like a gentle stream, and the orcs' heads bobbed in tandem, their eyes glued to her actions as if witnessing the most fascinating spectacle in the world. The dish is ready, Yang Xiaomi mused, admiring the glossy, fragrant greens before her, a smile gracing her face, filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, one basin would surely not suffice. She set to work frying several more. In the 20th century, she had enjoyed cooking as well. Her parents were excellent chefs, and her father was even a 5-star chef. Having watched them often, she had learned a thing or two. Moreover, her love for food motivated her to explore how to make dishes even more delectable. Is this fragrant green dish ready to eat? Ajiji drooled, nearly letting her saliva drip into the pot. Ugh, that's disgusting. Back off. Watch your saliva. Yang Xiaomi hurriedly pushed aside Ajiji as the orcs gazed hungrily at the vegetables, their throats working as they swallowed saliva, unable to tear their eyes away from the verdant greens. That Wadang, too, exhibited a hint of surprise, raising an elegantly arched eyebrow and unable to resist swallowing hard, proclaiming, "These sweet potato leaves are resplendent in their emerald hue, undeniably beautiful and surely delectable." "Indeed, they are extraordinarily delicious," Yang Xiaomi replied, her sweet smile radiating confidence, eliciting even more fervent salivation from the orcs who had long desired to taste the dish. It was only because Wadang guarded the food that they refrained from brazenly seizing it. Yang Xiaomi began to stir-fry the cabbage with a technique similar to that of the sweet potato leaves. This novel approach drew all the orcs in the tribe closer, lured by the enticing aroma that it smells divine. This dish must be exquisite. Some orcs attempted to sneak a taste, peering curiously over the edge of the pot. Wait until it's finished before eating, Wadang's voice, imbued with authority, commanded, ensuring that the eager orcs ceased their attempts to pilfer the food. The several pots of vegetables basked in their moment of glory, garnering envious and greedy gazes, accompanied by a chorus of swallowing sounds. At last, the visually stunning and aromatic dishes were ready, and the fragrant broth had also been prepared, its alluring scent wafting through the entire space, enveloping the tribe in an unprecedented temptation. Many orcs, their nostrils flaring, drooled uncontrollably, their impatience manifesting in an array of urgent pleas. "It smells so good. I can't bear it. I want to eat." "Me too, Wadang. Please give me some. It's so fragrant. If you don't let me eat, I will cry. Xiaomi, I beg you. Let me have some." The cacophony of voices floated into Yang Xiaomi's ears, filling her with a sense of accomplishment and delight at the popularity of her cooking. Wadang swallowed hard, his gaze steady and calm as he turned to Yang Xiaomi, seeking her approval. Realizing how desperately the orcs craved the food, she knew that if she did not distribute it soon, they would be drowning in drool. "You may eat the vegetables and have some soup," Yang Xiaomi cheerfully replied, more than willing to share the delicious offerings. Upon hearing that they could eat, the orcs surged forward like a tidal wave, their fear of missing out prompting a chaotic scene as they jostled against one another. "Line up, one at a time. No pushing," Yang Xiaomi urged, concerned that the situation might spiral out of control. However, many orcs, oblivious to the civilized notion of queuing, continued to press forward, some even colliding with Yang Xiaomi. Fortunately, she managed to step back just in time. "Don't push. Queue up." Yang Xiaomi genuinely feared that they might devour her pot before she could serve anyone. The orcs continued to jostle eagerly, their anxiety about missing out creating a tumultuous atmosphere, thankfully moderated by Wadang's imposing presence. Yet their collective crowding made it impossible to serve the food. With a sense of helplessness, Yang Xiaomi raised her hands in surrender, glancing at Wadang, shaking her head gently. Those who do not queue will not be served. Wadang's towering figure stood beside her, effortlessly tossing aside an orc who lunged for the food. His expression stern and commanding as he advised, "They are driven to snatch these dishes. Denying them is akin to threatening their very lives." His words proved effective as the chaotic scene began to settle. The orcs craned their necks, their eyes fixed on the food, longing to swallow the tantalizing dishes whole. "Look to Xiaomi. She will teach you how to queue. One after another, stand in line, no disorder." The line, although somewhat haphazard and winding, formed as each orc strained to catch a glimpse of the food. "Be patient. Everyone will get to eat, and soon you will learn to cook for yourselves," Yang Xiaomi assured them as she began to serve the dishes. The long bamboo chopsticks in her hands became an extension of her skill, deftly picking up vegetables and placing them into the bowl of the orc at the front. A dong dong. Upon seeing the meager portion in his bowl, a dong dong gazed greedily at the remaining vegetables in the pot, swallowing hard and licking his lips. "This is too little, Sister Xiaomi. I want more." "No, there are many others waiting," Yang Xiaomi firmly declined. "Just a bit more, I'm so hungry," a dong dong persisted, unwilling to relent. The orc behind him, Ajiji, grew impatient and kicked him from behind. Exclaiming, "It's my turn," a dong dong turned, glowering at Ajiji, and it appeared another altercation was about to ensue. A dong dong, "Step back." The next one, Wadang's authoritative voice cut through the tension, his cold glare causing a dong dong to retreat hastily. A dong dong, in a moment of desperation, reached into his bowl with his hands, the remnants of leaves still clinging to his fingers, making the entire dish appear unsanitary. "Use chopsticks, not your hands. It's unhygienic," Yang Xiaomi swiftly interjected, pulling a dong dong's arm and handing him a pair of chopsticks. A dong dong blinked in surprise, accepting the bamboo utensils, yet struggling to grasp them properly as he had never used chopsticks before. He fumbled awkwardly, twisting them in his hands, and despite his efforts, he was unable to lift the vegetables. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, "This is too troublesome. I prefer using my hands. It's inconvenient." "We don't want to use chopsticks," several orcs echoed in agreement. Yang Xiaomi frowned, realizing the challenge of educating these wild orcs. She opened her mouth to speak, but glanced at Wadang's expression for support. "You must use chopsticks," Wadang stated, his voice cold and resolute, his demeanor grave. Yang Xiaomi's decision found unwavering endorsement in Wadang, who supported her unconditionally. Yang Xiaomi offered Wadang a faint smile, akin to a flower blooming in spring, beautiful and captivating. Instantly, Wadang's demeanor transformed. The light in his eyes sparkled, and the coldness on his face melted away, replaced by a radiant smile. "If you cannot use chopsticks, learn from me." Yang Xiaomi demonstrated the proper technique with her slender fingers, showing a dong dong how to grasp the chopsticks effectively. A dong dong, determined to eat, earnestly attempted to learn the technique, managing to pick up a small amount of vegetables, yet still struggling to adapt. "Can't we just use our hands?" "No, if you burn your hands." Don T cry. "Your hands carry bacteria and may cause stomach issues," Yang Xiaomi retorted sharply. "If you refuse to use chopsticks, you will not be served next time." A dong dong, fearful of missing out on food, reluctantly complied, eventually managing to grasp a piece of vegetable and quickly stuffing it into his mouth. However, he inadvertently bit down on the chopsticks, causing discomfort. "These chopsticks are difficult to use, Wadang. I don't want to." He complained that if you refuse to use chopsticks, the food will remain untouched. Wadang's tone was firm as he reached for the pot. "I will use them. I will," a dong dong exclaimed, hastily taking the food and stepping away. Yang Xiaomi found the situation both amusing and exasperating. A dong dong was simply too eager, expecting immediate proficiency. "Everyone look at me," she called, raising her chopsticks. "From now on, everyone must use chopsticks to eat. They are quite effective and hygienic." "We can't use them," many orcs protested, exchanging glances of confusion. "You'll get used to it," Yang Xiaomi reassured them as she continued to serve the next orc. The orcs, upon receiving chopsticks for the first time, displayed a mix of curiosity and awkwardness, their attempts at using them resulting in a variety of comical postures. Some orcs, unable to grasp the technique, resorted to burying their faces in their bowls, gnawing at the food with their mouths, leaving their faces smeared with grease. Oh my goodness! Yang Xiaomi stifled a laugh at the embarrassing sight. Listen up, everyone must use chopsticks. Those who use their hands will not be served next time. And no eating directly from the bowl. That Wadang's calm, yet authoritative tone echoed as his gaze swept over the crowd. Why can't we use our hands as we always have? Some orcs grumbled, their dissatisfaction evident. Wadang, unwavering in his support for Yang Xiaomi, had yet to grasp the reasoning behind the chopsticks. He looked to her for clarification. Using hands carries many unsanitary elements. Transferring dirt onto food, which is unhealthy and may lead to stomach ailments. Yang Xiaomi patiently explained that why partner advocates for everyone's health. It is essential to use chopsticks. Wadang, satisfied with this explanation, nodded and relayed the message. Though the orcs seemed only partially comprehending, their desire to enjoy the next meal compelled them to awkwardly adapt to using chopsticks. Yang Xiaomi resumed her task of serving food and chopsticks. A dong, now fully focused on satisfying his hunger, diligently practiced using chopsticks. The food was simply too delicious, the flavor lingering in his mouth as he devoured it with fervor that he licked his greasy lips. And just as Wadang moved away, his eyes darted around, taking advantage of Yang Xiaomi's momentary distraction to stealthily snatch more food. Once he started, he could not stop, shoveling food into his mouth with abandon. A dong was pilfering food. Yeah, spit it out. Chapter 108. This group of starving souls. Yang Xiaomi's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed a few orcs still in line, observing a dong's frenzied rush for vegetables. Instantly, panic ensued, and cries echoed through the crowd. This fellow seemed like a reincarnation of a famished spirit. The other orcs, who had already received their share and savored the delectable dishes, were influenced by this poor example and rushed over to snatch food as well. Yang Xiaomi had yet to taste the food herself. Could they perhaps show some restraint? There were still many orcs behind who hadn't eaten. Those still in line, witnessing such chaos, stormed forward in a fit of rage, clamoring to seize a dong's bowl. Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. What on earth was a dong? Clearly not human, with such a boorish and uncivilized demeanor. A dong, shrieking like a banshee, fled while munching on his food. However, the few orcs pursuing him were equally swift. Soon, they cornered him, snatching his bowl and even attempting to dig food from his mouth. It was sheer madness. Even Wadang, who was watching, furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness in his eyes, yet a hint of amusement lingered at the corners of his mouth. Those unable to grasp any food began targeting those who had succeeded, while the fortunate ones tried to escape with their bounty. In front of the cave, chaos erupted as the orcs fought over their meals. The companions of the tribe had never seen such disorder over food before. It seemed the flavor of these vegetables was indeed extraordinary. Yang Xiaomi was truly remarkable. Seeing the scene unfold, Yang Xiaomi could only facepalm, utterly speechless. She couldn't intervene, so she merely watched as the vegetables were tossed about among the stronger orcs. The elderly and weaker orcs, unable to procure any food, cried out in frustration, circling around Yang Xiaomi. Xiaomi, I haven't had a bite yet. They glanced at the group devouring food and shouted, You starving souls, can't you spare some for me? This is outrageous. Scram. Don't pull me. What I've snatched is mine. The orcs who had successfully seized food were in no mood to share, hastily stuffing it into their bellies for safekeeping. Yang Xiaomi shook her head in resignation, exclaiming, Please, don't fight. Let us eat separately and all have a taste. Yet these vegetables were simply too delicious. Having tasted them for the first time, they were utterly entranced, and there was only a limited amount, driving them to madness. Yang Xiaomi found the situation both amusing and prideful. Her cooking was evidently quite popular. How delightful! Without vegetables, they could still enjoy soup and meat, and a pot of broth nearby beckoned. She ladled a bowl of steaming, fragrant pork soup and savored it slowly. Wow! This pork tastes incredibly rich and pure. Xiaomi, share some stir-fried vegetables with me. Yama, who hadn't managed to grab any greens, rushed over, licking her parched lips, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Yang Xiaomi's bowl, chewing on the pork. which filled her mouth with flavor. Yang Xiaomi cheerfully replied, "This isn't vegetables. It's pork soup. You had it once before." Yama's eyes sparkled instantly, her mouth watering as she eagerly extended her bowl. "I want some pork soup too." Yang Xiaomi poured some soup in her bowl, adding a piece of pork while cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot. Drink slowly." Yama, forgetting the heat, gleefully gulped it down, only to find it scalding hot. She winced as the warmth filled her mouth, reluctant to spit it out. Opening her mouth, she stuck out her tongue and fanned her face, exclaiming, "So hot! Ah, be careful. I'm worried you might burn your throat." Yang Xiaomi reminded her gently. I'll blow on it." Yama obediently opened her mouth to cool the soup. Once the soup reached a suitable temperature, she was immediately enchanted by its exquisite flavor. Every cell in her body seemed to dance with delight as she exclaimed, "This is delicious! So good! Truly amazing!" This outburst attracted the attention of more orcs, who rushed over to snatch some pork soup. Such a horde of starving souls. It's as if they haven't eaten in millennia. Yang Xiaomi stood before the pot, raising her hand to intervene. Chapter 109. Full Bellies Wadang, resembling a traffic cop from the 20th century, directed the frenzied orcs to form an orderly queue in an instant. The meat soup was being divided among them, while some who couldn't grab any simply leaned over the pot to lick up the juices. Yang Xiaomi watched in wide-eyed amazement that my dishes are so popular. If only food here didn't cost anything. Otherwise, I could open a restaurant and become prosperous. She secretly reveled in her success. The tribe's orcs had never before created such chaos over food. Those who had not received anything were left in discontent, eagerly watching the scene unfold. Uncle San, witnessing the frantic scramble for food, couldn't help but shake his head. "Are you all unusually famished today?" Seeing the chaos, Wadang bellowed with authority, "Stop this nonsense. There are plenty of vegetables over there. You can go pick some and cook yourselves." With Wadang's command, the atmosphere calmed somewhat, and the orcs exchanged glances. "We can cook ourselves?" Yang Xiaomi reassured them. "There's still a large pot of lard. Go fetch the vegetables and cook them. If you don't know how to cook, come to me for help." Upon hearing this, the orcs' eyes lit up, especially those who hadn't managed to grab any food. They immediately sprang into action, eager to have a taste of the stir-fried dishes as soon as possible. After some murmuring, they disregarded the nightfall and ventured out under the hazy moonlight to gather vegetables. Yang Xiaomi, seeing their enthusiasm, wondered how long it would take for them to eat after a long day of labor. She felt quite fatigued and wished to rest early. The noise from their cooking would surely be raucous, so she could only help them organize things, hoping they would finish eating and retire for the night. "Don't all go picking vegetables at once." The orcs silently regarded her. "Let us divide the work. Some can fetch water from the river, while others can build more fire pits. Split into 2 groups. Some go gather vegetables, while others collect firewood, and you'll soon enjoy a stir-fry." Yang Xiaomi instructed thoughtfully. Wadang nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. "My mate, you've learned to help them organize work. Flattery. I can do everything." Yang Xiaomi teased, a sweet satisfaction blossoming within her, seeing Wadang's demeanor. The orcs naturally had no objections and began to divide the tasks. Before long, they returned with an abundance of vegetables, and the delightful aroma of stir-frying filled the cave as they eagerly began to cook. A large pot of lard was quickly consumed. Yang Xiaomi observed the scene with a sense of accomplishment, flitting around like a butterfly, reminding the orcs with grease-smeared mouths, those old leaves and uneaten vegetables should be thrown into the pig pen for the sows. A dong-dong, having feasted on vegetables until his belly was round, finally stopped. Unable to remain idle, he mischievously grabbed some leftover vegetable leaves to feed the pigs. The sow, having just given birth, lay still after a bit of greens, while 7 adorable pink piglets nursed. A dong-dong playfully prodded the pigs with a long stick, causing a few of the cute, rosy piglets to squeal. "Ah, what silly pigs!" A dong-dong laughed endlessly. The ancient divine beast Xieji was resting bored in its cave when it heard the commotion outside and dashed out, glancing left and right before sidling up to Wadang, gazing at Yang Xiaomi with a smile. "Master, tonight's food tastes different." "Yes, it's cooked now. It's called stir-fry, and it's delicious," Wadang replied, stroking its greenhorn. Seeing them enjoy their meal, Xieji expressed its desire to try the stir-fried dishes. Yang Xiaomi, using long chopsticks, picked up some leftover vegetables. In a flash, Xieji leaped forward, its long tongue darting out, swiftly swallowing the vegetables. Ugh, I don't want stir-fried dishes anymore. Xieji quickly spat out the greens, shaking its head with a frown. Why not? Yang Xiaomi asked in surprise. These vegetables taste wonderful. They're too greasy and rich. I don't like them. Xieji blinked its round, glossy black eyes, grimacing after a moment of chewing. Yang Xiaomi felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed there were those who didn't enjoy her cooking. Oh, not just anyone, but a legendary beast. Never mind, it's a bit odd to expect a wild beast to enjoy stir-fried dishes. Fool, you'll be hungry if you don't eat. Yang Xiaomi gently patted its shiny fur. Xieji curled its short, glowing nose, rolling on the ground playfully, shaking itself while speaking in a cute, spoiled tone. I'm not foolish. I'm Xieji. I want to eat meat. Oh, that adorable expression is hard to resist. Yang Xiaomi was instantly charmed, obediently retrieving a few pieces of meatless pork bones and placing them before Xieji. Without meat, Xieji observed the bones with a hint of disdain, refusing to eat. How picky. Xieji had been spoiled by Wadang. Yang Xiaomi glanced helplessly at the bones. All the meat had been consumed by the orcs, and the broth was made from the leftover bones, quickly scanning her surroundings. She found only bones, unable to locate any meat for it to eat. Reluctant to scold or reprimand, Yang Xiaomi gently stroked its head, soothingly cooing, Xieji, my dear, there's a bit less meat. Just eat this for now. I'll make sure to get you some next time. That I'm a treasure. Xieji, who had initially pouted, now beamed with joy, its eyes sparkling as it finally extended its pink tongue, testing the temperature before swiftly wrapping it around the bones. Swallowing them whole? Good, good. Don't let your tummy go empty. Yang Xiaomi cheered. Her mood lifted. Ugh. A single utterance of darling transformed the atmosphere, revealing that this beast too relishes the sensation of being adored. The Xieji, with its fluffy head, sampled the cooked bones and found their flavor delightful. It expressed its fondness for them, as long as you like it. There are plenty more cooked bones, Yang Xiaomi reassured the Xieji in a gentle tone. However, witnessing Yang Xiaomi's tender treatment of Xieji made Wadang uncomfortably envious. I want to eat bones too, Wadang remarked with a hint of jealousy, despite having just consumed a substantial amount of vegetables and meat. Haven't you already eaten enough? Why are you vying for food with the Xieji? Yang Xiaomi sighed, recalling how Wadang had just feasted. I suddenly crave bones, Wadang childishly replied, his eyes betraying a unique, petulant charm that he couldn't quite control. This is quite the challenge, Yang Xiaomi mused, finding it difficult to cater to both of these precious beings. She gathered several pig bones, filled a clay basin, and placed it before Wadang. Yet he refused to eat, opting instead to feed the Xieji. You only think of eating. When will you help me bear offspring? Master, what do you mean by bear offspring? The Xieji inquired, its head wobbling in confusion. You should ask the mistress. Wadang replied with a tender gaze directed at Yang Xiaomi. Oh dear, how did this come about? You can't possibly be so greedy for bones, Yang Xiaomi teased, her cheeks flushing as she thrust a large bone into Wadang's mouth. Wadang rolled his eyes, angrily gnawing on the bone while glaring at Yang Xiaomi, who remained oblivious to his feelings. The Xieji, meanwhile, swiftly devoured several bones. Master, who would have thought you two enjoy bones? From now on, we can share our meals, the Xieji suggested with a beaming smile directed at Wadang. Why is that? The Xieji replied, a look of wrongful indignation gracing its features. You're flaunting it. I am human, and you are not. Eating bones could choke me. Wadang sulked, tossing the bone aside and nudging the Xieji. Wadang's gaze naturally followed Yang Xiaomi again. Master, you're acting strangely today, the Xieji said with a roll of its eyes. Ha! Yang Xiaomi couldn't suppress a laugh. The situation was utterly amusing. Wadang's expression darkened, his eyes shimmering with a cold light as he glared at the Xieji. What do you mean by strangely? Do you wish to feel my wrath today? No. The Xieji quickly shook its head and scurried away. Seeing Wadang's inexplicable anger, the Xieji appeared endearing, prompting Yang Xiaomi to feel a pang of envy. She approached and perched herself on the Xieji's back, affectionately wrapping her arms around its neck. The The Xieji reciprocated her affection, its soft tongue licking her hand, sending a tickling sensation through her. She laughed, withdrawing her hand to gently stroke the Xieji's fluffy ears. Wadang's expression soured, and with a swift motion, he lifted Yang Xiaomi down, his light blue eyes flickering with jealousy. "You can only embrace my neck. Oh, are you truly jealous?" Yang Xiaomi gasped, astonished that a beast could exhibit such emotions. Competing for affection with her steed, the Xieji seemed to grasp its master's sentiment and obediently approached Wadang, extending its tongue to lick Wadang's sturdy arm. Wadang felt somewhat appeased, gently patting the Xieji on the head. "Go play elsewhere." The Xieji complied, bounding toward the pen where Sao and several piglets had appeared, causing a commotion as they scurried away in fright. After toying with the pigs for a while and stepping in pig dung, the Xieji hopped out of the pen to wipe its feet on the grass, shaking its head. "How filthy! And they're so cowardly. It's utterly dull. A dong-dong and a zitzi, the little wild beasts, were amusing themselves with the piglets when they spotted the Xieji in its messy state and approached with laughter, poking at its fur with sticks. The Xieji darted after them. "You little rascals. Dare to bully me? Just wait until I catch you." As the Xieji playfully swatted its tail at the small creatures, they quickly recovered and continued to tease it while laughing. The little beastmen joined in the fun, chasing each other in a familiar display of camaraderie typical in the tribe, which Yang Xiaomi found delightful, having never witnessed such antics before. Yang Xiaowen watched with delight as Wadang's mood soured again. He turned her face towards him with his hand, looking directly into her eyes. "Darling, I want some soup. There's only a little left. You can get it yourself," Yang Xiaomi replied, shaking his hand away and gesturing towards the basin. "I want soup with salt," Wadang insisted, clearly fixated on the minuscule amount of salt she had. Realizing the salt was limited, Yang Xiaomi planned to conserve it for future use, as she had not added any to tonight's soup. Remembering how little Wadang had consumed earlier, she thought, "There's hardly any left. Let us save it for later." She touched her pocket, feeling the scant amount of salt, reluctant to part with it. "After we finish, we can seek more," Wadang insisted, his taste buds discerning and finicky. Having savored the salted soup, he was now averse to unsalted fare. "That you're quite demanding," Yang Xiaomi remarked, noticing Wadang's particularity tonight. "I am your partner and deserve special treatment." Wadang feigned a sulky expression, his tone dripping with playfulness. "So you require special treatment to be content." Yang Xiaomi chuckled, feeling a sweetness in her heart. Realizing Wadang was seeking affection, she rummaged through the pork soup with a long bamboo chopstick, adding some leftover sand ginger, which she scraped clean and mashed before tossing it into the pot. The moment the ginger was added, the raw smell of the pork dissipated, and the aroma that wafted from the soup drew several beastmen over, their throats visibly swallowing in anticipation. Many who hadn't finished their soup began to imitate her by adding ginger to their own. Yang Xiaomi pulled out a small bag of salt from her pocket and, despite its emptiness, decided to empty it into the soup, depleting her supply entirely. "Sister Xiaomi, what is this? I want some for my soup too," Azitzi inquired, eyeing the empty salt bag with eager eyes. Having brought salt on her journey at sea for sustenance, she now realized its worth in this world, more precious than gold, and lamented its scarcity. "This is salt, the essence of flavor. A hint enhances the taste of any dish, and it's essential for replenishing energy," she explained, shaking the empty bag with a hint of regret. Wadang reached out with his furry hand, touching the empty salt bag and sampling a few specks of salt, with a slight arch of his well-defined brows. He remarked, "Darling, this salt is exquisite. How wonderful it would be to have it every day. I promise to find more salt for you," Yang Xiaomi assured, her head held high with confidence. "How splendid. You're so kind." Wadang's light blue eyes sparkled with excitement, and in a sudden burst of joy, he scooped her up and twirled her around like a child. "Put me down. I want to drink soup." Yang Xiaomi squealed, gripping his arm tightly, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and thrill. Once she was safely back on the ground, Azitzi reached out to snatch the empty salt bag. Instinctively, Yang Xiaomi dodged, tapping Azitzi's forehead. "No more. It's all gone. But I wanted to eat." Azitzi pouted, licking its lips pitifully as it gazed at the empty bag in her hand. Wadang had already poured a bowl of pork soup with salt and ginger. savoring it with delight as he exclaimed, "This salted and ginger pork soup is truly delectable. I want salt too." Several nearby wildlings clamored, eager to partake, having previously tasted Yang Xiaomi's salted hare soup. They were now hooked on the flavor. There's none left. "This bag is empty," Yang Xiaomi lamented, raising the salt bag to demonstrate her lack of reserves. "Let me see." "Give it to me," several boisterous beastmen insisted, approaching her in a frenzy for the empty bag. "You want an empty bag? Really?" Yang Xiaomi scoffed, initially planning to discard it, but hesitating as it reminded her of her world. "We only need a little salt." The group continued to press, surrounding her relentlessly. "You lot are relentless, like a band of thieves. Don't pressure me," she exclaimed. "Salt? We need salt." As the throng of beastmen pressed closer, Yang Xiaomi found herself retreating, her brow furrowed in worry. She was uncertain when she would find more salt, fully aware that food without it was far from appetizing. "Salt? We need salt." Those ruffians refused to relent, vociferously pursuing her in an attempt to snatch the empty salt pouch from her grasp. Yang Xiaomi found herself ensnared, with no avenue of escape, and thus sought refuge behind the sturdy figure of Wadang. "If I can find the sea, I shall be able to procure a bounty of salt to share with you," she implored. The orcs, displaying a blatant disregard for reason, were unwilling to listen and continued their attempts to seize the salt pouch from her hands. "Hand over the salt." Wadang, with his towering and imposing stature, positioned himself before her, his expression stern as he delivered a few powerful kicks, sending the foremost orcs sprawling like mere playthings. "Out of my way! Are you mad? Scram! Or I shall take your head for daring to covet my mate's possessions." It was only then that the group of ruffians subdued their fervor, though their eyes remained hungrily fixed upon tea that moment. Yama approached with a conciliatory smile, saying, "Xiaomi, could you spare a bit of salt for my soup?" Yang Xiaomi glanced at Yama, troubled, and raised the empty salt pouch in the air, shaking it vigorously. "The salt is all gone. May I see it?" Yama inquired, extending his hand in curiosity to inspect the pouch. Reluctantly, Yang Xiaomi handed it over, noting the look of disappointment on Yama's face. Remembering his kindness towards her, she felt a pang of empathy and offered, "How about you try some of my soup, which I season with salt?" "Thank you. That's very kind of you." Yama beamed, his smile reminiscent of an aged chrysanthemum in bloom. "I want some salted soup too." Several orcs chimed in, having overheard the exchange, and they gathered around, clamoring for a taste. "Alas, this has stirred up quite a predicament," Yang Xiaomi lamented. "There is simply not enough to go around, and I'm sorry, but I truly do not have enough at present. Once I locate more salt, everyone shall be able to enjoy it," she explained, spreading her hands in exasperation. "When will you find it?" Yama pressed, his aging eyes fixed on her with eager anticipation, while his sparse brows furrowed at the thought of an imminent salt shortage. The other orcs mirrored his expectant gaze, imploring her, "When can you help us find salt?" Overwhelmed by the weight of their expectations, Yang Xiaomi felt the pressure mount. Yet, remaining composed and clever, she reassured them. "If you take me to the seaside, I will teach you how to harvest salt, ensuring you will have an abundance in the future." The orcs remained steadfast, their eyes gleaming with longing as they gazed at the pot of salted soup. Swallowing hard as they questioned, "What if we cannot find salt?" Yang Xiaomi responded with a hopeful tone, "It should not come to that. Surely, we will find it by tomorrow." The orcs pressed her further, their insistence bordering on desperation, as if the failure to procure salt would lead to her doom. "Enough?" Wadang, perceiving Yang Xiaomi's unease, issued a commanding wave of his hand, striking a nearby tree with such force that leaves cascaded down like confetti in a tempest. This tree could only be embraced by several men. Wadang possesses immense strength. When Wadang unleashed his wrath, he commanded an awe-inspiring presence, exuding a formidable and heroic aura that a gust of wind tousled his hair, rendering him a striking figure, like a celestial being, leaving the world momentarily devoid of color. Utterly magnificent, Yang Xiaomi gazed in astonishment, her eyes widening to the size of eggs. Chapter 114. Pure and unadulterated Wadang's fury was indeed fearsome. There was an instance when an orc dared to rebel, only to have their necks snapped on the spot. Moreover, the tribe revered the valiant Adam, who had once defended them from external threats, and continued to safeguard their community, cementing his status as a hero in their eyes. In an instant, the orcs fell silent, though their gazes remained fixated on the white, empty salt pouch in Yang Xiaomi's hands, eyes brimming with yearning. "When can you take me to the seaside, so we can find it?" With Wadang's protection, Yang Xiaomi felt a swell of gratitude and replied in a calm tone. Wadang issued a commanding order to the orcs clamoring for immediate salt. "Xiaomi has promised to take us to find it. You three, accompany me to the seaside tomorrow." This matter was momentarily settled, and the group returned to their places, beginning to eat, with a couple of hundred orcs in the tribe. A single pot was insufficient to satisfy everyone's hunger. They gathered in clusters, several individuals sharing a large pot. Yang Xiaomi entered the cave she shared with Wadang, retrieving her hidden golden bowl and filling it with a hearty pork soup, relishing each bite. Now, Yang Xiaomi had become the focal point of the tribe, countless eyes following her slender, athletic form. Despite the multitude of gazes upon her, she ignored them, indulging shamelessly in her meal. This pork was a natural product, free from additives or chemical contaminants, exuding a rich and pure aroma. Though she soon felt quite full, she could not bear to waste even a morsel. The orcs who had never tasted a rabbit soup before were experiencing meat broth for the first time, finding it delightful and filled with curiosity as they sampled the dish, nodding in satisfaction. Even those who had previously harbored some discontent towards Yang Xiaomi began to admire her, having finished a batch of ceramic bowls and pots the previous night. Although only Yang Xiaomi possessed a golden bowl, the other orcs each received a clay bowl. They utilized the bowls and pots to enjoy the cooked meat, a novel experience for the tribe. Filled with much intrigue, some orcs eagerly observed their leader, Wadang, as he imitated Yang Xiaomi's actions, taking a clay bowl and happily sipping the soup. Only then did the others feel emboldened to join in the feast. For the first time, all the orcs savored pork soup, discovering its delectable taste, especially the broth seasoned with ginger and salt, which was simply divine. They had previously consumed it raw, later discovering that roasting it was delightful. And now, they found boiling it to be equally scrumptious. The way they regarded Yang Xiaomi shifted dramatically. "That I've never tasted such delicious pork before. This is far better than roasted meat," Yama exclaimed, licking the remnants of soup from the bottom of his bowl. Beaming with satisfaction, "It's so good, Sister Xiaomi. Ever since you arrived, we have been treated to new and delightful foods every day." Azitzi nibbled on the boiled pork, a look of contentment adorning his face. "In the future, I shall bring you even more delicious treats," Yang Xiaomi replied, feeling buoyed by their appreciation. Since her arrival in this world, she had found a sense of happiness. Now, filled with curiosity about her new surroundings, she desired to explore more unknown wonders and uncover fascinating, meaningful experiences, to paint her life with the most vibrant colors. She was thrilled to realize that with her wisdom from the 20th century, she could indeed alter this primitive world. Reflecting on the changes she had brought to the tribe filled her with immense pride. Yes, she savored the rich flavor of the wild boar. She felt an inexplicable sense of something missing. Chapter 115. The opulent bowl. Yang Xiaomi licked her lips, which were as rosy and delicate as the petals of a pink rose. If only a fragrant bowl of white rice could accompany her meal, it would be the epitome of bliss. However, the shadow of rice grains remained elusive. "Oh, you have any rice here?" she inquired. Wadang looked utterly perplexed. "What is rice?" Upon posing her question, Yang Xiaomi regretted it, realizing it was a rather foolish inquiry. How could she have assumed they would know about rice? If they did, they would have long since enjoyed rice dishes, nutritious and delicious. Rice was a marvel. Yang Xiaomi envisioned several steaming bowls of fragrant rice, swallowing hard at the thought. Wadang, confused, gazed at her. "What does this rice look like that is so delectable? It's small, white, soft, and incredibly fragrant, paired with this pork." "It is simply exquisite," Yang Xiaomi replied, taking another sip of her soup, her mind wandering to the rice, unable to suppress the urge to lick her lips. That Wadang's gaze fell upon her golden bowl and her rosy lips, so resplendent and captivating that he involuntarily leaned closer, nearly pressing against her. "Why are you sitting so close?" Yang Xiaomi felt a sudden warmth encroach upon her, instinctively shifting her body slightly away as she turned her head. She caught a glimpse of Wadang's mesmerizing eyes, a hue reminiscent of the sea and sky, so enchanting that her heart fluttered uncontrollably. What a captivating visage! Such beauty could easily ensnare one's heart without the need for any perilous charm. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she felt the heat rise to her ears. Yet, surrounded by so many onlookers, the proximity of such a handsome man, while alluring, felt wholly unfamiliar. "I will protect you," he declared, his words sounding almost absurd amidst the tranquility of the tribe, devoid of external threats. Did she really require such protection? Yama, seated nearby and enjoying the meat, gazed enviously at Yang Xiaomi's resplendent golden bowl. "Your golden bowl is truly exquisite. I once found a tiny bit of gold dust. How does one craft such a bowl?" Not far away, though also cast lingering glances at her golden bowl and chimed in. "I too wish to possess a golden bowl. When you gather more, I will gladly teach you how to make one," Yang Xiaomi replied, always willing to lend a helping hand, her heart warmed by their admiration. Suddenly, feeling a pressing need, Yang Xiaomi set down her golden bowl and wandered toward a nearby grove. Wadang immediately rose to follow her, unwilling to part for even a moment. "Mate, where are you going?" I need to use the restroom." Yang Xiaomi's face flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. During her stay here over the past few days, every time she needed to relieve herself, it had been a source of immense awkwardness. There were no proper toilets. She had to seek out a secluded spot in the little woods to do her business, always on guard against the possibility of an orc's unexpected arrival. Each time, she felt a pang of anxiety, especially at night when the dark woods were filled with the fear of other wild beasts or snakes attacking her. Such an uncomfortable environment for relieving oneself was truly torturous for her. Now, with Wadang accompanying her into the woods, she felt somewhat reassured against snakes and other dangers. But the embarrassment was overwhelming. That "I really can't do this in front of you. Please don't follow me back." "It is too awkward," she urged, unable to contain her discomfort as she attempted to shoo Wadang away. "There are many monsters in these woods, and it's so dark that if I don't stay with you, what if something harms you?" Wadang insisted, showering her with concern. This made Yang Xiaomi hesitant and flustered. Chapter 116. Don't follow me to the toilet sparked an idea in her mind. The environment could be altered, and she could effect that change. Wadang was the perfect person to help her with this. "I don't want to go in the woods either. Could you build a toilet near the cave for me?" Yang Xiaomi seized the opportunity to make a request. Wadang seemed to understand the situation. "But won't that make the cave smell terrible?" he asked, perplexed, as they typically relieve themselves in the woods. "If we cover it with grass and ash, it won't smell, and it can even be used as fertilizer for growing vegetables," she explained confidently. Wadang raised an elegantly arched brow. "I fear snakes, and I dislike toileting outdoors. Could you please help me build a toilet?" Yang Xiaomi softened her tone, adding a hint of playful coaxing. "If I accompany you each time, you won't have to worry about snakes." Wadang, in a protective manner, gently brushed aside the strands of hair blown by the mountain breeze, feeling dizzy at the thought of a man watching her while she relieved herself. Especially repeatedly, she felt utterly mortified. "I truly loathe this situation. It's too chaotic. If a male were to suddenly come upon me while I'm..." The impact of her words was immediate. Upon hearing this, Wadang resolutely decided he could not bear the thought of another male seeing Yang Xiaomi in such a vulnerable state. "All right, I'll arrange it shortly," he replied without hesitation. "Thank you." Yang Xiaomi couldn't help but feel touched, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Don't mention it. All I ask is that you help me have offspring," Wadang said, his gaze filled with a captivating tenderness, seizing the moment to voice his own desires. Wadang, despite appearing innocent, clearly understood the art of barter in this world. "Right now, I just want to relieve myself. Please don't follow me. Just for a moment, all right?" Yang Xiaomi felt like crying. Wadang, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed to have doused her hopes with a bucket of cold water, his expression as frigid as ancient snow. Yet, seeing Yang Xiaomi's delicate face blush softly in the moonlight, her eyes slightly dazed and her tone gentle, he felt his heart stir. He couldn't resist leaning down, cradling her face in his hands, and planting a kiss on her fair forehead. Yang Xiaomi, desperate to relieve herself, thought, "I just want to go to the toilet." No matter how romantic or sweet the kiss was, It only diminished her sense of urgency. "Don't follow me." "I'll be quick," she insisted, pushing him away firmly. "I'm worried." He countered, "It'll be fine. You need to relieve yourself too. Let us separate and meet back afterward. We can go together." "That's not an option." Yang Xiaomi felt on the verge of tears. "Why?" Wadang stubbornly lingered beside her, wishing to remain close. "Regardless, it's too embarrassing to be watched while I relieve myself," she protested vehemently. "Then I'll return and build the toilet. You can go once it's done," Wadang stated decisively. "Ah, one cannot hold it until a toilet is built. How does your logic even work? This could lead to serious health issues." Yang Xiaomi surrendered, exasperated. "How about this? You stand 2 meters away and turn your back so you don't look at me. Is that acceptable?" "No, I want to be with you." Wadang remained obstinately protective, unwilling to relent. Chapter 117. The beauty of a monster for the orcs here, it was common for groups to relieve themselves together without any sense of shame. Seeing Yang Xiaomi so adamant, Wadang began to wonder if she intended to escape. Yang Xiaomi was truly on the verge of tears, looking up and lamenting, "Heavens, must you play with me like this?" "I am Wadang, not a deity," he corrected her earnestly. Yang Xiaomi was nearly infuriated, now unable to even express her grievances to the heavens. "Fine. I can't change others. Only myself," she resigned. "I understand you are Wadang. Let us stand a meter apart to avoid any unpleasant odors, and we'll face away from each other." Wadang fixed her with a steady gaze. "If you don't agree, I will truly become angry." Yang Xiaomi's expression turned cold, revealing her irritation. Wadang, noticing her displeasure, found the conditions acceptable and finally nodded. "Now quickly turn around. Don't look at me," Yang Xiaomi commanded, her urgency palpable as she felt she might burst. Wadang complied, turning away, and Yang Xiaomi hastily moved a few steps forward. The grass here was tall enough to provide some cover, and as long as Wadang didn't approach, he wouldn't witness her embarrassment. The surrounding darkness was filled with the unfamiliar sounds of wildlife, which had once terrified her. Now, however, she was so desperate that she couldn't afford to be overly cautious, pulling down her pants. She squatted among the grass and began. The following 100 words are omitted. A warm stream of relief surged forth, causing her entire being to relax as her pores tingled with pleasure. Cautiously, she monitored whether Wadang would sneak a peek, and thankfully he did not. She quickened her pace. However, just as she finished and was about to pull up her pants, she was startled to find Wadang had leapt over with surprising speed, watching her with a bemused smile that glimmered in the moonlight, making her feel mortified. "Surely, he won't keep watching me." Yang Xiaomi's ears flushed with heat as she blushed, hastily fastening her waistband and pretending nothing had happened as she walked away. Wadang obediently followed her, and the two exited the woods, heading back to the tribe. Reflecting on how difficult it was to even relieve herself, she urgently requested, "You must help me build a toilet as soon as possible. It is essential that long-term discomfort in this manner will drive one mad. These orcs are far too unhygienic and uncivilized." "All right," Wadang quickly agreed this time. He leaned closer to her, his gaze filled with deep affection. "My partner, you are a gift from the heavens. Our offspring will undoubtedly be as beautiful and intelligent as you, and as strong as I am." Under the enchanting moonlight, Yang Xiaomi gazed closely at Wadang's handsome features, utterly captivated by his striking allure. His slightly wavy, light yellow hair shimmered, and even though his facial hair obscured some of his features, it couldn't conceal his extraordinary beauty. His muscular physique exuded a masculine charm, and his light blue eyes sparkled with affection, casting a mysterious and enchanting aura in the night by the fire. Wadang was so strikingly handsome, so manly. He was truly a stunning specimen, capable of captivating anyone if he were in the 20th century. Suddenly, she felt a tightening around her waist as Wadang abruptly embraced her. Chapter 118. Toileting is not easy in this beastly world. Despite Wadang's furry exterior, his extraordinary demeanor and handsome appearance captivated countless females. Even Yang Xiaomi, who had seen many handsome idols on television in the 20th century, couldn't help but be smitten by Wadang's charm. She imagined that if he were in her era, the number of girls pursuing him could circle the globe. As she gazed at Wadang, Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a firm embrace around her waist and found herself enveloped in his warm, solid arms. Overcome by a powerful wave of electricity, Yang Xiaomi felt herself flush with heat. Her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. Wadang leaned down closer to her face, his warm breath radiating a passionate allure, enveloping her cheeks. The blatant display of affection drew whistles and smirks from the surrounding male orcs. Yang Xiaomi felt a tempest of emotions surging within her, uncomfortably squirming as she shyly pushed his hands away. "Stop it. There are many people watching us." Wadang gently pinched her delicate chin and said, "Look all you want. Everyone knows you are my mate, destined to help me bear offspring." Wadang was wholeheartedly eager to have children with her, yet she had no such intentions. At present, her sole desire was to survive, fulfill her adventurous pursuits, and perhaps even find a way to leave. The Gudua's gaze was also drawn to the scene, observing Wadang's tender attention towards Yang Xiaomi, following her closely like a devoted shadow. The formidable and ruthlessly cold leader, Wadang, seemed transformed, displaying an unprecedented gentleness and care towards Yang Xiaomi. He had never smiled at her, yet she had harbored affection for Wadang for many years, and jealousy surged within her. Gnashing her teeth in frustration, clenching her jaw, she violently snapped the bamboo chopsticks in her hand. Humph, how infuriating! What does Wadang see in this foreign female? Wadang should belong to me. It's that detestable Yang Xiaomi who has ruined my chances. At this moment, the orcs had consumed all the soup and meat, now gathered idly at the cave entrance, playfully bantering with one another. Yang Xiaomi and Wadang were extraordinary beings, and the orcs naturally directed their attention towards them. Many orcs noticed their departure together and their return as a pair, embracing and appearing intimate, which elicited a variety of reactions: envy, jealousy, curiosity, and admiration. The toilet. Yang Xiaomi did not forget the matter of constructing a toilet and gently reminded him. "What materials will we use to build it? You should discuss this with everyone." Wadang replied, "Modern amenities like running water, exhaust systems, and high-rise buildings are beyond our current capabilities, so let us start with something simple." Yang Xiaomi pondered for a moment, recalling the outhouse she had seen during her childhood in her hometown. It is built of stone and mud, forming a small structure with windows and a door. The roof supported by bamboo and wood, thatched with straw. She thought constructing such a rudimentary toilet here would be quite an achievement. Wadang listened, bewildered, as he had never encountered such a thing and could not fathom what it might look like. Many orcs, hearing the description, exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what a toilet was. "Can we eat it?" "No, then let us not build like TTOB opposed in such a manner." "Umph, how difficult can it be for me to have a toilet?" Chapter 119. The challenge of the toilet. Seeing Wadang's utterly baffled expression, Yang Xiaomi recognized that even the wisest of individuals required visual aids to comprehend her architectural vision. Having studied design in the 20th century, she understood that her concepts must be conveyed through drawings. "Let me illustrate it for you." Yang Xiaomi crouched down, picked up a small twig, and sketched a depiction of a house in the dirt, detailing its features. "This is it. You can follow my drawing." She pointed to her illustrations, explaining them to Wadang. Wadang examined the sketches attentively, seemingly grasping the concept. Nodding, "This is a toilet, and it can be built." Without hesitation, he set the plans into motion. With a grand gesture, he summoned the curious onlookers among the orcs who immediately gathered around. Wadang, adopting the demeanor of a commanding boss, spoke in a calm and serious tone. "Directing you construct a toilet according to the design on the ground, to the left of my cave." The orcs exchanged uncertain glances, utterly clueless about what a toilet entailed. "What is a toilet?" Uncle San inquired first, his gnarled hands resembling ancient tree roots, scratching his graying hair in confusion. It's something edible." Some of the younger orcs asked with eager expressions. "Xiaomi, this must be your idea, right?" Yama remarked, looking at Yang Xiaomi with curiosity. "Humph, how absurd, turning even toilets into something edible." Yang Xiaomi wanted to laugh, but could not. The orcs in this world were completely unaware of the civilized world, and she had to forgive their ignorance. "It is not for eating. It is for expelling bodily waste," she explained, using polite language. Confusion reigned. Yama tilted his head, bewildered. while the other orcs stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. It's a place for defecation. Yang Xiaomi had to resort to cruder terms to make herself understood. Oh. Yama and the others finally comprehended, their expressions shifting to realization. However, the male orcs immediately shook their heads. They were accustomed to relieving themselves in the wild, relishing the opportunity to sneak peeks at the females. Ugh, they scratched their heads, glancing at one another. We used to go behind the bushes. Building a toilet seems too troublesome. Too troublesome, it'll stink. Why bother with a toilet? They discussed among themselves, unanimously opposing the notion. Yama, if we build a toilet, we won't have to worry about going into the woods and being attacked by beasts at night. A toilet would be quite beneficial. Yang Xiaomi argued, understanding that the males were resistant because it threatened their secretive habits. Only the females could empathize with the annoyance of being disturbed by males during their private moments. To find a breakthrough, Yang Xiaomi focused her attention on Yama, who had been more receptive towards her. Yama, while I may not fully understand the concept of a toilet, it sounds quite beneficial. Is there sweet potato involved? Certainly. If it weren't good, I wouldn't use it will bring you endless surprises and advantages. Yang Xiaomi fervently promoted the idea of a toilet. Chapter 120. The challenge of the toilet continues in the 20th century. Constructing a toilet was considered a normal practice, especially in urban areas where each household had at least one, if not two. Not having a toilet would be seen as peculiar. Yet here, advocating for a toilet felt absurd, as Yang Xiaomi found herself having to persuade them extensively. Then I want to see what a toilet looks like, Yama declared, her curiosity piqued. She was the first to nod enthusiastically. However, Yama's support was insufficient. Yama, you're causing chaos. We don't need a toilet, Uncle San immediately countered, irritated. You may not want one, but I want to see and experience a toilet, Yama insisted, her curiosity ignited by the delicious offerings Yang Xiaomi had previously shared. Yama, you're sure to like it. We'll build one near each cave, so everyone can use it without running into the woods, Yang Xiaomi eloquently persuaded, and Yama nodded in agreement. Uncle San rolled his eyes, seeking Wadang's assistance. Wadang, you need to rein your mate. What's this fuss about a toilet? Wadang unwaveringly supported Yang Xiaomi, casting a cool glance at Uncle San, his voice as frosty as thin ice. If Xiaomi likes it, then it must be a good thing. Uncle San's face flushed with frustration, realizing that Wadang seemed to heed only Yang Xiaomi's advice now, after much internal struggle. He managed to voice his discontent. You've changed. I don't recognize you anymore. This toilet is a terrible idea. Is inconvenient. I want to be able to see the females' behinds, the group of males lamented, reluctant to relinquish their previous habits of observing the females while they relieve themselves. Yang Xiaomi felt a wave of nausea. These creatures had such impure thoughts, even in matters of nature. The more they resisted, the stronger her resolve grew to construct the toilet, as she did not want to face the embarrassment of being spied upon while attending to her needs. Yang Xiaomi tugged at Wadang's arm, her eyes pleading for him to speak up. Win over the orcs. It was crucial to gain the support of their leader, Wadang. You all should examine the design and construct it according to the drawings. Start building one beside my cave quickly. If you have questions, you can ask my mate. Wadang, disregarding the orcs' hesitations, knew he had the authority and capability to see this through. Moreover, in the presence of his beloved, he could not afford to lose face. His expression turned icy, as if shrouded in a millennium of frost, and he issued a commanding order. Noticing the male orc's sluggishness and lack of initiative, Wadang's frustration flared. He stormed over and kicked one of them. Get moving. Hurry up and gather bamboo and stones. The male orcs reluctantly began their tasks, their spirits low, movement sluggish. Yang Xiaomi, intentionally ignoring their lack of enthusiasm, excitedly encouraged them. Come on, you're all so capable. If you speed up, we'll have it built in no time. As the male orc beheld Yang Xiaomi's radiant smile, her fair complexion and exquisite beauty, he felt an overwhelming urge to commend them, and his enthusiasm surged considerably. Xiaomi, how shall we construct this restroom? He inquired, approaching her with a glimmer of warmth in his eyes. Chapter 121. Becoming a temporary engineer thus. Everyone gather around. I shall elucidate the blueprints and some essential points, Yang Xiaomi graciously invited. Taking on the role of a makeshift civil engineer, she meticulously explained the designs concerning the windows, doors, and roof until the majority of the orcs grasped the concepts. She then pointed to a location adjacent to the cave of Wadang, declaring, "My restroom shall be established here." Duo, who had been observing from nearby, chimed in with a sarcastic tone, "Isn't that rather odorous? Wadang surely cannot endure such a stench. Tea won't smell. We shall cover it with the ash and the firewood, which will later serve as fertilizer for cooking," Yang Xiaomi replied nonchalantly, deeming it pointless to engage in a quarrel with Duo. Fertilizer? Nonsense, Duo retorted defiantly. With a cheerful smile, Yang Xiaomi encouraged, "You'll understand in due time. Now, hurry along and gather stones. A restroom must also be constructed near your cave." Initially intent on provoking Yang Xiaomi, Duo found herself irked by the latter's cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, Wadang, satisfied, remained by Yang Xiaomi's side, causing Duo to roll her eyes in frustration. Though it was night, materials were readily accessible, and the orcs commenced their labor with tools in hand, transforming the area before Wadang's cave into a bustling construction site. Yang Xiaomi observed their industriousness with keen interest, while Wadang's gaze remained fixed upon her. Suddenly, he grasped her hand, pulling her towards the cave. "Partner, let us enter that I wish to see how they build," Yang Xiaomi protested. Reluctant to step inside, Wadang, with a hint of forcefulness, adjusted her head to meet his gaze. "Looking at me is far more captivating than watching them." Caught in the depths of his ocean blue eyes, radiating warmth, Yang Xiaomi felt her cheeks flush a delicate shade of pink. Her heart raced at the thought of entering the cave alone with him, especially given his fervent demeanor. She averted her eyes, fearing the intensity of his gaze might render her utterly senseless. In her bashfulness, Yang Xiaomi exuded an enchanting allure, reminiscent of a blooming pink rose under the moonlight. Wadang was utterly captivated, increasingly convinced that Yang Xiaomi was not only stunning, but also capable of providing him with countless unforeseen delights. He longed to envelop her within himself completely. "I want to see if they can construct it," Yang Xiaomi offered as a feeble excuse, her voice barely audible. "Let us wait until tomorrow. We should retire early." Wadang insisted, eager for their time alone, promptly lifting her into his arms and striding swiftly with his furry long legs. Having enjoyed robust health prior, Yang Xiaomi felt even more agile after consuming the blood pill from Xieji. Despite her protests, she found herself helpless against Wadang's strength, ultimately being carried into the cave. Suddenly, her balance faltered, and she collided with a hard surface, landing unceremoniously on Wadang's rough wooden bed, pain coursing through her body. "Are you out of your mind?" Yang Xiaomi instinctively curled into herself, anxiously regarding the man before her, whose breath was notably ragged. Wadang, undeniably handsome and exuding an aura of dominance, embodied the quintessential man of the 20th century in her eyes. Now, standing before her with a predatory gaze, he radiated an irresistible masculine charm. Strangely enough, rather than fear, an unexpected emotion stirred within her. Chapter 122. The time is not yet right at that moment. Several small orc heads peeked curiously through the cave entrance, their expressions mischievous as they engaged in hushed, peculiar discussions. "Wadang and Xiaomi are going to have cubs," one squeaked. The offspring will surely be hairless. "Just as beautiful as Xiaomi," another chimed in. "Nonsense, Wadang is quite handsome, and being like him would be splendid too. Being like Xiaomi is wonderful as well." Their imaginations ran wild, envisioning the appearance of children they had yet to conceive. The notion of having cubs now was absurd. Her grand ambition to transform the orc world had only just begun. Pregnancy, motherhood, the prospect of a child at this juncture would undoubtedly complicate her endeavors. In this orc world, there were no contraceptives to be found. Observing the tribe, most adult females appeared to be heavily pregnant, their bellies swelling continuously, akin to sows, birthing until they could no longer bear offspring. Often unaware of the identity of the father, the mere thought was terrifying that it seemed imperative to seek out plants to research contraceptive methods. Yang Xiaomi had always advocated for quality over quantity in reproduction. If she were to live like a sow, ceaselessly birthing until old age, she would likely bear dozens of children, exhausting her body and leaving her no energy to revolutionize this orc world. Moreover, the current living conditions were far from suitable for raising children. She couldn't bear the thought of bringing a child into a life of suffering, scrambling through the mountains alongside Wadang, akin to monkeys, enduring hunger and deprivation while lacking proper education and foraging like beasts. With Wadang still possessing his fur, she fretted about the potential inheritance. She desired only the finest offspring, the result of selective breeding. Furthermore, she was uncertain whether she could ever return to her previous world. These long-term considerations weighed heavily on her mind. Besides, she felt that her relationship with Wadang had yet to reach the stage of parenthood. At present, the cave boasted no door, and those little rascals peering in brazenly made it rather awkward to engage in any passionate display of affection. As a refined woman from the 20th century, she found it utterly unacceptable to behave so uncivilized. Given all these considerations, her rationality, which had briefly faltered, swiftly regained its composure. The fluttering of her heart, which had been stirred, immediately cooled. Yang Xiaomi promptly sat up, taking a deep breath to collect herself, her tone deliberately frosty as she instructed, "You should go outside and help them build a restroom." "No, I wish to stay with you," Wadang insisted, refusing to leave. Positioning himself beside her, his hands poised on either side, threatening to encroach upon her space, "I do not wish for your company," Yang Xiaomi said, her cheeks inexplicably warming as she uttered the words reluctantly. "But I want to be with you," Wadang persisted, inching closer, his warm breath brushing against her face. With a determined shove, Yang Xiaomi attempted to maintain some distance, her voice icy. "Then you may sleep on the ground." "I will sleep beside you," Wadang declared, shamelessly lying down next to her, refusing to budge. Yang Xiaomi shifted away, trying to create space. Wadang sprawled out like a starfish, his sturdy, furry legs inadvertently pressing against hers, radiating an overwhelming masculine allure that made her heart race uncontrollably. As a normal woman, Yang Xiaomi found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Chapter 123. Spied upon outside. The small orc heads continued to peek in, stifling giggles as they whispered, "Hee hee, they're sleeping together. The action is about to begin." Several even began to whistle excitedly, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "You should leave. I prefer to sleep alone," Yang Xiaomi urged, striving to remain calm, gritting her teeth to persevere. Her face flushed crimson. She pushed and pushed, determined to shove Wadang off the bed. Yet he remained as unyielding as a mountain, her efforts proving futile. Wadang raised an elegantly arched brow, turning to sit at the edge of the bed, clasping her delicate hand. His pale blue eyes bore into Yang Xiaomi's fair, unblemished face. "Partner, do not reject me, that I wish to protect you and to raise cubs together." Upon hearing him mention offspring once more, Yang Xiaomi yanked her hand away forcefully. Despite her newfound strength, she knew she could never match Wadang's might, potentially provoking his primal instincts. She had to resort to coaxing, feigning vulnerability, akin to a tactic from Sun Tzu's Art of War. With a dramatic sigh, she feigned exhaustion, appearing weak and helpless. "Wadang, I am simply too tired today. I wish to retire early. I feel unwell and drained." Instantly, concern flickered in Wadang's eyes as he gazed at her with palpable worry. "What troubles you?" "I've had a long day. I feel dizzy, my entire body aches," Yang Xiaomi lamented, intensifying her performance, seeing her in such distress. The fire within Wadang's heart extinguished, replaced by a deep sorrow. His beautiful blue eyes filled with compassion as he opened his strong, furry arms, gently pulling her into his embrace while soothingly murmuring, "If you're tired, then rest well. Then you should also take your rest on your own bed," Yang Xiaomi suggested, leaning against his warm chest, feeling a sense of security and warmth envelop her, though she too wished for a shoulder to lean on in times of fatigue. This tile, after all, harbors great ambition for her. Is it truly safe to sleep like this? One cannot help but question. "Let us slumber together. I shall hold you close, ever ready to protect you." Wadang embraced her tightly, reluctant to part, yet this time his hands and feet refrained from wanton movement. Yang Xiaomi, feeling somewhat tense, curled up and leaned anxiously against his sturdy embrace. In truth, this sensation was quite warm, providing her with immense comfort. Gradually, Her mood lightened, and her body relaxed into a state of ease, inexplicably soothed. This time, Yang Xiaomi did not insist on pushing him off the bed. "All right, this is acceptable. But you must not disturb my slumber. Indeed, I had promised you. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose," Wadang replied, his memory astonishingly sharp, recalling the words Yang Xiaomi had previously shared with him. Reflecting on the past few days, Wadang had indeed shown her considerable respect, which allowed Yang Xiaomi to feel a tad more at ease, quietly lying in his arms. Noticing that Wadang had remained still for quite some time, she turned her head to glance, only to find him with his eyes closed, a blissful smile adorning his face. Goodness, Wadang looked just like an infatuated young lad, utterly adorable and displaying remarkable humanity. He was far from the cold-blooded monstrosity she had imagined. Rather, she found him to be a true gentleman, civilized, gentle, and considerate. I could see that moment. A few fluffy little heads peered inquisitively from the entrance, their curious eyes sparkling in the darkness. Yang Xiaomi caught sight of the cluster of heads at the door, feeling exasperated. Even her sleep was subject to their scrutiny, yet the absurd chatter that followed from the little ones only incited an urge in Yang Xiaomi to rush out and reprimand them. Chapter 124. Being spied on too, they're holding each other. Are they about to have little ones? A Gigi's eyes sparkled with gossip as she conspired mysteriously with the other little ones. Why are they so still? The red watermelon and the male over there making quite the racket. What? Dang should be on top of Xiaomi. Why are they lying down? Is it different for Xiaomi? Is there no sound when they mate? The prying remarks of those little creatures drifted into the cave, causing Yang Xiaomi's face to flush with embarrassment. Humph, this gaggle of gossip-mongers, realizing she had been misunderstood. Yang Xiaomi feigned anger and waved them off. Scram, stop staring. We want to see you make little ones. A Gigi grinned at her, shouting loudly, as such matters were openly discussed among their tribe. Go back and sleep, Yang Xiaomi insisted, striving to suppress her temper and avoid an outburst. Come on, hurry up. Once I finish watching, I'll go to sleep. The merry little creatures, seeing her hold her temper, grew bolder in their teasing. How dare you steal a glance at me sleeping? It seems I've been too lenient with you all. Time to be stern. Yang Xiaomi, feeling both embarrassed and frustrated, pushed Wadang's hand away and quickly scrambled up, picking up a few small stones by the bed to hurl at the cave entrance. Get lost, if you keep bothering me while I sleep. I'll flatten you. The little ones were startled and screamed, darting away from the falling stones. However, once the stones settled, they quickly returned to the entrance, peering in to watch Yang Xiaomi and Wadang sleep. Why do you pay them any mind? Save your energy for me instead, Wadang remarked calmly, smiling. How can I sleep with so many watching? Yang Xiaomi retorted, feeling vexed and filled with indignation. Grabbing a long stick, she charged to the cave entrance, angrily chasing them off. Stop watching me sleep. If you keep staring, I'll break you. As she swung the stick, it stirred up a gust of wind. The shadow of the stick aimed at the little ones. The tiny creatures scampered away, swiftly like little monkeys, evading her strikes with remarkable agility. Nearby, some orcs constructing a toilet chuckled at her, asking, Xiaomi, why aren't you making little ones with Wadang? Did you come out to check on us? Yang Xiaomi thought to herself. These beings truly lack humanity, discussing such intimate matters with utter candor. Completely oblivious to any sense of modesty, she found herself both amused and exasperated, recognizing their wild natures would not easily change, as they thought nothing of spying on others while they slept. Seeing her silent, the orcs persisted. Xiaomi, come see how we've built this. Is the door supposed to be like this? Yang Xiaomi approached to inspect, observing that they had tied bamboo into a haphazard semblance of a door, lacking a proper frame. This door was utterly unsatisfactory. It needs balance and a frame. She gently shook her head, taking some small branches to demonstrate a model, as she explained. Not until the orcs nodded in understanding did she set down her model and provide them with a sample to follow. Her throat slightly parched from speaking. She fetched some water from a nearby spring with a bamboo tube, stretching her weary back. Glancing at the time, she noted the moon was high in the sky. It was indeed the early hours of the morning. Ha! She stifled a yawn, genuinely exhausted, her eyelids growing heavy, and she returned to the cave for rest. Wadang awaited her eagerly, eyes trained on the entrance. Chapter 125. Being spied on, 3 Wadang stood at the cave's entrance, watching as Yang Xiaomi turned to head back. He quickly slipped inside, pretending to be asleep upon her return. As Yang Xiaomi settled back into bed, she was surprised to find Wadang had already drifted off, softly snoring beside her. She lay down gently, casting her gaze towards the cave entrance, only to spot a few little heads peeking in again. Goodness, these little rascals had the audacity of 1,000 suns. Was it truly acceptable to spy on others while they slept? Yang Xiaomi felt her temper rise, her emotions teetering on the brink. Stop looking. I am genuinely angry now, and the consequences will be severe. Why can they watch us, but you cannot watch us? The little ones defiantly retorted, their expressions unrepentant. How can you justify spying on others while they sleep? Wadang, you must initiate reform. They require education and civility. Yang Xiaomi exclaimed passionately, her voice rising as her emotions flared in her frustration. She squeezed Wadang's arm tightly, losing a semblance of control at that moment. Wadang could no longer feign ignorance. He opened his eyes, his azure gaze sparkling with curiosity. What is it? Wadang feigned innocence, though he had likely witnessed the earlier scene unfold. Yet, given the tribe's customary behavior, he chose to remain silent. They are watching me sleep. You must send them away, Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, fuming as she pointed to the furry heads at the entrance. Wadang hesitated briefly, his expression growing cold. This group of little rascals had disturbed his intimate moments with Yang Xiaomi. Her displeasure would surely affect his own mood. With a swift, graceful motion, he leapt from the bed, his long legs carrying him quickly to the entrance, where he delivered a few swift kicks, sending the little ones flying several feet away. With an imposing aura that demanded respect, he bellowed, "Get back to sleep." The muffled thuds echoed as the little orcs tumbled to the ground, clutching their bodies and wailing in distress. Their pitiful cries pierced the stillness of the night, resonating painfully in the quiet air. Yang Xiaomi, harboring no ill will towards the little ones, felt a pang of concern as she rushed outside to check on them, seeing the little ones writhing in pain on the ground. She watched anxiously, muttering to herself, "They won't be seriously injured, will they? Who told them to irritate you?" Wadang replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, his concern focused on Yang Xiaomi instead. Fortunately, the little creatures, accustomed to rough housing in the mountains, quickly recovered, scrambling back to their feet despite their bruised appearances. Yang Xiaomi sighed in relief. Had their antics resulted in a fatality, she would have felt immense guilt. After all, spying while others slept hardly warranted a death sentence. Moreover, in this tribe, witnessing mating rituals was commonplace. If they had perished because of her, the other orcs would undoubtedly harbor grievances against her, complicating her efforts to integrate into their world. As the ancient strategy states, to conquer without battle is the mark of true mastery. When the hearts of the people is to gain dominion over the realm. If she wished to transform this orc world, she needed to gradually win their hearts through her wisdom and character. Wadang then brandished a long stick, raising it menacingly at the little orcs, as though ready to strike. As long as you cease your spying, I shall spare you, Yang Xiaomi quickly interjected, tugging on Wadang's arm. Chapter 126. Being spied on for the little ones. Petrified, stood frozen, unsure whether to flee or remain, staring up at Yang Xiaomi with pitiable expressions. Yang Xiaomi addressed them with a firm voice. You should return to rest. Do not disturb my sleep. Besides, staying awake is detrimental to your health. At last, Wadang tossed the stick aside, allowing it to bounce a few times before kicking it further away. With a resounding thud, the stick settled neatly at the cave's entrance, vibrating slightly before coming to a halt. Not return to spy. If you do, I shall break your heads. With a commanding reprimand, Wadang's voice chilled the air, instilling fear. The little ones, seeing Wadang's intent to drive them away, dared not openly rebel, but murmured in discontent. Others can mate in view, yet you and Xiaomi are off limits. Despite their dissatisfaction, they did not confront Wadang directly, instead slinking towards the spot designated for the toilet construction. The orcs still constructing the toilet noticed their dejected approach, having witnessed their sudden flight moments earlier, yet were oblivious to the cause. With a mischievous glint in their eyes, they inquired, "What did you see?" Are you envious? Envious my foot. We weren't allowed to watch and got smacked instead, Gigi grumbled, sulking and rubbing his bruised face. The male orcs had been curious about the lovely Yang Xiaomi, and upon hearing the little one's chatter, their intrigue only deepened. Why can't we see? Yang Xiaomi's skin is so fair and tender. It must be different. Let's go take a look. With giggles, a few of them abandoned their construction tools. Approaching Wadang's cave with mischievous eyes, eager to sneak a glimpse of how the unique Yang Xiaomi and Wadang would reproduce in this realm. Mating between females and males was often a spectacle, easily observed as long as one did not intrude. However, with Yang Xiaomi's arrival, even basic bodily functions required a toilet, which only added to her mystique. Moreover, her smooth, hairless skin heightened their curiosity even further. After Wadang had shooed away the inquisitive youngsters, he returned to the bed, embracing the pouting Yang Xiaomi. His voice softened to a gentle murmur. "My mate, please do not be upset. What troubles you?" Their rudeness was intolerable. Eavesdropping on other slumber was a habit that needed to be corrected. Yang Xiaomi despised such bad manners, as they directly impacted her sleep and quality of life. However, before she could respond, more heads appeared at the cave entrance, this time including several adult and elderly males. Yang Xiaomi felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. Were they intent on driving her to tears? How could she possibly sleep now? This was maddening. "Don't push me," she thought, grappling with her rising frustration, yet recognizing that losing her composure would be futile. Remaining calm, she glared at the intruders and took several deep breaths. These orcs would return even after being chased away. After a night of such torment, she was at her wits' end. The remnants of her sanity reminded her that reasoning with barbarians was futile. They were oblivious to logic and required a firm, effective approach. Chapter 127. Driven to find a solution, let them watch if they wish. It's typically permissible, Wadang noted, perceiving her silence as acquiescence. He whispered soothingly in her ear, his voice tender and enchanting. As he tightened his embrace, his warm breath brushed against her, igniting a flutter in her heart. However, glancing at the heads peering into the cave rekindled her irritation. She smacked Wadang's arm in frustration. Appalled by such barbaric reasoning, she could not accept it. What had begun as a romantic and sweet moment had been severely disrupted. It was utterly distasteful. She could not allow them to witness her slumber. Overwhelmed with exasperation, she exclaimed, "I'll go chase them away." Seeing her refusal, Wadang stood up once more, preparing to confront the intruders. "Wait," Yang Xiaomi interjected, resting her forehead in contemplation. "Wadang, we must build a door for this cave. Immediately," she declared, her excitement propelling her off the bed. "What? My cave needs a door?" Wadang's elongated eyes widened in disbelief, as this was a notion he had never contemplated. The concept of a door was foreign to him. But having just seen Yang Xiaomi's sketches for the toilet, he began to grasp its significance. "This way, no one can observe our rest. It will serve as our private space," she asserted, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. In the 20th century, it was understood that sleeping was a private affair, especially for young women who would close the door to their rooms. The lack of personal space was barbaric. Everything exposed to prying eyes was unbearable, even for couples. Only with a door could she secure her privacy and shield herself from disturbances during her rest. Wadang raised his beautifully arched brows, torn between his desire to acquiesce to Yang Xiaomi and his responsibilities as leader. Considering the opinions of the other orcs, is this truly advisable? No other cave has a door, he pondered, studying her with earnest intent, hoping she might adapt to their customs. What I say goes. I require my private space. If you refuse to construct a door, I shall relocate and sleep by the entrance, Yang Xiaomi asserted, her determination unwavering. This was a matter worth fighting for, as long as it was reasonable and just. She would stand her ground. Angered, she began to storm out. Seeing her agitation, Wadang cast aside his lingering doubts. His heart ever soft in her presence, he could not muster anger or frustration. He would unwittingly yield to her wishes. "I promise, do not leave, we shall remain together, whether sleeping or venturing out," he gently pleaded, grasping her hand. "Fine, then you must begin the construction at once," Yang Xiaomi replied, halting her steps, her gaze serious, worried he might retract his promise, compelling him to the cave entrance. Regrettably, I have never seen a door and am unsure how to create one, Wadang admitted awkwardly, scratching his thick, lustrous hair, a look of consternation on his face, the few orcs still lingering at the cave entrance. Hoping to catch a glimpse of the couple, quickly turned to leave. Hey, don't go. We need your help gathering wood, stones, mud, and vines to construct the cave door, Yang Xiaomi called out, assigning them tasks. Those who assist shall benefit. There are no enemies when it comes to shared interests. If they wish to spy, then let them build the door, ensuring they could no longer intrude. What? The orcs turned to her, bewildered by her intent. Chapter 128. The door. I want to build a door for my cave, a door to separate the outside from our living space. Yang Xiaomi raised her voice, emphasizing the importance of her request. And the toilet? The orcs hesitated, casting inquisitive glances at Wadang, seeking his guidance. This cave requires a door first. After that, we can address the toilet, Wadang replied, his focus wholly on Yang Xiaomi, willing to accommodate her wishes. Why build a door? We don't know how. One orc lamented, raising his hands in confusion. I will instruct you in its construction, Yang Xiaomi declared confidently, embodying the demeanor of a capable leader. Having never witnessed such a thing, she was nonetheless determined. Wadang continued to survey the cave entrance as Yang Xiaomi tugged on his hand, urging him to gather materials. You lead the way. The sooner we build it, the better. The orcs, who had initially hoped to observe the couple, found themselves assigned to a challenging task, their enthusiasm waning. Wadang, weren't you supposed to create offspring? Why the sudden focus on this door? Adan questioned, confusion evident in his expression. Yes. Once the door is completed, we shall proceed, Wadang replied, his demeanor a mix of embarrassment and affection as he glanced at Yang Xiaomi, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Yang Xiaomi felt her cheeks flush at their comments. How dare they speak so boldly? They would better not provoke me, she thought with indignation. Building a door is entirely reasonable. Adan chimed in. This seems troublesome. It complicates entry and exit. In no other caves have doors. Why should yours? His eyes widened, incredulous as he looked at Yang Xiaomi. The orcs, eager to witness Yang Xiaomi's slumber, engaged in animated discussions, failing to act promptly, dragging their feet. Yang Xiaomi tightened her grip on Wadang's arm, silently urging him to take charge. After all, he was the leader, and her own authority was quite enjoyable. Recalling a saying from the 20th century, she thought, men conquer the world while women conquer men. It is the same principle that a door for the cave meant a peaceful night's sleep for Xiaomi. Wadang's explanation felt somewhat feeble. He too was puzzled by the need for a door, questioning its practicality within their communal existence. Realizing the potential backlash of such a singularity, he thought, if everyone adopted this, it would lose its novelty. Yet, Yang Xiaomi pressed on, advocating a door could prevent wild beasts from entering while we sleep, safeguarding us from harm, shielding us from wind and rain. The orcs nodded in agreement. Your caves could also have doors to deter beast attacks. Yang Xiaomi's suggestion was met with approval. Wadang surveyed the other orcs, recognizing the merit in Yang Xiaomi's proposal, which would benefit them all. He promptly voiced his support. This is indeed a viable idea. In the past, there were indeed ferocious beasts that entered caves and claimed human lives while they slept. The inhabitants were unaware of how to construct a door to enhance their safety. Instead, they merely piled up bonfires at the cave's entrance to deter the wild animals. Although there have been instances of beasts invading the cave and consuming people, the presence of a fire pit seemed to have mitigated the issue. The necessity of a door appeared somewhat trivial. Yet, I remain unconvinced. The males have their own ulterior motives, eager to witness the mating rituals of others. A notion that Yang Xiaomi likely anticipated. However, when it rains, the fire will extinguish. Moreover, what is so fascinating about watching others sleep? Such behavior disrupts not only their slumber, but also compromises one's own quality of sleep. It is quite awkward. Yang Xiaomi fervently advocated her stance, striking a chord with their insecurities. Chapter 129. The door initially reluctant. The Orcish folk began to see reason in Yang Xiaomi's words, causing some to waver and others to become intrigued. Observing the effectiveness of her rhetoric, Yang Xiaomi continued to articulate the merits of having a door. Beyond warding off beasts, a door would shield against the cold winds and rains, ensuring a peaceful night's rest without disturbances from others. Everyone acknowledged the numerous advantages, prompting a collective decision to construct doors for the caves, with an immediate call to action to commence the project at her location. Wadang, who had previously harbored doubts, found Yang Xiaomi's reasoning compelling and thus offered his full support, adopting a tone that was both assertive and authoritative. Dan scratched his head, contemplating the proposal, and upon seeing Wadang nod in agreement, he too decided to lend his support. All right, since Xiaomi has endorsed the idea and Wadang concurs, I find it agreeable as well. Let us commence. With the support of others, Yang Xiaomi's spirit soared and Wadang's enthusiasm intensified. This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Earlier, a few orcs had expressed a desire to observe her while she slept, creating a cacophony that severely affected her mood. Now, with a viable solution at hand, Yang Xiaomi felt a tremendous sense of relief. Without further ado, she took the lead, gathering stones and wood, vigorously engaging in the task. The rough bark of the trees caused discomfort to her delicate hands, and the stone knife was not particularly sharp. Nonetheless, she persevered, sweating profusely as she stripped away the bark, gradually revealing the creamy white inner flesh of the wood. It was an arduous endeavor, and she feared the blade might snap at any moment. Noticing her unsteady grip on the knife, Wadang seized it from her, speaking with a tone of concern. Just observe. Let us handle the heavy lifting. With that, he took charge, and despite the blunt tools, his strength enabled him to strip the bark from a tree with remarkable efficiency. The disparity in results when the same tools were wielded by different individuals was stark. Faced with such innate strength, Yang Xiaomi could only admire him, her eyes sparkling with appreciation as she raised her hands in applause. The area before the cave was dotted with ample trees, sufficient to craft several doors. Witnessing Wadang personally engage in the labor inspired the other orcs to join in, unwilling to slack off in the presence of their leader. Having grown up in the mountains, they were accustomed to physical labor and, being in their prime, exhibited commendable strength and agility. Seated upon a large stone, Yang Xiaomi rested while nibbling on fragrant pine nuts. Gazing at the bright crescent moon navigating through the clouds, counting the myriad of twinkling stars above, life felt extraordinarily blissful at that moment. Unable to resist, she began to hum a melody. Her melodious voice wafted through the air, invigorating Wadang and the few male orcs laboring alongside him, imbuing them with renewed vigor and enthusiasm. The enchanting tune even drew a number of orcs, who were preparing for rest, to gather around and engage in lively discussions about the door's construction. What? Why is that? They asked. That it is said that Xiaomi dislikes being watched while she sleeps. Did Wadang truly hear her express such sentiments? They say the door can keep beasts at bay, allowing for better sleep. Such discussions were bothersome to Yang Xiaomi. She accepted the flattering remarks while dismissing the less agreeable ones as mere whispers in the wind. Before long, a rather rudimentary wooden door was assembled. Crooked and oversized, resembling a haphazard bundle of rough-hewn timber. Yang Xiaomi was taken aback upon seeing this truly a door. Chapter 130. The door. Wadang exerted a bit of force to hoist the door to the cave's entrance, effectively sealing the cave as if it were an enormous, shapeless root. Mate, the door is ready. You may give it a try, he called to her with a smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he beamed with pride. The orcs trailing behind him mirrored his smug expressions, reveling in the ease with which they had constructed the door. However, upon witnessing the door, Yang Xiaomi gasped. This is far too crude. Is it even functional? Entering will be a challenge, and exiting will be even more so. This is entirely impractical. Yet, she refrained from immediately dampening their enthusiasm, allowing them to experiment with it and discover its shortcomings on their own. Why don't you attempt to push the door open and enter the cave? She suggested with a faint smile, maintaining a safe distance from the entrance to Wadang, encountering the door for the first time. Mistook it for a playful contraption and curiously approached to give a nudge. The door was immensely heavy, akin to a colossal tree root, and he found himself unable to budge it. So this is a door. How does one enter? At that moment, the cave's entrance was completely obstructed by the wooden door, rendering it impossible to gain entry. Wadang, eager to access the cave, exerted all his strength to push against the door. But it remained immovable. Frustrated, he clung to the door, attempting to lift it aside, yet he lacked Wadang's strength, leaving him at a disadvantage. With a mighty roar, he summoned all his might, veins bulging on his neck, sweat beading on his forehead, and finally managed to lift the door, staggering towards the cave. Thud! The wooden door collided with the cave's entrance, causing it to rebound and send him tumbling backward. The orcs at the entrance were startled and quickly dodged out of the way. While Yang Xiaomi, positioned safely, also jumped back in surprise, Wadang's face flushed crimson, his strength waning as he hastily set the door down, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Embarrassed, he rose, casting a furtive glance at Yang Xiaomi. Feeling utterly humiliated before her, he did not wish to appear weak, so he bent down once more to lift the door. He held his breath, summoning every ounce of strength to hoist the door again. Wadang attempted to approach the cave once more, but the towering, heavy door remained lodged at the entrance, thwarting his efforts. After a brief struggle, his legs weakened, hands trembling, and his body quaking with fatigue, he hastily placed the door down with a loud thud, sending clouds of dust into the air. Having overexerted himself, Wadang found himself still trembling, panting heavily, his face flushed as he scrutinized the door. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, ultimately voicing what Yang Xiaomi had been thinking. This door blocks the entrance. It is far too heavy, making entry and exit exceedingly difficult. The other orcs watching felt their earlier pride dissipate as Wadang's critique struck a nerve, leaving them with a sense of embarrassment. Vadan, his eyes flickering, initially retorted defiantly, "You simply lack strength. Step aside and let me try." Earlier, it was Wadang who had effortlessly carried the door. His strength was unmatched among the tribe. Vadan, having witnessed Wadang's ease in handling the door, had assumed it would be simple that he approached, spitting into his palms, rubbing them together, holding his breath, and bending down to lift the door again to his astonishment. He found himself unable to lift it, merely managing a slight movement before being compelled to drop it once more. It dawned on him that the door's weight was prohibitive, and after having previously mocked Wadang, he now felt the heat of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Gathering his resolve, he exerted all his strength, bending down to grasp the door once more, shouting up. Yang Xiaomi clenched her fists, her eyes wide, as if watching a weightlifting competition. Chapter 131. The door with every ounce of strength. Vadan's furry brow glistened with beads of sweat, the veins in his neck bulging as his face flushed red. Finally, he managed to lift the door. Yet as soon as he did, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, but he stubbornly held his breath, struggling to move to the side. Thud! Unable to maintain his grip, Vadan's hand slipped, and he bent down, allowing the door to tumble from his shoulder. Kicking up a cloud of dust, in a hurry, he steadied the door, which thudded against the cave's entrance, leaning precariously to one side. Yang Xiaomi observed the scene with mounting anxiety. A door of such weight was utterly impractical. Were she to attempt its use, it would be beyond her capabilities. After this ordeal, Vadan was utterly spent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Yang Xiaomi with concern. The door is too heavy. You should try to see if you can lift it. Yang Xiaomi had recognized the door's flaws at first glance, and its excessive weight was indeed a significant issue. She knew without trying that she would be unable to lift it. Despite the arduous effort they had put into constructing it, she decided to feign an attempt, walking over and exerting considerable effort to lift it, only to find it immovable. This was undeniably a major problem. The door's weight rendered it completely unusable. Upon witnessing such a situation, Wadang could not restrain himself from proactively voicing his opinion. This door is excessively heavy and does not adhere to the principles of mechanics. Its structure is inadequate and must be reconstructed. Yang Xiaomi had been awaiting such a remark from Wadang and immediately chimed in with her own thoughts. If it cannot be done right, then let us forego the door altogether. Wadang felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the sense of accomplishment he had felt from crafting the door began to dissipate, even leading him to contemplate giving up. A door is essential, but it cannot be made in this manner. I will provide you with specific instructions. Yang Xiaomi was determined not to abandon the long-term benefits due to a minor setback. Some of the orcs had already expressed their disappointment with the door, quickly voicing their opposition. We worked hard to create this door, yet it is unusable, even if we attempt to recreate it. It will likely turn out poorly. Let us abandon the idea of a door. The complications surrounding the door were indeed vexing. Perhaps it would be better to forego it altogether, observing the chorus of dissent. She felt compelled to champion this worthwhile endeavor, a hallmark of civilization and truth, and vowed to fight for it until the end. Trust me, if we follow my detailed approach, we will undoubtedly create a highly functional door. Yang Xiaomi persisted with unwavering determination. But what if it still doesn't work? She whimpered, blinking at her companions, her eyes filled with questions that we cannot simply give up. We will succeed. Please believe in me. Yang Xiaomi did not falter. Instead, she continued to bolster the confidence of her peers that it is only natural to experience negative emotions following a recent failure, as psychology would explain. Wadang regarded her with a complex expression, seeing her unwavering conviction and persistence. He could not bring himself to refuse her, ultimately nodding in agreement that I will tell you how to construct it like this. Yang Xiaomi began to busily explain, picking up a slender bamboo pole to demonstrate how to measure the height and width of the doorway. First, measure the height and width of the cave's entrance. The doorway must form a rectangle, serving as the door's fundamental dimensions. Select straight pieces of wood of similar thickness, all cut to this length. Drawing upon her experiences from the 20th century, she patiently instructed them. Intelligent as she was, having seen doors before and employing her ingenuity, she understood how to craft a competent door. Wadang provided unwavering support, rallying a few still hesitant orcs to begin their work. Their tools may not have been the best, yet the materials required for a door were minimal, and before long, they had prepared the wood. This time, the wood was quite straight and evenly sized. However, Yang Xiaomi was troubled by the challenge of successfully crafting a door. Lacking any tools made the task exceedingly difficult. Chapter 132. My trials and tribulations. How could they connect these pieces of wood to create a proper door when the orcs had no idea how to proceed? In the 20th century, constructing a door would have posed no problem. With a bit of money, one could easily find a skilled craftsman or a dedicated factory specializing in doors, ensuring a fine product. Yet in the realm of the orcs, everything had to be constructed by their own hands. Without nails or iron planes, and lacking tools altogether, attempting to smooth the wood and connect it into a door akin to those of the 20th century was no simple task. As Yang Xiaomi pondered this predicament, a thought struck her. She would let nature take its course, using materials at hand to connect evenly shaped pieces of wood into a door, though it lacked a polished surface. It possessed a certain artistic charm that, in her view, no matter how rudimentary the method or craftsmanship, the cave where they slept must have a door. This was her basic requirement for living. Before long, the orcs had successfully constructed a door, testing it multiple times. It could be moved, but the shape of the cave's entrance did not align, making it precariously easy to dislodge. Wadang placed the door in front of the cave. Examining it from various angles, is this sufficient? He asked, scratching his dense, fluffy hair and raising his well-defined brow towards Yang Xiaomi for confirmation. Yang Xiaomi continued to devise solutions, realizing that the doors still posed considerable challenges. As clever as I am, I will surely find a method. She gently patted the door, acknowledging that, after all, she too was inexperienced in door construction. Having seen proper doors before, she knew there must be a reason for their failure. As she scrutinized the door from different perspectives and sensed it was lacking something. Aha! She exclaimed, clapping her hands, that we need to add some components. A door frame is essential. A door frame. What on earth is that? Wadang scratched his head, confusion clouding his eyes like a vast, white ocean. Precisely. We will create a rectangular frame at the cave's entrance using wood, stone, and clay to secure the door. Without it, the door cannot be properly constructed, nor can it be easily pushed open or locked. Yang Xiaomi spoke with palpable enthusiasm, gesturing animatedly. Wadang looked utterly bewildered, while the other orcs exchanged glances, completely at a loss. Forgive them, for they had never encountered a proper door and were hardly scientists or geniuses. Thus, you should do it this way. Yang Xiaomi meticulously explained her knowledge to them, but the orcs still struggled to grasp the concept after much effort, resulting in no consensus on the door frame. Wadang, beginning to comprehend, took some wood and stones, laboriously digging at the cave's entrance for a while. Yet every attempt yielded problems, with the frame appearing crooked and the wooden door entirely unfit for installation. Even with a door frame, this won't work. A Dong looked at her, confusion evident in his eyes. Let us study this thoroughly. We will succeed, Yang Xiaomi reassured, refusing to lose heart. In this place, constructing a proper door proved exceedingly arduous. She had already spoken until her throat was dry, sipping from the spring multiple times, yet they still appeared only partially enlightened. Alas, this is truly challenging. Are these orcs overly dim-witted for the first time? Yang Xiaomi questioned her own eloquence. Perhaps her explanations were insufficient. It seemed that without a tangible object, clarity was elusive. Observe my actions. Yang Xiaomi resolved to repeat her theoretical and practical teaching. She gathered some branches, grass, stones, and clay to create a small model with a door frame. What is this? A door. Wadang marveled at the tiny model, examining it with curiosity. Chapter 133. A spark of inspiration. Yang Xiaomi tilted her head innocently and patted Wadang's arm. Yes, it's a model of the door. Just follow this and replicate. As she began to work, she realized that crafting a door was not as simple as she had thought, yet it was certainly within her capabilities. In the 20th century, she had never personally constructed a door, yet she had seen many. She had even encountered the most rudimentary wooden doors, reminiscent of those she had seen during childhood visits to her ancestral home. Those old, simple houses often had rather basic doors, especially the dilapidated outhouses and straw huts. Now, she felt capable of replicating such simplicity. However, she aspired to create something better, at least akin to the traditional doors of her childhood. Upon further examination, she realized that ancient craftsmanship was quite meticulous. Though it required no nails or high-tech tools, it demanded patience and exquisite artistry. Her grandfather had been a carpenter, and during her childhood, she had lived with him for a time, observing him craft those ancient structures of doors and furniture. You must strip the bark from the wood and smooth it down, she instructed, utilizing the hard stone knives at their disposal. They all worked together. Though the results were not perfect, they were decent enough. Next, they needed to join several pieces of wood together, creating holes for connections. However, using a stone knife, or even an iron one, made it exceedingly difficult to carve a precise groove at the designated spots. Lacking a ruler, she used grass to measure dimensions and kept track of her findings. Yet, forming the grooves proved impossible due to the inadequacy of their tools. Yang Xiaomi stared at the wooden planks, lost in thought. Wadang returned with some vines. My partner, these vines are quite thick. They will do nicely. No, we cannot use these. Yang Xiaomi immediately rejected, recalling the earlier failed door that had also relied on those very vines for binding. Wadang glanced at the vine she had discarded, his expression one of resigned bemusement. He plucked a long blade of grass, placing it in his mouth, only to find its fine edges scraping against his lips, drawing a faint crimson line. Yuck, this grass bites, he quickly spat it out, wiping his irritated lips. Yang Xiaomi noticed the blade of grass and the faint red mark on Wadang's lips, and a flash of inspiration struck her. Eureka! As clever as I am, I recall the principle behind the saw invented by the legendary carpenter Liu Ban. Yang Xiaomi felt a surge of excitement, grabbing two stone knives and striking them against each other vigorously. Clang! Clang! Wadang jumped in surprise, fearing she had lost her mind, and hurriedly intervened. My partner, what are you doing? Are you feeling all right? Have you exhausted yourself? We need to create a saw to cut the wood. Yang Xiaomi said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as her tightly pressed lips finally relaxed into a gentle smile. A saw. What on earth is that? Wadang was utterly bewildered, his head spinning from the unfamiliar concept. Seeing her calm demeanor and rational discourse, he felt a sense of relief. This will serve as a tool for cutting the wood. Look, Yang Xiaomi spoke as she vigorously pulled the stone knife, which had several small notches carved into it, back and forth on the wooden board, sawing away. Wadang watched in astonishment, completely oblivious to what was transpiring. Before long, the wooden board had been expertly carved into grooves by the makeshift stone saw created by Yang Xiaomi, achieving a precision that a knife could not replicate. Wadang's eyes widened in sheer delight. My dear, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined this could be accomplished. Suddenly, Wadang leaned down and planted a kiss on Yang Xiaomi's fair forehead. Yang Xiaomi felt as though she had been electrified, a surge of excitement coursing through her, igniting countless sparks of exhilaration. Chapter 134. Just think about it, hee. Isn't it impressive? You should act quickly. Yang Xiaomi was in high spirits, maintaining a calm smile while continuing her task. Wadang seized 2 stone knives and began to mimic her, gently chopping away. The sound of clashing echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Soon he had transformed the stone knives into saw-like tools, starting to carve grooves into the wood just as Yang Xiaomi had done. The previously startled orcs, who had been left dumbfounded, now followed suit under their leader's guidance, and the results were effective. They too joined in. With their immense strength, the orcs swiftly completed the grooves on the wooden planks. Following Yang Xiaomi's instructions, Wadang secured the grooves with wooden strips, but soon realized the door remained warped and distorted. "My dear, this won't do. Why is it so crooked?" Wadang scrutinized the door from various angles, sensing something was amiss. "Let me think for a moment." This was indeed a troublesome situation. Yang Xiaomi squatted down, feeling somewhat disheartened, and pondered the source of the problem. She rifled through her knowledge, contemplating whether this was related to the principles of mechanics. "It's just a door. How can it be so difficult for me?" She huffed, embodying an indomitable spirit, convinced of her resilience. She reasoned that they could manage with what they had, despite the imperfections. Wadang, noticing her troubled expression, refrained from pressuring her, and instead offered comforting words. Yang Xiaomi was steadfast in her approach. If she was to undertake a task, she would strive to execute it to the best of her ability. She did not blame them for their inability to construct the door perfectly. Given that they had never encountered such a thing before, to expect them to excel at it immediately was indeed a lofty aspiration. As long as we study diligently, we will succeed. Building a door is not rocket science. Yang Xiaomi encouraged herself and her companions. When faced with challenges, she instinctively sought solutions, believing that perseverance leads to triumph. All right, Wadang conceded. Though he was not particularly interested in door construction, he chose to heed her guidance. Yang Xiaomi picked up a brick and began tapping on the warped door, but after some time, her efforts proved futile. "Forget it. We can manage without a door. Let us not complicate matters unnecessarily." It may not be aesthetically pleasing, but it's certainly an improvement over the previous state. As the orcs observed this, they began to engage in animated discussions. Yang Xiaomi was not one to give up easily. She scrutinized the situation, contemplating until suddenly an idea struck her. Eureka! The door is quite long, and having only the end secured makes it susceptible to warping. We must add another groove in the center and secure it with a wooden strip to resolve the distortion issue. Everyone, pay close attention. This is a minor issue. We cannot abandon our aspirations, she declared, embodying a motivational spirit. When confronted with a problem, we must devise a solution rather than retreat. Wadang affirmed, "Yes, everything my dear says is correct." The orcs echoed, "Add a groove in the center and secure it with wood." Yang Xiaomi swiftly articulated her solution, and with Wadang's assistance, they soon fashioned a third groove, with 3 wooden strips snugly fitted into the grooves. The door frame became significantly straighter and more stable, no longer warped. Admiring the neatly aligned door, Yang Xiaomi felt a surge of delight, applauding her own ingenuity. We did it this time," in high spirits. She raised her hand to initiate a celebratory high-five with Wadang. Sensing their mutual understanding, Wadang reciprocated, and their palms met with a satisfying clap, resonating with boundless joy. Chapter 135. The high-five the other orcs. Witnessing this moment, raised their hands, eager to join in a high-five with Yang Xiaomi. However, Wadang was quick to shield her from the other male orcs, pulling her behind him and engaging in high-fives with them instead. The orcs exchanged bewildered glances, feeling slighted that they could not even share a high-five with Yang Xiaomi, which left them somewhat disgruntled. Yang Xiaomi meticulously analyzed why their previous attempts had failed while reflecting on the success of this endeavor. When creating the model, she realized there were certain details she had overlooked, not to mention the significant difference between the model and the actual object. Wadang carried the door panel to the entrance of the cave, positioning it and inspecting its fit. The cave entrance resembled a flower, while the door panel was rectangular. The frame still left a considerable amount of space around the edges if we leave it like this. "Wild beasts might wander in," Wadang remarked, unable to contain his concern. Yang Xiaomi immediately identified the issue, exuding confidence as she smiled gently. This will not suffice. After constructing the door frame, we must use soil and stones to fill in the gaps around it. Wadang scratched his head, pondering how his partner could conceive such ideas, feeling somewhat inadequate in comparison. Supporting the door frame, he examined the door, furrowing his brow in thought. Without hinges to secure the door to the frame, it couldn't be easily opened. For now, we can temporarily use vines to secure the door to the frame, she suggested. Until the official door is completed, I advise you all to follow this method when building a door. Ensure the wood is tightly secured to one another, and these 3 horizontal pieces need not be overly thick, but they must fit snugly into the grooves without distortion, and a frame is essential. With this practical model and her detailed explanation, the orcs nodded in understanding and resumed their efforts to construct the door. However, one orc voiced a concern. "This frame doesn't match the entrance," Dandan exclaimed, holding the frame up to the entrance, which resembled a flower and was somewhat uneven. The orcs tilted their heads, attempting to fit the frame, but struggled to position it correctly. Yang Xiaomi sensed that they had not fully grasped her earlier instructions and sighed in exasperation. Realizing she would have to explain yet again, her patience wearing thin, Wadang had stepped away to gather stones and soil, leaving the scene. And no wonder our living conditions are so poor. Most of them have simple minds and strong bodies, and they think too simplistically without actively engaging their thoughts, Yang Xiaomi mused, refraining from blaming their ignorance. She continued to elucidate. Just do it like this. Taking 2 slender pieces of wood, she established horizontal lines at the entrance, positioning them vertically on either side. You must secure the door frame here, ensuring it is level, and fill in any gaps with mud and stones. Wadang, does this sound good? The orcs exchanged glances, contemplating their leader Wadang, who had just returned with stones, before turning to Yang Xiaomi. Ultimately, this was Wadang's cave, and they needed his approval to alter the shape and fill in the excess gaps. Wadang readily set to work, stating, "All right, let's get started." A few orcs busied themselves, using stones to stabilize the frame and then filling it with mud. Before long, the irregular cave entrance was filled to match the door frame, resulting in a perfectly square door frame being constructed. They attempted to lift the door and fit it onto the frame, but to their dismay, they found it wouldn't fit. "Xiaomi, the door won't go in," they shouted in unison. Chapter 136. The Dilemma. What is going on? Yang Xiaomi scrutinized the situation, realizing another problem had arisen. The door appeared to be misaligned. No matter how they tried, it wouldn't fit. "Oh no!" a Dong exclaimed in frustration, having joined the door-building effort that evening. Wadang furrowed his attractive brow, surveying the scene. "The door seems fine. Why won't it fit?" "Oh dear. Here we go again," Yang Xiaomi sighed, tapping her forehead. "What could be wrong with the door that has everyone so flustered?" "It's almost done. It's just a small issue," she quickly reassured the anxious crowd. "Forgive me. I'm also inexperienced, learning as I go, but victory will eventually be ours." Maintaining her composure, Yang Xiaomi possessed the unwavering spirit of a scientist, believing that persistence would lead to success. After careful consideration, she compared the dimensions of the door with those of the frame and realized that they had made the door slightly too wide and long. Although the discrepancy was minimal, it prevented a smooth fit into the frame. "All right, this may seem sturdy, but crafting it requires great precision." She had only measured the wood initially, but many details affected the final width and length of the door. The matching dimensions between the door and frame had not been accurately established, illustrating that door construction required meticulous attention to detail. Some orcs were beginning to feel disheartened, squatting on the ground with furrowed brows as they gazed at the door, lamenting, "This is truly troublesome. It's not working again. Forget it. Let's not do this anymore. It's too challenging." Dandan also felt a tinge of frustration. Wadang, feeling anxious, did not wish for Yang Xiaomi to be unhappy. So he deliberately feigned a calm demeanor, silently observing her to gauge her feelings. "Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Let us not lose heart, for we are nearly there. Now, we simply need to slightly saw and trim the length and width of the door." Yang Xiaomi smiled encouragingly at the impatient orcs. When faced with challenges, remember to maintain a smile. Seeing Yang Xiaomi still radiating vitality inspired Wadang, who embraced her shoulders and gently stroked her hair, proclaiming, "My partner, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, Yang Xiaomi replied, tilting her head slightly, returning a gentle smile as enchanting as blossoms blooming under the moonlight. Unable to resist, Wadang lowered his head and kissed her cheek. My partner. You are beautiful. No. Focus on working. Yang Xiaomi shyly pushed Wadang away, casting an awkward glance at the orcs nearby who were watching them. The two were so busy, yet still indulging in displays of affection, showering each other with affection. The male orcs were exceedingly envious, watching with great delight, even excitedly whistling. Woohoo! Wadang grabbed a leaf and blew into it, producing a refreshing sound. Woohoo! The slight despondence from earlier failures instantly vanished. The sound of whistling pierced the night sky, resonating like a symphony, invigorating all present. Yang Xiaomi once more took a branch to match the dimensions of the door and doorframe, instructing them to saw off the excess. This sawing was no easy task. To encourage them, she began to sing a melodious tune. The orcs, who had been somewhat irritable, forgot the time in their fatigue, their bodies brimming with newfound energy at the sound of Yang Xiaomi's gentle, sweet singing. This was their first time constructing a door, and Yang Xiaomi was also advancing through exploration and research. After several hours of effort, the first door was finally completed. This piqued the immense interest of a group of young orcs, who swarmed excitedly towards the new door. What's happening? Yang Xiaomi was taken aback. Chapter 137. The funnel swung open with a gentle push and closed easily with a light pull. For orcs who had never seen a door before, it was utterly novel and fascinating. Oh, this is a door. How delightful. It opens and closes. I'm going in. Can you see me? Come catch me. A group of young orcs, filled with curiosity, began to frolic and play, opening the door to jump in and then sprinting out, even closing the door to prevent their companions outside from entering. Creating a lively scene, giggling and playing hide-and-seek, these mischievous little ones turned the door into a temporary playground, attracting many young orcs from the tribe to join the fun. Yama, awakened by the whistling, emerged from the cave, finding the newly constructed door neat and pleasing to the eye. Yama's eyes sparkled with envy as his rough, gnarled hands caressed the pristine door. This door looks splendid. I want to build a door for my cave too. Great. Let us all build doors. It will be much more comforting to sleep. Yang Xiaomi immediately supported and encouraged everyone to follow her lead. If only her cave had a door, with those little rascals around. Even a tiger could be overwhelmed. The door would soon be ruined. Besides, it was much better when everyone had one. She did not wish to stand out too much and provoke jealousy among the orcs. Previously, many orcs had watched with skepticism, amused at the situation, but seeing how convenient and attractive the door was, they began to feel a stir of desire. Yang Xiaomi, noticing the little ones darting around the entrance and even pushing against the freshly built mudstone around the door, thought, oh my goodness, these little rascals could tire out even a lion. The painstakingly constructed doorframe was still drying, and their antics could easily cause it to collapse, posing a danger if it fell on them. It could be a grave situation. Yang Xiaomi picked up a long stick and waved it at the entrance. Stop running around. The mud beside the door isn't dry yet. Don't touch those stones. Wait until the doorframe is solid. If the stones fall, they could hit you. However, Yang Xiaomi soon realized her words were entirely ignored, as the children continued to frolic around her. Hey, can you hear me? Yang Xiaomi struck the ground beside the entrance with the stick, creating a loud noise that kicked up a cloud of dust. Yet, the children remained lost in their merriment, chasing each other and laughing, completely disregarding her words and actions. Ha! I'm in again. Come catch me. The little ones ignored her, continuing their playful antics as if she were invisible. The feeling of being overlooked was quite disheartening for Yang Xiaomi, who, in her frustration, began to chase them with the stick, playfully swatting at their backs. Stop messing around. Stand still. The little ones, startled by the swats, scattered in all directions. I won't stand. I won't stand, they laughed, turning back to make faces at her as they ran. Just be careful with your skin. Yang Xiaomi pretended to pursue them with the stick. The little ones darted away swiftly, their limbs as agile as monkeys, occasionally tossing small stones and branches at her in playful jest. Many continued to rush in and out of the new door, creating a delightful chaos that offered no respite. Yang Xiaomi was torn between chasing one and another, her face flushed with exertion. Chapter 138. A clever trick, those little rascals began to play hide-and-seek with Yang Xiaomi, giggling all the while. Yang Xiaomi felt like crying. The orc tribe, witnessing the commotion, thought the little ones were simply playing together and laughed along. Even Wadang assumed she was joining in their fun. Yang Xiaomi, now slightly breathless and sweating, had to pause. Realizing that chasing them was ineffective, she certainly could not outrun those orcs accustomed to running up the mountain. That aren't they fond of food? A clever idea struck Yang Xiaomi, who pretended to savor something delicious. I just discovered something tasty. If you keep making noise, I want to share it with you. The mere mention of food, the little ones immediately ceased their antics, as if under a spell, rushing over to surround her, chattering excitedly, their eyes gleaming with desire. Sister Xiaomi, what's the delicious treat? I want some. All of you go back to sleep. I'll tell you tomorrow. Yang Xiaomi replied nonchalantly, feeling a bit tired and naturally searching for Wadang with her gaze. I want it now. Share it with us. The little ones, licking their lips, gazed at her with hopeful eyes, unwilling to disperse. Yang Xiaomi had merely concocted a tale, hoping they would cease their ruckus at her cave entrance. There was no actual treat to offer them. Give it to me. The little ones clung to her arm, refusing to let go. Just as she had resolved one issue, another had arisen. Yang Xiaomi found herself ensnared. Glancing towards Wadang, her large, watery eyes blinked a few times, sending a silent plea for help. Wadang, recognizing the little ones were pressuring Yang Xiaomi, sprang into action. Go to sleep, he declared, striding over with a stern expression. Ready to intervene, he had grown somewhat irritated by their ruckus in his cave. Initially, he believed Yang Xiaomi wanted to play with them, but upon seeing her distress, he decided to take action against the mischievous bunch. He had hoped to enjoy a quiet moment alone with Yang Xiaomi in the cave, cherishing their affection. The little ones kicked a few paces away, picked themselves up, and, noticing the cave door had been shut, reluctantly dispersed. Wadang's cave swiftly returned to tranquility. That moment, dawn quietly approached. The sky lightened, and the sun, resembling a golden sphere, began its ascent, heralding a new day. My partner, we can finally rest well, Wadang said, wrapping his arms around her waist, his gaze filled with intoxicating warmth. Wait, I need to step out for a moment, Yang Xiaomi said, somewhat lacking in sensitivity, pushing him away. Wadang's once fiery gaze now dimmed with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, Yang Xiaomi, having been busy for an entire day and night, felt quite fatigued but wanted to relieve herself before sleeping. She recalled the restroom under construction and decided to check on its progress. Last night, in a rush, she had asked them to help build the restroom without a detailed plan, and later called them to assist with the door, so the restroom was still in progress. Some busy male orcs, upon seeing her approach, found her beauty captivating, and their weariness vanished. The sight of such a lovely female inspired them, and they worked diligently, whistling excitedly as they built the restroom. Woohoo! Chapter 139. A prying Yang Xiaomi glanced at the walls of the makeshift restroom, constructed from stone and mud, slightly askew, with a foundation that left much to be desired. She felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. This needs to be aligned properly, she mused, utilizing a bamboo tube filled with water, suspended by vine skin to check for level. Once the alignment was confirmed, she directed the construction of the walls accordingly, ensuring they would be straight. The foundation needs to be excavated a bit deeper, she instructed the orcs, offering a few words of guidance as she adjusted the distorted layout of the foundation. Is this correct? Or perhaps this way? She pondered aloud, contemplating the best approach. Several orcs posed questions from different angles, all regarding the walls and foundation of the restroom. Let me create a small model for you to see, Yang Xiaomi said, skillfully stacking small stones to form a miniature model, offering further instruction. The integration of theory and practice is truly essential. The male orcs, encouraged by her presence, tirelessly revised their work, diligently continuing to construct the restroom. They held up bamboo tubes filled with water, stacking the walls in accordance with the level. This time, their efforts were swift and remarkably straight. Before long, the rudimentary restroom was erected. Yang Xiaomi had assumed the role of both civil engineer and supervisor, immersing herself in the work and momentarily forgetting about the waiting Wadang, who was eager for her return to rest. Wu, wiping the mud from his hands, looked at Yang Xiaomi with an eager expression and asked, The restroom is complete. Would you like to try it out? However, there was no door nor a roof. Yet at long last, there was a restroom, however basic it may be. She was indeed waiting for the opportunity to use it. I suppose I can make do for now. But please step back, she replied, feeling a flicker of excitement as she entered in a secluded corner. Loosening the button of her trousers, she squatted down, a rush of warmth escaping her as she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Taking a deep breath, she savored the moment of finally having access to a restroom. As she stood up and adjusted her trousers, she inadvertently glanced up to see a few orcs perched in a nearby tree. Grinning at her, Xiaomi Jia, I saw you doing your business. One of the orcs, Azitzi, called out with a laugh. Oh, for heaven's sake, go away! Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, mortified at being caught in such a vulnerable moment. Yet at that very instant, several furry little heads peeked into the restroom, their glowing eyes fixated on her. A dong-dong, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Xiaomi Jia, we want to see how you do it. Aw, you bunch of lunatics! Yang Xiaomi cried out, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh my God, to be spied on while using the restroom. Frustration welled up within her. These beings were not human. Indeed, they were anything but civilized. You perverts. Scram. Yang Xiaomi's cheeks burned with humiliation as she longed to lash out. Why did they find such amusement in watching others? Tears threatened to spill as she hastily fastened her trousers and exited with rapid steps. Xiaomi Jia, in the past with the little trees, everyone just did it anywhere, and we wanted to see how you did in the restroom. The little orcs said, their expressions unabashedly cheerful. A dong-dong further elaborated, his face unrepentant. Well, perhaps this primitive orc world operates without the concept of privacy or respect for others, she mused. The restroom was so rudimentary, lacking a roof or even a door, and with a group of onlookers eager to witness her every move. How could she ever feel comfortable using it again? Meanwhile, Wu, waiting outside, was also tempted to peek in, only to be blocked by the little orcs. Chapter 140. Special motivation having failed to catch a glimpse. Wu saw Yang Xiaomi emerge with a face full of fury. He grinned widely, revealing his yellow teeth, and asked cheerily, Xiaomi, how was it? Was it useful? Ugh, what a ridiculous question. With you all staring, I doubt I could ever use it again. Yet, she realized that confronting them would be futile. The orcs were oblivious to the concept of civility, and spying on females was merely a norm for them. Cursing them would only diminish her grace and yield no real results. Instead, she resolved to elevate their living conditions through intellect and lead them toward a more civilized society. Taking a breath to steady her emotions, she calmly remarked, You've done a splendid job on the restroom. Yang Xiaomi offered them praise, recalling her university studies in psychology, knowing that positive reinforcement would yield better results. Indeed, the orcs beamed at her compliment, their faces lighting up with joy, some whistling in delight. However, she continued, we still need to add a roof and a door to make it perfect. The orcs, previously reveling in their success, found themselves hesitant to refuse her new requests. Adendandan blinked, scratching his head while inquiring, how do we construct the door? And what about the roof? The others chimed in with low voices, unsure of how to proceed, reluctant to expose their ignorance before her, in the presence of such a beautiful female. They wished to present their best selves, not their ineptitude. Yang Xiaomi smiled gently, her warmth reminiscent of spring, as she acknowledged their fatigue. You've already built a door for the cave. Just follow that same method. You all are quite capable and will have it done in no time. The orcs nodded in agreement. As for the roof, it's quite simple. Shape the two opposing walls into a peak, leaving some uneven spots. And arrange long, straight wooden beams. Cover it with long grass, secured tightly with vines. The orcs looked puzzled, shaking their heads in confusion. Just like this, Yang Xiaomi explained, crafting a small model from stones, twigs, and grass to demonstrate. With newfound understanding, the orcs nodded enthusiastically. Like this, will it be done today? Adendandan asked, weariness evident in his eyes. The other orcs exchanged glances, nodding and shaking their heads in uncertainty, recalling the hours spent constructing the cave door, which had drained their energy. Now, with both a door and a roof to build, they anticipated a considerable time commitment. Noticing their hesitation, but unwilling to discourage them, Yang Xiaomi felt an urgency to use the restroom. You all are incredible. I'm sure you'll complete it swiftly. Let us go, she encouraged, raising her fist in a gesture of support. Faced with the challenge of impressing a true beauty, her words held significant weight. The morning sun cast a gentle golden hue, illuminating Yang Xiaomi's delicate features, making her smile seem radiant and warm, capable of melting the hearts of those around her. Chapter 141. Feigning weakness though they had been laboring tirelessly. Fatigue creeping in, the sight of the enchanting Yang Xiaomi requesting their assistance made it impossible for them to dismiss her wishes. They nodded in unison, Wu thumping his chest, declaring, Xiaomi, as long as you are pleased. We will make it right. Rest assured, we will have it ready for you soon. Yang Xiaomi offered her approval, feeling a sense of relief wash over her now that the arrangements had been made. After such a busy day, she was exhausted, having spent the previous night guiding them in constructing the door and restroom. With no pressing tasks at hand, sleepiness began to overtake her as she yearned to return to the cave for a proper rest. With the cave now secured by a door, she felt a profound sense of safety. Meanwhile, Wadang, near the cave entrance, observed her intently, his gaze following her graceful form. As she entered the cave, he approached her, offering a comforting presence. My dear, after a day and night of toil, you must be hungry. Shall we eat? Not really. I'm quite tired and wish to rest, Yang Xiaomi admitted. Very well, let us rest first. Then eat, Wadang replied, gently placing his hand on her shoulder as they entered the cave together, closing the door behind them. The moment the door shut, the cave was enveloped in darkness, the faint light from outside extinguished. With Wadang at her side, the atmosphere shifted, exuding an air of mystery and an indescribable tension. In the solitude of the cave, with Wadang embracing her, Yang Xiaomi felt her heart race inexplicably, a flutter of nervousness coursing through her. Despite Wadang's exhaustion from the previous day, holding Yang Xiaomi invigorated him, stirring feelings deep within him, akin to a surge of adrenaline. You must be tired, he said softly. Please rest well, I'm perfectly fine. I've spent days hunting on the mountain without sleep before, he reassured her. As the tile lowered its head, it softly whispered in her ear that seeing Yang Xiaomi's concern for him filled Wadang with immense joy. At this moment, Wadang felt invigorated, his exhaustion dissipating, replaced by a bubbling excitement. However, Yang Xiaomi was weary. She could sense his breath becoming somewhat labored, even feeling the warmth radiating from his body, his embrace tightening around her. It was as if she could detect the stirrings of a primal need within him. Yet, the timing was not right, and she truly felt fatigued. There were no contraceptives available here, and the thought of becoming pregnant and bearing children was far from her mind. She intentionally let out exaggerated sighs, declaring, I'm so tired, I just want to sleep peacefully. Could you please not disturb me? After a day and night without rest, compounded by several days of inadequate sleep, she genuinely felt exhausted, but she feigned an even greater fatigue, as if she might faint at any moment. In the darkness, Wadang's pale blue eyes sparkled like a constellation against the night sky. Captivatingly brilliant, the scene was breathtaking, and the man before her exuded an irresistible allure. Wadang's gaze swirled like a vortex in the deep sea, threatening to pull her in at any moment. Yang Xiaomi felt her heart racing out of rhythm, afraid to meet his gaze, fearing she might lose control and inadvertently draw him closer. Though Wadang's heart blazed with fervor, longing to merge with Yang Xiaomi, he could not bring himself to pressure her. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, delicate and on the verge of collapse, inexplicably pained him. Suddenly, Wadang bent down and gently lifted her into his arms. Yang Xiaomi's heart fluttered with an overwhelming sense of spring. Her hands clutching his neck, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Chapter 142. The gentle trap Wadang's movements were so delicate, as if he were cradling the most precious treasure in the world, with infinite tenderness. He laid her upon the wooden bed, and Yang Xiaomi felt as though she were sinking into a cloud. Wadang followed her onto the bed. Lying beside her, still reluctant to let go, he extended his left arm, slipping it beneath her neck, holding her tightly against him. Nestled in Wadang's solid, warm embrace, Yang Xiaomi's emotions surged, her breathing quickening, her body tensing. She sensed the primal response of Wadang's magnificent form, her cheeks burning with excitement as she heard his heartbeat quicken. Yet, She did not wish to take their relationship to that level just yet. Everything was still in a state of exploration, and their living conditions were still a work in progress. Yang Xiaomi even fantasized about one day returning to her former world. Wadang's breath grew deeper as he leaned down, his warm lips brushing against her forehead and cheeks, kissing and inhaling her scent. Yang Xiaomi exuded a faint, fresh fragrance, a natural aroma that often captivated even her own senses. "My mate, you smell divine." Wadang's voice resonated, low and intoxicating, imbued with a captivating rhythm. Yang Xiaomi felt herself succumbing to Wadang's enchanting voice, nearly losing her composure. She remained still, eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. Wadang tenderly caressed her smooth hair, lying beside her in silence, quietly admiring the enchanting woman before him in the darkness. How he longed to kiss her passionately, to envelop her in his embrace and share a blissful love. Noticing that Yang Xiaomi had drifted into slumber, her breathing steady, he hesitated to disturb her, but he leaned down, planting gentle kisses on her, his gaze lingering on her beauty, illuminated by the faint light seeping through a crack in the door. Although she lay motionless, she resembled a stunning flower, and Wadang's admiration only deepened as he pressed another soft kiss to her rosy lips. I could see that moment. Yang Xiaomi's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. Yet she willed herself to remain still, continuing to enjoy Wadang's kisses. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually become enamored with Wadang's cool, gentle kisses. The sensation was exquisite. She relished the feeling of being cherished by him. But the thought of advancing their relationship and the prospect of motherhood made her anxious. Wadang lingered on her lips for what felt like an eternity before gently wrapping his arms around her waist. His left hand slipping beneath her neck to embrace her shoulder, enveloping her comfortably in his embrace. His chest radiated warmth, and his strong hands sent electric shivers through her heart. Yang Xiaomi could even hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Feeling flushed and parched, her body tense with anxiety, Yang Xiaomi worried about losing control. She allowed Wadang to hold her tightly, still feigning sleep, terrified of succumbing to the sweet trap he had laid. Pretending to have a nightmare, her hands flailed in the air, pouting her lips and mumbling incoherently. "So tired. Don't. Just let me sleep." Yang Xiaomi was simply too sweet, and Wadang, initially intent on kissing her more, was compelled to restrain himself at her reaction that Wadang's chest was undeniably warm and comforting. Yang Xiaomi did not push him away. Instead, she nestled against his sturdy frame, feeling the strength of his heartbeat and his warm affection. Chapter 143. Why So Handsome? With the cave now secured with a door, external disturbances ceased. Yet, as Wadang held her, his heart raced with trepidation, fearing he might inadvertently act inappropriately. Fortunately, seeing her so fatigued, Wadang refrained from disturbing her. Merely holding her quietly. It was indeed rare for Wadang to exercise such restraint. This made her feel cherished and respected, adhering to the principles of a gentleman, driven by affection yet remaining within the bounds of propriety. After a sleepless night, Wadang fought to suppress his excited emotions and soon succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing Wadang's rhythmic breathing, Yang Xiaomi gently opened her eyes, glancing at the man beside her. Light filtered through the cracks in the cave door, the outside sun blazing, casting a soft glow upon Wadang's extraordinarily handsome face. His profile, illuminated from her angle, was captivatingly perfect. His straight, elegant nose, alluringly full lips, long eyelashes, and graceful eyebrows created a visage of golden proportions. Wadang carried a hint of pine fragrance, an aroma that was utterly delightful. What a marvel! How could someone be so stunningly attractive? Yang Xiaomi found herself momentarily entranced, pondering how Wadang could possess such striking good looks and commanding presence. Wasn't a notion that beastmen were supposed to resemble primates? Had her previous studies on evolution led her astray? The images of primitive humans she had encountered in textbooks were grotesque, resembling a cross between gorillas and apes. Yet here, she discovered that beastmen could be remarkably handsome. Comparing Wadang to the most popular male idols of the 20th century, he surpassed them all in this ancient era and within the realm of beastmen. Encountering such a handsome man, who treated her so well and was even a tribal leader, seemed like a stroke of luck. She no longer feared other beastmen spying on her as she slept. Nor did she worry about snakes, tigers, or monkeys launching surprise attacks. The door was indeed a brilliant decision. Yang Xiaomi felt much more secure in her slumber. With Wadang now asleep, she relaxed completely, and soon, drowsiness overtook her. The nighttime chill in the cave had her feeling a bit cold, so she instinctively nestled closer to Wadang. Absorbing his warmth in her haze of slumber, she unconsciously sought the comfort of his embrace. Finding a cozy position within his warmth, drifting off into a sweet sleep, time slipped away, and she was stirred by a melodious male voice beside her. "My mate, my Xiaomi, it's time to rise," even in her dreamlike state. She recognized Wadang's voice, momentarily thinking she was still dreaming. His voice, laced with affection, was so enchanting and gentle that it sent a tremor through her heart, as if struck by an electric current. "Xiaomi, wake up!" The voice echoed again, followed by gentle squeezes to her cheeks, eliciting a slight sting. Only then did Yang Xiaomi stir, stretching her arms high above her head and yawning widely, rolling over in bed before blinking her eyes open to find the space beside her empty. Where was Wadang? Was I truly dreaming just now? Upon opening my eyes and glancing around, I beheld a face so exquisitely sculpted, as if crafted by celestial hands, a visage of unparalleled handsomeness adorned with a touch of alluring charm. The strikingly handsome countenance drew near, its magnificence bordering on the unearthly, so captivating that it stirred a longing within me, evoking tears. Each inch of my being was assaulted by the enchanting aura that enveloped him. Chapter 144. Sweetness. His radiated an irresistible allure, brimming with profound affection and shimmering with waves of unparalleled tenderness as he gazed intently at me. The entrance to the cave had been flung open, and the sunlight streamed in with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the interior with warmth. The cave was deep. As the sunlight reached the bedside, it softened, casting a romantic ambience akin to the intimate lighting of a fine dining establishment. Awakening from slumber, I found myself face to face with a man whose gaze was filled with tender emotion, a truly romantic and enchanting experience that gazed at me with a look reminiscent of lovers deeply infatuated. In that moment, I beheld the one I cherished most, despite only having known him for a few days, during which we had shared some unpleasant experiences. Yet, through this time together, even a stoic being would sense the warmth and care that extended towards me. And I, being a living, breathing young woman, was no exception to in the past, my standard for a partner were quite high. Ideally, someone more capable than myself, or at the very least on par with me. They must possess the ability to stand alone, be wise and courageous, and, of course, be handsome and treat me well. Moreover, given that appeared to be of a similar age to mine, in his 20s, and had risen to the rank of tribe leader, his capabilities seemed to meet my expectations. With his striking good looks and the kindness he showed me, he ticked all the boxes. Now, it seemed I had little choice, as none of the other orcs in the tribe matched his impressive attributes. Having never been in a romantic relationship before, I transitioned from initial fear and curiosity toward a comfortable acceptance of his presence and affection. Previously, I had perceived primitive individuals through the lens of stories and illustrations, believing them to be akin to animals, driven solely by instinct for mating and procreation. Little did I know that they, too, understood love and emotions, much like those of the 20th century. Perhaps even this orc experienced love at first sight. From the very beginning, had treated me with utmost courtesy and care. Clearly smitten from the start, I had once thought that orcs were brutish, devoid of civility or understanding of affection, much less love. Merely engaging in mating rituals, it appeared, however, that my past perceptions of these beings needed a profound reevaluation, that I found myself lost in thought, gazing dreamily at, momentarily forgetting to react, just as I lingered in my reverie. His melodious voice broke the silence. "What is it? Is there something wrong with my face?" The corners of sensuous lips curled into a perfect smile as he softly inquired, his eyes now brimming with deeper affection, resembling a vast whirlpool, ready to engulf me. Stay calm, stay calm. I'm still half asleep," I stammered, clearing my throat and deliberately adopting a nonchalant tone. A hint of amusement flickered in his gaze as he grasped my hand, effortlessly lifting me from the ground. "Rise and shine. I have prepared a delightful feast for you." Wow, what delicious treats await. I want to be thoroughly satisfied upon hearing of the food. I immediately perked up. After all, I hadn't eaten since last night, and my stomach was as empty as the wind. Gurgle. How embarrassing. At that moment, my stomach audibly protested that I rubbed my belly, chuckling awkwardly. Just awakening, I possessed a captivating charm that only endeared me further to. Suddenly, he bent down and placed several soft kisses on my delicate cheek. Like a jolt of electricity, I was rendered speechless, my mind blank. Chapter 145, A Misunderstanding. With a powerful, furry arm, swept me off my feet, cradling me in his embrace as he carried me outside. Initially, I was unaccustomed to such treatment, particularly from a male. However, I gradually became familiar with his princely gestures, relishing in the affection he bestowed upon me. My hands instinctively found their place on his shoulders, my previous panic replaced by a sense of blissful sweetness. What is happening to me? Have I truly developed feelings for? Leaning against his sturdy, warm chest, I inwardly questioned my own heart. Since arriving in this orc world, I had endured numerous intimate encounters with, yet all were born out of genuine affection and a desire to protect me. His striking handsomeness, commanding presence, and gentle treatment made me slowly recognize his worth. From initial apprehension, I now felt secure in his embrace, which was as comforting as the warmth of spring. Yet, with many orcs watching, I felt a tinge of shyness at displaying affection in such a public setting. "Put me down. I can walk by myself. I enjoy carrying you," replied, reluctant to release me as he strode towards the food storage area. "Please, there are too many onlookers. I'm not accustomed to this. Let me walk on my own." That I feigned anger, playfully punching his solid shoulder, unable to hide my blushing cheeks. Our playful banter appeared to resemble a couple's flirtation, especially after having spent half the day together in the cave. The orcs waiting outside regarded us with varying glances, their expressions revealing a multitude of thoughts. Finally, set me down. Yes, we approached the cooking area, regarded me with a knowing expression, extending his rough, tree root-like hand to gently pat my belly. "Soon, you shall bear children, and they will surely be as brave as that." In no way. I instinctively shrank away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. However, had always been friendly towards me, so I did not push his hand away. Realizing that assumed I had already engaged in intimate relations with, a flush crept to my cheeks, and I awkwardly explained, "We haven't done anything yet that." "Oh," you will chuckled, resembling a wilted flower. "Our leader is so robust, it's likely you'll have several at once." "Good heavens, what vivid imagination!" I thought, incredulous at the notion of multiple offspring, as if I were a sow. I recognized I had been completely misunderstood, and there was no way to clarify my stance now. Moreover, the waters of the Yellow River were hardly clear. Realizing further explanations would only complicate matters, I chose to remain silent. Awaking with a pressing need to use the restroom, my primary concern was the state of the facility. That a quick glance revealed it had been completed, I turned and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. "What is that smell? It's worse than rotten eggs." A foul odor assaulted my senses as I rushed to cover my nose, only to discover someone squatting inside. "What? I haven't even used it yet. And someone else has." My mild case of obsessive cleanliness made this quite intolerable. Squinting through the sunlight, I saw squatting inside, her brow furrowed in concentration. Upon noticing my presence, she casually pulled up her pants and strolled out, a triumphant expression on her face. How rude. Chapter 146. Feeling wronged. The unbearable stench filled the restroom. With unsightly messes strewn about, I felt nauseous, almost retching up the water I had drunk the previous day. It was infuriating. Having not yet used the facility myself, I was confronted with such a mess, and they didn't even bother to clean up afterward. Plugging my nose, I called after, "Hey, you need to cover up that mess with grass or ash and clean it before leaving." "Cover what? If you want it covered, you do it," turned, shooting me a defiant glare that could kill. "You filthy creature, this is my restroom. That if you use it, you must clean it." I shot back, unamused that I want to clean it. "What will you do about it?" Lifted her chin, defiantly clenching her teeth. "That if you don't clean it, don't even think about leaving here, that you'll never use it again." Faced with such a rude and uncouth individual, my frustration boiled over. "I want to clean it. I'll use it anyway." Go ahead and threaten me. I'm not afraid of you, crossed her arms defiantly, my face flushed with anger as I almost let slip some harsh words. Just then appeared his gentle voice cutting through the tension that, "My dear, what troubles you? Who has upset you? She used my restroom and left it filthy without cleaning up, and now she is taking it out on me," I exclaimed, glaring at. "Clean it up at once." The atmosphere grew tense as Wadang's voice rose, reprimanding Duo with a sharpness that starkly contrasted his earlier gentle demeanor towards Yang Xiaomi. Witnessing Wadang's sudden change in attitude, Duo felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy and an unbearable sense of grievance welled up within her. With her lips quivering and eyes reddening, she cried out, "Wadang, you are biased. You are so biased." "I detest you," Yang Xiaomi interjected. "She is my partner. What of it if I show her favoritism?" Wadang retorted coldly, displaying an air of indifference. Enraged, Duo stomped her feet, tears streaming down her face, unable to contain her emotions. Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, "How absurd! It was Duo who caused the mess first, yet she dares to play the victim." As Duo sobbed, her heart ached at the thought of Wadang's adoration for Yang Xiaomi, especially considering how many male companions had willingly constructed a toilet just for her. The memory of barging in and intentionally making a mess to upset Yang Xiaomi gnawed at her conscience. Now, Wadang stood by Yang Xiaomi's side, his demeanor fierce, and Duo trembled with rage and jealousy, casting Yang Xiaomi a look that resembled that of a sworn enemy. What does this mean? Has she truly turned against me? Yang Xiaomi found Duo's behavior utterly perplexing, labeling her as unreasonable and the epitome of a useless rogue. Yama, noticing Duo's tears, approached her, gently wiping her eyes. "Why are you crying?"